Chapters 33 and 34 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Sage. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. Mr. Slide's Grievance. Our hero was elected member of Loughton without any trouble to him or, as far as he could see, to anyone else. He made one speech from a small raised booth that was called a platform, and that was all he was called upon to do. Mr. Grating made a speech in proposing him, and Mr. Shortribs another in seconding him, and these were all the speeches that were required. The thing seemed to be so very easy that he was afterwards almost offended when he was told that the bill for so insignificant a piece of work came to £247, 13 shillings 9pence. He had seen no occasion for spending even the odd £47, but then he was a member for Loughton, and as he passed that evening alone at the inn, having dined in company with Messrs. Grating, Shortribs, and sundry other influential electors, he began to reflect that, after all, it was not so very great a thing to be a member of Parliament. It almost seemed that that which had come to him so easily could not be of much value. On the following day he went to the castle, and was there when the Earl arrived. They two were alone together, and the Earl was very kind to him. "So you had no opponent after all," said the great man of Loughton, with a slight smile. "Not the ghost of another candidate." "I did not think there would be. They've tried it once or twice and have always failed. There are only one or two in the place who like to go one way just because their neighbours go the other. But in truth there's no conservative feeling in that place." Phineas, although he was at present moment the member for Loughton himself, could not but enjoy the joke of this. Could there be any liberal feeling in such a place, or, indeed, any political feeling whatsoever? Would not Messrs. Grating and Shortribs have done just the same had it happened that Lord Brentford had been a Tory peer? "They all seemed very obliging," said Phineas, in answer to the Earl. "Yes, they are. There isn't a house in the town, you know, let for longer than 7 years, and most of them merely from year to year. And do you know, I haven't a farmer on the property with a lease, not one. And they don't want leases. They know they're safe. But I do like the people round me to be of the same way of thinking as myself about politics." On the second day, after dinner, the last evening of Finn's visit to Saulsby, the Earl fell suddenly into a confidential conversation about his daughter and his son, and about Violet Effingham. So sudden, indeed, and so confidential was the conversation that Phineas was almost silenced for a while. A word or two had been said about Loughlinter, of the beauty of the place, and of the vastness of the property. "I am almost afraid," said Lord Brentford, "that Laura is not happy there." "I hope she is," said Phineas. "He is so hard and dry, and what I call exacting. That is just the word for it. Now Laura has never been used to that. With me she always had her own way in everything, and I always found her fit to have it. I do not understand why her husband should treat her differently." "Perhaps it is the temper of the man." "Temper, yes, but what a bad prospect is that for her. And she, too, has a temper, and so he will find if he tries her too far. I cannot stand Loughlinter. I told Laura so fairly, and it is one of those houses in which a man cannot call his hours his own. I told Laura that I could not undertake to remain there for above a day or two." "It is very sad," said Phineas. "Yes, indeed, it is sad for her, poor girl, and very sad for me too. I have no one else but Laura, literally no one, and now I am divided from her. It seems that she has been taken as much away from me as though her husband lived in China. I have lost them both now." "I hope not, my lord." "I say I have. As to Chiltern, I can perceive that he becomes more and more indifferent to me every day. He thinks of me only as a man in his way, who must die some day, and may die soon. You wrong him, Lord Brentford." "I do not wrong him at all. Why has he answered every offer I have made him with so much insolence as to make it impossible for me to put myself into further communion with him?" "He thinks that you have wronged him." "Yes, because I have been unable to shut my eyes to his mode of living. I was to go on paying his debts and taking no other notice whatsoever of his conduct. I do not think he is in debt now, because his sister the other day spent every shilling of her fortune in paying them. She gave him £40,000. Do you think she would have married Kennedy but for that? I don't. I could not prevent her. I had said that I would not cripple my remaining years of life by raising the money, and I would not go back from my word." "You and Chiltern might raise the money between you." "It would do no good now. She has married Mr. Kennedy, and the money is nothing to her or to him. Chiltern might have put things right by marrying Miss Effingham if he pleased." "I think he did his best there." "No, he did his worst. He asked her to be his wife as a man asks for a railway ticket or a pair of gloves, which he buys with a price. And because she would not jump into his mouth, he gave it up. I don't believe he even really wanted to marry her. I suppose he has some disreputable connection to prevent it." "Nothing of the kind. He would marry her to-morrow if he could. My belief is that Miss Effingham is sincere in refusing him." "I don't doubt her sincerity." "And that she will never change." "Ah, well, I don't agree with you, and I dare say I know them both better than you do. But everything goes against me. I had set my heart upon it, and therefore, of course, I shall be disappointed. What is he going to do this autumn?" "He is yachting now." "And who are with him?" "I think the boat belongs to Captain Culpepper." "The greatest blackguard in all England? A man who shoots pigeons and rides steeplechases? And the worst of Chiltern is this, that even if he didn't like the man, and if he were tired of this sort of life, he would go on just the same, because he thinks it a fine thing not to give away." This was so true that Phineas did not dare to contradict the statement, and therefore said nothing. "I had some faint hope," continued the Earl, while Laura could always watch him, "because, in his way, he was fond of his sister, but that is all over now. She will have enough to do to watch herself." Phineas had felt that the Earl had put him down rather sharply when he had said that Violet would never accept Lord Chiltern, and he was therefore not a little surprised when Lord Brentford spoke again of Miss Effingham the following morning, holding in his hand a letter which he had just received from her. "They are to be at Loughlinter on the 10th, he said, "and she purposes to come here for a couple of nights on her way." "Lady Baldock and all?" "Well, yes, Lady Baldock and all. I am not very fond of Lady Baldock, but I will put up with her for a couple of days for the sake of having Violet. She is more like a child of my own now than anybody else. I shall not see her all autumn afterwards. I cannot stand Loughlinter." "It will be better when the house is full. You will be there, I suppose?" "Well, no, I think not," said Phineas. "You have had enough of it, have you?" Phineas made no reply to this, but smiled slightly. "By Jove, I don't wonder at it," said the Earl. Phineas, who would have given all he had in the world to be staying in the same country house with Violet Effingham, could not explain how it had come to pass that he was obliged to absent himself. "I suppose you were asked?" said the Earl. "Oh yes, I was asked. Nothing can be kinder than they are. Kennedy told me that you were coming as a matter of course." "I explained to him after that," said Phineas, "that I should not return. I shall go over to Ireland. I have a deal of hard reading to do, and I can get through it there without interruption." He went up from Saulsby to London on that day, and found himself quite alone in Mrs. Bunce's lodgings. I mean not only that he was alone at his lodgings, but he was alone at his club, and alone in the streets. July was not quite over, and yet all the birds of passage had migrated. Mr. Mildmay, by his short session, had half ruined the London tradesmen, and had changed the summer mode of life of all those who account themselves to be anybody. Phineas, as he sat alone in his room, felt himself to be nobody. He had told the Earl that he was going to Ireland, and to Ireland he must go, because he had nothing else to do. He had been asked, indeed, to join one or two parties in their autumn plans. Mr. Monk had wanted him to go to the Pyrenees, and Lord Chiltern had suggested that he should join the yacht, but neither plan suited him. It would have suited him to be at Loughlinter with Violet Effingham, but Loughlinter was a barred house to him. His old friend Lady Laura had told him not to come thither, explaining, with sufficient clearness, her reasons for excluding him from the number of her husband's guests, and as he thought of it, the past scenes of his life became very marvellous to him. 12 months since he would have given all the world for a word of love from Lady Laura, and had barely dared to hope that such a word at some future day might possibly be spoken. Now such a word had in truth been spoken, and it had come to be simply a trouble to him. She had owned to him, for in truth such had been the meaning of her warning to him, that though she had married another man, she had loved, and did love, him. But in thinking of this he took no pride in it. It was not till he had thought of it long that he began to ask himself whether he might not be justified in gathering from what happened some hope that Violet also might learn to love him. He had thought so little of himself as to have been afraid at first to press his suit with Lady Laura. Might he not venture to think more of himself, having learned how far he had succeeded? But how was he to get at Violet Effingham? For the moment at which he had left Saulsby, he had been angry with himself for not having asked Lord Brentford to allow him to remain there till after the Baldock party should have gone on to Loughlinter. The Earl, who was very lonely in his house, would have consented at once. Phineas, indeed, was driven to confess to himself that success with Violet would at once have put an end to all his friendship with Lord Brentford, as also to all his friendship with Lord Chiltern. He would in such case be bound in honour to vacate his seat and give back Loughton to his offended patron. But he would have given up much more than his seat for Violet Effingham. At present, however, he had no means of getting at her to ask her the question. He could hardly go to Loughlinter in opposition to the wishes of Lady Laura. A little adventure happened to him in London, which somewhat relieved the dullness of the days of the first week in August. He remained in London till the middle of August, half resolving to rush down to Saulsby when Violet Effingham should be there, endeavouring to find some excuse for such a proceeding, but racking his brains in vain. And then there came about his little adventure. The adventure was commenced by the receipt of the following letter. Banner of the People Office, 3rd August, 1860. My dear Finn, I must say I think you have treated me badly, and without that sort of brotherly fairness which we on the public press expect from one another. However, perhaps we can come to an understanding, and if so, things may yet go smoothly. Give me a turn, and I am not at all adverse to give you one. Will you come to me here, or shall I call upon you? Yours always, Q.S. Phineas was not only surprised, but disgusted also at the receipt of this letter. He could not imagine what was the deed by which he had offended Mr. Slide. He thought over all the circumstances of his short connection with the People's Banner, but could remember nothing which might have created offence. But his disgust was greater than his surprise. He thought that he had done nothing and said nothing to justify Quintus Slide in calling him dear Finn. He, who had Lady Laura's secret in his keeping, he who hoped to be the possessor of Violet Effingham's affections, he to be called dear Finn by such a one as Quintus Slide. He soon made up his mind that he would not answer the note, but would go at once to the People's Banner office at the hour at which Quintus Slide was always there. He certainly would not write to dear Slide, and until he had heard something more of this cause of offence, he would not make an enemy for ever by calling the man dear sir. He went to the office of the People's Banner, and found Mr. Slide ensconced in a little glass cupboard, writing an article for the next day's copy. "I suppose you're very busy," said Phineas, inserting himself with some difficulty onto a little stool in the corner of the cupboard. "Not so particular, but what I'm glad to see you. You shoot, don't you?" "Shoot," said Phineas. It would not be possible that Mr. Slide was intending, after this abrupt fashion, to propose a duel with pistols. "Grouse and pheasants, and them sort of things?" asked Mr. Slide. I understand. Yes, I shoot sometimes." "Is it the 12th or the 20th for grouse in Scotland?" "The 12th, said Phineas. "What makes you ask that just now?" "I'm doing a letter about it, advising men not to shoot too many of the young birds, and showing that they'll have none next year if they do. I had a fellow here just now who knew all about it, and he put down a lot, but I forgot to make him tell me the day of beginning. What's a good place to date from?" Phineas suggested Callander or Stirling. "Stirling's too much of a town, isn't it? Callander sounds better for game, I think." So the letter, which was to save the young grouse, was dated from Callander, and Mr. Quintus Slide, having written the word, threw down his pen, came off his stool, and rushed at once at his subject. "Well now, Mr. Finn," he said, "don't you know that you've treated me badly about Loughton?" "Treated you badly? About Loughton?" Phineas, as he repeated the words, was quite in the dark as to Mr. Slide's meaning. Did Mr. Slide intend to convey a reproach because Phineas had not personally sent some tidings of the election to the People's Banner? "Very badly," said Mr. Slide, with his arms akimbo. "Very badly indeed. Men on the press together do expect that they're to be stuck by and not thrown over. Damn it, I say, what's the good of a brotherhood if it ain't to be brotherhood?" "Upon my word, I don't know what you mean," said Phineas. "Didn't I tell you that I had Loughton in my eye?" said Quintus. "Oh, it's very well to say ho and look guilty, but didn't I tell you? I never heard of such nonsense in my life." "Nonsense? How on earth could you have stood for Loughton? What interest would you have there? You could not even have found an elector to propose you. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do, Finn. I think you've thrown me over most shabby, but I won't stand about that. You shall have Loughton this session if you'll promise to make way for me after the next election. If you'll agree to that, we'll have a special leader to say how well Lord What's-his-name has done with the borough, and he'll be your organ through the whole session." "I never heard such nonsense in my life. In the first place, Loughton is safe to be in the schedule of reduced boroughs. It will be thrown into the county, or joined with a group. I'll stand the chance of that. Will you agree?" "Agree? No. It's the most absurd proposal that was ever made. You might as well ask me whether I should agree that you should go to heaven." "Go to heaven if you can, I should say. I have not the slightest objection, but it's nothing to me." "Very well," said Quintus Slide. "Very well. Now we understand each other, and that's all that I desire. I think that I can show you what is to come among gentlemen of the press, and then to throw them over. Good morning." Phineas, quite satisfied at the result of the interview as regarded himself, and by no means sorry that there should have arisen a cause of separation between Mr. Quintus Slide and his dear Finn, shook off a little dust from his foot as he left the office of the People's Banner, and resolved that in the future he would attempt to make no connection in that direction. As he returned home, he told himself that a member of Parliament should be altogether independent of the press. On the second morning after his meeting with his late friend, he saw the result of his independence. There was a startling article, a tremendous article, showing the pressing necessity of immediate reform, and proving the necessity by an illustration of the borough-mongering rottenness of the present system. When such a patron as Lord Brentford, himself a cabinet minister with a sinecure, could by his mere word put into the House such a stick as Phineas Finn, a man who had struggled to stand on his legs before the Speaker, but had wanted both the courage and the capacity Nothing further could surely be wanted to prove that the Reform Bill of 1832 required to be supplemented by some more energetic measure. Phineas laughed as he read the article, and declared to himself that the joke was a good joke, but nevertheless he suffered. Mr. Quintus Slide, when he was really anxious to use his thong earnestly, could generally raise a wail. End of chapter 33. Recording by Bob Sage. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. Was he honest? On the 10th of August, Phineas Finn did return to Loughton. He went down by the mail train on the night of the 10th, having telegraphed to the inn for a bed, and was up eating his breakfast in that hospitable house at 9 o'clock. The landlord and landlady, with all their staff, were at a loss to imagine what had brought down their member again so quickly to his borough. But the reader, who will remember that Lady Baldock with her daughter and Violet Effingham were to pass the 11th of the month at Saulsby, may perhaps be able to make a guess on the subject. Phineas had been thinking of making his sudden visit to Loughton ever since he had been up in town, but he could suggest to himself no reason to be given to Lord Brentford for his sudden reappearance. The Earl had been very kind to him, but he had said nothing which could justify his young friend in running in and out of Saulsby Castle at pleasure, without invitation and without notice. Phineas was so well aware of this himself that often as he had half resolved during the last 10 days to return to Saulsby, so often had he determined that he could not do so. He could think of no excuse. Then the heavens favoured him, and he received a letter from Lord Chiltern, in which there was a message for Lord Brentford. If you see my father, tell him that I am ready at any moment to do what is necessary for raising the money for Laura. Taking this as his excuse, he returned to Loughton. As chance arranged it, he met the Earl standing on the great steps before his own castle door. "What, Finn, is this you? I thought you were in Ireland." "Not yet, my lord, as you see." Then he opened his budget at once, and blushed at his own hypocrisy as he went on with his story. He had, he said, felt the message from Chiltern to be so all-important that he could not bring himself to go over to Ireland without delivering it. He urged upon the Earl that he might learn from this how anxious Lord Chiltern was to effect a reconciliation. When it occurred to him, he said, that there might be a hope of doing anything towards such an object, he could not go to Ireland, leaving the good work behind him. In love and war, all things are fair. So he declared to himself, but as he did so, he felt that his story was so weak that it would hardly gain for him an admittance into the castle. In this he was completely wrong. The Earl, swallowing the bait, put his arm through that of the intruder, and, walking with him through the paths of the shrubbery, at length confessed that he would be glad to be reconciled to his son, if it were possible. "Let him come here, and she shall be here also," said the Earl, speaking of Violet. To this Phineas could say nothing out loud, but he told himself that all should be fair between them. He would take no dishonest advantage of Lord Chiltern. He would give Lord Chiltern the whole message as it was given to him by Lord Brentford. But should it so turn out that he himself got an opportunity of saying to Violet all that he had come to say, and should it also turn out, an event which he acknowledged to himself to be most unlikely, that Violet did not reject him, then how could he write his letter to Lord Chiltern? So he resolved that the letter should be written before he saw Violet. But how could he write such a letter, and instantly afterwards do that which would be false to the spirit of the letter so written? Could he bid Lord Chiltern come home to woo Violet Effingham, and instantly go forth to woo her for himself? He found that he could not do so, unless he told the whole truth to Lord Chiltern. In no other way could he carry out his project and satisfy his own idea of what was honest. The Earl bade him send to the hotel for his things. "The Baldock people are all here, you know, but they go very early tomorrow." Then Phineas declared that he also must return to London very early on the morrow, but in the meantime he would go to the inn and fetch his things. The Earl thanked him again and again for his generous kindness, and Phineas, blushing as he received the thanks, went back and wrote his letter to Lord Chiltern. It was an elaborate letter, written, as regards the first and larger portion of it, with words intended to bring the prodigal son back to the father's home. And everything was said about Miss Effingham that could or should have been said. Then, on the last page, he told his own story. "Now," he said, "I must speak of myself." And he went on to explain to his friend, in the plainest language that he could use, his own position. "I have loved her," he said, "for 6 months, and I am here with the express intention of asking her to take me. The chances are 10 to 1 that she refuses me. I do not deprecate your anger, if you choose to be angry, but I am endeavouring to treat you well, and I ask you to do the same by me. I must convey to you your father's message, and after doing so, I cannot address myself to Miss Effingham without telling you. I should feel myself to be false were I to do so. In the event, the probable, nay, almost certain event of my being refused, I shall trust you to keep my secret. Do not quarrel with me if you can help it, but if you must, I will be ready." Then he posted the letter and went up to the castle. He had only the one day for his action, and he knew that Violet was watched by Lady Baldock as by a dragon. He was told that the Earl was out with the young ladies, and was shown to his room. On going to the drawing-room he found Lady Baldock, with whom he had been, in a certain degree, a favourite, and was soon deeply engaged in a conversation as to the practicability of shutting up all the breweries and distilleries by Act of Parliament. But lunch relieved him, and brought the young ladies in at 2. Miss Effingham seemed to be really glad to see him, and even Miss Borum, Lady Baldock's daughter, was very gracious to him. For the Earl had been speaking well of his young member, and Phineas had in a way grown into the good graces of sober and discreet people. After lunch they were to ride, the Earl, that is, and Violet. Lady Baldock and her daughter were to have the carriage. "I can mount you, Finn, if you'd like it," said the Earl. "Of course he'll like it," said Violet. "Do you suppose Mr. Finn will object to ride with me in Saulsby Woods? It won't be the first time, will it?" "Violet," said the Lady Baldock, "you have the most singular way of talking." "I suppose I have," said Violet, "but I don't think I can change it now. Mr. Finn knows me too well to mind it much." It was past 5 before they were on horseback, and up to that time Phineas had not found himself alone with Violet Effingham for a moment. They had sat together after lunch in the dining-room for nearly an hour, and had sauntered into the hall and knocked about the billiard balls, and then stood together at the open doors of a conservatory. But Lady Baldock, or Miss Borum, had always been there. Nothing could be more pleasant than Miss Effingham's words, or more familiar than her manner, to Phineas. She had expressed strong delight at his success in getting a seat in Parliament, and had talked to him about the Kennedys as though they had created some special bond of union between her and Phineas, which ought to make them intimate. But for all that, she could not be got to separate herself from Lady Baldock, and when she was told that if she meant to ride she must go and dress herself, she went at once. But he thought that he might have a chance on horseback, and after they had been out about a half an hour, chance did favour him. For a while he rode behind with the carriage, calculating that by his so doing the Earl would be put off his guard, and would be disposed after a while to change places with him. And so it fell out. At a certain fall of ground in the park, where the road turned round and crossed a bridge over the little river, the carriage came up with the first 2 horses, and Lady Baldock spoke a word to the Earl. Then Violet pulled up, allowing the vehicle to pass the bridge first, and in this way she and Phineas were brought together, and in this way they rode on. But he was aware that he must greatly increase the distance between them and the others of their party before he could dare to plead his suit, and even were that done he felt that he would not know how to plead it on horseback. They had gone some half-mile in this way when they reached a spot on which a green ride led away from the main road through the trees to the left. "You remember this place, do you not?" said Violet. Phineas declared that he remembered it well. "I must go round to the woodman's cottage. You won't mind coming?" Phineas said that he would not mind, and trotted on to tell them in the carriage. "Where is she going?" asked Lady Baldock, and then, when Phineas explained, she begged the Earl to go back to Violet. The Earl, feeling the absurdity of it, declared that Violet knew her way very well herself, and thus Phineas got the opportunity. They rode on almost without speaking for nearly a mile, cantering through the trees, and then they took another turn to the right and came upon the cottage. They rode to the door and spoke a word or two to the woman there, and then passed on. "I always come here when I'm at Saulsby," said Violet, "that I may teach myself to think kindly of Lord Chiltern." "I understand it all," said Phineas. "He used to be so nice, and is so still, I believe, only that he has taught himself to be so rough. Will he ever change, do you think?" Phineas knew that in this emergency it was his especial duty to be honest. "I think he would be changed altogether if we could bring him here, so that he should live among his friends." "Do you think he would?" "We must put our heads together and do it. Don't you think that it is to be done?" Phineas replied that he thought it was to be done. "I'll tell you the truth at once, Miss Effingham," he said. "You can do it by a single word." "Yes, yes," she said, "but I do not mean that. Without that, it is absurd, you know, that a father should make such a condition as that." Phineas said that he thought it was absurd, and then they rode on again, cantering through the wood. He had been bold to speak to her about Lord Chiltern as he had done, and she had answered just as he would have wished to be answered. But how could he press his suit for himself while she was cantering by his side? Presently they came to rough ground over which they were forced to walk, and he was close by her side. "Mr. Finn," she said, "I wonder whether I may ask a question." "Any question," he replied. "Is there a quarrel between you and Lady Laura?" "None." "Or between you and him?" "No, none. We are greater allies than ever." "Then why are you not going to be at Loughlinter? She has written me expressly saying that you would not be there." He paused a moment before he replied. "Did not suit," he said at last. "It is a secret, then?" "Yes, it is a secret. You are not angry with me?" "Angry? No." "It is not a secret of my own, or I should not keep it from you." "Perhaps I can guess it," she said, "but I will not try. I will not even think of it. The cause, whatever it be, has been full of sorrow to me. I would have given my left hand to be at Loughlinter this autumn." "Are you so fond of it?" "I should have been staying there with you," he said. He paused, and for a moment there was no word spoken by either of them. But he could perceive that the hand in which she held her whip was playing with her horse's mane with a nervous movement. "When I found how it must be, and that I must miss you, I rushed down here that I might see you for a moment, and now I am here, I do not dare to speak to you of myself." They were now beyond the rocks, and Violet, without speaking a word, again put her horse into a trot. He was by her side in a moment, but he could not see her face. "Have you not a word to say to me?" he asked. "No, no, no," she replied, "not a word when you speak to me like that. There is the carriage. Come, we will join them." Then she cantered on, and he followed her till they reached the Earl and Lady Baldock and Miss Boreham. "I have done my devotions now," said Miss Effingham, "and I am ready to return to ordinary life." Phineas could not find another moment in which to speak to her, though he spent the evening with her, and stood over her as she sang at the Earl's request, and pressed her hand as she went to bed, and was up to see her start in the morning. He could not draw from her either a word or a look. End of chapter 34. Recording by Bob Sage. Chapter 35 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Mr. Monk upon Reform. Phineas Finn went to Ireland immediately after his return from Saulsby, having said nothing further to Violet Effingham, and having heard nothing further from her than that what is recorded in the last chapter. He felt very keenly that his position was unsatisfactory, and brooded over it all the autumn and early winter, but he could form no plan for improving it. A dozen times he thought of writing to Miss Effingham and asking for an explicit answer. He could not, however, bring himself to write the letter, thinking that written expressions of love are always weak and vapid, and deterred also by a conviction that Violet, if driven to reply in writing, would undoubtedly reply by a refusal. 50 times he wrote again in his imagination his ride in Saulsby Wood, and told himself as often that the siren's answer to him, her no, 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 had been, of all possible answers, the most indefinite and provoking. The tone of her voice as she galloped away from him, the bearing of her countenance when he rejoined her, her manner to him when he saw her start from the castle in the morning, all forbade him to believe that his words to her had been taken as an offence. She had replied to him with a direct negative, simply with the word no, but she had so said it there had hardly been any sting in the no, and he had known at the moment that whatever might be the result of his suit, he need not regard Violet Effingham as his enemy. But the doubt made his sojourn in Ireland very wearisome to him, and there were other matters which tended also to his discomfort, though he was not left even at this period of his life without a continuation of success which seemed to be very wonderful. And first I will say a word of his discomfort. He heard not a line from Lord Chiltern in answer to the letter which he had written to his lordship. From Lady Laura he did hear frequently. Lady Laura wrote to him exactly as though she had never warned him away from Loughlinter, and as though there had been no occasion for such warning. She sent him letters filled chiefly with politics, saying something also of the guests at Loughlinter, something of the game, and just a word or two here and there of her husband. The letters were very good letters, and he preserved them carefully. It was manifest to him that they were intended to be good letters, and as such to be preserved. In one of these, which he received about the end of November, she told him that her brother was again in his old haunt at the Willingford Bull, and that he had sent to Portman Square for all property of his own that had been left there. But there was no word in that letter of Violet Effingham, and though Lady Laura did speak more than once of Violet, she always did so as though Violet were simply a joint acquaintance of herself and her correspondent. There was no allusion to the existence of any special regard on his part for Miss Effingham. He had thought that Violet might probably tell her friend what had occurred at Saulsby, but if she did so, Lady Laura was happy in her powers of reticence. Our hero was disturbed also when he reached home by finding that Mrs. Flood-Jones and Miss Flood-Jones had retired from Killaloe for the winter. I do not know whether he might not have been more disturbed by the presence of the young lady, for he would have found himself constrained to exhibit toward her some tenderness of manner, and any such tenderness of manner would, in his existing circumstances, have been dangerous. But he was made to understand that Mary Flood-Jones had been taken away from Killaloe because it was thought that he had ill-treated the lady, and the accusation made him unhappy. In the middle of the heat of the last session he had received a letter from his sister, in which some pushing questions had been asked as to his then existing feeling about poor Mary. This he had answered petulantly. Nothing more had been written to him about Miss Jones, and nothing was said to him when he reached home. He could not, however, but ask after Mary, and when he did ask, the accusation was made again, in that quietly severe manner with which, perhaps, most of us have been acquainted at some period of our lives. "I think, Phineas," said his sister,
we had better say nothing about dear Mary. She is not here at present, and probably you may not see her while you remain with us." "What's all that about?" Phineas had demanded, understanding the whole matter thoroughly. Then his sister had demurely refused to say a word further on the subject, and not a word further was said about Miss Mary Flood Jones. They were at Floodborough, living, he did not doubt, in a very desolate way, and quite willing, he did not doubt also, to abandon their desolation if he would go over there in the manner that would become him after what had passed on one or two occasions between him and the young lady. But how was he to do this with such work on his hands as he had undertaken? Now that he was in Ireland, he thought that he did love dear Mary very dearly. He felt that he had two identities, that he was, as it were, two separate persons, and that he could, without any real faithlessness, be very much in love with Violet Effingham in his position of man of fashion and member of Parliament in England, and also warmly attached to dear little Mary Flood Jones as an Irishman of Killaloe. He was aware, however, that there was a prejudice against such fullness of heart, and therefore resolved sternly that it was his duty to be constant to Miss Effingham. How was it possible that he should marry dear Mary, he with such extensive jobs of work on his hands? It was not possible. He must abandon all thought of making dear Mary his own. No doubt they had been right to remove her, but still, as he took his solitary walks along the Shannon and up on the hills that overhung the lake above the town, he felt somewhat ashamed of himself, and dreamed of giving up Parliament, of leaving Violet to some noble suitor, to Lord Chiltern if she would take him, and of going to Floodborough with an honest proposal that he should be allowed to press Mary to his heart. Miss Effingham would probably reject him at last, whereas Mary, dear Mary, would come to his heart without a scruple of doubt. Dear Mary! In these days of dreaming he told himself that, after all, dear Mary was his real love. But of course such days were days of dreaming only. He had letters in his pocket from Lady Laura Kennedy which made it impossible for him to think in earnest of giving up Parliament. And then there came a wonderful piece of luck in his way. There lived, or had lived, in the town of Galway, a very eccentric old lady, one Miss Marion Percy, who was the aunt of Mrs. Finn, the mother of our hero. With this lady Dr. Finn had quarrelled persistently ever since his marriage, because the lady had expressed her wish to interfere in the management of his family, offering to purchase such right by favourable arrangements in reference to her will. This the doctor had resented, and there had been quarrels. Miss Percy was not a very rich old lady, but she thought a good deal of her own money, and now she died, leaving £3,000 to her nephew, Phineas Finn. Another sum of about equal amount she bequeathed to a Roman Catholic seminary, and thus, with her worldly wealth divided, "She couldn't have done better with it," said the old doctor, "and as far as we are concerned, the windfall is the more pleasant as being wholly unexpected." In these days the doctor was undoubtedly gratified by his son's success in life, and never said much about the law. Phineas, in truth, did do some work during the autumn, reading blue books, reading law books, reading perhaps a novel or two at the same time, but shutting himself up very carefully as he studied, so that his sisters were made to understand that for a certain 4 hours in the day not a sound was to be allowed to disturb him. On the receipt of his legacy he at once offered to repay his father all money that had been advanced him over and above his original allowance, but this the doctor refused to take. "It comes to the same thing, Phineas," he said. "What you have of your share now you can't have hereafter. As regards my present income, it has only made me work a little longer than I had intended, and I believe that the later in life a man works, the more likely he is to live. Phineas, therefore, when he returned to London, had his £3,000 in his pocket. He owed some £500, and the remainder he would, of course, invest. There had been some talk of an autumnal session, but Mr. Mildmay's decision had at last been against it. Who cannot understand that such would be the decision of any minister to whom was left the slightest fraction of free will in the matter? Why should any minister court the danger of unnecessary attack, submit himself to unnecessary work, and incur the odium of summoning all his friends from their rest? In the midst of the doubts as to the new and old ministry, when the political need was vacillating so tremulously on its pivot, pointing now to one set of men as the coming government, and then to another, vague suggestions as to an autumn session might be useful, and they were thrown out in all good faith. Mr. Mildmay, when he spoke on the subject to the Duke, was earnest in thinking that the question of reform should not be postponed, even for 6 months. "Don't pledge yourself," said the Duke, and Mr. Mildmay did not pledge himself. Afterwards, when Mr. Mildmay found that he was once more assuredly Prime Minister, he changed his mind, and felt himself to be under a fresh obligation to the Duke. Lord the Terrier had altogether failed, and the country might very well wait till February. The country did wait till February, somewhat to the disappointment of Phineas Finn, who had become tired of blue books at Killaloe. The difference between his English life and his life at home was so great that it was hardly possible that he should not become weary of the latter. He did become weary of it, but strove gallantly to hide his weariness from his father and mother. At this time the world was talking much about reform, though Mr. Mildmay had become placidly patient. The feeling was growing, and Mr. Turnbull, with all his friends, was doing all he could to make it grow fast. There was a certain amount of excitement on the subject, but the excitement had grown downwards, from the leaders to the people, from the self-instituted leaders of popular politics down, by means of the press, to the ranks of working men, instead of growing upwards from the dissatisfaction of the masses, till it expressed itself by this mouthpiece and that, chosen by the people themselves. There was no strong throb through the country, making men feel that safety was to be had by reform, and could not be had without reform. But there was an understanding that the press and the orators were too strong to be ignored, and that some new measure of reform must be conceded to them. The sooner the concession was made, the less it might be necessary to concede. All men of all parties were agreed on this point. That reform was in itself odious to many of those who spoke of it freely, who offered themselves willingly to be its promoters, was acknowledged. It was not only odious to Lord de Terrier and to most of those who worked with him, but it was equally so to many of Mr. Mildmay's most constant supporters. The Duke had no wish for reform. Indeed, it is hard to suppose that such a Duke can wish for any change in a state of things that must seem to him to be so salutary. Workmen were getting full wages, farmers were paying their rent, capitalists by the dozen were creating capitalists by the hundreds. Nothing was wrong in the country but the over-dominant spirit of speculative commerce, and there was nothing in reform to check that. Why should the Duke want reform? As for such men as Lord Brentford, Sir Harry Coldfoot, Lord Plinlimmon, and Mr. Ledge Wilson, it was known to all men that they advocated reform as we all of us advocate doctors. Some amount of doctoring is necessary for us. We may hardly hope to avoid it, but let us have as little of the doctor as possible. Mr. Turnbull and the cheap press and the rising spirit of the loudest among the people made it manifest that something must be conceded. Let us be generous in our concession. That was now the doctrine of many, perhaps of most, of the leading politicians of the day. Let us be generous. Let us, at any rate, seem to be generous. Let us give with an open hand, but still with a hand which, though open, shall not bestow too much. The coach must be allowed to run down the hill. Indeed, unless the coach goes on running, no journey will be made. But let us have the drag on both the hind wheels, and we must remember that coaches running downhill without drags are apt to come to serious misfortune. But there were men, even in the cabinet, who had other ideas of public service than that of dragging the wheels of the coach. Mr. Gresham was in earnest. Plantagenet Palliser was in earnest. That exceedingly intelligent young nobleman, Lord Cantrip, was in earnest. Mr. Mildmay threw, perhaps, as much of the earnestness into the matter as was compatible with his age, and his full appreciation of the manner in which the present cry of reform had been aroused. He was thoroughly honest, thoroughly patriotic, and thoroughly ambitious that he should be written of hereafter as one who, in the end of a long life, had worked sedulously for the welfare of the people. But he disbelieved in Mr. Turnbull, and in the bottom of his heart indulged in aristocratic contempt for the penny press. And there was no man in England more in earnest, more truly desirous of reform than Mr. Monk. It was his great political idea that political advantages should be extended to the people, whether the people clamoured for them or did not clamour for them, even whether they desired them or did not desire them. You do not ask a child whether he would like to learn his lesson, he would say. At any rate, you do not wait till he cries for his book. When, therefore, men said to him that there was no earnestness in the cry for reform, that the cry was a false cry, got up for factious purposes by interested persons, he would reply that the thing to be done should not be done in obedience to any cry, but because it was demanded by justice, and was a debt due to the people. Our hero in the autumn had written to Mr. Monk on the politics of the moment, and the following had been Mr. Monk's reply. Longroyston, October 12th, 1860. My dear Finn, I am staying here with the Duke and Duchess of St. Bungay. The house is very full, and Mr. Mildmay was here last week. But as I don't shoot, and can't play billiards, and have no taste for charades, I am becoming tired of the gaieties, and shall leave them tomorrow. Of course you know that we are not to have the autumn session. I think that Mr. Mildmay is right. Could we have been sure of passing our measure, it would have been very well. But he could not have been sure, and the failure with our bill in a session convened for the express purpose of passing it would have injured the cause greatly. We could hardly have gone on with it again in the spring. Indeed, we must have resigned. And though I may truly say that I would as lief have a good measure from the Lord de Terrier as from Mr. Mildmay, and that I am indifferent to my own present personal position, still, I think that we should endeavour to keep our seats as long as we honestly believe ourselves to be more capable of passing a good measure than our opponents. I am astonished by the difference of opinion which exists about reform, not only as to the difference in the extent and exact tendency of the measure that is needed, but that there should be such a divergence of ideas as to the grand thing to be done, and the grand reason for doing it. We are all agreed that we want reform in order that the House of Commons may be returned by a larger proportion of the people than is at present employed upon that work, and that each member, when returned, should represent a somewhat more equal section of the whole constituencies of the country than our members generally do at present. All men confess that a £50 county franchise must be too high, and that a borough with less than 200 registered voters must be wrong. But it seems to me that but few among us perceive, or at any rate acknowledge, the real reasons for changing these things and reforming what is wrong without delay. One great authority told us the other day that the sole object of legislation on this subject should be to get together the best possible 658 members of Parliament. That, to me, would be a most repulsive idea, if it were not that by its very vagueness it becomes inoperative. Who shall say what is best, or what characteristic constitutes excellence in a member of Parliament? If the gentleman means excellence in general wisdom, or in statecraft, or in skill in talking, or in private character, or even excellence in patriotism, then I say that he is utterly wrong, and has never touched with his intellect the true theory of representation. One only excellence may be acknowledged, and that is the excellence of likeness. As a portrait should be like the person portrayed, so should a representative house be like the people whom it represents. Nor in arranging a franchise does it seem to me that we have the right to regard any other view. If a country be unfit for representative government, and it may be that there are still peoples unable to use properly the greatest of all blessings, the question as to what state policy may be best for them is a different question. But if we do have representation, let the representative assembly be like the people, whatever else may be its virtues, and whatever else its vices. Another great authority has told us that our House of Commons should be the mirror of the people. I say not its mirror, but its miniature, and let the artist be careful to put in every line of the expression of that ever-moving face. To do this is a great work, and the artist must know his trade well. In America the work has been done with so coarse a hand that nothing is shown in the picture but the broad, plain, unspeaking outline of the face. As you look from the represented to the representation, you cannot but acknowledge the likeness, but there is in that portrait more of the body than of the mind. The true portrait should represent more than the body. With us, hitherto, there have been snatches of the countenance of the nation which have been inimitable, a turn of the eye here, and a curl of the lip there, which have seemed to denote a power almost divine. There have been marvels on the canvas, so beautiful that one approaches the work of remodeling it with awe. But not only is the picture imperfect, a thing of snatches, but with years it becomes less and still less like its original. The necessity for remodeling it is imperative, and we shall be cowards if we decline the work. But let us be specially careful to retain as much as possible of those lines which we all acknowledge to be so faithfully representative of our nation. To give to a bare numerical majority of the people that power which the numerical majority has in the United States would not be to achieve representation. The nation as it now exists would not be known by such a portrait, but neither can it now be known by that which exists. It seems to me that they who are adverse to change, looking back with an unmeasured respect on what our old parliaments have done for us, ignore the majestic growth of the English people, and forget the present in their worship of the past. They think that we must be what we were, at any rate what we were 30 years since. They have not, perhaps, gone into the houses of artisans, or if there, they have not looked into the breasts of the men. With population, vice has increased, and these politicians, with ears but no eyes, hear of drunkenness and sin and ignorance, and then they declare to themselves that this wicked, half-barbarous, idle people should be controlled and not represented. A wicked, half-barbarous, idle people may be controlled, but not a people thoughtful, educated, and industrious. We must look to it that we do not endeavor to carry our control beyond the wickedness and the barbarity, and that we be ready to submit to control from thoughtfulness and industry. I hope we shall find you helping at the good work early in the spring. Yours always faithfully, Joshua Monk. Phineas was up in London before the end of January, but did not find there many of those whom he wished to see. Mr. Lowe was there, and to him he showed Mr. Monk's letter, thinking that it must be convincing even to Mr. Lowe. This he did in Mrs. Lowe's drawing-room, knowing that Mrs. Lowe would also condescend to discuss politics on an occasion. He had dined with them, and they had been glad to see him, and Mrs. Lowe had been less severe than hitherto against the great sin of her husband's late pupil. She had condescended to congratulate him on becoming member for an English borough instead of an Irish one, and had asked him questions about Saulsby Castle. But nevertheless Mr. Monk's letter was not received with that respectful admiration which Phineas thought that it deserved. Phineas, foolishly, had read it out loud, so that the attack came upon him simultaneously from the husband and from the wife. "It is just the usual claptrap," said Mr. Lowe, "only put into language somewhat more grandiloquent than usual." "Claptrap?" said Phineas. "It's what I call downright radical nonsense," said Mrs. Lowe, nodding her head energetically. "Portrait, indeed! Why should we want to have a portrait of ignorance and ugliness? What we all want is to have things quiet and orderly." "Then you'd better have a paternal government at once," said Phineas. "Just so," said Mr. Lowe. "Only that what you call a paternal government is not always quiet and orderly. National order I take to be submission to the law. I should not think it quiet and orderly if I was sent to Cayenne without being brought before a jury." "But such a man as you would not be sent to Cayenne," said Phineas. "My next-door neighbour might be, which would be almost as bad. Let him be sent to Cayenne if he deserves it, but let a jury say that he has deserved it. My idea of government is this, that we want to be governed by law and not by caprice, and that we must have a legislature to make our laws. If I thought Parliament, as at present established, made the laws badly, I would desire a change, but I doubt whether we shall have them better from any change in Parliament which reform will give us." "Of course not," said Mrs. Lowe. "But we shall have a lot of beggars put on horseback, and we all know where they ride to." Then Phineas became aware that it is not easy to convince any man or any woman on a point of politics, not even though he who argues may have an eloquent letter from a philosophical cabinet minister in his pocket to assist him. End of chapter 35. Recording by Bob Sage.
Chapter 36 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 36. Phineas Finn makes progress. February was far advanced, and the new Reform Bill had already been brought forward, before Lady Laura Kennedy came up to town. Phineas had of course seen Mr. Kennedy, and had heard from him tidings of his wife. She was at Saulsby with Lady Baldock and Miss Boreham and Violet Effingham, but was to be in London soon. Mr. Kennedy, as it appeared, did not quite know when he was to expect his wife, and Phineas thought that he could perceive from the tone of the husband's voice that something was amiss. He could not, however, ask any questions excepting such as referred to the expected arrival. Was Miss Effingham to come to London with Lady Laura? Mr. Kennedy believed that Miss Effingham would be up before Easter, but he did not know whether she would come with his wife. "Women," he said, "are so fond of mystery that one can never quite know what they intend to do." He corrected himself at once, however, perceiving that he had seemed to say something against his wife, and explained that his general accusation against the sex was not intended to apply to Lady Laura. This, however, he did so awkwardly as to strengthen the feeling with Phineas that something assuredly was wrong. "Miss Effingham," said Mr. Kennedy, "never seems to know her own mind." "I suppose she is like other beautiful girls who are petted on all sides," said Phineas. "As for her beauty, I don't think much of it," said Mr. Kennedy, "and as for petting, I do not understand it in reference to grown persons. Children may be petted, and dogs. though that is too bad. But what you call petting for grown persons is, I think, frivolous and almost indecent." Phineas could not help thinking of Lord Chiltern's opinion that it would have been wise to have left Mr. Kennedy in the hands of the garotters. The debate on the second reading of the bill was to be commenced on the 1st of March, and 2 days before that Lady Laura arrived in Grosvenor Place. Phineas got a note from her in 3 words to say that she was at home and would see him if he called on Sunday afternoon. The Sunday to which she alluded was the last day of February. Phineas was now more certain than ever that something was wrong. Had there been nothing wrong between Lady Laura and her husband, she would not have rebelled against him by asking visitors to the house on a Sunday. He had nothing to do with that, however, and of course he did as he was desired. He called on the Sunday, and found Mrs. Bonteen sitting with Lady Laura. "I am just in time for the debate," said Lady Laura, when the first greeting was over. "You don't mean to say that you intend to sit it out?" said Mrs. Bonteen. "Every word of it, unless I lose my seat. What else is there to be done at present?" "But the place they give us is so unpleasant," said Mrs. Bonteen. "There are worse places even than the ladies' gallery," said Lady Laura, "and perhaps it is as well to make oneself used to inconveniences of all kinds. You will speak, Mr. Finn?" "I intend to do so." "Of course you will. The great speeches will be Mr. Gresham's, Mr. Daubeny's, and Mr. Monk's." "Mr. Palliser intends to be very strong," said Mrs. Bonteen. "A man cannot be strong or not as he likes it," said Lady Laura. "Mr. Palliser I believe to be a most useful man, but he never can become an orator. He is of the same class as Mr. Kennedy, only of course higher in the class." "We all look forward for a great speech from Mr. Kennedy," said Mrs. Bonteen. "I have not the slightest idea whether he will open his lips," said Lady Laura. Immediately after that Mrs. Bonteen took her leave. "I hate that woman like poison," continued Lady Laura. "She is always playing a game, and it is such a small game that she plays. And she contributes so little to society. She is not witty, nor well-informed, not even sufficiently ignorant or ridiculous to be a laughing-stock. One gets nothing from her, and yet she has made her footing good in the world." "I thought she was a friend of yours." "You did not think so. You could not have thought so. How can you bring such an accusation against me, knowing me as you do? But never mind Mrs. Bonteen now. On what day shall you speak?" "On Tuesday, if I can." "I suppose you can arrange it?" "I shall endeavour to do so as far as any arrangement can go." "We shall carry the second reading?" said Lady Laura. "Yes," said Phineas, "I think we shall, but by the votes of men who are determined so to pull the bill to pieces in committee that its own parents will not know it. I doubt whether Mr. Mildmay will have the temper to stand it." "They tell me that Mr. Mildmay will abandon the custody of the bill to Mr. Gresham after his first speech." "I don't know that Mr. Gresham's temper is more enduring than Mr. Mildmay's," said Phineas. "Well, we shall see. My own impression is that nothing would save the country so effectually at the present moment as the removal of Mr. Turnbull to a higher and better sphere." "Let us say the House of Lords," said Phineas. "God forbid!" said Lady Laura. Phineas sat there for half an hour, and then got up to go, having spoken no word on any other subject than that of politics. He longed to ask after Violet. He longed to make some inquiry respecting Lord Chiltern, and to tell the truth, he felt painfully curious to hear Lady Laura say something about her own herself. He could not but remember what had been said between them up over the waterfall, and how he had been warned not to return to Loughlinter. And then again, did Lady Laura know anything of what had passed between him and Violet? "Where is your brother?" he said as he rose from his chair. "Oswald is in London. He was here not an hour before you came in." "Where is he staying?" "At Moroni's. He goes down on Tuesday, I think, to see his father tomorrow morning." "By agreement?" "Oh, yes, by agreement. There is a new trouble about money that they think to be due to me. But I cannot tell you all now. There have been some words between Mr. Kennedy and Papa, but I won't talk about it. You would find Oswald at Moroni's at any hour before 11 tomorrow." "Did he say anything about me?" asked Phineas. "We mentioned your name, certainly." "I do not ask from vanity, but I want to know whether he is angry with me." "Angry with you? Not in the least. I'll tell you just what he said. He said he should not wish to live even with you, but that he would sooner try it with you than with any man he ever knew. He had got a letter from me? He did not say so, but he did not say he had not. I will see him tomorrow if I can. And then Phineas prepared to go. One word, Mr. Finn, said Lady Laura, hardly looking him in the face, and yet making an effort to do so. I wish you to forget what I said to you at Loughlinter. It shall be as though it were forgotten, said Phineas. Let it be absolutely forgotten. In such a case a man is bound to do all that a woman asks him, and no man has a truer spirit of chivalry than yourself. That is all. Look in when you can. I will not ask you to dine here as yet, because we are so frightfully dull. Do your best on Tuesday, and then let us see you on Wednesday. Good-bye. Phineas, as he walked across the park towards his club, made up his mind that he would forget the scene by the waterfall. He had never quite known what it had meant, and he would wipe it away from his mind altogether. He acknowledged to himself that chivalry did demand of him that he should never allow himself to think of Lady Laura's rash words to him. That she was not happy with her husband was very clear to him, but that was altogether another affair. She might be unhappy with her husband without indulging any guilty love. He had never thought it possible that she could be happy living with such a husband as Mr. Kennedy. All that, however, was now past remedy, and she must simply endure the mode of life which she had prepared for herself. There were other men and women in London tied together for better and worse, in reference to whose union their friends knew that there would be no better, that it must all be worse. Lady Laura must bear it, as it was borne by many another married woman. On the Monday morning, Phineas called at Moroni's Hotel at 10 o'clock, but in spite of Lady Laura's assurance to the contrary, he found that Lord Chiltern was out. He had felt some palpitation of the heart as he made his inquiry, knowing well the fiery nature of the man he expected to see. It might be that there would be some actual personal conflict between him and this half-mad lord before he got back again into the street. What Lady Laura had said about her brother did not, in the estimation of Phineas, make this at all the least probable. The half-mad lord was so singular in his ways that it might well be that he should speak handsomely of a rival behind his back, and yet take him by the throat as soon as they were together face to face. And yet, as Phineas thought, it was necessary that he should see the half-mad lord. He had written a letter to which he had received no reply, and he considered it to be incumbent on him to ask whether it had been received, and whether any answer to it was intended to be given. He went, therefore, to Lord Chiltern at once, as I have said, with some feeling at his heart that there might be violence, at any rate of words, before he should find himself again in the street. But Lord Chiltern was not there. All that the porter knew was that Lord Chiltern intended to leave the house on the following morning. Then Phineas wrote a note, and left it with the porter. Dear Chiltern, I particularly wanted to see you with reference to a letter I wrote to you last summer. I must be in the house to-day from 4 till the debate is over. I'll be at the Reform Club from 2 till 3:30, and will come if you will send for me, or I will meet you anywhere at any hour tomorrow morning. Yours always, P.F. No message came to him at the Reform Club, and he was in his seat in the House by 4 o'clock. During the debate a note was brought to him which ran as follows. I've got your letter this moment. Of course we must meet. I hunt on Tuesday and go down by the early train, but I'll come to town on Wednesday. We shall require to be private, and I will therefore be at your rooms at 1 o'clock on that day. C. Phineas at once perceived that the note was a hostile note, written in an angry spirit, written to one whom the writer did not at the moment acknowledge to be his friend. This was certainly the case, whatever Lord Chiltern may have said to his sister as to his friendship for Phineas. Phineas crushed the note into his pocket, and of course determined that he would be in his rooms at the hour named. The debate was opened by a speech from Mr. Mildmay, in which that gentleman at great length and with much perspicuity explained his notion of that measure of parliamentary reform which he thought to be necessary. He was listened to with the greatest attention to the close, and perhaps at the end of his speech with more attention than usual, as there had gone abroad a rumour that the Prime Minister intended to declare that this would be the last effort of his life in that course. But if he ever intended to utter such a pledge, his heart misgave him when the time came for uttering it. He merely said that as the management of the bill in committee would be an affair of much labour, and probably spread over many nights, he would be assisted in his work by his colleagues, and especially by his right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. It was then understood that Mr. Gresham would take the lead should the bill go into committee, but it was understood also that no resignation of leadership had been made by Mr. Mildmay. The measure now proposed to the House was very much the same as that which had been brought forward in the last session. The existing theory of British representation was not to be changed, but the actual practice was to be brought nearer to the ideal theory. The ideas of manhood suffrage and of electoral districts were to be as for ever removed from the bulwarks of the British Constitution. There were to be counties with agricultural constituencies, purposely arranged to be purely agricultural whenever the nature of the counties would admit of its being so. No artificer at reform, let him be Conservative or Liberal, can make Middlesex or Lancashire agricultural, but Wiltshire and Suffolk were to be preserved inviolable to the plough, and the apples of Derbyshire were still to have their sway. Every town in the three kingdoms with a certain population was to have 2 members, but here there was much room for cavil, as all knew would be the case. Who shall say what is a town, or where shall be its limits? Bits of counties might be borrowed so as to lessen the conservatism of the county without endangering the liberalism of the borough. And then there were the boroughs with 1 member, and then the groups of little boroughs. In the discussion of any such arrangement, how easy is the picking of holes, how impossible the fabrication of a garment that shall be impervious to such picking. Then again, there was that great question of the ballot. On that there was to be no mistake. Mr. Mildmay again pledged himself to disappear from the Treasury bench should any motion, clause, or resolution be carried by that House in favour of the ballot. He spoke for 3 hours, and then left the carcass of his bill to be fought for by the opposing armies. No reader of these pages will desire that the speeches in the debate should be even indicated. It soon became known that the Conservatives would not divide the House against the second reading of the bill. They declared, however, very plainly, their intention of so altering the clauses of the bill in committee, or at least of attempting so to do, as to make the bill their bill rather than the bill of their opponents. To this Mr. Palliser replied that as long as nothing vital was touched, the government would only be too happy to oblige their friends opposite. If anything vital were touched, the government could only fall back upon their friends on that side. And in this way men were very civil to each other. But Mr. Turnbull, who opened the debate on the Tuesday, thundered out an assurance to gods and men that he would divide the House on the second reading of the bill itself. He did not doubt but there were many good men and true to go with him into the lobby, but into the lobby he would go if he had no more than a single friend to support him. And he warned the Sovereign, and he warned the House, and he warned the people of England that the measure of reform now proposed by a so-called Liberal minister was a measure prepared in concert with the ancient enemies of the people. He was very loud, very angry, and quite successful in hallooing down sundry attempts which were made to interrupt him. "I find," he said, "that there are many members here who do not know me yet. Young members, probably, who are green from the waste lands and roadsides of private life. They will know me soon, and then, maybe, there will be less of this foolish noise, less of this elongation of unnecessary necks. Our Rome must be aroused to a sense of its danger by other voices than these." He was called to order, but he was ruled that it had not been out of order, and he was very triumphant. Mr. Monk answered him, and it was declared afterward that Mr. Monk's speech was one of the finest pieces of oratory that had ever been uttered in that House. He made one remark personal to Mr. Turnbull. "I quite agree with the right honourable gentleman in the chair," he said, when he declared that the honourable member was not out of order just now. "We all of us agree with him, always on such points. The rules of our House have been laid down with the utmost latitude, so that the course of our debates may not be frivolously or too easily interrupted. But a member may do so in order as to incur the displeasure of the House and to merit the reproaches of his countrymen." This little duel gave great life to the debate, but it was said that those two great reformers, Mr. Turnbull and Mr. Monk, could never again meet as friends. In the course of the debate on Tuesday, Phineas got upon his legs. The reader, I trust, will remember that hitherto he had failed altogether as a speaker. On one occasion he had lacked even the spirit to use and deliver an oration which he had prepared. On the second occasion he had broken down, woefully and past all redemption, as said those who were not his friends. Unfortunately, but not past redemption, as said those who were his true friends. After that, once again he had arisen and said a few words which had called for no remark, and had been spoken as though he were in the habit of addressing the House daily. It may be doubted whether there were half a dozen men present now who recognized the fact that this man, who was so well known to so many of them, was now about to make another attempt at a first speech. Phineas himself diligently attempted to forget that such was the case. He prepared for himself a few headings of what he intended to say, and on one or two points had arranged his words. His hope was that even though he should forget the words, he might still be able to cling to the thread of his discourse. When he found himself again upon his legs amidst these crowded seats, for a few moments there came upon him that old sensation of awe. Again things grew dim before his eyes, and again he hardly knew at which end of that long chamber the speaker was sitting. But there arose within him a sudden courage, as soon as the sound of his own voice in that room had made itself intimate to his ear. And after the first few sentences, all fear, all awe, was gone from him. When he read his speech in the report afterwards, he found that he had strayed very wide of his intended course, but he had strayed without tumbling into ditches or falling into sunken pits. He had spoken much from Mr. Monk's letter, but had had the grace to acknowledge whence had come his inspiration. He hardly knew, however, whether he had failed again or not, till Barrington Erle came up to him as they were leaving the house, with his old, easy, pressing manner. "So you've got into form at last," he said. "I always thought that it would come. I never for a moment believed that it would come sooner or later." Phineas Finn answered not a word, but he went home and lay awake all night, triumphant. The verdict of Barrington Erle sufficed to assure him that he had succeeded. End of chapter 36. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 37 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 37. A Rough Encounter. Phineas, when he woke, had two matters to occupy his mind: his success of the previous night, and his coming interview with Lord Chiltern. He stayed at home the whole morning, knowing that nothing could be done before the hour Lord Chiltern had named for his visit. He read every word of the debate, studiously postponing the perusal of his own speech till he should come to it in due order. And then he wrote to his father, commencing his letter as though his writing had no reference to the affairs of the previous night. But he soon found himself compelled to break into some mention of it. "I sent you at times," he said, "in order that you may see that I have had my finger in the pie. I have hitherto abstained from putting myself forward in the House, partly through a base fear for which I despise myself, and partly through a feeling of prudence that a man of my age should not be in a hurry to gather laurels. This is literally true. There has been the fear, and there has been the prudence. My wonder is that I have not incurred more contempt from others because I have been a coward. People have been so kind to me that I must suppose them to have judged me more leniently than I have judged myself." Then, as he was putting up the paper, he looked again at his own speech, and of course read every word of it once more. As he did so, it occurred to him that the reporters had been more than courteous to him. The man who had followed him had been, he thought, at any rate as long-winded as himself, but to this orator less than half a column had been granted. To him had been granted 10 lines in big type, and after that a whole column and a half. Let Lord Chiltern come and do his worst. When it wanted but 20 minutes to 1, and he was beginning to think in what way he had better answer the half-mad lord, should the lord in his wrath be very mad, there came to him a note by the hand of some messenger. He knew at once that it was from Lady Laura, and opened it in hot haste. It was as follows. Dear Mr. Finn, we are all talking about your speech. My father was in the gallery and heard it, and said that he had to thank me for sending you to Loughton. That made me very happy. Mr. Kennedy declares that you were eloquent, but too short. That coming from him is praise indeed. I have seen Barrington, who takes pride to himself that you are his political child. Violet says that it is the only speech she ever read. I was there, and was delighted. I was sure that it was in you to do it. Yours, L.K. I suppose we shall see you after the house is up, but I write this as I shall barely have an opportunity of speaking to you then. I shall be in Portman Square, not at home, from 6 till 7. The moment in which Phineas refolded this note and put it into his breast-coat pocket was, I think, the happiest of his life. Then, before he had withdrawn his hand from his breast, he remembered that what was now about to take place between him and Lord Chiltern would probably be the means of separating him altogether from Lady Laura and her family. Nay, might it not render it necessary that he should abandon the seat in Parliament which had been conferred upon him by the personal kindness of Lord Brentford? Let that be as it might. One thing was clear to him. He would not abandon Violet Effingham till he should be desired to do so in the plainest language by Violet Effingham herself. Looking at his watch, he saw that it was 1 o'clock, and at that moment Lord Chiltern was announced. Phineas went forward immediately with his hand out to meet his visitor. "Chiltern," he said, "I am very glad to see you." But Lord Chiltern did not take his hand. Passing on to the table with his hat still on his head, and with a dark scowl upon his brow, the young lord stood for a few moments perfectly silent. Then he chucked a letter across the table to the spot at which Phineas was standing. Phineas, taking up the letter, perceived that it was that which he, in his great attempt to be honest, had written from the inn at Loughton. "It is my own letter to you," he said. "Yes, it is your letter to me. I received it, oddly enough, together with your own note at Moroni's, on Monday morning. It has been round the world, I suppose, and reached me only then. You must withdraw it." "Withdraw it?" "Yes, sir, withdraw it. As far as I can learn, without asking any question which would have committed myself or the young lady, you have not acted upon it. You have not yet done what you there threatened to do. In that you have been very wise, and there can be no difficulty in your withdrawing the letter." "I certainly shall not withdraw it, Lord Chiltern." "Do you remember what I once told you about myself and Miss Effingham?" This question he asked very slowly, pausing between the words, and looking full into the face of his rival, towards whom he had gradually come nearer. And his countenance, as he did so, was by no means pleasant. The redness of his complexion had become more ruddy than usual. He still wore his hat as though with studied insolence. His right hand was clenched, and there was that look of angry purpose in his eye which no man likes to see in the eye of an antagonist. Phineas was afraid of no violence personal to himself, but he was afraid of what I may perhaps call a row. To be tumbling over the chairs and tables with his late friend and present enemy in Mrs. Bunce's room would be most unpleasant to him. If there were to be blows, he, too, must strike. And he was very averse to strike Lady Laura's brother, Lord Brentford's son, Violet Effingham's friend. If need be, however, he would strike. "I suppose I remember what you mean," said Phineas. "I think you declared that you would quarrel with any man who might presume to address Miss Effingham. Is it that to which you allude?" "It is that," said Lord Chiltern. "I remember what you said very well. If nothing else was to deter me from asking Miss Effingham to be my wife, you will hardly think that that ought to have any weight. The threat had no weight." "It was not spoken as a threat, sir, and that you know as well as I do. It was said from a friend to a friend, as I thought then. But it is not the less true. I wonder what you can think of faith and truth and honesty of purpose when you took advantage of my absence, you, whom I had told 1,000 times that I loved her better than my own soul. You stand before the world as a rising man, and I stand before the world as a man damned. You have been chosen by my father to sit for our family borough, while I am an outcast from his house. You have cabinet ministers for your friends, while I have hardly a decent associate left to me in the world. But I can say of myself that I have never done anything unworthy of a gentleman, while this thing that you are doing is unworthy of the lowest man." "I have done nothing unworthy," said Phineas. "I wrote to you instantly when I had resolved, though it was painful me to have to tell such a secret to anyone." "You wrote?" "Yes, when I was miles distant, weeks, months away. But I did not come here to bullyrag like an old woman. I got your letter only on Monday, and know nothing of what had occurred. Is Miss Effingham to be your wife?" Lord Chiltern had now come quite close to Phineas, and Phineas felt that clenched fist might be in his face in half a moment. Miss Effingham, of course, was not engaged to him, but it seemed to him that if he were now so to declare, such declaration would appear to have been drawn from him by fear. "I ask you," said Lord Chiltern, "in what position you now stand towards Miss Effingham. If you are not a coward, you will tell me." "Whether I tell you or not, you know that I am not a coward," said Phineas. "I shall have to try," said Lord Chiltern. "But if you please, I will ask you for an answer to my question." Phineas paused for a moment, thinking what honesty of purpose and a high spirit would, when combined together, demand of him, and together with these requirements he felt that he was bound to join some feeling of duty towards Miss Effingham. Lord Chiltern was standing there, fiery red, with his hand still clenched and his hat still on, waiting for his answer. "Let me have your question again," said Phineas, "and I will answer it if I find that I can do so without loss of self-respect." "I ask you in what position you stand towards Miss Effingham. Mind, I do not doubt at all, but I choose to have a reply from yourself." "You will remember, of course, that I can only answer to the best of my belief." "Answer to the best of your belief." "I think she regards me as an intimate friend." "Had you said as an indifferent acquaintance, you would, I think, have been nearer the mark. But we will let that be. I presume I may understand that you have given up any idea of changing that position?" "You may understand nothing of the kind, Lord Chiltern." "Why, what hope have you?" "That is another thing. I shall not speak of that, at any rate not to you." "Then, sir—" And now Lord Chiltern advanced another step and raised his hand as though he were about to put it with some form of violence on the person of his rival. "Stop, Chiltern," said Phineas, stepping back, so that there was some article of furniture between him and his adversary. "I do not choose that there should be a riot here." "What do you call a riot, sir? I believe that, after all, you are a poltroon. What I require of you is that you shall meet me. Will you do that?" "You mean to fight?" "Yes, to fight. For what other purpose do you suppose that I can wish to meet you?" Phineas felt at the moment that the fighting of a duel would be destructive to all his political hopes. Few Englishmen fight duels in these days. They who do so are always reckoned to be fools, and a duel between him and Lord Brentford's son must, as he thought, separate him from Violet, from Lady Laura, from Lord Brentford, and from his borough. But yet how could he refuse? "What have you to think of, sir, when such an offer as that is made to you?" said the fiery red lord. I have to think whether I have courage enough to refuse to make myself an ass." "You say that you do not wish to have a riot. That is your way to escape what you call a riot." "You want to bully me, Chiltern." "No, sir, I simply want this, that you should leave me where you found me, and not interfere with that which you have long known I claim as my own." "But it is not your own." "Then you can only fight me." "You had better send some friend to me, and I will name someone whom we shall meet." "Of course I will do that, if I have your promise to meet me. We can be in Belgium in an hour or two, and back again in a few more hours. That is, any one of us who may chance to be alive." "I will select a friend, and will tell him everything, and will then do as he bids me." "Yes, some old steady-going buffer. Mr. Kennedy, perhaps." "It will certainly not be Mr. Kennedy. I shall probably ask Laurence Fitzgibbon to manage for me in such an affair." "Perhaps you will see him at once, then, so that Culpeper may arrange with him this afternoon. And let me assure you, Mr. Finn, that it will be a meeting between us after some fashion, let the ideas of your friend Mr. Fitzgibbon be what they may." Then Lord Chiltern purposed to go, but turned again as he was going. "And remember this," he said, "my complaint is that you have been false to me, damnably false. Not you who have fallen in love with this young lady or with that." Then the fiery red lord opened the door for himself and took his departure. Phineas, as soon as he was alone, walked down to the house at which there was an early sitting. As he went, there was one great question which he had to settle with himself. Was there any justice in the charge made against him that he had been false to his friend? When he had thought over the matter at Saulsby, after rushing down there that he might throw himself at Violet's feet, he had assured himself that such a letter as that which he resolved to write to Lord Chiltern would be even chivalrous in its absolute honesty. He would tell his purpose to Lord Chiltern the moment that his purpose was formed, and would afterwards speak of Lord Chiltern behind his back as one dear friend should speak of another. Had Miss Effingham shown the slightest intention of accepting Lord Chiltern's offer, he would have acknowledged to himself that the circumstances of his position made it impossible that he should, with honour, become his friend's rival. But was he to be debarred for ever from getting that which he wanted, because Lord Chiltern wanted it also, knowing, as he did so well, that Lord Chiltern could not get the thing which he wanted? All this had been quite sufficient for him at Saulsby. But now the charge against him that he had been false to his friend rang in his ears and made him unhappy. It certainly was true that Lord Chiltern had not given up his hopes, and that he had spoken probably more openly to Phineas respecting them than he had done to any other human being. If it was true that he had been false, then he must comply with any requisition which Lord Chiltern might make, short of voluntarily giving up the lady. He might fight if he were asked to do so, even though fighting were his ruin. When again in the house, yesterday's scene came back upon him, and more than one man came to him congratulating him. Mr. Monk took his hand and spoke a word to him. The old Premier nodded to him. Mr. Gresham greeted him, and Plantagenet Palliser openly told him that he had made a good speech. How sweet would all this have been, had there not been ever at his heart the remembrance of his terrible difficulty, the consciousness that he was about to be forced into an absurdity which would put an end to all this sweetness. Why was the world in England so severe against duelling? After all, as he regarded the matter now, a duel might be the best way, nay, the only way out of a difficulty. If he might only be allowed to go out with Lord Chiltern, the whole thing might be arranged. If he were not shot, he might carry on his suit with Miss Effingham unfettered by any impediment on that side. And if he were shot, what matter was that to anyone but himself? Why should the world be so thin-skinned, so foolishly chary of human life? Laurence Fitzgibbon did not come to the house, and Phineas looked for him at both the clubs which he frequented, leaving a note at each as he did not find him. He also left a note for him at his lodgings in Duke Street. "I must see you this evening. I shall dine at the Reform Club. Pray come there." After that Phineas went up to Portman Square in accordance with the instructions received from Lady Laura. There he saw Violet Effingham, meeting her for the first time since he had parted from her on the great steps at Saulsby. Of course he spoke to her, and of course she was gracious to him. But her graciousness was only a smile, and his speech was only a word. There were many in the room, but not enough to make privacy possible, as it becomes possible at a crowded evening meeting. Lord Brentford was there, and then the Bonteens and Barrington Erle and Lady Glencora Palliser and Lord Cantrip with his young wife. It was manifestly a meeting of liberals, semi-social and semi-political, so arranged that ladies might feel that some interest in politics was allowed to them, and perhaps some influence also. Afterwards Mr. Palliser himself came in. Phineas, however, was most struck by finding that Laurence Fitzgibbon was there, and that Mr. Kennedy was not. In regard to Mr. Kennedy, he was quite sure that had such a meeting taken place before Lady Laura's marriage, Mr. Kennedy would have been present. "I must speak to you as we go away," said Phineas, whispering a word into Fitzgibbon's ear. "I've been leaving notes for you all about the town." "Not a duel, I hope," said Fitzgibbon. How pleasant it was, that meeting, or would have been, had there not been that nightmare on his breast. They all talked as though there were perfect accord between them and perfect confidence. There were there great men, cabinet ministers, and beautiful women, the wives and daughters of some of England's highest nobles. And Phineas Finn, throwing back now and again a thought to Killaloe, found himself among them as one of themselves. How could any Mr. Lowe say that he was wrong? On a sofa near to him, so that he could almost touch her foot with his, was sitting Violet Effingham, and as he leaned over from his chair discussing some point in Mr. Mildmay's bill with that most inveterate politician, Lady Glencora, Violet looked into his face and smiled. Oh, heavens! If Lord Chiltern and he might only toss up as to which of them should go to Patagonia and remain there for the next 10 years, and which should have Violet Effingham for a wife in London. "Come along, Phineas, if you mean to come," said Laurence Fitzgibbon. Phineas was of course bound to go, though Lady Glencora was still talking radicalism, and Violet Effingham was still smiling ineffably. End of chapter 37. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 38 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 38. The Duel. "I knew it was a duel. Bedad I did," said Laurence Fitzgibbon. Phineas had half told his story. "I was sure of it from the tone of your voice, my boy. We mustn't let it come off, that's all, not if we can help it." Then Phineas was allowed to proceed and finish his story. "I don't see any way out of it. I don't indeed," said Laurence. By this time Phineas had come to think that the duel was in very truth the best way out of the difficulty. It was a bad way out, but then it was a way, and he could not see any other. "As for ill-treating him, that's nonsense," said Laurence. "What are the girls to do if one fellow mayn't come on as soon as another fellow is down? But then, you see, a fellow never knows when he's down himself, and therefore he thinks that he's ill-used. I'll tell you what now. I shouldn't wonder if we couldn't do it on the sly, unless one of you is stupid enough to hit the other in an awkward place. If you are certain of your hand now, the right shoulder is the best spot." Phineas felt very certain that he would not hit Lord Chiltern in an awkward place, although he was by no means sure of his hand. Let come what might, he would not aim at his adversary. But of this he had thought it proper to say nothing to Laurence Fitzgibbon. And the duel did come off on the sly. The meeting in the drawing-room in Portman Square, of which mention was made in the last chapter, took place on a Wednesday afternoon. On the Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday following, the great debate on Mr. Mildmay's bill was continued, and at 3 on the Tuesday night the House divided. There was a majority in favour of the ministers, not large enough to permit them to claim a triumph for their party, or even an ovation for themselves, but still sufficient to enable them to send their bill into committee. Mr. Daubeny and Mr. Turnbull had again joined their forces together in opposition to the ministerial measure. On the Thursday, Phineas had shown himself in the House, but during the remainder of this interesting period he was absent from his place, nor was he seen at the clubs, nor did any man know of his whereabouts. I think that Lady Laura Kennedy was the first to miss him with any real sense of his absence. She would now go to Portman Square on the afternoon of every Sunday, at which time her husband was attending the second service of his church, and there she would receive those whom she called father's guests. But as her father was never there on the Sundays, and as these gatherings had been created by herself, the reader will probably think that she was obeying her husband's behests in regard to the Sabbath after a very indifferent fashion. The reader may be quite sure, however, that Mr. Kennedy knew well what was being done in Portman Square. Whatever might be Lady Laura's faults, she did not commit the fault of disobeying her husband in secret. There were probably a few words on the subject, but we need not go very closely into that matter at the present moment. On the Sunday which afforded some rest in the middle of the great reform debate, Lady Laura asked for Mr. Finn, and no one could answer her question. And then it was remembered that Laurence Fitzgibbon was also absent. Barrington Erle knew nothing of Phineas, had heard nothing, but was able to say that Fitzgibbon had been with Mr. Rattler, the patronage secretary and Liberal whip, early on Thursday, expressing his intention of absenting himself for 2 days. Mr. Rattler had been wroth, bidding him remain at his duty, and pointing out to him the great importance of the moment. Then Barrington Erle quoted Laurence Fitzgibbon's reply. "My boy," said Laurence to poor Rattler, "the path of duty leads but to the grave. All the same, I'll be in at the death, Rattler, my boy, as sure as our sun's in heaven." Not 10 minutes after the telling of this little story, Fitzgibbon entered the room in Portman Square, and Lady Laura at once asked him after Phineas. "Bedad, Lady Laura, I've been out of town myself for 2 days, and I know nothing." "Mr. Finn has not been with you, then?" "With me? No, not with me. I had a job of business of my own which took me over to Paris, and has Finny fled too? Poor rattler! I shouldn't wonder if it isn't an asylum he's in before the session is over." Laurence Fitzgibbon certainly possessed the rare accomplishment of telling a lie with a good grace. Had any man called him a liar, he would have considered himself to be not only insulted, but injured also. He believed himself to be a man of truth. There were, however, in his estimation, certain subjects on which a man might depart as wide as the poles are asunder from truth without subjecting himself to any ignominy for falsehood. In dealing with a tradesman as to his debts, or with a rival as to a lady, or with any man or woman in defence of a lady's character, or in any such matter as that of a duel, Laurence believed that a gentleman was bound to lie, and that he would be no gentleman if he hesitated to do so. Not the slightest prick of conscience disturbed him when he told Lady Laura that he had been in Paris, and that he knew nothing of Phineas Finn. But in truth, during the last day or two he had been in Flanders and not in Paris, and had stood as second with his friend Phineas on the sands at Blankenberg, a little fishing town some 12 miles distant from Bruges, and had left his friend since that at an hotel at Ostend, with a wound just under the shoulder, from which a bullet had been extracted. The manner of the meeting had been in this wise. Captain Culpepper and Laurence Fitzgibbon had held their meeting, and at this meeting Laurence had taken certain standing ground on behalf of his friend, and in obedience to his friend's positive instruction, which was this, that his friend could not abandon his right of addressing the young lady should he hereafter ever think fit to do so. Let that be granted, and Laurence would do anything. But then that could not be granted, and Laurence could only shrug his shoulders. Nor would Laurence admit that his friend had been false. "The question lies in a nutshell," said Laurence, with that sweet Connaught brogue which always came to him when he desired to be effective. "Here it is. One gentleman tells another that he's sweet upon a young lady, but that the young lady has refused him, and always will refuse him for ever and ever. That's the truth anyhow. Is the second gentleman bound by that not to address the young lady? I say he is not bound. It's a damned hard treatment, Captain Culpepper, for a man's mouth and all the ardent affections of his heart were to be stopped in that manner. By Jesus, I don't know who'd like to be the friend of any man if that's to be the way of it." Captain Culpepper was not very good at an argument. "I think they'd better see each other," said Culpepper, pulling his thick grey moustache. "If you choose to have it so, so be it, but I think it's the hardest thing in the world. I do indeed." Then they put their heads together in the most friendly way, and declared that the affair should, if possible, be kept private. On the Thursday night, Lord Chiltern and Captain Culpepper went over by Calais and Lille to Bruges. Laurence Fitzgibbon, with his friend Dr. O'Shaughnessy, crossed by the direct boat from Dover to Ostend. Phineas went to Ostend by Dover and Calais, but he took the day route on Friday. It had all been arranged among them, so that there might be no suspicion as to the job in hand. Even O'Shaughnessy and Laurence Fitzgibbon had left London by separate trains. They met on the sands at Blankenberg about 9 o'clock on the Saturday morning, having reached that village in different vehicles from Ostend and Bruges, and had met quite unobserved amidst the sand-heaps. But one shot had been exchanged, and Phineas had been wounded in the right shoulder. He had proposed to exchange another shot with his left hand, declaring his capability of shooting quite as well with the left as with the right. But to this both Culpepper and Fitzgibbon had objected. Lord Chiltern had offered to shake hands with his late friend in a true spirit of friendship, if only his late friend would say that he did not intend to prosecute his suit with the young lady. In all these disputes the young lady's name was never mentioned. Phineas, indeed, had not once named Violet to Fitzgibbon, speaking her always as the lady in question, and though Laurence correctly surmised the identity of the young lady, he never hinted that he had even guessed her name. I doubt whether Lord Chiltern had been so wary when alone with Captain Culpepper, but then Lord Chiltern was, when he spoke at all, a very plain-spoken man. Of course, his lordship's late friend Phineas would give no such pledge, and therefore Lord Chiltern moved off the ground and back to Blankenberg and Bruges and into Brussels, in still living enmity with our hero. Laurence and the doctor took Phineas back to Ostend, and though the bullet was then in his shoulder, Phineas made his way through Blankenberg after such a fashion that no one there knew what had occurred. Not a living soul, except the 5 concerned, was at that time aware that a duel had been fought among the sandhills. Laurence Fitzgibbon made his way to Dover by the Saturday night's boat, and was able to show himself in Portman Square on the Sunday. "Know anything about Phineas Finn?" he said afterwards to Barrington Erle, in answer to an inquiry from that anxious gentleman. "Not a word. I think you'd better send the town crier round after him." Barrington, however, did not feel quite so well assured of Fitzgibbon's truth as Lady Laura had done. Dr. O'Shaughnessy remained during the Sunday and Monday at Ostend with his patient, and the people at the inn only knew that Mr. Finn had sprained his shoulder badly, and on the Tuesday they came back to London again via Calais and Dover. No bone had been broken, and Phineas, though his shoulder was very painful, bore the journey well. O'Shaughnessy had received a telegram on the Monday, telling him that the division would certainly take place on the Tuesday, and on the Tuesday, at about 10 in the evening, Phineas went down to the house. "By God, you're here!" said Rattler, taking hold of him with an affection that was too warm. "Yes, I'm here," said Phineas, wincing in agony, "but be a little careful, there's a good fellow. I've been down to Kent and put my arm out." "Put your arm out, have you?" said Rattler, observing the sling for the first time. "I'm sorry for that. But you'll stop and vote?" "Yes, I'll stop and vote. I've come for the purpose. But I hope it won't be very late." "There are both Daubeny and Gresham to speak yet, and at least 3 others. I don't suppose it'll be much before 3. But you're all right now. You can go down and smoke if you like." In this way Phineas Finn spoke in the debate and heard the end of it, voting for his party, and fought his duel with Lord Chiltern in the middle of it. He did go and sit on a well-cushioned bench in the smoking-room, and then was interrogated by many of his friends as to his mysterious absence. He had, he said, been down in Kent, and had had an accident with his arm by which he had been confined. When this questioner and that perceived that there was some little mystery in the matter, the questioners did not push their questions, but simply entertained their own surmises. One indiscreet questioner, however, did trouble Phineas sorely, declaring that there must have been some affair in which a woman had had a part, and asking after the young lady of Kent. This indiscreet questioner was Laurence Fitzgibbon, who, as Phineas thought, carried his spirit of intrigue a little too far. Phineas stayed and voted, and then he went painfully home to his lodgings. How singular would it be if this affair of the duel should pass away, and no one be a bit the wiser but those 4 men who had been with him on the sands at Blankenberg. Again he wondered at his own luck. He had told himself that a duel with Lord Chiltern must create a quarrel between him and Lord Chiltern's relations, and also between him and Violet Effingham, that it must banish him from his comfortable seat for Loughton, and ruin him in regard to his political prospects. And now he had fought his duel, and was back in town, and the thing seemed to have been a thing of nothing. He had not as yet seen Lady Laura or Violet, but he had no doubt but they both were as much in the dark as other people. The day might arrive, he thought, on which it would be pleasant for him to tell Violet Effingham what had occurred, but that day had not come as yet. Whether Lord Chiltern had gone, or what Lord Chiltern intended to do, he had not any idea, but he imagined that he should soon hear something of her brother from Lady Laura. That Lord Chiltern should say a word to Lady Laura of what had occurred, or to any other person in the world, he did not in the least suspect. There could be no man more likely to be reticent in such matters than Lord Chiltern, or more sure to be guided by an almost exaggerated sense of what honour required of him. Nor did he doubt the discretion of his friend Fitzgibbon, if only his friend might not damage the secret by being too discreet. Of the silence of the doctor and the captain he was by no means equally sure, but even though they should gossip, the gossiping would take so long a time in oozing out and becoming recognized information as to have lost much of its power for injuring him. Were Lady Laura to hear at this moment that he had been over to Belgium, and had fought a duel with Lord Chiltern respecting Violet, she would probably feel herself obliged to quarrel with him. But no such obligation would rest on her if, in the course of 6 or 9 months, she should gradually have become aware that such an encounter had taken place. Lord Chiltern, during their interview at the rooms in Great Marlborough Street, had said a word to him about the seat in Parliament, had expressed some opinion that, as he, Phineas Finn, was interfering with the views of the Standish family in regard to Miss Effingham, he ought not to keep the Standish seat, which had been conferred upon him in ignorance of any such intended interference. Phineas, as he thought of this, could not remember Lord Chiltern's words, but there was present to him an idea that such had been their purport. Was he bound, in circumstances as they now existed, to give up Loughton? He made up his mind that he was not so bound unless Lord Chiltern should demand from him that he should do so. But nevertheless he was uneasy in his position. It was quite true that the seat now was his for this session by all parliamentary law, even though the electors themselves might wish to be rid of him, and that Lord Brentford could not even open his mouth upon the matter in a tone more loud than that of a whisper. But Phineas, feeling that he had consented to accept the favour of a corrupt seat from Lord Brentford, felt also that he was bound to give up the spoil if it were demanded from him. If it were demanded from him, either by the father or the son, it should be given up at once. On the following morning he found a leading article in the People's Banner devoted solely to himself. "During the last debate," so ran a passage in the leading article, "Mr. Finn, Lord Brentford's Irish nominee for his pocket borough at Loughton, did at last manage to stand on his legs and open his mouth. If we are not mistaken, this is Mr. Finn's 3rd session in Parliament, and hitherto he has been unable to articulate 3 sentences, though he has on more than one occasion made the attempt. For what special merit this young man has been selected for aristocratic patronage we do not know, but that there must be some merit recognizable by aristocratic eyes we surmise. 3 years ago he was a raw young Irishman, living in London as Irishmen only know how to live, earning nothing and apparently without means, and then suddenly he bursts out as a member of Parliament and as the friend of cabinet ministers. The possession of one good gift must be ceded to the honourable member for Loughton. He is a handsome young man, and looks to be as strong as a coal-porter. Can it be that his promotion has sprung from this? Be that as it may, we should like to know where he has been during his late mysterious absence from Parliament, and in what way he came by the wound in his arm. Even handsome young members of Parliament, fated by titled ladies and their rich lords, are amenable to the laws of this country, and to the laws of any other which it may suit them to visit for a while." "Infamous scoundrel," said Phineas to himself as he read this. "Vile, low, disreputable blackguard." It was clear enough, however, that Quintus Slide had found out something of his secret. If so, his only hope would rest on the fact that his friends were not likely to see the columns of the People's Banner. End of chapter 38. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 39 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 39. Lady Laura is told. By the time that Mr. Mildmay's great bill was going into committee, Phineas was able to move about London in comfort, with his arm, however, still in a sling. There had been nothing more about him and his wound in the People's Banner, and he was beginning to hope that that nuisance would also be allowed to die away. He had seen Lady Laura, having dined in Grosvenor Place, where he had been petted to his heart's content. His dinner had been cut up for him, and his wound had been treated with the tenderest sympathy. And, singular to say, no questions were asked. He had been to Kent, and had come by an accident. No more than that was told, and his dear sympathizing friends were content to receive so much information and to ask for no more. But he had not as yet seen Violet Effingham, and he was beginning to think that this romance about Violet might as well be brought to a close. He had not, however, as yet been able to go into crowded rooms, and unless he went out to large parties, he could not be sure that he would meet Miss Effingham. At last he resolved that he would tell Lady Laura the whole truth. not the truth about the duel, but the truth about violent Effingham, and ask for her assistance. When making this resolution, I think that he must have forgotten much that he had learned of his friend's character, and by making it, I think that he showed also that he had not learned as much as his opportunities might have taught him. He knew Lady Laura's obstinacy of purpose, he knew her devotion to her brother, and he knew also how desirous she had been that her brother should win Violet Effingham for himself. This knowledge should, I think, have sufficed to show him how improbable it was that Lady Laura should assist him in this enterprise. But beyond all this was the fact, a fact as to the consequences of which Phineas himself was entirely blind, beautifully ignorant, that Lady Laura had once condescended to love himself. Nay, she had gone farther than this, and had ventured to tell him, even after her marriage, that the remembrance of some feeling that had once dwelt in her heart in regard to him was still a danger to her. She had warned him from Loughlinter, and then had received him in London. And now he selected her as his confidant in this love affair? Had he not been beautifully ignorant and most modestly blind, he would surely have placed his confidence elsewhere. It was not that Lady Laura Kennedy ever confessed to herself the existence of a vicious passion. She had, indeed, learned to tell herself that she could not love her husband, and once, in the excitement of such silent announcements to herself, she had asked herself whether her heart was quite a blank, and had answered herself by desiring Phineas Finn to absent himself from Loughlinter. During all the subsequent winter she had scourged herself inwardly for her own imprudence, her quite unnecessary folly in so doing. What! Could not she, Laura Standish, who from her earliest years of girlish womanhood had resolved that she would use the world as men use it, and not as women do, could not she have felt the slight shock of a passing tenderness for a handsome youth, without allowing the feeling to be a rock before her, big enough and sharp enough for the destruction of her entire bark? Could not she command, if not her heart, at any rate her mind, so that she might safely assure herself that, whether this man or any man was here or there, her course would be unaltered? What though Phineas Finn had been in the same house with her throughout all the winter, could not she have so lived with him on terms of friendship that every deed and word and look of her friendship might have been open to her husband, or open to all the world? She could have done so. She told herself that that was not, need not have been her great calamity. Whether she could endure the dull monotonous control of her slow but imperious lord, or whether she must not rather tell him that it was not to be endured, that was her trouble. So she told herself, and again admitted Phineas to her intimacy in London. But nevertheless Phineas, had he not been beautifully ignorant and most blind to his own achievements, would not have expected from Lady Laura Kennedy assistance with Miss Violet Effingham. Phineas knew when to find Lady Laura alone, and he came upon her one day at the favourable hour. The 2 first clauses of the bill had been passed after 20 fights and endless divisions. 2 points had been settled, as to which, however, Mr. Gresham had been driven to give way so far and to yield so much that men declared that such a bill as the government could consent to call its own could never be passed by that Parliament in that session. Immediately on his entrance into her room, Lady Laura began about the 3rd clause. Would the House let Mr. Gresham have his way about the— Phineas stopped her at once. "My dear friend," he said, "I have come to you in a private trouble, and I want you to drop politics for half an hour. I have come to you for help." "A private trouble, Mr. Finn? Is it serious?" "It is very serious, but it is no trouble of the kind of which you are thinking. But it is serious enough to take up every thought." "Can I help you?" "Indeed you can. Whether you will or no is a different thing." "I would help you in anything in my power, Mr. Finn. Do you not know it?" "You have been very kind to me." "And so would Mr. Kennedy." "Mr. Kennedy cannot help me here." "What is it, Mr. Finn?" "I suppose I may as well tell you at once. In plain language, I do not know how to put my story into words that shall fit it. I love Violet Effingham. Will you help me to win her to be my wife?" "You love Violet Effingham?" said Lady Laura. And as she spoke, the look of her countenance towards him was so changed that he became at once aware that from her no assistance might be expected. His eyes were not opened in any degree to the second reason above given for Lady Laura's opposition to his wishes, but he instantly perceived that she would still cling to that destination of Violet's hand which had for years past been the favourite scheme of her life. Have you not always known, Mr. Finn, what have been our hopes for Violet? Phineas, though he had perceived his mistake, felt that he must go on with his cause. Lady Laura must know his wishes sooner or later, and it was as well that she should learn them in this way as in any other. Yes, but I have known also, from your brother's own lips, and indeed from yours also, Lady Laura, that Chiltern has been 3 times refused by Miss Effingham. What does that matter? Do men never ask more than 3 times? And must I be debarred for ever while he prosecutes a hopeless suit? Yes, you of all men. Why so, Lady Laura? Because in this matter you have been his chosen friend, and mine. We have told you everything, trusting to you. We have believed in your honour. We have thought that with you, at any rate, we were safe. These words were very bitter to Phineas, and yet when he had written his letter at Loughton, he had intended to be so perfectly honest, chivalrously honest. Now Lady Laura spoke to him and looked at him as though he had been most basely false, most untrue to that noble friendship which had been lavished upon him by all her family. He felt that he would become the prey of her most injurious thoughts unless he could fully explain his ideas, and he felt also that the circumstances did not admit of his explaining them. He could not take up the argument on Violet's side, and show how unfair it would be to her that she should be debarred from the homage due to her by any man who really loved her, because Lord Chiltern chose to think that he still had a claim, or at any rate a chance. And Phineas knew well of himself, or thought that he knew well, that he would not have interfered had there been any chance for Lord Chiltern. Lord Chiltern had himself told him more than once that there was no such chance. How was he to explain all this to Lady Laura? "Mr. Finn," said Lady Laura, "I can hardly believe this of you, even when you tell it me yourself." "Listen to me, Lady Laura, for a moment." "Certainly, I will listen. But that you should come to me for assistance, I cannot understand it. Men sometimes become harder than stones." "I do not think that I am hard." Poor blind fool! He was still thinking only of Violet, and of the accusation made against him that he was untrue to his friendship for Lord Chiltern. Of that other accusation, which could not be expressed in open words, he understood nothing, nothing at all as yet. Hard and false, capable of receiving no impression beyond the outside husk of the heart. Oh, Lady Laura, do not say that. If you could only know how true I am in my affection for you all. And how do you show it? By coming in between Oswald and the only means that are open to us of reconciling him to his father, means that have been explained to you exactly as though you had been one of ourselves. Oswald has treated you as a brother in the matter, telling you everything, and this is the way you would repay him for his confidence. Can I help it that I have learned to love this girl? Yes, sir, you can help it. What if she'd been Oswald's wife? Would you have loved her then? Do you speak of loving a woman as if it were an affair of fate, over which you have no control? I doubt whether your passions are so strong as that. You had better put aside your love for Miss Effingham. I feel assured that it will never hurt you. Then some remembrance of what had passed between him and Lady Laura Standish near the falls of the Linter, when he first visited Scotland, came across his mind. "Believe me," she said with a smile, "this little wound in your heart will soon be cured." He stood silent before her, looking away from her, thinking over it all. He certainly had believed himself to be violently in love with Lady Laura, and yet when he had just now entered her drawing-room he had almost forgotten that there had been such a passage in his life, and he had believed that she had forgotten it, even though she had counselled him not to come to Loughlinter within the last 9 months. He had been a boy then, and had not known himself. But now he was a man, and was proud of the intensity of his love. There came upon him some passing throb of pain from his shoulder, reminding him of the duel, and he was proud also of that. He had been willing to risk everything, life, prospects, and position, sooner than abandon the slight hope which was his of possessing Violet Effingham. And now he was told that this wound in his heart would soon be cured, and was told so by a woman to whom he had once sung a song of another passion. It is very hard to answer a woman in such circumstances, because her womanhood gives her so strong a ground of vantage. Lady Laura might venture to throw in his teeth the fickleness of his heart, but he could not in reply tell her that to change a love was better than to marry without love, that to be capable of such a change showed no such inferiority of nature as did the capacity for such a marriage. She could hit him with her argument, but he could only remember his, and think how violent might be the blow he could inflict, if it were not that she were a woman, and therefore guarded. "You will not help me, then?" he said, when they had both been silent for a while. "Help you? How should I help you?" "I wanted no other help than this, that I might have had an opportunity of meeting Violet here, and of getting from her some answer." "Has the question then never been asked already?" said Lady Laura. To this Phineas made no immediate reply. There was no reason why he should show his whole hand to an adversary. "Why do you not go to Lady Baldock's house?" continued Lady Laura. "You are admitted there. You know Lady Baldock. Go and ask her to stand your friend with her niece. See what she will say to you. As far as I understand these matters, that is the fair, honourable, open way in which gentlemen are wont to make their overtures." "I would make mine to none but to herself," said Phineas. "Then why have you made it to me, sir?" demanded Lady Laura. "I have come to you as I would to my sister." "Your sister? I am not your sister, Mr. Finn, nor, were I so, should I fail to remember that I have a dearer brother to whom my faith is pledged. Look here, within the last 3 weeks Oswald has sacrificed everything to his father, because it was determined that Mr. Kennedy should have the money which he thought was due to my husband. He has enabled my father to do what he will with Saulsby. Papa will never hurt him, I know that. Hard as Papa is with him, he will never hurt Oswald's future position. Papa is too proud to do that. Violet has heard what Oswald has done, and now that he has nothing of his own to offer her for the future but his bare title, now that he has given Papa power to do what he will with the property, I believe that she would accept him instantly. That is her disposition." Phineas again paused a moment before he replied. "Let him try," he said. "He is away, in Brussels." "Send to him. Bid him return. I will be patient, Lady Laura. Let him come and try, and I will bide my time. I confess that I have no right to interfere with him if there be a chance for him. If there is no chance, my right is as good as that of any other." There was something in this which made Lady Laura feel that she could not maintain her hostility against this man on behalf of her brother, and yet she could not force herself to be other than hostile to him. Her heart was sore, and it was he that had made it sore. She had lectured herself, schooling herself with mental sackcloth and ashes, rebuking herself with heaviest censures from day to day, because she had found herself to be in danger of regarding this man with a perilous love, and she had been constant in this work of penance till she had been able to assure herself that the sackcloth and ashes had done their work, and that the danger was past. "I like him still, and love him well," she had said to herself with something almost of triumph. "But I have ceased to think of him as one who might have been my lover." And yet she was now sick and sore, almost beside herself with the agony of the wound, because this man whom she had been able to throw aside from her heart had also been able so to throw her aside. And she felt herself constrained to rebuke him with what bitterest words she might use. She had felt it easy to do this at first on her brother's score. She had accused him of treachery to his friendship, both as to Oswald and as to herself. On that she could say cutting words without subjecting herself to suspicion even from herself. But now this power was taken away from her, and still she wished to wound him. She desired to taunt him with his old fickleness, and yet to subject herself to no imputation. "Your right?" she said. "What gives you any right in the matter?" "Simply the right of a fair field, and no favour." "And yet you come to me for favour, to me because I am her friend. You cannot win her yourself, and think I may help you. I do not believe in your love for her. There, if there were no other reason, and I could help you, I would not, because I think your heart is a sham heart. She is pretty, and has money." "Lady Laura!" "She is pretty, and has money, and is the fashion. I do not wonder that you should wish to have her. But, Mr. Finn, I believe that Oswald really loves her, and that you do not. His nature is deeper than yours." He understood it all now, as he listened to the tone of her voice, and looked into the lines of her face. There was written there plainly enough that sprete injuria forme of which she herself was conscious, but only conscious. Even his eyes, blind as he had been, were opened, and he knew that he had been a fool. "I am sorry that I came to you," he said. "It would have been better that you should not have done so," she replied. "And yet perhaps it is well that there should be no misunderstanding between us. Of course I must tell my brother." He paused but for a moment, and then he answered her with a sharp voice. "He has been told." "And who told him?" "I did. I wrote to him the moment that I knew my own mind. I owed it to him to do so. But my letter missed him, and he only learned it the other day." "Have you seen him since?" "Yes, I have seen him." "And what did he say? How did he take it? Did he bear it from you quietly?" "No, indeed." And Phineas smiled as he spoke. "Tell me, Mr. Finn, what happened? What is to be done?" "Nothing is to be done. Everything has been done. I may as well tell you all. I am sure that for the sake of me, as well as of your brother, you will keep our secret. He required that I should either give up my suit, or that I should fight him. As I could not comply with the one request, I found myself bound to comply with the other." "And there has been a duel?" "Yes, there has been a duel. We went over to Belgium, and it was soon settled. He wounded me here in the arm." "Suppose you had killed him, Mr. Finn?" "That, Lady Laura, would have been a misfortune so terrible that I was bound to prevent it." Then he paused again, regretting what he had said. "You have surprised me, Lady Laura, into an answer that I should not have made. I may be sure, may I not, that my words will not go beyond yourself?" "Yes, you may be sure of that." This she said plaintively, with a tone of voice and demeanour of body altogether different from that which she lately bore. Neither of them knew what was taking place between them, but she was in truth gradually submitting herself again to this man's influence. Though she rebuked him at every turn for what he said, for what he had done, for what he proposed to do, still she could not teach herself to despise him, or even to cease to love him for any part of it. She knew it all now, except that word or two which had passed between Violet and Phineas in the rides of Saulsby Park. But she suspected something even of that, feeling sure that the only matter on which Phineas would say nothing would be that of his own success, if success there had been. "And so you and Oswald have quarrelled, and there has been a duel. That is why you were away?" "That is why I was away." "How wrong of you! How very wrong! Had he been killed, how could you have looked us in the face again?" "I could not have looked you in the face again." "But that is over now. And were you friends afterwards?" "No, we did not part as friends. Having gone there to fight with him, most unwillingly, I could not afterwards promise him that I would give up Miss Effingham. You say she will accept him now. Let him come and try." She had nothing further to say, no other argument to use. There was the soreness at her heart still present to her, making her wretched, instigating her to hurt him if she knew how to do so, in spite of her regard for him. But she felt that she was weak and powerless. She had shot her arrows at him, all but one, and if she used that, its poisoned point would wound herself far more surely than it would touch him. "The duel was very silly," he said. "You will not speak of it?" "No, certainly not." "I am glad at least that I have told you everything." "I do not know why you should be glad. I cannot help you." "And you will say nothing to Violet?" "Everything that I can say in Oswald's favour. I will say nothing of the duel, but beyond that you have no right to demand my secrecy with her. Yes, you had better go, Mr. Finn, for I am hardly well. And remember this, if you can forget this little episode about Miss Effingham, so will I forget it also, and so will Oswald. I can promise for him." Then she smiled and gave him her hand, and he went. She rose from her chair as he left the room, and waited till she heard the sound of the great door closing behind him before she again sat down. Then, when he was gone, when she was sure that he was no longer there with her in the same house, she laid her head down upon the arm of the sofa and burst into a flood of tears. She was no longer angry with Phineas. There was no further longing in her heart for revenge. She did not now desire to injure him, though she had done so as long as he was with her. Nay, she resolved instantly, almost instinctively, that Lord Brentford must know nothing of all this, lest the political prospects of the young member for Loughton should be injured. To have rebuked him, to rebuke him again and again, would be only fair, would at least be womanly, but she would protect him from all material injury, as far as her power of protection might avail. And why was she weeping now so bitterly? Of course, she asked herself, as she rubbed away the tears with her hands, why should she weep? She was not weak enough to tell herself that she was weeping for any injury that had been done to Oswald. She got up suddenly from the sofa, and pushed away her hair from her face, and pushed away the tears from her cheeks, and then clenched her fists as she held them out at full length from her body, and stood looking up with her eyes fixed upon the wall. "Ass!" she exclaimed. "Fool! Idiot! That I should not be able to crush it into nothing and have done with it! Why should he not have her? After all, he is better than Oswald. Oh! Is that you?" The door of the room had been opened while she was standing thus, and her husband had entered. "Yes, it is I. Is anything wrong?" "Very much is wrong." "What is it, Laura?" "You cannot help me." "If you are in trouble, you should tell me what it is, and leave it to me to try to help you." "Nonsense," she said, shaking her head. "Laura, that is uncourteous, not to say undutiful also." "I suppose it was, both. I beg your pardon, but I could not help it." "Laura, you should help such words to me." "There are moments, Robert, when even a married woman must be herself rather than her husband's wife. It is so, though you cannot understand it." "I certainly do not understand it." "You cannot make a woman subject to you as a dog is so. You may have all the outside and as much of the inside as you can master. With a dog you may be sure of both." "I suppose this means that you have secrets in which I am not to share." "I have troubles about my father and my brother which you cannot share. My brother is a ruined man." "Who ruined him?" "I will not talk about it any more. I will not speak to you of him or of papa. I only want you to understand that there is a subject which must be secret to myself, and on which I may be allowed to shed tears if I am so weak. I will not trouble you on a matter in which I have not your sympathy." Then she left him, standing in the middle of the room, depressed by what had occurred, but not thinking of it as of a trouble which would do more than make him uncomfortable for that day. End of chapter 39.
Chapters 40 and 41 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 40. Madame Max Goesler. Day after day and clause after clause the bill was fought in committee, and few men fought with more constancy on the side of the ministers than did the member for Loughton. Troubled though he was by his quarrel with Lord Chiltern, by his love for Violet Effingham, by the silence of his friend Lady Laura, for since he had told her of the duel she had become silent to him, never writing to him and hardly speaking to him when she met him in society. Nevertheless, Phineas was not so troubled but what he could work at his vocation. Now, when he would find himself upon his legs in the house, he would wonder at the hesitation which had lately troubled him so sorely. He would sit sometimes and speculate upon that dimness of eye, upon that tendency of things to go round, upon that obtrusive palpitation of heart, which had afflicted him so seriously for so long a time. The house now was no more to him than any other chamber, and the members no more than other men. He guarded himself from orations, speaking always very shortly, because he believed that policy and good judgment required that he should be short. But words were very easy to him, and he would feel as though he could talk for ever. And there quickly came to him a reputation for practical usefulness. He was a man with strong opinions, who could yet be submissive. And no man seemed to know how his reputation had come. He had made one good speech after 2 or 3 failures. All who knew him, his whole party, had been aware of his failure, and his one good speech had been regarded by many as no very wonderful effort. But he was a man who was pleasant to other men, not combative, not self-asserting beyond the point at which self-assertion ceases to be a necessity of manliness. Nature had been very good to him, making him comely inside and out, and with this comeliness he had crept into popularity. The secret of the duel was, I think, at this time, known to a great many men and women. So Phineas perceived, but it was not, he thought, known either to Lord Brentford or to Violet Effingham. And in this he was right. No rumour of it had yet reached the ears of either of these persons, and rumour, though she flies so fast and so far, is often slow in reaching those ears which would be most interested in her tidings. Some dim report of the duel reached even Mr. Kennedy, and he asked his wife. "Who told you?" said she, sharply. "Bonteen told me that it was certainly so." "Mr. Bonteen always knows more than anybody else about everything except his own business." "Then it is not true?" Lady Laura paused, and then she lied. "Of course it is not true. I should be very sorry to ask either of them, but to me it seems to be the most improbable thing in life." Then Mr. Kennedy believed that there had been no duel. In his wife's word he put absolute faith, and he thought that she would certainly know anything that her brother had done. As he was a man given to but little discourse, he asked no further questions about the duel either in the house or at the clubs. At first Phineas had been greatly dismayed when men had asked him questions, tending to elicit from him some explanation of the mystery. But by degrees he became used to it, and as the tidings which had got abroad did not seem to injure him, and as the questionings were not pushed very closely, he became indifferent. There came out another article in the People's Banner, in which Lord C-N and Mr. P-S, F-N were spoken of as glaring examples of that aristocratic snobility that was the expressive word coined, evidently with great delight for the occasion, which the rotten state of London society in high quarters now produced. Here was a young lord, infamously notorious, quarrelling with one of his boon companions, whom he had appointed to a private seat in the House of Commons, fighting duels, breaking the laws, scandalizing the public, and all this was done without punishment to the guilty. There were old stories afloat, so said the article, of what in a former century had been done by Lord Mohun's and Mr. Best's, but now, in 186 , etc., etc., etc. And so the article went on. Any reader may fill in without difficulty the concluding indignation and virtuous appeal for reform in social morals as well as Parliament. But Phineas had so far progressed that he had almost come to like this kind of thing. Certainly I think that the duel did him no harm in society. Otherwise he would hardly have been asked to a semi-political dinner at Lady Glencora Palliser's, even though he might have been invited to make one of the 500 guests who were crowded into her saloons and staircases after the dinner was over. To have been one of the 500 was nothing, but to be one of the 16 was a great deal, was indeed so much that Phineas, not understanding as yet the advantage of his own comeliness, was at a loss to conceive why so pleasant an honour was conferred upon him. There was no man among the 8 men at the dinner party not in Parliament, and the only other except Phineas not attached to the government was Mr. Palliser's great friend, John Grey, the member for Silverbridge. There were 4 cabinet ministers in the room: the Duke, Lord Cantrip, Mr. Gresham, and the owner of the mansion. There was also Barrington Erle and young Lord Fawn, an Under Secretary of State. But the wit and grace of the ladies present lent more of character to the party than even the position of the men. Lady Glencora Palliser herself was a host. There was no woman then in London better able to talk to a dozen people on a dozen subjects, and then, moreover, she was still in the flush of her beauty and the bloom of her youth. Lady Laura was there, by what means divided from her husband Phineas could not imagine, but Lady Glencora was good at such divisions. Lady Cantrip had been allowed to come with her lord, but, as was well understood, Lord Cantrip was not so manifestly a husband as was Mr. Kennedy. There are men who cannot guard themselves from the assertion of marital rights at most inappropriate moments. Now, Lord Cantrip lived with his wife most happily, yet you should pass hours with him and her together, and hardly know that they knew each other. One of the Duke's daughters was there, but not the Duchess, who was known to be heavy, and there was the beauteous Marchioness of Hartletop. Violet Effingham was in the room also, giving Phineas a blow at the heart as he saw her smile. Might it be that he could speak a word to her on this occasion? Mr. Grey had also brought his wife, and then there was Madame Max Goesler. Phineas found that it was his fortune to take down to dinner, not Violet Effingham, but Madame Max Goesler, and when he was placed at dinner, on the other side of him there sat Lady Hartletop, who addressed the few words which she spoke exclusively to Mr. Palliser. There had been in former days matters difficult of arrangement between those two, but I think that those old passages had now been forgotten by them both. Phineas was, therefore, driven to depend exclusively on Madame Max Goesler for conversation, and he found that he was not called upon to cast his seed into barren ground. Up to that moment he had never heard of Madame Max Goesler. Lady Glencora, in introducing them, had pronounced the lady's name so clearly that he had caught it with accuracy, but he could not surmise whence she had come, or why she was there. She was a woman probably something over 30 years of age. She had thick black hair, which she wore in curls, unlike anybody else in the world, in curls which hung down low beneath her face, covering, and perhaps intended to cover, a certain thinness in her cheeks, which would otherwise have taken something from the charm of her countenance. Her eyes were large, of a dark blue colour, and very bright, and she used them in a manner which is as yet hardly common with English women. She seemed to intend that you should know that she employed them to conquer you, looking as a knight may have looked in olden days, who entered a chamber with his sword drawn from the scabbard and in his hand. Her forehead was broad and somewhat low. Her nose was not classically beautiful, being broader at the nostrils than beauty required, and, moreover, not perfectly straight in its line. Her lips were thin. Her teeth, which she endeavoured to show as little as possible, were perfect in form and colour. They who criticized her severely said, however, that they were too large. Her chin was well formed, and divided by a dimple, which gave to her face a softness of grace, which would otherwise have been much missed. But perhaps her great beauty was in the brilliant clearness of her dark complexion. You might almost fancy that you could see into it, so as to read the different lines beneath the skin. She was somewhat tall, though by no means tall to a fault, and was so thin as to be almost meagre in her proportions. She always wore her dress close up to her neck, and never showed the bareness of her arms. Though she was the only woman so clad now present in the room, this singularity did not specially strike one, because in other respects her apparel was so rich and quaint as to make inattention to it impossible. The observer who did not observe very closely would perceive that Madame Max Goesler's dress was unlike the dress of other women, but seeing that it was unlike in make, unlike in colour, and unlike in material, the ordinary observer would not see also that it was unlike in form for any other purpose than that of maintaining its general peculiarity of character. In colour she was abundant, and yet the fabric of her garment was always black. My pen may not dare to describe the traceries of yellow and ruby silk which went in and out through the black lace, across her bosom, and round her neck, and over her shoulders, and along her arms, and down to the very ground at her feet, robbing the black stuff of all its sombre solemnity, and producing a brightness in which there was nothing gaudy. She wore no vestige of crinoline, and hardly anything that could be called a train. And the lace sleeves of her dress, with their bright traceries of silk, were fitted close to her arms, and round her neck she wore the smallest possible collar of lace, above which there was a short chain of Roman gold, with a ruby pendant. And she had rubies in her ears, and a ruby brooch, and rubies in the bracelets on her arms. Such as regarded the outward woman was Madame Max Goesler, and Phineas, as he took his place by her side, thought that fortune, for the nonce, had done well with him, only that he should have liked it so much better could he have been seated next to Violet Effingham. I have said that in the matter of conversation his morsel of seed was not thrown into barren ground. I do not know that he can truly be said to have produced even a morsel. The subjects were all mooted by the lady, and so great was her fertility in discoursing that all conversational grasses seemed to grow with her spontaneously. "Mr. Finn," she said, "what would I not give to be a member of the British Parliament at such a moment as this?" "Why at such a moment as this particularly?" "Because there is something to be done, which, let me tell you, senator though you are, is not always the case with you." "My experience is short, but it sometimes seems to me that there is too much to be done." "Too much of nothingness, Mr. Finn. Is not that the case? But now there is a real fight in the lists. The one great drawback to the life of women is that they cannot act in politics." "And which side would you take?" "What, here in England?" said Madame Max Goesler, from which expression, and from one or two others of a similar nature, Phineas was led into a doubt whether the lady were a countrywoman of his or not. "Indeed, it is hard to say. Politically, I should want to out Turnbull, Mr. Turnbull, to vote for everything that could be voted for. Ballot, manhood suffrage, womanhood suffrage, unlimited right of striking, tenant right, education of everybody, annual parliaments, and the abolition of at least the bench of bishops." "That is a strong programme," said Phineas. "It is strong, Mr. Finn, but that's what I should like. I think, however, that I should be tempted to feel a dastard security in the conviction that I might advocate my views without any danger of seeing them carried out. For, to tell you the truth, I don't at all want to put down ladies and gentlemen." "You think that they would go with the bench of bishops?" "I don't want anything to go, that is, as far as real life is concerned. There's that dear good Bishop of Abingdon is the best friend I have in the world, and as for the Bishop of Dorchester, I'd walk from here to there to hear him preach, and I'd sooner hem aprons for them all myself than that they should want those pretty decorations. But then, Mr. Finn, there is such a difference between life and theory, is there not? And it is so comfortable to have theories that one is not bound to carry out, said Phineas. Isn't it? Mr. Palliser, do you live up to your political theories? At this moment Mr. Palliser was sitting perfectly silent between Lady Hartletop and the Duke's daughter, and he gave a little spring in his chair as this sudden address was made to him. Your House of Commons theories, I mean, Mr. Palliser. Mr. Finn is saying that it is very well to have far advanced ideas. It does not matter how far advanced, because one is never called upon to act upon them practically. That is a dangerous doctrine, I think, said Mr. Palliser. But pleasant, so at least Mr. Finn says. It is at least very common, said Phineas, not caring to protect himself by a contradiction. For myself, said Mr. Palliser gravely, I think I may say that I always am really anxious to carry into practice all those doctrines of policy which I advocate in theory. During this conversation Lady Hartletop sat as though no word of it reached her ears. She did not understand Madame Max Goesler, and by no means loved her. Mr. Palliser, when he had made his little speech, turned to the Duke's daughter and asked some question about the conservatories at Longroyston. I have called forth a word of wisdom, said Madame Max Goesler, almost in a whisper. Yes, said Phineas, and taught a cabinet minister to believe that I am a most unsound politician. You may have ruined my prospects for life, Madame Max Goesler. Let me hope not. As far as I can understand the way of things in your government, the aspirants to office succeed chiefly by making themselves uncommonly unpleasant to those who are in power. If a man can hit hard enough, he is sure to be taken into the Elysium of the Treasury bench. Not that he may hit others, but that he may cease to hit those who are there. I don't think men are chosen because they are useful. You are very severe upon us all. Indeed, as far as I can see, one man is as useful as another. But to put aside joking, they tell me that you are sure to become a minister. Phineas felt that he blushed. Could it be that people said of him, behind his back, that he was a man likely to rise high in political position? Your informants are very kind, he replied awkwardly, but I do not know who they are. I shall never get up in the way you describe, that is, by abusing the men I support. After that, Madame Max Goesler turned round to Mr. Grey, who was sitting on the other side of her, and Phineas was left for a moment in silence. He tried to say a word to Lady Hartletop, but Lady Hartletop only bowed her head gracefully, in recognition of the truth of the statement he made. So he applied himself for a while to his dinner. What do you think of Miss Effingham? Said Madame Max Goesler, again addressing him suddenly. What do I think about her? You know her, I suppose? Oh, yes, I know her. She is closely connected with the Kennedys, who are friends of mine. So I have heard. They tell me that scores of men are raving about her. Are you one of them? Oh, yes, I don't mind being one of sundry scores. There is nothing particular in owning to that. But you admire her? Of course I do, said Phineas. Ah, I see you are joking. I do, amazingly. They say women never do admire women, but I most sincerely do admire Miss Effingham." "Is she a friend of yours?" "Oh no, I must not dare to say so much as that. I was with her last winter for a week at Matching, and of course I meet her about at people's houses. She seems to me to be the most independent girl I ever knew in my life. I do believe that nothing would make her marry a man unless she loved him and honoured him, and I think it is so very seldom that you can say that of a girl." "I believe so also," said Phineas. Then he paused a moment before he continued to speak. "I cannot say that I know Miss Effingham very intimately, but from what I have seen of her, I should think it very probable that she may not marry at all." "Very probably," said Madame Max Goesler, who then again turned away to Mr. Grey. 10 minutes after this, when the moment was just at hand in which the ladies were to retreat, Madame Max Goesler again addressed Phineas, looking very full into his face as she did so. "I wonder whether the time will ever come, Mr. Finn, in which you will give me an account of that day's journey to Blankenberg." "To Blankenberg?" "Yes, to Blankenberg. I am not asking for it now, but I shall look for it some day." Then Lady Glencora rose from her seat, and Madame Max Goesler went out with the others. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. Lord Fawn. What had Madame Max Goesler to do with his journey to Blankenberg, thought Phineas, as he sat for a while in silence between Mr. Palliser and Mr. Grey, and why should she, who was a perfect stranger to him, have dared to ask him such a question? But as the conversation round the table, after the ladies had gone, soon drifted into politics and became general, Phineas for a while forgot Madame Max Goesler and the Blankenberg journey, and listened to the eager words of cabinet ministers, now and again uttering a word of his own, and showing that he too was as eager as others. But the session in Mr. Palliser's dining room was not long, and Phineas soon found himself making his way, amidst a throng of coming guests, into the rooms above. His object was to meet Violet Effingham, but, failing that, he would not be unwilling to say a few more words to Madame Max Goesler. He first encountered Lady Laura, to whom he had not spoken as yet, and finding himself standing close to her for a while, he asked her after his late neighbour. "Do tell me one thing, Lady Laura. Who is Madame Max Goesler, and why have I never met her before?" "That will be two things, Mr. Finn, but I will answer both questions as well as I can. You have not met her before because she was in Germany last spring and summer, and in the year before that you were not about so much as you have been since. Still, you must have seen her, I think. She is the widow of an Austrian banker, and has lived the greater part of her life at Vienna. She is very rich, and has a small house in Park Lane, where she receives people so exclusively that it has come to be thought an honour to be invited by Madame Max Goesler. Her enemies say that her father was a German Jew, living in England in the employment of the Viennese bankers, and they say also that she has been married a second time to an Austrian count, to whom she allows ever so much a year to stay away from her. But of all this nobody, I fancy, knows anything. What they do know is that Madame Max Goesler spends 7,000 or 8,000 a year, and that she will give no man an opportunity of even asking her to marry him. People used to be shy of her, but she goes almost everywhere now." "She has not been at Portman Square." "Oh no, but then Lady Glencora is so much more advanced than we are. After all, we are but humdrum people as the world goes now." Then Phineas began to roam about the rooms, striving to find an opportunity of engrossing 5 minutes of Miss Effingham's attention. during the time that Lady Laura was giving him the history of Madame Max Goesler, his eyes had wandered round, and he had perceived that Violet was standing in the further corner of a large lobby on to which the stairs opened, so situated, indeed, that she could hardly escape, because of the increasing crowd, but on that very account almost impossible to be reached. He could see also that she was talking to Lord Fawn, an unmarried peer of something over 30 years of age, with an unrivalled pair of whiskers, a small estate, and a rising political reputation. Lord Fawn had been talking to Violet through the whole dinner, and Phineas was beginning to think that he should like to make another journey to Blankenberg, with the object of meeting his lordship on the sands. When Lady Laura had done speaking, his eyes were turned through a large open doorway towards the spot on which his idol was standing. "It is of no use, my friend," she said, touching his arm. "I wish I could make you know that it is of no use, because then I think you would be happier." To this Phineas made no answer, but went and roamed about the rooms. Why should it be of no use? Would Violet Effingham marry any man merely because he was a lord? Some half hour after this he had succeeded in making his way up to the place in which Violet was still standing, with Lord Fawn beside her. "I have been making such a struggle to get to you," he said. "And now you are here, you will have to stay, for it is impossible to get out," she answered. "Lord Fawn has made the attempt half a dozen times, but has failed grievously." "I have been quite contented," said Lord Fawn. "More than contented." Phineas felt that he ought to give some special reason to Miss Effingham to account for his efforts to reach her, but yet he had nothing special to say. Had Lord Fawn not been there, he would immediately have told her that he was waiting for an answer to the question he had asked her in Saulsby Park, but he could hardly do this in presence of the noble Under Secretary of State. She received him with her pleasant, genial smile, looking exactly as she had looked when he had parted from her on the morning after their ride. She did not show any sign of anger, or even of indifference at his approach, but still it was almost necessary that he should account for his search of her. "I have so longed to hear from you how you got on at Loughlinter," he said. "Yes, yes, and I will tell you something of it some day, perhaps. Why do you not come to Lady Baldock's?" "I did not even know that Lady Baldock was in town." "You ought to have known. Of course she is in town. Where did you suppose I was living? Lord Fawn was there yesterday, and can tell you that my aunt is quite blooming." "Lady Baldock is blooming," said Lord Fawn. "Certainly blooming, that is, if evergreens may be said to bloom." "Evergreens do bloom as well as spring plants, Lord Fawn. You come and see her, Mr. Finn. Only you must bring a little money with you for the Female Protestant Unmarried Women's Emigration Society. That is my aunt's present hobby, as Lord Fawn knows to his cost." "I wish I may never spend half a sovereign worse." "But it is a perilous affair for me, as my aunt wants me to go out as a sort of leading Protestant unmarried female emigrant pioneer myself." "You don't mean that?" said Lord Fawn, with much anxiety. "Of course you'll go," said Phineas. "I should, if I were you." "I am in doubt," said Violet. "It is such a grand prospect," said he, "such an opening in life, so much excitement, you know, and such a useful career." "As if there were not plenty of opening here for Miss Effingham," said Lord Fawn, "and plenty of excitement." "Do you think there is?" said Violet. "You are much more civil than Mr. Finn, I must say." Then Phineas began to hope that he need not be afraid of Lord Fawn. "What a happy man you were at dinner!" continued Violet. addressing herself to Phineas. "I thought Lord Fawn was the happy man." "You had Madame Max Goesler all to yourself for nearly 2 hours, and I suppose there was not a creature in the room who did not envy you. I don't doubt that ever so much interest was made with Lady Glencora as to taking Madame Max down to dinner. Lord Fawn, I know, intrigued." "Miss Effingham, really I must contradict you." "And Barrington Erle begged for it as a particular favour. The Duke, with a sigh, owned that it was impossible because of his cumbrous rank, and Mr. Gresham, when it was offered to him, declared that he was fatigued with the business of the house, and not up to the occasion. How much did she say to you, and what did she talk about?" "The ballot, chiefly, that and manhood suffrage." "Ah, she said something more than that, I am sure. Madame Max Goesler never lets any man go without entrancing him. If you have anything near your heart, Mr. Finn, Madame Max Goesler touched it, I am sure." Now Phineas had 2 things near his heart, political promotion and Violet Effingham, and Madame Max Goesler had managed to touch them both. She had asked him respecting his journey to Blankenberg, and had touched him very nearly in reference to Miss Effingham. "You know Madame Max Goesler, of course," said Violet to Lord Fawn. "Oh yes, I know the lady, that is, as well as other people do. No one, I take it, knows much of her, and it seems to me that the world is becoming tired of her. A mystery is good for nothing if it remains always a mystery." "And it is good for nothing at all when it is found out," said Violet. "And therefore it is that Madame Max Goesler is a bore," said Lord Fawn. "You did not find her a bore," said Violet. Then Phineas, choosing to oppose Lord Fawn as well as he could on that matter, as on every other, declared that he had found Madame Max Goesler most delightful. "And beautiful, is she not?" said Violet. "Beautiful!" exclaimed Lord Fawn. "I think her very beautiful," said Phineas. "So do I," said Violet. "And she is a dear ally of mine. We were a week together last winter, and swore an undying friendship. She told me ever so much about Mr. Goesler." "But she told you nothing of her second husband," said Lord Fawn. "Now that you have run into scandal, I shall have done," said Violet. Half an hour after this, when Phineas was preparing to fight his way out of the house, he was again close to Madame Max Goesler. He had not found a single moment in which to ask Violet for an answer to his old question, and was retiring from the field discomfited but not dispirited. Lord Fawn, he thought, was not a serious obstacle in his way. Lady Laura had told him that there was no hope for him, but then Lady Laura's mind on that subject was, he thought, prejudiced. Violet Effingham certainly knew what were his wishes, and knowing them, smiled on him and was gracious to him. Would she do so if his pretensions were thoroughly objectionable to her? "I saw that you were successful this evening," said Madame Max Goesler to him. "I was not aware of any success." "I call it great success to be able to make your way where you will through such a crowd as there is here. You seem to me to be so stout a cavalier that I shall ask you to find my servant, and bid him get my carriage. Will you mind?" Phineas, of course, declared that he would be delighted. "He is a German, and not in livery, but if somebody will call out, he will hear. He is very sharp, and much more attentive than your English footman. An Englishman hardly ever makes a good servant." "Is that a compliment to us Britons?" "No, certainly not. If a man is a servant, he should be clever enough to be a good one." Phineas had now given the order for the carriage, and having returned, was standing with Madame Max Goesler in the cloak-room. "After all, we are surely the most awkward people in the world," she said. "You know Lord Fawn, who was talking to Miss Effingham just now? You should have heard him trying to pay me a compliment before dinner. It was like a donkey walking a minuet, and yet they say he is a clever man and can make speeches." Could it be possible that Madame Max Goesler's ears were so sharp that she had heard the things which Lord Fawn had said of her? "He is a well-informed man," said Phineas. "For a lord, you mean," said Madame Max Goesler. "But he is an oaf, is he not? And yet they say he is to marry that girl." "I do not think he will," said Phineas stoutly. "I hope not, with all my heart, and I hope that somebody else may, unless somebody else should change his mind. Thank you. I am so much obliged to you. Mind you come and call on me. 193 Park Lane. I dare say you know the little cottage." Then he put Madame Max Goesler into her carriage, and walked away to his club. End of chapter 41. Recording by Laura Koskinen.
Chapter 42 and 43 of Phineas Finn, the Irish Member. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Phineas Finn, the Irish Member, by Anthony Trollope. Chapters 42 and 43. Chapter 42. Lady Baldock does not send a card to Phineas Finn. Lady Baldock's house in Berkeley Square was very stately. A large house, with 5 front windows in a row, and a big door, and a huge square hall, and a fat porter in a round-topped chair. But it was dingy and dull, and could not have been painted for the last 10 years, or furnished for the last 20. Nevertheless, Lady Baldock had evenings, and people went to them, though not such a crowd of people as would go to the evenings of Lady Glencora. Now Mr. Phineas Finn had not been asked to the evenings of Lady Baldock for the present season, and the reason was after this wise. "Yes, Mr. Finn," Lady Baldock had said to her daughter, who early in the spring was preparing the cards, "you may send one to Mr. Finn, certainly." "I don't know that he is very nice," said Augusta Boreham, whose eyes at Saulsby had been sharper perhaps than her mother's, and who had her suspicions. But Lady Baldock did not like interference from her daughter. "Mr. Finn, certainly," she continued. "They tell me that he is a very rising young man, and he sits for Lord Brentford's borough. Of course he is a Radical, but we cannot help that. All the rising young men are Radicals now. I thought him very civil at Saulsby." "But, mamma—" "Well?" "Don't you think that he's a little free with Violet?" "What on earth do you mean, Augusta?" "Have you not fancied that he is fond of her?" "Good gracious, no." "I think he is, and I have sometimes fancied that she is fond of him too." "I don't believe a word of it, Augusta, not a word. I should have seen it if it was so. I am very sharp in seeing such things. They never escape me. Even Violet would not be such a fool as that. Send him a card, and if he comes, I shall soon see." Miss Boreham quite understood her mother, though she could never master her, and the card was prepared. Miss Boreham could never master her mother by her own efforts, but it was, I think, by a little intrigue on her part that Lady Baldock was mastered, and, indeed, altogether cowed in reference to our hero, and that this victory was gained on that very afternoon in time to prevent the sending of the card. When the mother and daughter were at tea before dinner, Lord Baldock came into the room, and, after having been patted and petted and praised by his mother, he took up all the cards out of a china bowl and ran his eyes over them. "Lord Fawn," he said, "the greatest ass in all London. Lady Hartletop, you know she won't come."
"I don't see why she shouldn't come," said Lady Baldock. "A mere country clergyman's daughter."
"Julius Caesar Conway, a great friend of mine, and therefore he always blackballs my other friends at the club. Lord Chiltern? I thought you were at daggers drawn with Lord Chiltern."
"They say he's going to be reconciled to his father, Gustavus, and I do it for Lord Brentford's sake. And he won't come, so it does not signify. And I do believe that Violet has really refused him."
"You're quite right about his not coming," said Lord Baldock, continuing to read the cards. "Chiltern certainly won't come. Count Sparrowsky? I wonder what you know about Sparrowsky that you should ask him here."
"He is asked about, Gustavus. He is indeed," pleaded Lady Baldock.
"I believe that Sparrowsky is a penniless adventurer. Mr. Monk, well, he is a cabinet minister. Sir Gregory Greeswing, you mix your people nicely at any rate. Sir Gregory Greeswing is the most old-fashioned Tory in England."
"Of course we are not political, Gustavus."
"Phineas Finn. They come alternately, 1 and 1.
"Mr. Finn is asked everywhere, Gustavus."
"I don't doubt it. They say he's a very good sort of fellow. They say also that Violet has found that out as well as other people."
"What do you mean, Gustavus?"
"I mean that everybody is saying that this Phineas Finn is going to set himself up in the world by marrying your niece. He is quite right to try it on, if he has a chance."
"I don't think he would be right at all," said Lady Baldock with much energy. "I think he would be wrong, shamefully wrong. They say he is the son of an Irish doctor, and that he hasn't a shilling in the world."
"That is just why he would be right. What is such a man to do but to marry money? He's a deuced good-looking fellow, too, and will be sure to do it."
"He should work for his money in the city, then, or somewhere there. But I don't believe it, Gustavus. I don't indeed."
"Very well. I only tell you what I hear. The fact is that he and Chiltern have already quarrelled about her. If I were to tell you that they have been over to Holland together and fought a duel about her, you wouldn't believe that."
"Fought a duel about Violet? People don't fight duels now, and I should not believe it."
"Very well. Then send your card to Mr. Finn." And so saying, Lord Baldock left the room. Lady Baldock sat in silence for some time, toasting her toes at the fire, and Augusta Boreham sat by, waiting for orders. She felt pretty nearly sure that new orders would be given if she did not herself interfere.
"You had better put by that card for the present, my dear," said Lady Baldock at last. "I will make inquiries. I don't believe a word of what Gustavus has said. I don't think that even Violet is such a fool as that. But if rash and ill-natured people have spoken of it, it may be as well to be careful."
"It is always well to be careful, is it not, mamma?"
"Not but what I think it very improper that these things should be said about a young woman. And as for the story of the duel, I don't believe a word of it. It is absurd. I dare say that Gustavus invented it at the moment, just to amuse himself."
The card, of course, was not sent, and Lady Baldock at any rate put so much faith in her son's story as to make her feel it to be her duty to interrogate her niece on the subject. Lady Baldock at this period of her life was certainly not free from fear of Violet Effingham. In the numerous encounters which took place between them, the aunt seldom gained that amount of victory which would have completely satisfied her spirit. She longed to be dominant over her niece, as she was dominant over her daughter, and when she found that she missed such supremacy, she longed to tell Violet to depart from out her borders, and be no longer niece of hers. But had she ever done so, Violet would have gone at the instant, and then terrible things would have followed. There is a satisfaction in turning out of doors a nephew or niece who is pecuniarily dependent, but when the youthful relative is richly endowed, the satisfaction is much diminished. It is the duty of a guardian, no doubt, to look after the ward, but if this cannot be done, the ward's money should at least be held with as close a fist as possible. But Lady Baldock, though she knew that she would be sorely wounded, poked about on her old body with the sharp lances of disobedience, and struck with the cruel swords of satire. If she took upon herself to scold, or even to question Violet, nevertheless would not abandon the pleasure of lecturing and teaching. "It is my duty," she would say to herself, "and though it be taken in a bad spirit, I will always perform my duty." So she performed her duty, and asked Violet Effingham some questions respecting Phineas Finn. "My dear," she said, "do you remember meeting a Mr. Finn at Saulsby?" "A Mr. Finn, aunt? Why, he is a particular friend of mine. Of course I do. And he was at Saulsby. I've met him there more than once. Don't you remember that we were riding about together?" "I remember that he was there, certainly, but I did not know that he was a special friend." "Most especial, aunt. A1, I may say, among young men, I mean." Lady Baldock was certainly the most indiscreet of old women in such a matter as this, and Violet the most provoking of young ladies. Lady Baldock, believing that there was something to fear, as indeed there was much to fear, should have been content to destroy the card, and to keep the young lady away from the young gentleman, if such keeping away was possible to her. But Miss Effingham was certainly very wrong to speak of any young man as being A1. Fond as I am of Miss Effingham, I cannot justify her, and must acknowledge that she used the most offensive phrase she could find, on purpose to annoy her aunt. "Violet," said Lady Baldock, bridling up, "I never heard such a word before from the lips of a young lady." "Not as A1? I thought it simply meant very good." "A1 is a nobleman," said Lady Baldock. "No, aunt. A1 is a ship that is very good," said Violet. "And do you mean to say that Mr. Finn is very good?" "Yes, indeed. You ask Lord Brentford and Mr. Kennedy. You know he saved poor Mr. Kennedy from being throttled in the streets." "That has nothing to do with it. A policeman might have done that." "Then he would have been A1 of policeman, though A1 does not mean a policeman." "He would have done his duty, and so perhaps did Mr. Finn." "Of course he did, aunt. It couldn't have been his duty to stand by and see Mr. Kennedy throttled. And he nearly killed one of the men, and took the other prisoner with his own hands. And he made a beautiful speech the other day. I read every word of it. I'm so glad he's a Liberal. I do like young men to be Liberals." Now Lord Baldock was a Tory, as had been all the Lord Baldocks since the first who had been bought over from the Whigs in the time of George III at the cost of a barony. "You have nothing to do with politics, Violet." "Why shouldn't I have something to do with politics, aunt?" "And I must tell you that your name is being very unpleasantly mentioned in connection with that of this young man because of your indiscretion." "What indiscretion?" Violet, as she made her demand for a more direct accusation, stood quite upright before her aunt, looking the old woman full in the face, almost with her arms akimbo. "Calling him A1, Violet." "People have been talking about me and Mr. Finn because I just now at this very moment called him A1 to you. If you want to scold me about anything, aunt, do find out something less ridiculous than that." "It was most improper language, and if you used it to me, I am sure you would to others." "To what others?" "To Mr. Finn, and those sort of people." Call Mr. Finn A1 to his face? Well, upon my honour, I don't know why I should not. Lord Chiltern says he rides beautifully, and if we were talking about riding, I might do so. You have no business to talk to Lord Chiltern about Mr. Finn at all. Have I not? I thought that perhaps the one sin might palliate the other. You know, aunt, no young lady, let her be ever so ill-disposed, can marry two objectionable young men at the same time. I said nothing about your marrying Mr. Finn. Then, aunt, what did you mean? I meant that you should not allow yourself to be talked of with an adventurer, a young man without a shilling, a person who has come from nobody knows where in the bogs of Ireland. But you used to ask him here. Yes, as long as he knew his place, but I shall not do so again, and I must beg you to be circumspect. My dear aunt, we may as well understand each other. I will not be circumspect, as you call it, and if Mr. Finn asked me to marry him tomorrow, and if I liked him well enough, I would take him, even though he had been dug right out of a bog. Not only because I liked him, mind. If I were unfortunate enough to like a man who was nothing, I would refuse him in spite of my liking, because he was nothing. But this young man is not nothing. Mr. Finn is a fine fellow, and if there were no other reason to prevent my marrying him than his being the son of a doctor, and coming out of the bogs, that would not do so. Now I have made a clean breast to you as regards Mr. Finn, and if you do not like what I have said, aunt, you must acknowledge that you have brought it on yourself. Lady Baldock was left for a time speechless, but no card was sent to Phineas Finn. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43. Promotion. Phineas got no card from Lady Baldock, but one morning he received a note from Lord Brentford, which was of more importance to him than any card could have been. At this time, bit by bit, the Reform Bill of the day had nearly made its way through the committee, but had been so mutilated as to be almost impossible of recognition by its progenitors. And there was still a clause or two as to the rearrangement of seats, respecting which it was known that there would be a combat, probably combats, carried on after the internecine fashion. There was a certain clipping of counties to be done, as to which it was said that Mr. Daubeny had declared that he would not yield till he was made to do so by the brute force of majorities. And there was another clause for the drafting of certain superfluous members from little boroughs, and bestowing them on populous towns at which they were much wanted, respecting which Mr. Turnbull had proclaimed that the clause as it now stood was a fainéant clause, capable of doing, and intended to do, no good in the proper direction, a clause put into the bill to gull ignorant folk who had not eyes enough to recognize the fact that it was fainéant, a make-believe clause, so said Mr. Turnbull, to be detested on that account by every true reformer, worse than the old Philistine bonds and Tory figments of representation, as to which there was at least no hypocritical pretence of popular fitness. Mr. Turnbull had been very loud and very angry, had talked much of demonstrations among the people, and had almost threatened the House. The House in its present mood did not fear any demonstrations, but it did fear that Mr. Turnbull might help Mr. Daubeny, and that Mr. Daubeny might help Mr. Turnbull. It was now May, the middle of May, and ministers who had been at work on their Reform Bill ever since the beginning of the session were becoming weary of it. And then, should these odious clauses escape the threatened Turnbull-Daubeny alliance, then there was the House of Lords. "What a pity we can't pass our bills at the Treasury, and have done with them," said Laurence Fitzgibbon. "Yes, indeed," replied Mr. Ratler. "For myself, I was never so tired of a session in my life. I wouldn't go through it again to be made.
No, not to be made Chancellor of the Exchequer. Lord Brentford's note to Phineas Finn was as follows. House of Lords, 16th May, 186 . My dear Mr. Finn, you are no doubt aware that Lord Bosanquet's death has taken Mr. Mottram into the Upper House, and that as he was Under-Secretary for the Colonies, and as the Under-Secretary must be in the Lower House, the vacancy must be filled up. The heart of Phineas Finn at this moment was almost in his mouth, not only to be selected for political employment, but to be selected at once for an office so singularly desirable. Under-secretaries, he fancied, were paid 2,000 a year. What would Mr. Lowe say now? But his great triumph soon received a check. Mr. Mildmay has spoken to me on the subject, continued the letter, and informs me that he has offered the place at the Colonies to his old supporter, Mr. Laurence Fitzgibbon. Laurence Fitzgibbon? I am inclined to think that he could not have done better, as Mr. Fitzgibbon has shown great zeal for his party. This will vacate the Irish seat at the Treasury Board, and I am commissioned by Mr. Mildmay to offer it to you. Perhaps you will do me the pleasure of calling on me tomorrow between the hours of 11 and 12. Yours very sincerely, Brentford. Phineas was himself surprised to find that his first feeling on reading this letter was one of dissatisfaction. Here were his golden hopes about to be realized, hopes as to the realization of which he had been quite despondent 12 months ago, and yet he was uncomfortable because he was to be postponed to Laurence Fitzgibbon. Had the new Under-Secretary been a man whom he had not known, whom he had not learned to look down upon as inferior to himself, he would not have minded it, would have been full of joy at the promotion proposed for himself. But Laurence Fitzgibbon was such a poor creature that the idea of filling a place from which Laurence had risen was distasteful to him. It seems to be all a matter of favour and convenience, he said to himself, without any reference to the service. His triumph would have been so complete had Mr. Mildmay allowed him to go into the higher place at one leap. Other men who had made themselves useful had done so. In the first hour after receiving Lord Brentford's letter, the idea of becoming a Lord of the Treasury was almost displeasing to him. He had an idea that junior lordships of the Treasury were generally bestowed on young members whom it was convenient to secure, but who were not good at doing anything. There was a moment in which he thought that he would refuse to be made a junior lord. But during the night cooler reflections told him that he had been very wrong. He had taken up politics with the express desire of getting his foot upon a rung of the ladder of promotion, and now, in his third session, he was about to be successful. Even as a junior lord he would have 1,000 a year, and how long might he have sat in chambers, and have wandered about Lincoln's Inn, and have loitered in the courts, striving to look as though he had business, before he would have earned 1,000 a year. Even as a junior lord he could make himself useful, and when once he should be known to be a good working man, promotion would come to him. No ladder can be mounted without the labour, but this ladder was now open above his head, and he already had his foot upon it. At 11:30 he was with Lord Brentford, who received him with the blandest smile and a pressure of the hand which was quite cordial. "My dear Finn," he said, "this gives me the most sincere pleasure, the greatest pleasure in the world. Our connection together at Loughton, of course, makes it doubly agreeable to me." "I cannot be too grateful to you, Lord Brentford." No. It is all your own doing. When Mr. Mildmay asked me whether I did not think you the most promising of the young members on our side in the House, I certainly did say that I quite concurred. But I should be taking too much on myself. I should be acting dishonestly if I were to allow you to imagine that it was my proposition. Had he asked me to recommend, I should have named you, that I say frankly. But he did not. He did not. Mr. Mildmay named you himself. "Do you think," he said, "that your friend Finn would join us at the Treasury?" I told him that I did think so. "And do you not think," said he, "that it would be a useful appointment?"
Then I ventured to say that I had no doubt whatever on that point, that I knew you well enough to feel confident that you would lend a strength to the Liberal government. Then there were a few words said about your seat, and I was commissioned to write to you. That was all." Phineas was grateful, but not too grateful, and bore himself very well in the interview. He explained to Lord Brentford that of course it was his object to serve the country, and to be paid for his services, and that he considered himself to be very fortunate to be selected so early in his career for parliamentary place. He would endeavour to do his duty, and could safely say of himself that he did not wish to eat the bread of idleness. As he made this assertion, he thought of Laurence Fitzgibbon. Laurence Fitzgibbon had eaten the bread of idleness, and yet he was promoted. But Phineas said nothing to Lord Brentford about his idle friend. When he had made his little speech, he asked a question about the borough. "I have already ventured to write a letter to my agent at Loughton, telling him that you have accepted office, and that you will be shortly there again. He will see Shortribs and arrange it. But if I were you, I should write to Shortribs and to Grating, after I had seen Mr. Mildmay. Of course you will not mention my name." And the Earl looked very grave as he uttered this caution. "Of course I will not," said Phineas. "I do not think you'll find any difficulty about the seat," said the peer. "There never has been any difficulty at Loughton yet. I must say that for them. And if we can scrape through with clause 72, we shall be all right. Shall we not?" This was the clause as to which so violent an opposition was expected from Mr. Turnbull, a clause as to which Phineas himself had felt that he would hardly know how to support the government, in the event of the committee being pressed to a division upon it. Could he, an ardent reformer, a reformer at heart, could he say that such a borough as Loughton should be spared, that the arrangement by which Shortribs and Grating had sent him to Parliament, in obedience to Lord Brentford's orders, was in due accord with the theory of a representative legislature? In what respect had Gatton and Old Sarum been worse than Loughton? Was he not himself false to his principle in sitting for such a borough as Loughton? He had spoken to Mr. Monk, and Mr. Monk had told him that Rome was not built in a day, and had told him also that good things were most valued and were more valuable when they came by instalments. But then Mr. Monk himself enjoyed the satisfaction of sitting for a popular constituency. He was not personally pricked in the conscience by his own parliamentary position. Now, however, now that Phineas had consented to join the government, any such considerations as these must be laid aside. He could no longer be a free agent, or even a free thinker. He had been quite aware of this, and had taught himself to understand that members of Parliament in the direct service of the government were absolved from the necessity of free thinking. Individual free thinking was incompatible with the position of a member of the government, and unless such abnegation were practised, no government would be possible. It was, of course, a man's duty to bind himself together with no other men but those with whom, on matters of general policy, he could agree heartily. But having found that he could so agree, he knew that it would be his duty as a subaltern to vote as he was directed. It would trouble his conscience less to sit for Loughton and vote for an objectionable clause as a member of the government than it would have done to give such a vote as an independent member. In so resolving, he thought that he was simply acting in accordance with the acknowledged rules of parliamentary government, and therefore, when Lord Brentford spoke of clause 72, he could answer pleasantly. "I think we shall carry it, and, you see, in getting it through committee, if we can carry it by one, that is as good as 100. That's the comfort of close fighting in committee. In the open house we are almost as much beaten by a narrow majority as by a vote against us." Just so, said Lord Brentford, delighted to see that his young pupil, as he regarded him, understood so well the system of parliamentary management. "By the by, Finn, have you seen Chiltern lately?" "Not quite lately," said Phineas, blushing up to his eyes. "Or heard from him?" "No, nor heard from him. When I last heard of him he was in Brussels." "Ah, yes, he is somewhere on the Rhine now.
I thought that as you were so intimate, perhaps you corresponded with him. Have you heard that we have arranged about Lady Laura's money?"
"I have heard. Lady Laura has told me."
"I wish he would return," said Lord Brentford sadly, almost solemnly. "As that great difficulty is over, I would receive him willingly, and make my house pleasant to him if I can do so. I am most anxious that he should settle and marry. Could you not write to him?" Phineas, not daring to tell Lord Brentford that he had quarrelled with Lord Chiltern, feeling that if he did so everything would go wrong, said that he would write to Lord Chiltern. As he went away, he felt that he was bound to get an answer from Violet Effingham. If it should be necessary, he was willing to break with Lord Brentford on that matter, even though such breaking should lose him his borough and his place, but not on any other matter. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Phineas Finn, the Irish Member. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Phineas Finn, the Irish Member, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 44, Phineas and His Friends. Our hero's friends were, I think, almost more elated by our hero's promotion than was our hero himself. He never told himself that it was a great thing to be a junior Lord of the Treasury, though he acknowledged to himself that to have made a successful beginning was a very great thing. But his friends were loud in their congratulations, or condolements, as the case might be. He had his interview with Mr. Mildmay, and after that, one of his first steps was to inform Mrs. Bunce that he must change his lodgings. "The truth is, Mrs. Bunce, not that I want anything better, but that a better position would be advantageous to me, and that I can afford to pay for it." Mrs. Bunce acknowledged the truth of the argument, with her apron up to her eyes. "I've got to be so fond of looking after you, Mr. Finn, I have indeed," said Mrs. Bunce. "It is not just what you pays like, because another party will pay as much, but we've got so used to you, Mr. Finn, haven't we?" Mrs. Bunce was probably not aware herself that the comeliness of her lodger had pleased her feminine eye and touched her feminine heart. Had anybody said that Mrs. Bunce was in love with Phineas, the scandal would have been monstrous. And yet it was so, after a fashion. And Bunce knew it, after his fashion. "Don't be such an old fool," he said, "crying after him because he's 6 foot high." "I ain't crying after him because he's 6 foot high," whined the poor woman. "But one does like old faces better than new, and a gentleman about one's place is pleasant." "Gentlemen be damned," said Bunce. But his anger was excited not by his wife's love for Phineas, but by the use of an objectionable word. Bunce himself had been on very friendly terms with Phineas, and they two had had many discussions on matters of politics, Bunce taking up the cudgels always for Mr. Turnbull, and generally slipping away gradually into some account of his own martyrdom. For he had been a martyr, having failed in obtaining any redress against the policeman who had imprisoned him so wrongfully. The People's Banner had fought for him manfully, and therefore there was a little disagreement between him and Phineas on the subject of that great organ of public opinion. And as Mr. Bunce thought that his lodger was very wrong to sit for Lord Brentford's borough, subjects were sometimes touched which were a little galling to Phineas. Touching this promotion, Bunce had nothing but condolement to offer to the new junior lord. "Oh, yes," said he, in answer to an argument from Phineas. "I suppose there must be lords, as you call them. though for the matter of that, I can't see as they is of any mortal use. Wouldn't you have the government carry it on? Government? Well, I suppose there must be government, but the less of it the better. I'm not against government, nor yet against laws, Mr. Finn, though the less of them too the better. But what does these lords do in the government? Lords indeed! I'll tell you what they do, Mr. Finn. They votes. That's what they do. They votes hard. Black or white, white or black. Ain't that true? When you're a lord, will you be able to vote against Mr. Mildmay to save your very soul? If it comes to a question of soul-saving, Mr. Bunce, I shan't save my place at the expense of my conscience. Not if you knows it, you mean. But the worst of it is that a man gets so thick into the mud that he don't know whether he's dirty or clean. You'll have to vote as you're told, and of course you'll think it's right enough. Ain't you been among Parliament gents long enough to know that that's the way it goes? You think no honest man can be a member of government? I don't say that, but I think honesty's a deal easier away from them. The fact is, Mr. Finn, it's all wrong with us yet, and will be till we get it nigher to the great American model. If a poor man gets into Parliament, you'll excuse me, Mr. Finn, but I calls you a poor man. Certainly, as a member of Parliament, I am a very poor man. Just so. And therefore, what do? You goes and lays yourself out for government. I'm not saying as how you're any ways wrong. A man has to live. You has winning ways, and a good physiognomy of your own, and are as big as a life guardsman. Phineas, as he heard this doubtful praise, laughed and blushed. Very well. You makes your way with the big Whigs, lords and earls and them like, and you gets returned for a rotten borough. You'll excuse me, but that's about it, ain't it? And then you goes in for government. A man may have a mission to govern, such as Washington and Cromwell and the like of them, but when I hears of Mr. Fitzgibbon a-governing, why then I says, damn it all. There must be good and bad, you know. We've got to change a deal yet, Mr. Finn, and we'll do it. When a young man as has liberal feelings gets into Parliament, he shouldn't be snapped up and brought into the governing business just because he's poor and wants a salary. They don't do it that way in the States, and they won't do it that way here long. It's the system as I hates, and not you, Mr. Finn. Well, good-bye, sir. I hope you like the governing business, and find it suits your health. These condolements from Mr. Bunce were not pleasant, but they set him thinking. He felt assured that Bunce and Quintus Slide and Mr. Turnbull were wrong. Bunce was ignorant, Quintus Slide was dishonest, Turnbull was greedy of popularity. For himself, he thought that as a young man he was fairly well informed. He knew that he meant to be true in his vocation, and he was quite sure that the object nearest to his heart in politics was not self-aggrandizement, but the welfare of the people in general. And yet he could not but agree with Bunce that there was something wrong. When such men as Laurence Fitzgibbon were called upon to act as governors, was it not to be expected that the ignorant but still intelligent Bunces of the population should, damn it all? On the evening of that day he went up to Mrs. Lowe's, very sure that he should receive some encouragement from her and from her husband. She had been angry with him because he had put himself into a position in which money must be spent and none could be made. The Lowes, especially Mrs. Lowe, had refused to believe that any success was within his reach. Now that he had succeeded, now that he was in receipt of a salary on which he could live and save money, he would be sure of sympathy from his old friends the Lowes. But Mrs. Lowe was as severe upon him as Mr. Bunce had been, and even from Mr. Lowe he could extract no real comfort. "Of course I congratulate you," said Mr. Lowe coldly. "And you, Mrs. Lowe?" "Well, you know, Finn, I think you have begun at the wrong end. I thought so before, and I think so still. I suppose I ought not to say so to a Lord of the Treasury, but if you ask me, what can I do? Speak the truth, of course. Exactly. That's what I must do. Well, the truth is, Mr. Finn, that I do not think it is a very good opening for a young man to be made what they call a Lord of the Treasury, unless he has got a private fortune, you know, to support that kind of life. You see, Phineas, a ministry is such an uncertain thing, said Mr. Lowe. Of course it's uncertain, but as I did go into the House, it's something to have succeeded. If you call that success, said Mrs. Lowe. You did intend to go on with your profession, said Mr. Lowe. He could not tell them that he had changed his mind, and that he meant to marry Violet Effingham, who would much prefer a parliamentary life for her husband to that of a working barrister. I suppose that is all given up now, continued Mr. Lowe. Just for the present, said Phineas. Yes, and for ever, I fear, said Mrs. Lowe. You never go back to real work after frittering away your time as a Lord of the Treasury. What sort of work must it be when just anybody can do it that it suits them to lay hold of? But of course 1,000 a year is something, though a man may have it for only 6 months. It came out in the course of the evening that Mr. Lowe was going to stand for the borough vacated by Mr. Mottram, at which it was considered that the Conservatives might possibly prevail. You see, after all, Phineas, said Mr. Lowe, that I am following your steps. Ah, you are going into the House in the course of your profession. Just so, said Mrs. Lowe, and are taking the first step towards being a Tory Attorney-General. That's as may be, said Mr. Lowe, but it's the kind of thing a man does after 20 years of hard work. For myself, I really don't care much whether I succeed or fail. I should like to live to be a Vice-Chancellor. I don't mind saying as much as that to you, but I'm not at all sure that Parliament is the best way to the equity bench. But it is a grand thing to get into Parliament when you do it by means of your profession, said Mrs. Lowe. Soon after that Phineas took his departure from the house, feeling sore and unhappy. But on the next morning he was received in Grosvenor Place with an amount of triumph which went far to compensate him. Lady Laura had written to him to call there, and on his arrival he found both Violet Effingham and Madame Max Goesler with his friend. When Phineas entered the room, his first feeling was one of intense joy at seeing that Violet Effingham was present there. Then there was one of surprise that Madame Max Goesler should make one of the little party. Lady Laura had told him at Mr. Palliser's dinner-party that they, in Portman Square, had not as yet advanced far enough to receive Madame Max Goesler, and yet here was the lady in Mr. Kennedy's drawing-room. Now Phineas would have thought it more likely that he should find her in Portman Square than in Grosvenor Place. The truth was that Madame Goesler had been brought by Miss Effingham, with the consent, indeed, of Lady Laura, but with a consent given with much of hesitation. "What are you afraid of?" Violet had asked. "I am afraid of nothing," Lady Laura had answered. "But one has to choose one's acquaintance in accordance with rules which one doesn't lay down very strictly." "She's a clever woman," said Violet, "and everybody likes her. But if you think Mr. Kennedy would object, of course you are right." Then Lady Laura had consented, telling herself that it was not necessary that she should ask her husband's approval as to every new acquaintance she might form. At the same time Violet had been told that Phineas would be there, and so the party had been made up. "See, the conquering hero comes," said Violet in her cheeriest voice. "I am so glad that Mr. Finn has been made a lord of something," said Madame Max Goesler. "I had the pleasure of a long political discussion with him the other night, and I quite approve of him." "We are so much gratified, Mr. Finn," said Lady Laura. "Mr. Kennedy says that it is the best appointment they could have made, and Papa is quite proud about it." "You are Lord Brentford's member, are you not?" asked Madame Max Goesler. This was a question which Phineas did not quite like,
and which he was obliged to excuse by remembering that the questioner had lived so long out of England as to be probably ignorant of the myths and theories and system and working of the British Constitution. Violet Effingham, little as she knew of politics, would never have asked a question so imprudent. But the question was turned off, and Phineas, with an easy grace, submitted himself to be petted and congratulated and purred over and almost caressed by the three ladies. Their good-natured enthusiasm was at any rate better than the satire of Bunce or the wisdom of Mrs. Lowe. Lady Laura had no misgivings as to Phineas being fit for governing, and Violet Effingham said nothing as to the short-lived tenure of ministers. Madame Max Goesler, though she had asked an indiscreet question, thoroughly appreciated the advantage of government pay and the prestige of government power. "You are a lord now," she said, speaking as was customary with her, with the slightest possible foreign accent, "and you will be a president soon, and then, perhaps, a secretary. The order of promotion seems odd, but I am told it is very pleasant." "It is pleasant to succeed, of course," said Phineas, "let the success be ever so little." "We knew you would succeed," said Lady Laura. "We were quite sure of it. Were we not, Violet?" "You always said so, my dear. For myself, I do not venture to have an opinion on such matters. Will you always have to go to that big building in the corner, Mr. Finn, and stay there from 10 till 4? Won't that be a bore?" "We have a half-holiday on Saturday, you know," said Phineas. "And do the lords of the Treasury have to take care of the money?" asked Madame Max Goesler. "Only their own, and they generally fail in doing that," said Phineas. He sat there for a considerable time, wondering whether Mr. Kennedy would come in, and wondering also as to what Mr. Kennedy would say to Madame Max Goesler when he did come in. He knew that it was useless for him to expect any opportunity, then or there, of being alone for a moment with Violet Effingham. His only chance in that direction would be in some crowded room, at some ball at which he might ask her to dance with him, but it seemed that fate was very unkind to him, and that no such chance came in his way. Mr. Kennedy did not appear, and Madame Max Goesler with Violet went away, leaving Phineas still sitting with Lady Laura. Each of them said a kind word to him as they went. "I don't know whether I may dare to expect the Lord of the Treasury will come and see me," said Madame Max Goesler. Then Phineas made a second promise that he would call in Park Lane. Violet blushed as she remembered that she could not ask him to call at Lady Baldock's. "Good-bye, Mr. Finn," she said, giving him her hand. "I am so very glad that they have chosen you, and I do hope that, as Madame Max says, they'll make you a secretary and a president and everything else very quickly, till it will come to your turn to be making other people." "He is very nice," said Madame Goesler to Violet as she took her place in the carriage. "He bears being petted and spoilt without being either awkward or conceited." "On the whole, he is rather nice," said Violet, "only he has not got a shilling in the world, and has to make himself before he will be anybody." "He must marry money, of course," said Madame Max Goesler. "I hope you are contented," said Lady Laura, rising from her chair and coming opposite to him as soon as they were alone. "Of course I am contented." "I was not, when I first heard of it. Why did they promote that empty-headed countryman of yours to a place for which he was quite unfit? I was not contented, but then I am more ambitious for you than you are for yourself." He sat without answering her for a while, and she stood waiting for his reply. "Have you nothing to say to me?" she asked. "I do not know what to say. When I think of it all, I am lost in amazement. You tell me that you are not contented, that you are ambitious for me. Why is it that you should feel any interest in the matter? Is it not reasonable that we should be interested for our friends? But when you and I last parted here in this room, you were hardly my friend." "Was I not? You wrong me there very deeply."
I told you what was my ambition, and you resented it, said Phineas. I think I said that I could not help you, and I think I said also that I thought you would fail. I do not know that I showed much resentment. You see, I told her that you were here, that she might come and meet you. You know that I wished my brother should succeed. I wished it before I ever knew you. You cannot expect that I should change my wishes. But if he cannot succeed, pleaded Phineas. Who is to say that? Has a woman never been won by devotion and perseverance? Besides, how can I wish to see you go on with a suit which must sever you from my father and injure your political prospects, perhaps fatally injure them? It seems to me now that my father is almost the only man in London who has not heard of this duel. Of course he will hear of it. I have half made up my mind to tell him myself. Do not do that, Mr. Finn. There can be no reason for it. But I did not ask you to come here today to talk to you about Oswald or Violet. I have given you my advice about that, and I can do no more. Lady Laura, I cannot take it. It is out of my power to take it. Very well. The matter shall be what you members of Parliament call an open question between us. When Papa asked you to accept this place at the Treasury, did it ever occur to you to refuse it? It did, for half an hour or so. I hoped you would, and yet I knew that I was wrong. I thought that you should count yourself to be worth more than that, and that you should, as it were, assert yourself. But then it is so difficult to draw the line between proper self-assertion and proper self-denial, to know how high to go up the table and how low to go down. I do not doubt that you have been right. Only make them understand that you are not as other junior lords, that you have been willing to be a junior lord or anything else for a purpose, but that the purpose is something higher than that of fetching and carrying in Parliament for Mr. Mildmay and Mr. Palliser. I hope in time to get beyond fetching and carrying, said Phineas. Of course you will, and knowing that, I am glad that you are in office. I suppose there will be no difficulty about Loughton. Then Phineas laughed. I hear, said he, that Mr. Quintus Slide of the People's Banner has already gone down to canvass the electors. Mr. Quintus Slide? To canvass the electors of Loughton? And Lady Laura drew herself up and spoke of this unseemly intrusion on her father's borough, as though the vulgar man who had been named had forced his way into the very drawing-room in Portman Square. At that moment Mr. Kennedy came in. "Do you hear what Mr. Finn tells me?" she said. "He has heard that Mr. Quintus Slide has gone down to Loughton to stand against him." "And why not?" said Mr. Kennedy. "My dear!" ejaculated Lady Laura. "Mr. Quintus Slide will no doubt lose his time and his money, but he will gain the prestige of having stood for a borough, which will be something for him on the staff of the People's Banner," said Mr. Kennedy. "He will get that horrid man Vellum to propose him," said Lady Laura. "Very likely," said Mr. Kennedy. "And the less any of us say about it, the better. Finn, my dear fellow, I congratulate you heartily. Nothing for a long time has given me greater pleasure than hearing of your appointment. It is equally honourable to yourself and to Mr. Mildmay. It is a great step to have gained so early." Phineas, as he thanked his friend, could not help asking himself what his friend had done to be made a cabinet minister. Little as he, Phineas, himself had done in the House in his 2 sessions and a half, Mr. Kennedy had hardly done more in his 15 or 20. But then Mr. Kennedy was possessed of almost miraculous wealth, and owned half a county, whereas he, Phineas, owned almost nothing at all. Of course no Prime Minister would offer a junior lordship at the Treasury to a man with £30,000 a year. Soon after this Phineas took his leave. "I think he will do well," said Mr. Kennedy to his wife. "I am sure he will do well," replied Lady Laura almost scornfully. "He is not quite such a black swan with me as he is with you, but still I think he will succeed.
if he takes care of himself. It is astonishing how that absurd story of his duel with Chiltern has got about." "It is impossible to prevent people talking," said Lady Laura. "I suppose there was some quarrel, though neither of them will tell you. They say it was about Miss Effingham. I should hardly think that Finn could have any hopes in that direction." "Why should he not have hopes?" "Because he has neither position, nor money, nor birth," said Mr. Kennedy. "He is a gentleman," said Lady Laura, "and I think he has position. I do not see why he should not ask any girl to marry him." "There is no understanding you, Laura," said Mr. Kennedy angrily. "I thought you had quite other hopes about Miss Effingham." "So I have, but that has nothing to do with it. You spoke of Mr. Finn as though he would be guilty of some crime were he to ask Violet Effingham to be his wife. In that I disagree with you. Mr. Finn is—" "You will make me sick of the name of Mr. Finn." "I am sorry that I offend you by my gratitude to a man who saved your life." Mr. Kennedy shook his head. He knew that the argument used against him was false, but he did not know how to show that he knew that it was false. "Perhaps I had better not mention his name any more," continued Lady Laura. "Nonsense." "I quite agree with you that it is nonsense, Robert." "All I mean to say is that if you go on as you do, you will turn his head and spoil him. Do you think I do not know what is going on among you?" "And what is going on among us, as you call it?" "You are taking this young man up and putting him on a pedestal and worshipping him, just because he is well-looking and rather clever and decently behaved. It's always the way with women who have nothing to do, and who cannot be made to understand that they should have duties. They cannot live without some kind of idolatry." "Have I neglected my duty to you, Robert?" "Yes, you know you have, in going to those receptions at your father's house on Sundays." "What has that to do with Mr. Finn?" "Tch! I begin to think I had better tell Mr. Finn not to come here any more, since his presence is disagreeable to you. All the world knows how great is the service he did you, and it will seem to be very ridiculous. People will say all manner of things, but anything will be better than that you should go on as you have done, accusing your wife of idolatry towards a young man because he is well-looking." "I never said anything of the kind." "You did, Robert." "I did not. I did not speak more of you than of a lot of others." "You accused me personally, saying that because of my idolatry I had neglected my duty. But really you made such a jumble of it all, with papa's visitors and Sunday afternoons, that I cannot follow what was in your mind." Then Mr. Kennedy stood for a while, collecting his thoughts, so that he might unravel the jumble, if that were possible to him. But finding that it was not possible, he left the room and closed the door behind him. Then Lady Laura was left alone to consider the nature of the accusation which her husband had brought against her, or the nature, rather, of the accusation which she had chosen to assert that her husband had implied. For in her heart she knew that he had made no such accusation, and had intended to make none such. The idolatry of which he had spoken was the idolatry which a woman might show to her cat, her dog, her picture, her china, her furniture, her carriage and horses, or her pet maidservant. Such was the idolatry of which Mr. Kennedy had spoken. But was there no other worship in her heart, worse, more pernicious than that, in reference to this young man? She had schooled herself about him very severely, and had come to various resolutions. She had found out and confessed to herself that she did not and could not love her husband. She had found out and confessed to herself that she did love and could not help loving Phineas Finn. Then she had resolved to banish him from her presence, and had gone the length of telling him so. After that she had perceived that she had been wrong, and had determined to meet him as she met other men, and to conquer her love. Then, when this could not be done, when something almost like idolatry grew upon her, she determined that it should be the idolatry of friendship, that she would not sin even in thought, that there should be nothing in her heart of which she need be ashamed, but that the one great object and purport of her life should be the promotion of this friend's welfare. She had just begun to love after this fashion, had taught herself to believe that she might combine something of the pleasure of idolatry toward her friend with a full complement of duty towards her husband, when Phineas came to her with his tale of love for Violet Effingham. The lesson which she got then was a very rough one, so hard that at first she could not bear it. Her anger at his love for her brother's wished-for bride was lost in her dismay that Phineas should love anyone after having once loved her. But, by sheer force of mind, she had conquered that dismay, that feeling of desolation at her heart, and had almost taught herself to hope that Phineas might succeed with Violet. He wished it, and why should he not have what he wished? He whom she so fondly idolized. It was not his fault that he and she were not man and wife. She had chosen to arrange it otherwise, and was she not bound to assist him now in the present object of his reasonable wishes? She had got over in her heart that difficulty about her brother, but she could not quite conquer the other difficulty. She could not bring herself to plead his cause with Violet. She had not brought herself as yet to do it. And now she was accused of idolatry for Phineas by her husband. She was with a lot of others, in which lot Violet was of course included. Would it not be better that they two should be brought together? Would not her friend's husband still be her friend? Would she not then forget to love him? Would she not then be safer than she was now? As she sat alone, struggling with her difficulties, she had not as yet forgotten to love him, nor was she as yet safe. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 45. Miss Effingham's Four Lovers. One morning early in June, Lady Laura called at Lady Baldock's house and asked for Miss Effingham. The servant was showing her into the large drawing-room when she again asked especially for Miss Effingham. "I think Miss Effingham is there," said the man, opening the door. Miss Effingham was not there. Lady Baldock was sitting all alone, and Lady Laura perceived that she had been caught in the net which she specially wished to avoid. Now Lady Baldock had not actually or openly quarrelled with Lady Laura Kennedy or with Lord Brentford, but she had conceived a strong idea that her niece Violet was countenanced in all improprieties by the Standish family generally, and that therefore the Standish family was to be regarded as a family of enemies. There was doubtless in her mind considerable confusion on the subject, for she did not know whether Lord Chiltern or Mr. Finn was the suitor whom she most feared. And she was aware, after a sort of muddled fashion, that the claims of these two wicked young men were antagonistic to each other, but they were both regarded by her as emanations from the same source of iniquity, and therefore, without going deeply into the machination of Lady Laura, without resolving whether Lady Laura was injuring her by pressing her brother as a suitor upon Miss Effingham, or by pressing a rival of her brother, still she became aware that it was her duty to turn a cold shoulder on those two houses in Portman Square and Grosvenor Place. But her difficulties in doing this were very great, and it may be said that Lady Baldock was placed in an unjust and cruel position. Before the end of May she had proposed to leave London and to take her daughter and Violet down to Baddingham, or to Brighton, if they preferred it, or to Switzerland. "Brighton in June!" Violet had exclaimed. "Would not a month among the glaciers be delightful?" Miss Borum had said. "Don't let me keep you in town, aunt," Violet replied, "but I do not think I shall go till other people go. I can have a room at Laura Kennedy's house." Then Lady Baldock, whose position was hard and cruel, resolved that she would stay in town. Here she had in her hands a ward over whom she had no positive power, and yet in respect to whom her duty was imperative. Her duty was imperative, and Lady Baldock was not the woman to neglect her duty, and yet she knew that the doing of her duty would all be in vain. Violet would marry a shoeblack out of the streets if she were so minded. It was of no use that the poor lady had provided herself with 2 strings, 2 most excellent strings, to her bow. 2 strings, either one of which should have contented Miss Effingham. There was Lord Fawn, a young peer, not very rich indeed, but still with means sufficient for a wife, a rising man, and in every way respectable, although a Whig. And there was Mr. Appledom, one of the richest commoners in England, a fine Conservative too, with a seat in the House, and everything appropriate. He was 50, but looked hardly more than 35, and was, so at least Lady Baldock frequently asserted, violently in love with Violet Effingham. Why had not the law, or the executors, or the Lord Chancellor, or some power levied for the protection of the proprieties, made Violet absolutely subject to her guardian till she should be made subject to a husband? "Yes, I think she is at home," said Lady Baldock, in answer to Lady Laura's inquiry for Violet. "At least I hardly know. She seldom tells me what she means to do, and sometimes she will walk out quite alone." A most imprudent old woman was Lady Baldock, always opening her hand to her adversaries, unable to control herself in the scolding of people, either before their faces or behind their backs, even at moments in which such scolding was most injurious to her own cause. "However, we will see," she continued. Then the bell was rung, and in a few minutes Violet was in the room. In a few minutes more they were upstairs together in Violet's own room, in spite of the openly displayed wrath of Lady Baldock. "I almost wish she had never been born," said Lady Baldock to her daughter. "Oh, mamma, don't say that." "I certainly do wish that I had never seen her." "Indeed, she has been a grievous trouble to you, mamma," said Miss Borum, sympathetically. "Brighton! What nonsense!" said Lady Laura. "Of course it's nonsense. Fancy going to Brighton! And then they have proposed Switzerland. If you could only hear Augusta talking in rapture of a month among the glaciers! And I feel so ungrateful. I believe they would spend 3 months with me at any horrible place that I could suggest, at Hong Kong if I were to ask it, so intent are they on taking me away from metropolitan danger." "But you will not go?" "No, I won't go. I know I am very naughty, but I can't help feeling that I cannot be good without being a fool at the same time. I must either fight my aunt, or give way to her. If I were to yield, what a life I should have! And I should despise myself after all." "And what is the special danger to be feared now?" "I don't know. You, I fancy. I told her that if she went, I should go to you. I knew that would make her stay." "I wish you would come to me," said Lady Laura. "I shouldn't think of it really, not for any length of time." "Why not?" "Because I should be in Mr. Kennedy's way." "You wouldn't be in his way in the least. If you would only be down punctually for morning prayers, and go to church with him on Sunday afternoon, he would be delighted to have you." "What did he say about Madame Max coming?" "Not a word. I don't think he quite knew who she was then. I fancy he has inquired since, by something he said yesterday." "What did he say?" "Nothing that matters. Only a word. I haven't come here to talk about Madame Max Goesler, nor yet about Mr. Kennedy." "Whom have you come to talk about?" asked Violet, laughing a little, with something of increased colour in her cheeks, though she could not be said to blush. "A lover, of course," said Lady Laura. "I wish you would leave me alone with my lovers. You are as bad or worse than my aunt. She, at any rate, varies her prescription. She has become sick of poor Lord Fawn because he's a Whig." "And who is her favourite now?" "Old Mr. Appledom, who is really a most unexceptionable old party, and whom I like of all things. I really think I could consent to be Mrs. Appledom, to get rid of my troubles, if he did not dye his whiskers and have his coats padded." "He'd give up those little things if you asked him." "I shouldn't have the heart to do it. Besides, this isn't his time of the year for making proposals. His love fever, which is of a very low kind, and intermits annually, never comes on till the autumn. It is a rural malady, against which he is proof while among his clubs." "Well, Violet, I am like your aunt." "Like Lady Baldock?" "In one respect. I, too, will vary my prescription." "What do you mean, Laura?" "Just this, that if you like to marry Phineas Finn, I will say that you are right." "Heaven and earth! And why am I to marry Phineas Finn?" "Only for two reasons. Because he loves you, and because—" "No, I deny it. I do not." "I had come to fancy that you did." "Keep your fancy more under control, then. But upon my word I can't understand this. He was your great friend." "What has that got to do with it?" demanded Lady Laura. "And you have thrown over your brother, Laura?" "You have thrown him over. Is he to go on for ever asking and being refused?" "I do not know why he should not," said Violet, "seeing how very little trouble it gives him. Half an hour once in 6 months does it all for him, allowing him time for coming and going in a cab." "Violet, I do not understand you. Have you refused Oswald so often because he does not pass hours on his knees before you?" "No, indeed. His nature would be altered very much for the worse before he could do that." "Why do you throw it in his teeth, then, that he does not give you more of his time?" "Why have you come to tell me to marry Mr. Phineas Finn? That is what I want to know. Mr. Phineas Finn, as far as I am aware, has not a shilling in the world, except a month's salary now due to him from the Government. Mr. Phineas Finn I believe to be the son of a country doctor in Ireland, with about 7 sisters. Mr. Phineas Finn is a Roman Catholic. Mr. Phineas Finn is, or was a short time ago, in love with another lady, and Mr. Phineas Finn is not so much in love at this moment but what he is able to entrust his cause to an ambassador. None short of a royal suitor should ever do that with success." "Has he never pleaded his cause to you himself?" "My dear, I never tell gentlemen's secrets. It seems that if he has, his success was so trifling that he has thought he had better trust someone else for the future." "He has not trusted me. He has not given me any commission." "Then why have you come?" "Because—I hardly know how to tell his story. There have been things about Oswald which made it almost necessary that Mr. Finn should explain himself to me." "I know it all, about their fighting. Foolish young men. I'm not a bit obliged to either of them, not a bit. Only fancy, if my aunt knew it, what a life she would lead me. Gustavus knows all about it, and I feel that I am living at his mercy. Why were they so wrong-headed?" "I cannot answer that, though I know them well enough to be sure that Chiltern was the one in fault." "It is so odd that you should have thrown your brother over." "I have not thrown my brother over. Will you accept Oswald if he asks you again?" "No!" almost shouted Violet. "Then I hope that Mr. Finn may succeed. I want him to succeed in everything. There, you may know it all. He is my Phoebus Apollo." "That is flattering to me, looking at the position in which you desire to place your Phoebus at the present moment." "Come, Violet, I am true to you, and let me have a little truth from you. This man loves you, and I think is worthy of you. He does not love me, but he is my friend. As his friend, and believing in his worth, I wish for his success beyond almost anything else in the world. Listen to me, Violet. I don't believe in those reasons which you gave me just now for not becoming this man's wife." "Nor do I." "I know you do not. Look at me. I who have less of real heart than you, I who thought that I could trust myself to satisfy my mind and my ambition without caring for my heart, I have married for what you call position. My husband is very rich, and a cabinet minister, and will probably be a peer, and he was willing to marry me at a time when I had not a shilling of my own." "He was very generous." "He has asked for it since," said Lady Laura. "But never mind. I have not come to talk about myself, otherwise than to bid you not do what I have done. All that you have said about this man's want of money and of family is nothing." "Nothing at all," said Violet. "Mere words, fit only for such people as my aunt." "Well, then?" "Well?" "If you love him." "Ah, but if I do not? You are very close in inquiring into my secrets. Tell me, Laura, Was not this young Crichton once a lover of your own? Pshaw! And do you think I cannot keep a gentleman's secret as well as you? What is the good of any secret, Laura, when we have been already so open? He tried his 'prentice hand on you, and then he came to me. Let us watch him and see who'll be the third. I, too, like him well enough to hope that he'll land himself safely at last. End of chapter 45. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapters 46 and 47 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapters 46 and 47. Chapter 46. The Mousetrap. Phineas had certainly no desire to make love by an ambassador, at second hand. He had given no commission to Lady Laura, and was, as the reader is aware, quite ignorant of what was being done and said on his behalf. He had asked no more from Lady Laura than an opportunity of speaking for himself, and that he had asked almost with a conviction that by so asking he would turn his friend into an enemy. He had read but little of the workings of Lady Laura's heart towards himself, and had no idea of the assistance she was anxious to give him. She had never told him that she was willing to sacrifice her brother on his behalf, and, of course, had not told him that she was willing also to sacrifice herself. Nor, when she wrote to him one June morning and told him that Violet would be found in Portman Square alone that afternoon, naming an hour and explaining that Miss Effingham would be there to meet herself and her father, but that at such an hour she would be certainly alone, did he even then know how much she was prepared to do for him? The short note was signed L, and then there came a long postscript. "Ask for me," she said in a postscript. "I shall be there later, and I have told them to bid you wait. I can give you no hope of success, but if you choose to try, you can do so. If you do not come, I shall know that you have changed your mind. I shall not think the worse of you, and your secret will be safe with me. I do that which you have asked me to do, simply because you have asked it. Burn this at once, because I ask it." Phineas destroyed the note, tearing it into atoms the moment that he had read it and re-read it. Of course he would go to Portman Square at the hour named. Of course he would take his chance. He was not buoyed up by much of hope, but even though there were no hope, he would take his chance. When Lord Brentford had first told Phineas of his promotion, he had also asked the new Lord of the Treasury to make a certain communication on his behalf to his son. This Phineas had found himself obliged to promise to do, and he had done it. The letter had been difficult enough to write, but he had written it. After having made the promise, he had found himself bound to keep it. "Dear Lord Chiltern," he had commenced, "I will not think that there was anything in our late encounter to prevent my so addressing you. I now write at the instance of your father, who has heard nothing of our little affair." Then he explained at length Lord Brentford's wishes as he understood them. "Pray come home," he said, finishing his letter. "Touching V.E., I feel that I am bound to tell you that I still mean to try my fortune, but that I have no ground for hoping that my fortune will be good. Since the day on the sands I have never met her but in society. I know you will be glad to hear that my wound was nothing, and I think you will be glad to hear that I have got my foot on to the ladder of promotion. Yours always, Phineas Finn. Now he had to try his fortune, that fortune of which he had told Lord Chiltern that he had no reason for hoping that it would be good. He went direct from his office at the Treasury to Portman Square, resolving that he would take no trouble as to his dress, simply washing his hands and brushing his hair as though he were going down to the House, and he knocked at the Earl's door exactly at the hour named by Lady Laura. "Miss Effingham," he said, "I am so glad to find you alone." "Yes," she said, laughing, "I am alone, a poor unprotected female. But I fear nothing. I have strong reason for believing that Lord Brentford is somewhere about, and Pomfret the butler, who has known me since I was a baby, is a host in himself." "With such allies you can have nothing to fear," he replied, attempting to carry on her little jest. "Nor even without them, Mr. Finn. We unprotected females in these days are so self-reliant that our natural protectors fall off from us, finding themselves to be no longer wanted. Now with you, what can I fear?" "Nothing, as I hope." "There used to be a time, and that not so long ago either, when young gentlemen and ladies were thought to be very dangerous to each other if they were left alone. But propriety is less rampant now, and upon the whole virtue and morals, with discretion and all that kind of thing, have been the gainers. Don't you think so?" "I am sure of it." "All the same. But I don't like to be caught in a trap, Mr. Finn." "In a trap?" "Yes, in a trap. Is there no trap here? If you will say so, I will acknowledge myself to be a dolt, and will beg your pardon." "I hardly know what you call a trap." "You were told that I was here?" He paused a moment before he replied, "Yes, I was told." "I call that a trap." "Am I to blame?" "I don't say that you said it, but you use it." "Miss Effingham, of course I have used it. You must know, I think you must know, that I have that to say to you which has made me long for such an opportunity as this." "And therefore you have called in the assistance of your friend?" "It is true." "In such matters you should never talk to anyone, Mr. Finn. If you cannot fight your own battle, no one can fight it for you." "Miss Effingham, do you remember our ride at Saulsby?" "Very well, as if it were yesterday." "And do you remember that I asked you a question which you have never answered?" "I did answer it, as well as I knew how, so that I might tell you a truth without hurting you." "It was necessary, is necessary, that I should be hurt sorely or made perfectly happy. Violet Effingham, I have come to you to ask you to be my wife, to tell you that I love you, and to ask for your love in return. Whatever may be my fate, the question must be asked and an answer must be given. I have not hoped that you should tell me that you love me." "For what, then, have you hoped?" "For not much indeed. But if for anything, then for some chance that you might tell me so hereafter." "If I loved you, I would tell you so now, instantly. I give you my word of that." "Can you never love me?" "What is a woman to answer such a question? No, I believe never. I do not think I shall ever wish you to be my husband. You ask me to be plain, and I must be plain." "Is it because—" He paused, hardly knowing what the question was which he proposed to himself to ask. "It is for no because. For no cause except that simple one which should make any girl refuse any man whom she did not love. Mr. Finn, I could say pleasant things to you on any other subject than this, because I like you." "I know that I have nothing to justify my suit." "You have everything to justify it. At least I am bound to presume that you have. If you love me, you are justified." "You know that I love you." "I am sorry that it should ever have been so, very sorry. I can only hope that I have not been in fault." "Will you try to love me?" "No. Why should I try? If any trying were necessary, I would try rather not to love you. Why should I try to do that which would displease everybody belonging to me? For yourself, I admit your right to address me, and tell you frankly that it would not be in vain if I loved you. But I tell you as frankly that such a marriage would not please those whom I am bound to try to please." He paused a moment before he spoke further. "I shall wait," he said, "and come again." "What am I to say to that? Do not tease me, so that I be driven to treat you with lack of courtesy. Lady Laura is so much attached to you, and Mr. Kennedy, and Lord Brentford, and indeed I may say, I myself also, that I trust there may be nothing to mar our good fellowship. Come, Mr. Finn, say that you will take an answer, and I will give you my hand." "Give it me," said he. She gave him her hand, and he put it up to his lips and pressed it. "I will wait and come again," he said. "I will assuredly come again." Then he turned from her and went out of the house. At the corner of the square he saw Lady Laura's carriage, but did not stop to speak to her, and she also saw him. "So you have had a visitor here," said Lady Laura to Violet. "Yes, I have been caught in the trap." "Poor mouse! And has the cat made a meal of you?" "I fancy he has, after his fashion. There be cats that eat their mice without playing, and cats that play with their mice and then eat them, and cats again which only play with their mice and don't care to eat them. Mr. Finn is a cat of the latter kind, and has had his afternoon's diversion." "You wrong him there." "I think not, Laura. I do not mean to say that he would not have liked me to accept him. But, if I can see inside his bosom, such a little job as that he has now done will be looked back upon as one of the past pleasures of his life, not as a pain." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. Mr. Mildmay's Bill. It will be necessary that we should go back in our story for a very short period in order that the reader may be told that Phineas Finn was duly re-elected at Loughton after his appointment at the Treasury Board. There was some little trouble at Loughton, and something more of expense than he had before encountered. Mr. Quintus Slide absolutely came down, and was proposed by Mr. Vellum for the borough. Mr. Vellum, being a gentleman learned in the law, and hostile to the interests of the noble owner of Saulsby, was able to raise a little trouble against our hero. Mr. Slide was proposed by Mr. Vellum, and seconded by Mr. Vellum's clerk, though, as it afterwards appeared, Mr. Vellum's clerk was not in truth an elector, and went to the poll like a man. He received 3 votes, and at 12 o'clock withdrew. This in itself could hardly have afforded compensation for the expense which Mr. Slide or his backers must have encountered. But he had an opportunity of making a speech, every word of which was reported in the People's Banner, and if the speech was made in the language given in the report, Mr. Slide was really possessed of some oratorical power. Most of those who read the speech in the columns of the People's Banner were probably not aware how favourably an opportunity of retouching his sentences in type had been given to Mr. Slide by the fact of his connection with the newspaper. The speech had been very severe upon our hero, and though the speaker had been so hooted and pelted at Loughton as to have been altogether inaudible, so maltreated that, in point of fact, he had not been able to speak above a 10th part of his speech at all, nevertheless the speech did give Phineas a certain amount of pain. Why Phineas should have read it, who can tell? But who is there that abstains from reading that which is printed in abuse of himself? In the speech, as it was printed, Mr. Slide declared that he had no thought of being returned for the borough. He knew too well how the borough was managed, what slaves the electors were, how they groaned under a tyranny from which hitherto they had been unable to release themselves. Of course the Earl's nominee, his lackey, as the honourable gentleman might be called, would be returned. The Earl could order them to return whichever of his lackeys he pleased. There is something peculiarly pleasing to the democratic ear in the word lackey. Any one serving a big man, whatever the service may be, is the big man's lackey in the People's Banner. The speech throughout was very bitter. Mr. Phineas Finn, who had previously served in Parliament as the lackey of an Irish Earl, and had been turned off by him, had now fallen into the service of the English Earl, and was the lackey chosen for the present occasion. But he, Quintus Slide, who boasted himself to be a man of the people, he could tell them that the days of their thraldom were coming to an end, and that their enfranchisement was near at end. That friend of the people, Mr. Turnbull, had a clause in his breeches pocket which he would either force down the unwilling throat of Mr. Mildmay, or else drive the imbecile Premier from office by carrying it in his teeth. Loughton, as Loughton, must be destroyed, but it should be born again in a better birth as a part of a real electoral district, sending a real member, chosen by a real constituency, to a real Parliament. In those days, and they would come soon, Mr. Quintus Slide rather thought that Mr. Phineas Finn would be found nowhere, and he rather thought also that when he showed himself again, as he certainly should do, in the midst of that democratic electoral district as the popular candidate for the honour of representing it in Parliament, that democratic electoral district would accord to him a reception very different from that which he was now receiving from the Earl's lackeys in the parliamentary village of Loughton. A prettier bit of fiction than these sentences as composing a part of any speech delivered, or proposed to be delivered, at Loughton, Phineas thought he had never seen. And when he read, at the close of the speech, that though the Earl's hired bullies did their worst, the remarks of Mr. Slide were received by the people with reiterated cheering, he threw himself back in his chair at the Treasury and roared. The poor fellow had been 3 minutes on his legs, had received 3 rotten eggs and 1 dead dog, and had retired. but not the half of the speech as printed in the People's Banner has been quoted. The sins of Phineas, who in spite of his inability to open his mouth in public had been made a Treasury hack by the aristocratic influence, not confined to the male sex, were described at great length, and in such language, that Phineas for a while was fool enough to think that it would be his duty to belabor Mr. Slide with a horsewhip. This notion, however, did not endure long with him, and when Mr. Monk told him that things of that kind came as a matter of course, he was comforted. But he found it much more difficult to obtain comfort when he weighed the arguments brought forward against the abominations of such a borough as that for which he sat, and reflected that if Mr. Turnbull brought forward his clause, he, Phineas Finn, would be bound to vote against the clause, knowing the clause to be right, because he was a servant of the government. The arguments, even though they appeared in the People's Banner, were true arguments, and he had on one occasion admitted their truth to his friend Lady Laura, in the presence of that great cabinet minister, her husband. "What business has such a man as that down there? Is there a single creature who wants him?" Lady Laura had said. "I don't suppose anybody does want Mr. Quintus Slide," Phineas had replied, "but I am disposed to think the electors should choose the man they do want, and that at present they have no choice left to them." "They are quite satisfied," said Lady Laura angrily. "Then, Lady Laura," continued Phineas, "that alone should be sufficient to prove that their privilege of returning a member to Parliament is too much for them. We can't defend it." "It is defended by tradition," said Mr. Kennedy, "and by its great utility," said Lady Laura, bowing to the young member who was present, and forgetting that very useless old gentleman, her cousin, who had sat for the borough for many years. "In this country it doesn't do to go too fast," said Mr. Kennedy. "And then the mixture of vulgarity, falsehood, and pretence," said Lady Laura, shuddering as her mind recurred to the fact that Mr. Quintus Slide had contaminated Loughton by his presence. "I am told that they hardly let him leave the place alive." Whatever Mr. Kennedy and Lady Laura might think about Loughton and the general question of small boroughs, it was found by the Government, to their great cost, that Mr. Turnbull's clause was a reality. After 2 months of hard work, all questions of franchise had been settled, rating and renting, new and newfangled, fancy franchises and those which no one fancied, franchises for boroughs and franchises for counties, franchises single, dual, three-cornered, and four-sided, by various clauses to which the committee of the whole House had agreed after some score of divisions. The matter of the franchise had been settled. No doubt there was the House of Lords, and there might yet be shipwreck. But it was generally believed that the Lords would hardly look at the bill, that they would not even venture on an amendment. The Lords would only be too happy to let the matter be settled by the Commons themselves. But then, after the franchise, came redistribution. How sick of the subject were all members of the Government, no one could tell who did not see their weary faces. The whole House was sick, having been whipped into various lobbies night after night during the heat of the summer, for weeks past. Redistribution! Why should there be any redistribution? They had got, or would get, a beautiful franchise. Could they not see what that would do for them? Why redistribute anything? But alas, it was too late to go back to so blessed an idea as that. Redistribution they must have. But there should be as little redistribution as possible. Men were sick of it all. It would not be exigent. Something should be done for overgrown counties, something for new towns which had prospered in brick and mortar. It would be easy to crush up a peccant borough or two, a borough that had been discovered in its sin, and a few boroughs now blessed with 2 members might consent to be blessed only with 1. 15 small clauses might settle the redistribution in spite of Mr. Turnbull, if only Mr. Daubeny would be good-natured. Neither the weather, which was very hot, nor the tedium of the session, which had been very great, nor the anxiety of ministers, which was very pressing, had any effect in impairing the energy of Mr. Turnbull. He was as instant, as oratorical, as hostile, as indignant about redistribution as he had been about the franchise. He had been sure then, and he was sure now, that ministers desired to burke the question, to deceive the people, to produce a bill that should be no bill. He brought out his clause, and made Loughton his instance. Would the honourable gentleman who sat lowest on the Treasury bench, who at this moment was in sweet confidential intercourse with the right honourable gentleman now President of the Board of Trade, who had once been a friend of the people, Would the young Lord of the Treasury get up in his place and tell them that no peer of Parliament had at present a voice in sending a member to their House of Commons, that no peer would have a voice if this bill, as proposed by the Government, were passed in its present useless, ineffectual, conservative, and most dishonest form? Phineas, who replied to this, and who told Mr. Turnbull that he himself could not answer for any peers, but that he thought it probable that most peers would, by their opinions, somewhat influence the opinions of some electors, was thought to have got out of his difficulty very well. But there was the clause of Mr. Turnbull to be dealt with, a clause directly disfranchising 7 single-winged boroughs, of which Loughton was of course one, a clause to which the Government must either submit or object. Submission would be certain defeat in one way, and objection would be as certain defeat in another, if the gentlemen on the other side were not disposed to assist the ministers. It was said that the Cabinet was divided. Mr. Gresham and Mr. Monk were for letting the 7 boroughs go. Mr. Mildmay could not bring himself to obey Mr. Turnbull, and Mr. Palliser supported him. When Mr. Mildmay was told that Mr. Daubeny would certainly go into the same lobby with Mr. Turnbull respecting the 7 boroughs, he was reported to have said that in that case Mr. Daubeny must be prepared with a government. Mr. Daubeny made a beautiful speech about the 7 boroughs, the 7 sins and 7 stars and 7 churches and 7 lamps. He would make no party question of this. Gentlemen who usually acted with him would vote as their own sense of right or wrong directed them, from which expression of a special sanction it was considered that these gentlemen were not accustomed to exercise the privilege now accorded to them. But in regarding the question as one of right and wrong, and in looking at what he believed to be both the wish of the country and its interests, he, Mr. Daubeny, he himself being simply a humble member of that House, must support the clause of the honourable gentleman. Almost all those to whom had been surrendered the privilege of using their own judgment for that occasion only, used it discreetly, as their chief had used it himself, and Mr. Turnbull carried his clause by a majority of 15. It was then 3 a.m., and Mr. Gresham, rising after the division, said that his right honourable friend the First Lord of the Treasury was too tired to return to the House, and had requested him to state that the Government would declare their purpose at 6 p.m. on the following evening. Phineas, though he had made his little speech in answer to Mr. Turnbull with good-humoured flippancy, had recorded his vote in favour of the 7 boroughs with a sore heart. Much as he disliked Mr. Turnbull, he knew that Mr. Turnbull was right in this. He had spoken to Mr. Monk on the subject, as it were asking Mr. Monk's permission to throw up his office, and vote against Mr. Mildmay. But Mr. Monk was angry with him, telling him that his conscience was of that restless, uneasy sort which is neither useful nor manly. "We all know," said Mr. Monk, and none better than Mr. Mildmay, that we cannot justify such a borough as Loughton by the theory of our parliamentary representation, any more than we can justify the fact that Huntingdonshire should return as many members as the East Riding. There must be compromises, and you should trust to others who have studied the matter more thoroughly than you, to say how far the compromise should go at the present moment. "It is the influence of the peer, not the paucity of the electors," said Phineas. "And has no peer any influence in a county? Would you disfranchise Westmoreland? Believe me, Finn, if you want to be useful you must submit yourself in such matters to those with whom you act." Phineas had no answer to make, but he was not happy in his mind, and he was the less happy perhaps because he was very sure that Mr. Mildmay would be beaten. Mr. Low in these days harassed him sorely. Mr. Low was very keen against such boroughs as Loughton, declaring that Mr. Daubeny was quite right to join his standard to that of Mr. Turnbull on such an issue. Mr. Low was the reformer now, and Phineas found himself obliged to fight a losing battle on behalf of an acknowledged abuse. He never went near Bunce, but unfortunately for him, Bunce caught him once in the street and showed him no mercy. "Slide was a little heavy on you in the Banner the other day, eh, Mr. Finn? Too heavy, as I told him." "Mr. Slide can be just as heavy as he pleases, Bunce." "That's in course. The press is free, thank God, as yet. But it wasn't any good rattling away at the Earl's little borough when it's sure to go. Of course it'll go, Mr. Finn." "I think it will." "The whole 7 on 'em. The 'Ouse couldn't but do it. They tell me it's all Mr. Mildmay's own work, sticking out for keeping on 'em. He's very old, and so we'll forgive him. But he must go, Mr. Finn." "We shall know all about that soon, Bunce." "If you don't get another seat, Mr. Finn, I suppose we shall see you back at the inn. I hope we may. It's better than being member for Loughton, Mr. Finn. You may be sure of that." And then Mr. Bunce passed on. Mr. Turnbull carried his claws, and Loughton was doomed. Loughton and the other 6 deadly sins were anathematized, exorcised, and finally got rid of out of the world by the voices of the gentlemen who had been proclaiming the beauty of such pleasant vices all their lives, and who in their hearts hated all changes that tended towards popular representation. But not the less was Mr. Mildmay beaten, and, in accordance with the promise made by his first lieutenant immediately after the vote was taken, the Prime Minister came forward on the next evening and made his statement. He had already put his resignation into the hands of Her Majesty, and Her Majesty had graciously accepted it. He was very old, and felt that the time had come in which it behoved him to retire into that leisure which he thought he had perhaps earned. He had hoped to carry this bill as the last act of his political life, but he was too old, too stiff, as he said, in his prejudices, to bend further than he had bent already, and he must leave the completion of the matter in other hands. Her Majesty had sent for Mr. Gresham, and Mr. Gresham had already seen Her Majesty. Mr. Gresham and his other colleagues, though they dissented from the clause which had been carried by the united efforts of gentlemen opposite to him, and of gentlemen below him on his own side of the House, were younger men than he, and would, for the country's sake, and for the sake of Her Majesty, endeavour to carry the bill through. There would then, of course, be a dissolution, and the future government would no doubt depend on the choice of the country. From all which it was understood that Mr. Gresham was to go on with the bill to a conclusion, whatever might be the divisions carried against him, and that a new Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs must be chosen. Phineas understood also that he had lost his seat at Loughton. For the borough of Loughton there would never again be an election. "If I had been Mr. Mildmay, I would have thrown the bill up altogether," Lord Brentwood said afterwards, "but of course it was not for me to interfere." The session was protracted for 2 months after that, beyond the time at which grouse should have been shot, and by the 23rd of August became the law of the land. "I shall never get over it," said Mr. Ratler to Mr. Finn, seated one terribly hot evening on a bench behind the Cabinet Ministers. "Never. I don't suppose such a session for work was ever known before. Think what it is to have to keep men together in August with the thermometer at 81 degrees and the river stinking like the very mischief." Mr. Ratler, however, did not die. On the last day of the session Laurence Fitzgibbon resigned. Rumours reached the ears of Phineas as to the cause of this, but no certain cause was told him. It was said that Lord Cantrip had insisted upon it, Laurence having by mischance been called upon for some official statement during an unfortunate period of absence. There was, however, a mystery about it, but the mystery was not half so wonderful as the triumph to Phineas when Mr. Gresham offered him the place. "But I shall have no seat," said Phineas. "We shall none of us have seats to-morrow," said Mr. Gresham. "But I shall be at a loss to find a place to stand for." "The election will not come on till November, and you must look about you. Both Mr. Monk and Lord Brentford seem to think you will be in the House." And so the bill was carried, and the session was ended. End of chapter 47. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 48 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 48. The Duke. By the middle of September there was assembled a large party at Matching Priory, a country mansion belonging to Mr. Plantagenet Palliser. The men had certainly been chosen in reference to their political feelings and position, for there was not a guest in the house who had voted for Mr. Turnbull's clause, or the wife or daughter or sister of any one who had so voted. Indeed, in these days politics ran so high that among politicians all social gatherings were brought together with some reference to the state of parties. Phineas was invited, and when he arrived at Matching he found that half the Cabinet was there. Mr. Kennedy was not there, nor was Lady Laura. Mr. Monk was there, and the Duke, with the Duchess and Mr. Gresham and Lord Thrift. Mrs. Max Goesler was there also, and Mrs. Bonteen. Mr. Bonteen being detained somewhere out of the way, and Violet Effingham was expected in 2 days, and Lord Chiltern at the end of the week. Lady Glencora took an opportunity of imparting this latter information to Phineas very soon after his arrival, and Phineas, as he watched her eye and her mouth while she spoke, was quite sure that Lady Glencora knew the story of the duel. "I shall be delighted to see him again," said Phineas. "That is all right," said Lady Glencora. There were also there Mr. and Mrs. Grey, who were great friends of the Pallisers, and on the very day on which Phineas reached Matching, at half an hour before the time for dressing, the Duke of Omnium arrived. Now, Mr. Palliser was the Duke's nephew and heir, and the Duke of Omnium was a very great person indeed. I hardly know why it should have been so, but the Duke of Omnium was certainly a greater man in public estimation than the other Duke then present, the Duke of St. Bungay. The Duke of St. Bungay was a useful man, and had been so all his life, sitting in cabinets and serving his country, constant as any peer in the House of Lords, always ready to take on his own shoulders any troublesome work required of him, than whom Mr. Mildmay and Mr. Mildmay's predecessor at the head of the Liberal party had had no more devoted adherent. But the Duke of Omnium had never yet done a day's work on behalf of his country. They both wore the Garter, the Duke of St. Bungay having earned it by service, the Duke of Omnium having been decorated with the blue ribbon, because he was Duke of Omnium. The one was a moral good man, a good husband, a good father, and a good friend. The other did not bear quite so high a reputation. But men and women thought but little of the Duke of St. Bungay, while the other Duke was regarded with an almost reverential awe. I think the secret lay in the simple fact that the Duke of Omnium had not been common in the eyes of the people. He had contrived to envelop himself in something of the ancient mystery of wealth and rank. Within 3 minutes of the Duke's arrival, Mrs. Bonteen, with an air of great importance, whispered a word to Phineas. "He has come. He arrived exactly at 7. "Who has come?" Phineas asked. "The Duke of Omnium," she said, almost reprimanding him by her tone of voice for his indifference. "There has been a great doubt whether or no he would show himself at last. Lady Glencora told me that he never will pledge himself. I am so glad he has come." "I don't think I ever saw him," said Phineas. "Oh, I have seen him. A magnificent-looking man. I think it is so very nice of Lady Glencora getting him to meet us. It is very rarely that he will join in a great party, but they say Lady Glencora can do anything with him since the heir was born. I suppose you have heard all about that?" "No," said Phineas. "I have heard nothing of the heir, but I know that there are 3 or 4 babies." "There was no heir, you know, for a year and a half, and they were all au désespoir, and the Duke was very nearly quarrelling with his nephew and Mr. Palliser. You know, it had very nearly come to a separation." "I don't know anything at all about it," said Phineas, who was not very fond of the lady who was giving him the information. "It is so, I can assure you. But since the boy was born, Lady Glencora can do anything with the Duke. She made him go to Ascot last spring, and he presented her with the favourite for one of the races, on the very morning the horse ran. They say he gave £3,000 for him." "And did Lady Glencora win?" "No, the horse lost, and Mr. Palliser has never known what to do with him since. But it was very pretty of the Duke, was it not?" Phineas, though he had intended to show Mrs. Bonteen how little he thought about the Duke of Omnium, how small was his respect for a great peer who took no part in politics, could not protect himself from a certain feeling of anxiety as to the aspect and gait and words of the man of whom people thought so much, of whom he had heard so often, and of whom he had seen so little. He told himself that the Duke of Omnium should be no more to him than any other man, but yet the Duke of Omnium was more to him than other men. When he came down into the drawing-room he was angry with himself and stood apart, and was then angry with himself again because he stood apart. Why should he make a difference in his own bearing because there was such a man in the company? And yet he could not avoid it. When he entered the room the Duke was standing in a large bow window, and 2 or 3 ladies and 2 or 3 men were standing round him. Phineas would not go near the group, telling himself that he would not approach a man so grand as was the Duke of Omnium. He saw Madame Max Goesler among the party, and after a while he saw her retreat. As she retreated, Phineas knew that some words from Madame Max Goesler had not been received with the graciousness which she had expected. There was the prettiest smile in the world on the lady's face, and she took a corner on a sofa with an air of perfect satisfaction. But yet Phineas knew that she had received a wound. "I called twice on you in London," said Phineas, coming up close to her, "but was not fortunate enough to find you." "Yes, but you came so late in the season as to make it impossible that there should be any arrangements for our meeting. What can any woman do when a gentleman calls on her in August?" "I came in July." "Yes, you did, on the 31st. I keep the most accurate record of all such things, Mr. Finn. But let us hope that we may have better luck next year. In the meantime, we can only enjoy the good things that are going." "Socially or politically, Madame Goesler?" "Oh, socially. How can I mean anything else when the Duke of Omnium is here? I feel so much taller at being in the same house with him. Do not you? But you are a spoilt child of fortune, and perhaps you have met him before." "I think I once saw the back of a hat in the park, and somebody told me that the Duke's head was inside it." "And you have never seen him but that once?" "Never but that once till now." "And do not you feel elated?" "Of course I do. For what do you take me, Madame Goesler?" "I do, immensely. I believe him to be a fool, and I never heard of his doing a kind act to anybody in my life." "Not when he gave the racehorse to Lady Glencora?" "I wonder whether that was true. Did you ever hear of such an absurdity? As I was saying, I don't think he ever did anything for anybody. But then, you know, to be Duke of Omnium, it isn't necessary, is it, that a Duke of Omnium should do anything except be Duke of Omnium?" At this moment Lady Glencora came up to Phineas and took him across to the Duke. The Duke had expressed a desire to be introduced to him. Phineas, half pleased and half disgusted, had no alternative, and followed Lady Glencora. The Duke shook hands with him and made a little bow, and said something about the garrotters, which Phineas, in his confusion, did not quite understand. He tried to reply as he would have replied to anybody else, but the weight of the Duke's majesty was too much for him, and he bungled. The Duke made another little bow, and in a moment was speaking a word of condescension to some other favoured individual. Phineas retreated altogether disgusted, hating the Duke, but hating himself worse. But he would not retreat in the direction of Madame Max Goesler. It might suit that lady to take an instant little revenge for her discomfiture, but it did not suit him to do so. The question with him would be, whether in some future part of his career it might not be his duty to assist in putting down Dukes of Omnium. At dinner, Phineas sat between Mrs. Bonteen and the Duchess of St. Bungay, and did not find himself very happy. At the other end of the table the Duke, the great Duke, was seated at Lady Glencora's right hand, and on his other side Fortune had placed Madame Max Goesler. The greatest interest which Phineas had during the dinner was in watching the operations, the triumphantly successful operations of that lady. Before dinner she had been wounded by the Duke. The Duke had not condescended to accord the honour of his little bow of graciousness to some little flattering morsel of wit which the lady had uttered on his behoof. She had said a sharp word or two in her momentary anger to Phineas, but when Fortune was so good to her in that matter of her place at dinner, she was not fool enough to throw away her chance. Throughout the soup and fish she was very quiet. She said a word or two after her first glass of champagne. The Duke refused 2 dishes, one after another, and then she glided into conversation. By the time that he had his roast mutton before him she was in full play, and as she ate her peach, the Duke was bending over her with his most gracious smile. "Didn't you think the session was very long, Mr. Finn?" said the Duchess to Phineas. "Very long indeed, Duchess," said Phineas, with his attention still fixed on Madame Max Goesler. "The Duke found it very troublesome." "I dare say he did," said Phineas. That Duke and that Duchess were no more than any other man and any other man's wife. The session had not been longer to the Duke of St. Bungay than to all the public servants. Phineas had the greatest possible respect for the Duke of St. Bungay, but he could not take much interest in the wailings of the Duchess on her husband's behalf. "And things do seem to be so very uncomfortable now," said the Duchess, thinking partly of the resignation of Mr. Mildmay, and partly of the fact that her own old peculiar maid, who had lived with her for 30 years, had retired into private life. "Not so very bad, Duchess, I hope," said Phineas, observing that at this moment Madame Max Goesler's eyes were brilliant with triumph. Then there came upon him a sudden ambition, that he would like to cut out the Duke of Omnium in the estimation of Madame Max Goesler. The brightness of Madame Max Goesler's eyes had not been thrown away upon our hero. Violet Effingham came at the appointed time, and to the surprise of Phineas was brought to Matching by Lord Brentford. Phineas at first thought that it was intended that the Earl and his son should meet and make up their quarrel at Mr. Palliser's house. But Lord Brentford stayed only one night, and Phineas on the next morning heard the whole history of his coming and going from Violet. "I have almost been on my knees to him to stay," she said. "Indeed, I did go on my knees, actually on my knees." "And what did he say?" "He put his arm round me and kissed me, and I cannot tell you all that he said, but it ended in this, that if Chiltern can be made to go to Saulsby, fatted calves without stint will be killed. I shall do all I can to make him go, and so must you, Mr. Finn. Of course that silly affair in foreign parts is not to make any difference between you two." Phineas smiled and said he would do his best, and looked up into her face, and was just able to talk to her as though things were going comfortably with him. But his heart was very cold. As Violet had spoken to him about Lord Chiltern, there had come upon him, for the first time, for the first time since he had known that Lord Chiltern had been refused, an idea, a doubt, whether even yet Violet might not become Lord Chiltern's wife. His heart was very sad, but he struggled on, declaring that it was incumbent on them both to bring together the father and son. "I am so glad to hear you say so, Mr. Finn," said Violet. "I really do believe that you can do more towards it than any one else. Lord Chiltern would think nothing of my advice, would hardly speak to me on such a subject. But he respects you as well as likes you, and not the less because of what has occurred." How was it that Violet should know aught of the respect or liking felt by this rejected suitor for that other suitor, who had also been rejected? And how was it that she was thus able to talk of one of them to the other, as though neither of them had ever come forward with such a suit? Phineas felt his position to be so strange as to be almost burdensome. He had told Violet, when she had refused him, very plainly, that he should come again to her and ask once more for the great gift which he coveted. But he could not ask again now. In the first place, there was that in her manner which made him sure that were he to do so, he would ask in vain. And then he felt that she was placing a special confidence in him, against which he would commit a sin were he to use her present intimacy with him for the purposes of making love. They two were to put their shoulders together to help Lord Chiltern, and while doing so he could not continue a suit which would be felt by both of them to be hostile to Lord Chiltern. There might be opportunity for a chance word, and if so, the chance word should be spoken. But he could not make a deliberate attack, such as he had made in Portman Square. Violet also probably understood that she had not now been caught in a mousetrap. The Duke was to spend 4 days at Matching, and on the third day, the day before Lord Chiltern was expected, he was to be seen riding with Madame Max Goesler by his side. Madame Max Goesler was known as a perfect horsewoman, one indeed who was rather fond of going a little fast on horseback, and who rode well to hounds. But the Duke seldom moved out of a walk, and on this occasion Madame Max was as steady in her seat, and almost as slow as the mounted ghost in Don Juan. But it was said by some there, especially by Mrs. Bonteen, that the conversation between them was not slow. And on the next morning the Duke and Madame Max Goesler were together again before luncheon, standing on a terrace at the back of the house, looking down on a party who were playing croquet on the lawn. "Do you never play?" said the Duke. "Oh, yes, one does everything a little." "I am sure you would play well. Why do you not play now?" "No, I shall not play now." "I should like to see you with your mallet." "I am sorry your Grace cannot be gratified. I have played croquet till I am tired of it, and have come to think it is only fit for boys and girls. The great thing is to give them opportunities for flirting, and it does that." "And do you never flirt, Madame Goesler?" "Never at croquet, Duke." "And what with you is the choicest time?" "That depends on so many things, and so much on the chosen person. What do you recommend?" "Ah, I am so ignorant. I can recommend nothing." "What do you say to a mountain top at dawn on a summer day?" asked Madame Max Goesler. "You make me shiver," said the Duke. "Or a boat on a lake on a summer evening, or a good lead after hounds with nobody else within 3 fields, or the bottom of a salt mine, or the deck of an ocean steamer, or a military hospital in time of war, or a railway journey from Paris to Marseille." "Madame Max Goesler, you have the most uncomfortable ideas." I have no doubt your Grace has tried each of them successfully. But perhaps, after all, a comfortable chair over a good fire in a pretty room beats everything." "I think it does, certainly," said the Duke. Then he whispered something at which Madame Max Goesler blushed and smiled, and immediately after that she followed those who had already gone in to lunch. Mrs. Bonteen had been hovering round the spot on the terrace on which the Duke and Madame Max Goesler had been standing, looking on with envious eyes, meditating some attack, some interruption, some excuse for an interpolation, but her courage had failed her, and she had not dared to approach. The Duke had known nothing of the hovering propinquity of Mrs. Bonteen, but Madame Goesler had seen and had understood it all. "Dear Mrs. Bonteen," she said afterwards, "why did you not come and join us? The Duke was so pleasant." "Two is company, and three is none," said Mrs. Bonteen, who in her anger was hardly able to choose her words quite as well as she might have done had she been more cool. "Our friend Madame Max has made quite a new conquest," said Mrs. Bonteen to Lady Glencora. "I am so pleased," said Lady Glencora, with apparently unaffected delight. "It is such a great thing to get anybody to amuse my uncle. You see, everybody cannot talk to him, and he will not talk to everybody." "He talked enough to her in all conscience," said Mrs. Bonteen, who was now more angry than ever. End of chapter 48. Recording by Laura Koskinen.
Chapter 49 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 49. The Duellists Meet. Lord Chiltern arrived, and Phineas was a little nervous as to their meeting. He came back from shooting on the day in question, and was told by the servant that Lord Chiltern was in the house. Phineas went into the billiard-room in his knickerbockers, thinking probably that he might be there, and then into the drawing-room, and at last into the library. But Lord Chiltern was not to be found. At last he came across Violet. "Have you seen him?" he asked. "Yes, he was with me half an hour since, walking round the gardens." "And how is he? Come, tell me something about him." "I never knew him to be more pleasant. He would give no promise about Saulsby, but he did not say that he would not go." "Does he know that I am here?" "Yes, I told him so. I told him how much pleasure I should have in seeing you two together, as friends." "And what did he say?" "He laughed and said you were the best fellow in the world. You see, I am obliged to be explicit." "But why did he laugh?" Phineas asked. "He did not tell me, but I suppose it was because he was thinking of a little trip he once took to Belgium, and he perceived that I knew all about it." "I wonder who told you. Oh, but never mind. I do not mean to ask any questions. As I do not like that our first meeting should be before all the people in the drawing-room, I will go to him in his own room." Do. That will be so nice of you." Phineas sent his card up by a servant, and in a few minutes was standing with his hand on the lock of Lord Chiltern's door. The last time he had seen this man, they had met with pistols in their hands to shoot at each other, and Lord Chiltern had in truth done his very best to shoot his opponent. The cause of quarrel was the same between them as ever. Phineas had not given up Violet, and had no intention of giving her up, and he had received no intimation whatever from his rival that there was to be a truce between them. Phineas had indeed written in friendship to Lord Chiltern, but he had received no answer, and nothing of certainty was to be gathered from the report which Violet had just made. It might well be that Lord Chiltern would turn upon him now in his wrath, and that there would be some scene which in a strange house would be obviously objectionable. Nevertheless, he had resolved that even that would be better than a chance encounter among strangers in a drawing-room. So the door was opened, and the two men met. "Well, old fellow," said Lord Chiltern, laughing. Then all doubt was over, and in a moment Phineas was shaking his former and present friend warmly by the hand. "So we've come to be an under-secretary, have we, and all that kind of thing?" "I had to get into harness when the harness offered itself," said Phineas. "I suppose so. It's a bit of deuce of a bore, isn't it?" "I always liked work, you know." "I thought you liked hunting better. You used to ride as if you did. There's Bonebreaker back again in the stable for you. That poor fool who bought him could do nothing with him, and I let him have his money back." "I don't see why you should have done that." Because I was the biggest fool of the two. Do you remember when that brute got me down under the bank in the river? That was about the nearest touch I ever had. Lord bless me, how he did squeeze me. So here you are, staying with the Pallisers, one of a government party, I suppose. But what are you going to do for a seat, my friend?" "Don't talk about that yet, Chiltern." "Sore subject, isn't it? I think they have been quite right, you know, to put Loughton into the melting pot. Though I'm sorry enough for your sake." "Quite right," said Phineas. "And yet you voted against it, old chap? But come, I'm not going to be down upon you. So my father has been here?" "Yes, he was here for a day or two." "Vara's just been telling me. You and he are as good friends as ever?" "I trust we are." "He never heard of that little affair?" And Lord Chiltern nodded his head, intending to indicate the direction of Blankenberg. "I do not think he has yet." "So Violet tells me. Of course, you know that she's heard all about it." "I have reason to suppose as much." "And so does Laura." "I told her myself," said Phineas. "The deuce you did! But I dare say it was for the best. It's a pity you had not proclaimed it at Charing Cross, and then nobody would have believed a word about it. Of course, my father will hear it some day." "You're going to Saulsby, I hope, Chiltern?" "That question is easier asked than answered. It's quite true that the great difficulty has been got over. Laura has had her money, and if my father will only acknowledge that he has wronged me throughout, from beginning to end, I will go to Saulsby tomorrow, and will cut you out at Loughton the next day, only that Loughton is not Loughton any longer." "You cannot expect your father to do that." "No, and therefore this is a difficulty. So you've had that awfully ponderous Duke here. How did you get on with him?" "Admirably. He condescended to do something which he called shaking hands with me." "He's the greatest old dust out," said Lord Chiltern disrespectfully. "Did he take any notice of Violet?" "Not that I observed." "He ought not to be allowed into the same room with her." After that there was a short pause, and Phineas felt some hesitation in speaking of Miss Effingham to Lord Chiltern. "And how did you get on with her?" asked Lord Chiltern. Here was a question for a man to answer. The question was so hard to be answered that Phineas did not at first make any attempt to answer it. "You know exactly the ground that I stand on," continued Lord Chiltern. "She's refused me 3 times. Have you been more fortunate?" Lord Chiltern, as he asked his question, looked full into Finn's face in a manner that was irresistible. His look was not one of anger, nor even of pride. It was not, indeed, without a strong dash of fun. But such as it was, it showed Phineas that Lord Chiltern intended to have an answer. "No," said he at last, "I have not been more fortunate." "Perhaps you changed your mind," said his host. "No, I have not changed my mind," said Phineas quickly. "How stands it, then? Come, let us be honest to each other. I told you Aunt Willingford that I would quarrel with any man who attempted to cut me out with Violet Effingham. You made up your mind that you would do so, and therefore I quarrelled with you. But we can't always be fighting duels." "I hope we may not have to fight another." "No, it would be absurd," said Lord Chiltern. "I rather think that what we did was absurd. But upon my life I did not see any other way out of it. However, that's over. How is it to be now?" "What am I to say in answer to that?" asked Phineas. "Just the truth. You've asked her, I suppose?" "Yes, I have asked her." "And she has refused you?" "Yes, she's refused me." "And you mean to ask again?" "I shall, if I ever think that there is a chance. Indeed, Chiltern, I believe I shall, whether I think that I have any chance or not." "Then we start fairly, Finn. I certainly shall do so. I believe I once told you that I never would, but that was long before I suspected that you would enter for the same plate. What a man says on such a matter when he is down in the mouth goes for nothing. Now we understand each other, and you'd better go and dress. The bell rang nearly half an hour ago, and my fellow is hanging about outside the door." The interview had in one respect been very pleasant to Phineas. and in another it had been very bitter. It was pleasant to him to know that he and Lord Chiltern were again friends. It was a delight to him to feel that his half-savage but high-spirited young nobleman, who had been so anxious to fight with him and to shoot him, was nevertheless ready to own that he had behaved well. Lord Chiltern had in fact acknowledged that though he had been anxious to blow out our hero's brains, he was aware all the time that our hero was a good sort of fellow. Phineas understood this, and felt that it was pleasant. But with this understanding, and accompanying this pleasure, there was a conviction in his heart that the distance between Lord Chiltern and Violet would daily grow to be less, and still less, and that Lord Chiltern could afford to be generous. If Miss Effingham could teach herself to be fond of Lord Chiltern, what had he, Phineas Finn, to offer in opposition to the claims of such a suitor? That evening Lord Chiltern took Miss Effingham out to dinner. Phineas told himself that this was of course so arranged by Lady Glencora with the express view of serving the Saulsby interest. It was almost nothing to him at the moment that Madame Max Goesler was entrusted to him. He had his ambition respecting Madame Max Goesler, but that for the time was in abeyance. He could hardly keep his eyes off Miss Effingham, and yet, as he well knew, his observation of her must be quite useless. He knew beforehand with absolute accuracy the manner in which she would treat her lover. She would be kind, genial, friendly, confidential, nay, affectionate. And yet her manner would mean nothing, would give no clue to her future decision either for or against Lord Chiltern. It was, as Phineas thought, a peculiarity with Violet Effingham that she could treat her rejected lovers as dear familiar friends immediately after her rejection of them. "Mr. Finn," said Madame Max Goesler, "your eyes and ears are tell-tales of your passion." "I hope not," said Phineas, "as I certainly do not wish that anyone should guess how strong is my regard for you." "That is prettily turned, very prettily turned, and shows more readiness of wit than I had given you credit for under your present suffering. But, of course, we all know where your heart is. Men do not undertake perilous journeys to Belgium for nothing." "That unfortunate journey to Belgium! But, dear Madame Max, really nobody knows why I went." "You met Lord Chiltern there?" "Oh, yes, I met Lord Chiltern there." "And there was a duel?" "Madame Max, you must not ask me to criminate myself." "Of course there was, and of course it was about Miss Effingham, and of course the lady thinks herself bound to refuse both the gentlemen who were so very wicked, and of course—" "Well, what follows?" If you have not wit enough to see, I do not think it can be my duty to tell you. But I wished to caution you as a friend that your eyes and ears should be more under your command." "You will go to Saulsby?" Violet said to Lord Chiltern. "I cannot possibly tell as yet," said he, frowning. "Then I can tell you that you ought to go. I do not care a bit for your frowns. What does the fifth commandment say?" "If you have no better arguments than the commandments, Violet—" "There can be none better. Do you mean to say that the commandments are nothing to you?" "I mean to say that I shan't go to Saulsby because I am told in the 20th chapter of Exodus to honour my father and mother, and that I shouldn't believe anybody who told me that he did anything because of the commandments." "Oh, Lord Chiltern!" "People are so prejudiced and so used to humbug that for the most part they do not in the least know their own motives for what they do. I will go to Saulsby tomorrow for a reward." "For what reward?" said Violet, blushing. "For the only one in the world that could tempt me to do anything." "You should go for the sake of duty. I should not even care to see you go, much as I long for it, if that feeling did not take you there." It was arranged that Phineas and Lord Chiltern were to leave Matching together. Phineas was to remain at his office all October, and in November the general election was to take place. What he had hitherto heard about a future seat was most vague, but he was to meet Ratler and Barrington Erle in London, and it had been understood that Barrington Erle, who was now at Saulsby, was to make some inquiry as to that group of boroughs of which Loughton at this moment formed one. But as Loughton was the smallest of 4 boroughs, and as one of the 4 had for many years had a representative of its own, Phineas feared that no success would be found there. In his present agony he began to think that there might be a strong plea made for a few private seats in the House of Commons, and that the propriety of throwing Loughton into the melting pot was, after all, open to question. he and Lord Chiltern were to return to London together, and Lord Chiltern, according to his present scheme, was to proceed at once to Willingford to look after the cub hunting. Nothing that either Violet or Phineas could say to him would induce him to promise to go to Saulsby. When Phineas pressed it, he was told by Lord Chiltern that he was a fool for his pains, by which Phineas understood perfectly well that when Lord Chiltern did go to Saulsby, he, Phineas, was to take that as strong evidence that everything was over for him as regarded Violet Effingham. When Violet expressed her eagerness that the visit should be made, she was stopped with an assurance that she could have it done at once if she pleased. Let him only be enabled to carry with him the tidings of his betrothal, and he would start for his father's house without an hour's delay. But this authority Violet would not give him. When he answered her after this fashion, she could only tell him that he was ungenerous. "At any rate, I am not false," he replied on one occasion. "What I say is the truth." There was a very tender parting between Phineas and Madame Max Goesler. She had learned from him pretty nearly all his history, and certainly knew more of the reality of his affairs than any of those in London who had been his most staunch friends. "Of course you'll get a seat," she said, as he took his leave of her. "If I understand it at all, they never throw over an ally so useful as you are. But the intention is that in this matter nobody should any longer have the power of throwing over or of not throwing over anybody." "That is all very well, my friend, but cakes will still be hot in the mouth, even though Mr. Daubeny turned purist with Mr. Turnbull to help him. If you want any assistance in finding a seat, you will not go to the People's Banner, even yet." "Certainly not to the People's Banner." "I don't quite understand what the franchise is," continued Madame Max Goesler. "Household in boroughs," said Phineas with some energy. "Very well, household in boroughs. I dare say that is very fine and very liberal, though I don't comprehend it in the least. And you want a borough. Very well. You won't go to the households. I don't think you will, not at first, that is." "Where shall I go, then?" "Oh, to some great patron of a borough, or to a club, or perhaps to some great firm. The households will know nothing about it till they are told. Is not that it?" "The truth is, Madame Max, I do not know where I shall go. I am like a child lost in a wood. And you may understand this. If you do not see me in Park Lane before the end of January, I shall have perished in the wood." "Then I will come and find you with a troop of householders. You will come. You will be there. I do not believe in death coming without signs. You are full of life." As she spoke, she had hold of his hand, and there was nobody near them. They were in a little book-room inside the library at Matching, and the door, though not latched, was nearly closed. Phineas had flattered himself that Madame Goesler had retreated there in order that this farewell might be spoken without interruption. "And, Mr. Finn, I wonder whether I may say one thing," she continued. "You may say anything to me." "No, not in this country, in this England. There are things one may not say here, that are tabooed by a sort of consent, and that without any reason." She paused again, and Phineas was at a loss to think what was the subject on which she was about to speak. Could she mean? No, she could not mean to give him any outward plain-spoken sign that she was attached to him. It was the peculiar merit of his man that he was not vain, though much was done to him to fill him with vanity. As the idea crossed his brain, he hated himself because it had been there. "To me you may say anything, Madame Goesler," he said, "here in England as plainly as though we were in Vienna." "But I cannot say it in English," she said. Then in French, blushing and laughing as she spoke, almost stammering in spite of her usual self-confidence, she told him that accident had made her rich, full of money. Money was a drug with her. Money she knew was wanted even for householders. Would he not understand her and come to her and learn from her how faithful a woman could be? He still was holding her by the hand, and he now raised it to his lips and kissed it. "The offer from you," he said, "is as high-minded, as generous, and as honourable as its acceptance by me would be mean-spirited, vile, and ignoble. But whether I fail or whether I succeed, you shall see me before this winter is over." End of chapter 49. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 50 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 50. Again Successful. Phineas also said a word of farewell to Violet before he left Matching, but there was nothing peculiar in her little speech to him, or in his to her. "Of course we shall see each other in London. Don't talk of not being in the house. Of course you will be in the house." Then Phineas had shaken his head and smiled. Where was he to find a requisite number of householders prepared to return him? But as he went up to London he told himself that the air of the House of Commons was now the very breath of his nostrils. Life to him without it would be no life. To have come within the reach of the good things of political life, to have made his mark so as to have almost ensured future success, to have been the petted young official aspirant of the day, and then to sink down into the miserable platitudes of private life, to undergo daily attendance in law courts without a brief, to listen to men who had come to be much below him in estimation and social intercourse, to sit in a wretched chamber up 3 pairs of stairs at Lincoln's Inn, whereas he was now at this moment provided with a gorgeous apartment looking out into the park from the Colonial Office in Downing Street, to be attended by a mongrel between a clerk and an errand boy at 17 shillings and 6pence a week, instead of by a private secretary who was the son of an earl's sister and was petted by countesses' daughters innumerable. All this would surely break his heart. He could have done it, so he told himself, and could have taken glory in doing it, had not these other things come in his way. But the other things had come. He had run the risk and had thrown the dice. And now, when the game was so nearly won, must it be that everything should be lost at last? He knew that nothing was to be gained by melancholy looks at his club, or by show of wretchedness at his office. London was very empty, but the approaching elections still kept some there who otherwise would have been looking after the first flush of pheasants. Barrington Erle was there, and was not long in asking Phineas what were his views. That is so hard to say. Rattler told me that he would be looking about." "Rattler is very well in the House," said Barrington, "but he is of no use for anything beyond it. I suppose you were not brought up at the London University?" "Oh, no," said Phineas, remembering the glories of Trinity. "Because there would have been an opening. What do you say to Stratford, the new Essex borough?" "Broadbury the Bureau is there already." "Yes, and ready to spend any money you like to name. Let me see. Loughton is grouped with Smotherham, and Walker is a deal too strong at Smotherham to hear of any other claim. I don't think we could dare to propose it. There are the Chelsea hamlets, but it'll take a whack of money." "I have not got a whack of money," said Phineas, laughing. "That's the devil of it. I think if I were you I should hark back upon some place in Ireland. Couldn't you get Laurence to give you up his seat?" "What? Fitzgibbon?" "Yes. He has not got a ghost of a chance of getting into office again. Nothing on earth would induce him to look at a paper during all those weeks he was at the Colonial Office. And when Cantrip spoke to him, all he said was, 'Ah, bother.' Cantrip did not like it, I can tell you." "But that wouldn't make him give up his seat." "Of course you'll have to arrange it." By which Phineas understood Barrington Erle to mean that he, Phineas, was in some way to give to Laurence Fitzgibbon some adequate compensation for the surrender of his position as a county member. "I'm afraid that's out of the question," said Phineas. "If he were to go, I shouldn't get it." "Would you have a chance at Loughshane?" "I was thinking of trying it," said Phineas. "Of course you know that Morris is very ill." This Mr. Morris was the brother of Lord Tulla, and was a sitting member of Loughshane. "Upon my word, I should try that. I don't see where we're to put our hands on a seat in England. I don't indeed." Phineas, as he listened to this, could not help thinking that Barrington Erle, though he had certainly expressed a great deal of solicitude, was not as true a friend as he used to be. Perhaps he, Phineas, had risen too fast, and Barrington Erle was beginning to think that he might as well be out of the way. He wrote to his father, asking after the borough, and asking after the health of Mr. Morris. And in his letter he told his own story very plainly, almost pathetically. He perhaps had been wrong to make the attempt which he had made. He began to believe that he had been wrong, but at any rate he made it so far successfully, and failure now would be doubly bitter. He thought that the party to which he belonged must now remain in office. It would hardly be possible that a new election would produce a House of Commons favourable to a Conservative ministry, and with a Liberal ministry he, Phineas, would be sure of his place, and sure of an official income, if only he could find a seat. It was all very true, and was almost pathetic. The old doctor, who was inclined to be proud of his son, was not unwilling to make a sacrifice. Mrs. Finn declared before her daughters that if there was a seat in all Ireland, Phineas ought to have it. And Mary Flood Jones stood by listening and wondering what Phineas would do if he lost his seat. Would he come back and live in County Clare and be like any other girl's lover? Poor Mary had come to lose her ambition, and to think that girls whose lovers stayed at home were the happiest. Nevertheless, she would have walked all the way to Lord Tulla's house and back again, might that have availed to get the seat for Phineas. Then there came an expression over from Castle Morris. The doctor was wanted at once to see Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris was very bad with gout in his stomach. According to the messenger, it was supposed that Mr. Morris was dying. Before Dr. Finn had had an opportunity of answering his son's letter, Mr. Morris, the late member for Loughshane, had been gathered to his fathers. Dr. Finn understood enough of elections for Parliament and of the nature of boroughs to be aware that a candidate's chance of success is very much improved by being early in the field. And he was aware also that the death of Mr. Morris would probably create various aspirants for the honour of representing Loughshane. But he could hardly address the Earl on the subject while the dead body of the late member was lying in the house at Castle Morris. The bill which had passed in the late session for reforming the constitution of the House of Commons had not touched Ireland, a future measure having been promised to the Irish for their comfort, and Loughshane therefore was, as to Lord Tulla's influence, the same as it had ever been. He had not there the plenary power which the other lord had held in his hands in regard to Loughton. But still the Castle Morris interest would go a long way. It might be possible to stand against it, but it would be much more desirable that the candidate should have it at his back. Dr. Finn was fully alive to this as he sat opposite to the old lord, saying now a word about the old lord's gout in his legs and arms, and then about the gout in the stomach, which had carried away to another world the lamented late member for the borough. "Poor Jack," said Lord Tulla piteously. "If I'd known it, I needn't have paid over £2,000 for him last year. Need I, doctor?" "No, indeed," said Dr. Finn, feeling that his patient might perhaps approach the subject of the borough himself. "He never would live by any rule, you know," said the desolate brother. "Very hard to guide, was he not, my lord?" "The very devil. Now, you see, I do what I'm told pretty well, don't I, doctor?" "Sometimes." "By George, I do nearly always. I don't know what you mean by sometimes. I've been drinking brandy and water till I'm sick of it, to oblige you, and you tell me about sometimes. You doctors expect a man to be a slave. Haven't I kept it out of my stomach?" "Thank God, yes." "It's all very well thanking God, but I should have gone as poor Jack had gone if I hadn't been the most careful man in the world. He was drinking champagne 10 days ago. Would do it, you know." Lord Tulla could talk about himself and his own ailments by the hour together, and Dr. Finn, who had thought that his noble patient was approaching the subject of the borough, was beginning again to feel that the double interest of the gout that was present and the gout that had passed away would be too absorbing. He, however, could say but little to direct the conversation. "Mr. Morris, you see, lived more in London than you do, and was subject to temptation." "I don't know what you call temptation. Haven't I the temptation of a bottle of wine under my nose every day of my life?" "No doubt you have." "And I don't drink it. I hardly ever take above a glass or two of brown sherry. By George, when I think of it, I wonder at my own courage. I do indeed." "But a man in London, my lord—" "Why the deuce would he go to London? By the by, what am I to do about the borough now?" "Let my son stand for it, if you will, my lord." "They've clean swept away Brentford's seat at Loughton, haven't they? Ha, ha, ha! What a nice game for him to have been forced to help to do it himself. There's nobody on earth I pity so much as a radical peer who's obliged to work like a nigger with a spade to shovel away the ground from under his own feet. As for me, I don't care who sits for Loughshane. I didn't care for poor Jack while he was alive. I don't think I shall interfere any longer. I'm glad it lasted Jack's time." Lord Tulla had probably already forgotten that he himself had thrown Jack over for the last session but one. "Phineas, my lord," began the father, "is now Under-Secretary of State." "Oh, I've no doubt he's a very fine fellow, but you see, he's an out-and-out Radical." "No, my lord." "Then how can he serve with such men as Mr. Gresham and Mr. Monk? They've turned out poor old Mildmay among them because he's not fast enough for them. Don't tell me." "My anxiety, of course, is for my boy's prospects. He seems to have done so well in Parliament." "Why don't he stand for Marylebone or Finsbury?" "The money, you know, my lord." "I shan't interfere here, Doctor. If he comes, and the people then choose to return him, I shall say nothing. They may do just as they please. They tell me Lambert St. George of Mockroth is going to stand. If he does, it's the damnedest piece of impudence I ever heard of. He's a tenant of my own, though he has a lease for ever, and his father never owned an acre of land in the county till his uncle died." Then the doctor knew that with a little management the lord's interest might be secured for his son. Phineas came over and stood for the borough against Mr. Lambert St. George, and the contest was sharp enough. The gentry of the neighbourhood could not understand why such a man as Lord Tulla should admit a Liberal candidate to succeed his brother. No one canvassed for the young Under-Secretary with more persistent zeal than did his father, who, when Phineas first spoke of going into Parliament, had produced so many good arguments against that perilous step. Lord Tulla's agent stood aloof, desolate with grief at the death of the late member. At such a moment of family affliction, Lord Tulla, he declared, could not think of such a matter as the borough. But it was known that Lord Tulla was dreadfully jealous of Mr. Lambert St. George, whose property in that part of the county was now nearly equal to his own, and who saw much more company at Buckrath than was ever entertained at Castle Morris. A word from Lord Tulla, so said the Conservatives of the county, would have put Mr. St. George into the seat. But that word was not spoken, and the Conservatives of the neighbourhood swore that Lord Tulla was a renegade. The contest was very sharp, but our hero was returned by a majority of 17 votes. Again successful! As he thought of it, he remembered stories of great generals who were said to have chained fortune to the wheels of their chariots, but it seemed to him that the goddess had never served any general with such staunch obedience as she had displayed in his cause. Had not everything gone well with him, so well as almost to justify him in expecting that even yet Violet Effingham would become his wife? Dear, dearest Violet! If he could only achieve that, no general who ever led an army across the Alps would be his equal either in success or in the reward of success. Then he questioned himself as to what he would say to Miss Flood-Jones on that very night. He was to meet dear little Mary Flood-Jones that evening at a neighbour's house. His sister Barbara had so told him in a tone of voice which he quite understood to imply a caution. "I shall be so glad to see her," Phineas had replied. "If there ever was an angel on earth, it is Mary," said Barbara Finn. "I know that she is as good as gold," said Phineas. "Gold," replied Barbara. "Gold indeed. She is more precious than refined gold. But, Phineas, perhaps you'd better not single her out for any special attention. She thought it wisest to meet you." "Of course," said Phineas. "Why not?" "That is all, Phineas. I have nothing more to say. Men, of course, are different from girls." "That's true, Barbara, at any rate." "Don't laugh at me, Phineas, when I am thinking of nothing but of you and your interests, and when I am making all manner of excuses for you because I know what must be the distractions of the world in which you live." Barbara made more than one attempt to renew the conversation before the evening came, but Phineas thought that he had had enough of it. He did not like being told that excuses were made for him. After all, what had he done? He at once kissed Mary Flood-Jones behind the door. "I am so glad to see you, Mary," he said, coming and taking a chair by her side. He had been specially warned not to single Mary out for his attention, and yet there was the chair left vacant, as though it were expected that he would fall into it. "Thank you. We did not happen to meet last year, did we, Mr. Finn?" "Do not call me Mr. Finn, Mary." "You are such a great man now." "Oh, not at all a great man. If you only knew what little men we understrappers are in London, you would hardly speak to me. But you are something of state now, are you not? Well, yes, that's the name they give me. It simply means that if any member wants to badger someone in the House about the colonies, I'm the man to be badgered. But if there's any credit to be had, I'm not the man who is to have it. But it is a great thing to be in Parliament, and in the government too. It's a great thing for me, Mary, to have a salary, though it may only be for a year or two. However, I will not deny that it is pleasant to have been successful. It has been very pleasant to us, Phineas. Mamma has been so much rejoiced. I am so sorry not to see her. She is at Fluborough, I suppose. Oh, yes, she is at home. She does not like coming out at night in winter. I've been staying here, you know, for 2 days, but I go home tomorrow. I will ride over and call on your mother. Then there was a pause in the conversation for a moment. Does it not seem odd, Mary, that we should see so little of each other? You are so much away, of course. Yes, that's the reason. But still, it seems almost unnatural. I often wonder when the time will come that I shall be quietly at home again. I have to be back in my office in London this day week, and yet I have not had a single hour to myself since I've been at Killaloe. But I will certainly ride over and see your mother. You will be at home on Wednesday, I suppose? Yes, I shall be at home. Upon that he got up and went away, but again in the evening he found himself near her. Perhaps there is no position more perilous to a man's honesty than that in which Phineas now found himself, that, namely, of knowing himself to be quite loved by a girl whom he almost loves himself. Of course he loved Violet Effingham, and they who talk best of love protest that no man or woman can be in love with 2 persons at once. Phineas was not in love with Mary Flood Jones, but he would have liked to take her in his arms and kiss her. He would have liked to gratify her by swearing that she was dearer to him than all the world. He would like to have had an episode, and did at that moment to think that it might be possible to have one life in London and another life altogether different at Killaloe. "Dear Mary," he said as he pressed her hand that night, "things will get themselves settled at last, I suppose." He was behaving very ill to her, but he did not mean to behave ill. He rode over to Fluborough and saw Mrs. Flood Jones. Mrs. Flood Jones, however, received him very coldly, and Mary did not appear. Mary had communicated to her mother her resolutions as to her future life. "The fact is, mamma, I love him. I cannot help it. If he ever chooses to come for me, here I am. If he does not, I will bear it as well as I can. It may be very mean of me, but it's true." End of chapter 50. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 51 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 51. Troubles at Loughlinter. There was a dull house at Loughlinter during the greater part of this autumn. A few men went down for the grouse shooting late in the season, but they stayed but a short time, and when they went, Lady Laura was left alone with her husband. Mr. Kennedy had explained to his wife more than once that though he understood the duties of hospitality and enjoyed the performance of them, he had not married with the intention of living in a whirlwind. He was disposed to think that the whirlwind had hitherto been too predominant, and had said so very plainly, with a good deal of marital authority. This autumn and winter were to be devoted to the cultivation of proper relations between him and his wife. "Does that mean Darby and Joan?" his wife had asked him when the proposition was made to her. "It means mutual regard and esteem," replied Mr. Kennedy in his most solemn tone, "and I trust that such mutual regard and esteem between us may yet be possible." When Lady Laura showed him a letter from her brother, received some weeks after this conversation, in which Lord Chiltern expressed his intention of coming to Loughlinter for Christmas, he returned the note to his wife without a word. He suspected that she had made the arrangement without asking him, and was angry, but he would not tell her that her brother would not be welcome at his house. "It is not my doing," she said, when she saw the frown on his brow. "I said nothing about anybody's doing," he replied. "I will write to Oswald and bid him not to come if you wish it. Of course you can understand why he is coming." "Not to see me, I am sure," said Mr. Kennedy. "Nor me," replied Lady Laura. "He is coming because my friend Violet Effingham will be here." "Miss Effingham? Why was I not told of this? I knew nothing of Miss Effingham's coming." "Robert, it was settled in your presence last July." "I deny it." Then Lady Laura rose up, very haughty in her gait, and with something of fire in her eye, and silently left the room. Mr. Kennedy, when he found himself alone, was very unhappy. Looking back in his mind to the summer weeks in London, he remembered that his wife had told Violet that she was to spend her Christmas at Loughlinter, that he himself had given a muttered assent, and that Violet, as far as he could remember, had made no reply. It had been one of those things which are so often mentioned, but not settled. He felt that he had been strictly right in denying that it had been settled in his presence, but yet he felt that he had been wrong in contradicting his wife so peremptorily. He was a just man, and he would apologize for his fault, but he was an austere man, and would take back the value of his apology in additional austerity. He did not see his wife for some hours after the conversation which has been narrated, but when he did meet her, his mind was still full of the subject. "Laura," he said, "I'm sorry that I contradicted you." "I'm quite used to it, Robert." "No, you are not used to it." She smiled and bowed her head. "You wrong me by saying that you are used to it." Then he paused a moment, but she said no word, only smiled and bowed her head again. "I remember," he continued, "that something was said in my presence to Miss Effingham about her coming here at Christmas. It was so slight, however, that it had passed out of my memory till recalled by an effort. I beg your pardon." "That is unnecessary, Robert." "It is, dear." "Do you wish that I should put her off, or put Oswald off, or both? My brother never yet has seen me in your house." "And whose fault has that been?" "I've said nothing about anybody's fault, Robert. I merely mentioned a fact. Will you let me know whether I shall bid him stay away?" "He is welcome to come, only I do not like assignations for love-making." "Assignations?" "Clandestine meetings. Lady Baldock would not wish it." "Lady Baldock? Do you think that Violet would exercise any secrecy in the matter, or that she will not tell Lady Baldock that Oswald will be here as soon as she knows it herself?" "That has nothing to do with it." "Surely, Robert, it must have much to do with it. And why should not these two young people meet? The acknowledged wish of all the family is that they should marry each other, and in this matter, at any rate, my brother has behaved extremely well." Mr. Kennedy said nothing further at the time, and it became an understanding that Violet Effingham was to be a month at Loughlinter, staying from the 20th of December to the 20th of January, and that Lord Chiltern was to come here for Christmas, which with him would probably mean 3 days. Before Christmas, however, there was various other sources of uneasiness at Loughlinter. There had been, as a matter of course, great anxiety as to the elections. With Lady Laura this anxiety had been very strong, and even Mr. Kennedy had been warmed with some amount of fire as the announcements reached him of the successes and of the failures. The English returns came first, and then the Scotch, which were quite as interesting to Mr. Kennedy as the English. His own seat was quite safe, was not contested, but some neighbouring seats were sources of great solicitude. Then, when this was over, there were the tidings from Ireland to be received, and respecting one special borough in Ireland, Lady Laura evinced more solicitude than her husband approved. There was much danger for the domestic bliss of the house of Loughlinter when things came to such a pass and such words were spoken, as the election at Loughshane produced. "He is in," said Lady Laura, opening a telegram. "Who is in?" said Mr. Kennedy, with that frown on his brow to which his wife was now well accustomed. Though he asked the question, he knew very well who was the hero to whom the telegram referred. "Our friend Phineas Finn," said Lady Laura, speaking still with an excited voice, with a voice that was intended to display excitement. If there was to be a battle on this matter, there should be a battle. She would display all her anxiety for her young friend, and fling it in her husband's face if he chose to take it as an injury. What? Should she endure reproach from her husband because she regarded the interests of the man who had saved his life, of the man respecting whom she had suffered so many heart struggles, as to whom she had at last come to the conclusion that he should ever be regarded as a second brother, loved equally with the elder brother. She had done her duty by her husband, so at least she had assured herself, and should he dare to reproach her on this subject, she would be ready for the battle. And now the battle came. "I am glad of this," she said, with all the eagerness she could throw into her voice. "I am indeed, and so ought you to be." The husband's brow grew blacker and blacker, but still he said nothing. He had long been too proud to be jealous, and was now too proud to express his jealousy. If only he could keep the expression back. But his wife would not leave the subject. "I am so thankful for this," she said, pressing the telegram between her hands. "I was so afraid he would fail." "You overdo your anxiety on such a subject," at last he said, speaking very slowly. "What do you mean, Robert? How can I be over-anxious? If it concerned any other dear friend that I have in the world, it would not be an affair of life and death. To him it is almost so. I would have walked from here to London to get him his election." And as she spoke, she held up the clenched fist of her left hand and shook it, while she still held the telegram in her right hand. "Laura, I must tell you that it is improper that you should speak of any man in those terms, of any man that is a stranger to your blood." "A stranger to my blood? What has that to do with it? This man is my friend, your friend. Saved your life, has been my brother's best friend, is loved by my father, and is loved by me very dearly. Tell me what you mean by improper." "I will not have you love any man very dearly." "Robert!" "I tell you that I will have no such expressions from you. They are unseemly, and are used only to provoke me." "Am I to understand that I am insulted by an accusation? If so, let me beg at once that I may be allowed to go to Saulsby. I would rather accept your apology and retraction there than here." "You will not go to Saulsby, and there has been no accusation, and there will be no apology. If you please, there will be no more mention of Mr. Finn's name between us for the present. If you will take my advice, you will cease to think of him extravagantly, and I must desire you to hold no further direct communication with him." "I have held no communication with him," said Lady Laura, advancing a step towards him. But Mr. Kennedy simply pointed to the telegram in her hand, and left the room. Now, in respect of this telegram, there had been an unfortunate mistake. I am not prepared to say that there was any reason why Phineas himself should not have sent the news of his success to Lady Laura, but he had not done so. The piece of paper which she still held crushed in her hand was in itself very innocent. "Hurrah for the Loughshanes! Phineas has done the trick." Such were the words written on the slip, and they had been sent to Lady Laura by her young cousin, the clerk in the office who acted as private secretary to the Under-Secretary of State. Lady Laura resolved that her husband should never see those innocent, but rather undignified, words. The occasion had become one of importance, and such words were unworthy of it. Besides, she would not condescend to defend herself by bringing forward a telegram as evidence in her favour. So she burned the morsel of paper. Lady Laura and Mr. Kennedy did not meet again until late that evening. She was ill, she said, and would not come down to dinner. After dinner she wrote him a note. "Dear Robert, I think you must regret what you said to me. If so, pray let me have a line from you to that effect. Yours affectionately, L." When the servant handed it to him and he had read it, he smiled and thanked the girl who had brought it, and said he would see her mistress just now. Anything would be better than that the servants should know that there was a quarrel. But every servant in the house had known all about it for the last 3 hours. When the door was closed and he was alone, he sat fingering the note, thinking deeply how he should answer it, or whether he would answer it at all. No, he would not answer it, not in writing. He would give his wife no written record of his humiliation. He had not acted wrongly. He had said nothing more than now, upon mature consideration, he thought that the circumstances demanded. But yet he felt that he must in some sort withdraw the accusation which he had made. If he did not withdraw it, there was no knowing what his wife might do. About 10 in the evening he went up to her and made his little speech. My dear, I've come to answer your note. I thought you would have written to me a line. I have come instead, Laura. Now, if you will listen to me for one moment, I think everything will be made smooth. Of course I will listen, said Lady Laura, knowing very well that her husband's moment would be rather tedious, and resolving that she also would have her moment afterwards. I think you will acknowledge that if there be a difference of opinion between you and me as to any question of social intercourse, it will be better that you should consent to adopt my opinion. You have the law on your side. I am not speaking of the law. Well, go on, Robert. I will not interrupt you if I can help it. I am not speaking of the law. I am simply speaking of convenience, and of that which you must feel to be right. If I wish that your intercourse with any person should be of such or such a nature, it must be best that you should comply with my wishes. He paused for her assent, but she neither assented nor dissented. As far as I can understand the position of a man and wife in this country, there is no other way in which life can be made harmonious. Life will not run in harmonies. I expect that ours shall be made to do so, Laura. I need hardly say to you that I intend to accuse you of no impropriety of feeling in reference to this young man. No, Robert, you need hardly say that. Indeed, to speak my own mind, I think that you need hardly have alluded to it. I might go further and say that such an allusion is in itself an insult now repeated after hours of deliberation, an insult which I will not endure to have repeated again. If you say another word in any way suggesting the possibility of improper relations between me and Mr. Finn, either as to deeds or thoughts, as God is above me, I will write to both my father and my brother, and desire them to take me from your house. If you wish me to remain here, you had better be careful. As she was making this speech, her temper seemed to rise and to become hot, and then hotter, till it glowed with a red heat. She had been cool till the word insult, used by herself, had conveyed back to her a necessity of becoming indignant. She was standing as she spoke, and the fire flashed from her eyes, and he quailed before her. The threat which she had held out to him was very dreadful to him. He was a man terribly in fear of the world's good opinion, who lacked the courage to go through a great and harassing trial in order that something better might come afterwards. His married life had been unhappy. His wife had not submitted either to his will or to his ways. He had that great desire to enjoy his full rights, so strong in the minds of weak, ambitious men, and he had told himself that a wife's obedience was one of those rights which he could not abandon without injury to his self-esteem. He had thought about the matter, slowly, as was his wont, and had resolved that he would assert himself. He had asserted himself, and his wife told him to his face that she would go away and leave him. He could detain her legally, but he could not do even that without the fact of such forcible detention being known to all the world. How was he to answer her now, at this moment, so that she might not write to her father, and so that his self-assertion might still be maintained? Passion, Laura, can never be right. Would you have a woman submit to insult without passion? I, at any rate, am not such a woman. Then there was a pause for a moment. If you have nothing else to say to me, you had better leave me. I am far from well, my head is throbbing. He came up and took her hand, but she snatched it away from him. Laura, he said, do not let us quarrel. I certainly shall quarrel if such insinuations are repeated. I made no insinuation. Do not repeat them, that is all. He was cowed and left her, having first attempted to get out of the difficulty of his position by making much of her alleged illness, and by offering to send for Dr. McNuthrie. She positively refused to see Dr. McNuthrie, and at last succeeded in inducing him to quit the room. This had occurred about the end of November, and on the 20th of December Violet Effingham reached Loughlinter. Life in Mr. Kennedy's house had gone quietly during the intervening 3 weeks, but not very pleasantly. The name of Phineas Finn had not been mentioned. Lady Laura had triumphed, but she had no desire to acerbate her husband by any unpalatable allusion to her victory, and he was quite willing to let the subject die away, if only it would die. On some other matters he continued to assert himself, taking his wife to church twice every Sunday, using longer family prayers than she approved, reading an additional sermon himself every Sunday evening, calling upon her for weekly attention to elaborate household accounts, asking for her personal assistance in much local visiting, initiating her into his favourite methods of family life in the country, till sometimes she almost longed to talk again about Phineas Finn, so that there might be a rupture, and she might escape. But her husband asserted himself within bounds, and she submitted, longing for the coming of Violet Effingham. She could not write to her father and beg to be taken away, because her husband would read a sermon to her on Sunday evening. To Violet, very shortly after her arrival, she told her whole story. "This is terrible," said Violet. "This makes me feel that I never will be married. And yet what can a woman become if she remains single that curses to be a woman at all?" "I have always felt so proud of the privileges of my sex," said Violet. "I never have found them," said the other. "Never. I've tried to make the best of its weaknesses, and this is what I've come to. I suppose I ought to have loved some man." "And did you never love any man?" "No, I think I never did. Not as people mean when they speak of love. I have felt that I would consent to be cut into little pieces from my brother because of my regard for him." "Oh, that is nothing. And I have felt something of the same thing for another, a longing for his welfare, a delight to hear him praised, a charm in his presence, so strong a feeling for his interest that were he to go to rack and ruin, I too should, after a fashion, be racked and ruined. But it has not been love either." "Do I know whom you mean? May I name him? It is Phineas Finn." "Of course it is Phineas Finn." "Did he ever ask you to love him?" "I feared he would do so, and therefore accepted Mr. Kennedy's offer almost at the first word." "I do not quite understand your reasoning, Laura." "I understand it. I could have refused him nothing in my power to give him, but I did not wish to be his wife." "And he never asked you?" Lady Laura paused a moment, thinking what reply she should make, and then she told a fib. "No, he never asked me." But Violet did not believe the fib. Violet was quite sure that Phineas had asked Lady Laura Standish to be his wife. "As far as I can see," said Violet, "Madame Max Goesler is his present passion." "I do not believe it in the least," said Lady Laura, firing up. "It does not much matter," said Violet. "It would matter very much. You know whom he loves, and I do believe that sooner or later you will be his wife." "Never." "Yes, you will. Had you not loved him, you would never have condescended to accuse him about that woman." "I have not accused him. Why should he not marry Madame Max Goesler? It would be just the thing for him. She is very rich." "Never. You will be his wife." "Laura, you are the most capricious of women. You have 2 dear friends, and you insist that I shall marry them both. Which shall I take first?" "Oz will be here in a day or 2, and you can take him if you like it. No doubt he will ask you, but I do not think you will." "No, I do not think I shall. I shall knock under to Mr. Mill, and go in for women's rights, and look forward to stand for some female borough. Matrimony never seemed to me to be very charming, and upon my word it does not become more alluring by what I found at Loughlinter." It was thus that Violet and Lady Laura discussed these matters together, but Violet had never shown to her friend the cards in her hand, as Lady Laura had shown those which she held. Lady Laura had in fact told almost everything that there was to tell, had spoken either plainly with true words, or equally plainly with words that were not true. Violet Effingham had almost come to love Phineas Finn, but she never told her friend that it was so. At one time she had almost made up her mind to give herself and all her wealth to this adventurer. He was a better man, she thought, than Lord Chiltern, and she had come to persuade herself that it was almost imperative on her to take the one or the other. Though she could talk about remaining unmarried, she knew that that was practically impossible. All those around her, those of the Baldock as well as those of the Brentford faction, would make such a life impossible to her. Besides, in such a case, what could she do? It was all very well to talk of disregarding the world and of setting up a house for herself, but she was quite aware that that project could not be used further than for the purpose of scaring her amiable aunt. And if not that, then could she content herself to look forward to a joint life with Lady Baldock and Augusta Boreham? She might, of course, oblige her aunt by taking Lord Fawn, or oblige her aunt equally by taking Mr. Appledom, but she was strongly of opinion that either Lord Chiltern or Phineas would be preferable to these. Thinking over it always, she had come to feel that it must be either Lord Chiltern or Phineas, but she had never whispered her thoughts to man or woman. On her journey to Loughlinter, where she then knew that she was to meet Lord Chiltern, she endeavoured to persuade herself that it should be Phineas. But Lady Laura had marred it all by that ill-told fib. There had been a moment before in which Violet had felt that Phineas had sacrificed something of that truth of love for which she gave him credit to the glances of Madame Goesler's eyes. But she had rebuked herself for the idea, accusing herself not only of a little jealousy, but of foolish vanity. Was he, whom she had rejected, not to speak of another woman? Then came the blow from Lady Laura, and Violet knew that it was a blow. This gallant lover, this young Crichton, this unassuming but ardent lover, had simply taken up with her as soon as he had failed with her friend. Lady Laura had been most enthusiastic in her expressions of friendship. Such platonic regards might be all very well, if it was for Mr. Kennedy to look to that. But for herself, she felt that such expressions were hardly compatible with her ideas of having her lover all to herself. And then she again remembered Madame Goesler's bright blue eyes. Lord Chiltern came on Christmas Eve, and was received with open arms by his sister, and with that painful, irritating affection which such a girl as Violet can show to such a man as Lord Chiltern, when she will not give him that other affection for which his heart is panting. The two men were civil to each other, but very cold. They called each other Kennedy and Chiltern, but even that was not done without an effort. On the Christmas morning Mr. Kennedy asked his brother-in-law to go to church. "It's a kind of thing I never do," said Lord Chiltern. Mr. Kennedy gave a little start, and looked a look of horror. Lady Laura showed that she was unhappy. Violet Effingham turned away her face and smiled. As they walked across the park, Violet took Lord Chiltern's part. "He only means that he does not go to church on Christmas Day." "I don't know what he means," said Mr. Kennedy. "We need not speak of it," said Lady Laura. "Certainly not," said Mr. Kennedy. "I have been to church with him on Sundays myself," said Violet, perhaps not reflecting that the practices of early years had little to do with the young man's life at present. Christmas Day and the next day passed without any sign from Lord Chiltern, and on the day after that he was to go away. But he was not to leave till 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Not a word had been said between the two women since he had been in the house on the subject of which both of them were thinking. Very much had been said of the expediencies of his going to Saulsby, but on this matter he declined to make any promise. Sitting in Lady Laura's room, in the presence of both of them, he had refused to do so. "I'm bad to drive," he said, turning to Violet, "and you'd better not try to drive me." "Why should you not be driven as well as another?" she answered, laughing. End of chapter 51. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 52 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 52. The First Blow. Lord Chiltern, though he had passed 2 entire days in the house with Violet without renewing his suit, had come to Loughlinter for the express purpose of doing so, and had his plans perfectly fixed in his own mind. After breakfast on that last morning, he was upstairs with his sister in her own room, and immediately made his request to her. "Laura," he said, go down like a good girl and make Violet come up here?" She stood a moment, looking at him, and smiled. "And mind," he continued, "you're not to come back yourself. I must have Violet alone." "But suppose Violet will not come? Young ladies do not generally wait upon young men on such occasions." "No, but I rank her so high among young women that I think she will have common sense enough to teach her that, after what has passed between us, I have a right to ask for an interview, and that it may be more conveniently had here than in the wilderness of the house below." Whatever may have been the arguments used by her friend, Violet did come. She reached the door all alone, and opened it bravely. She had promised herself, as she came along the passages, that she would not pause with her hand on the lock for a moment. She had first gone to her own room, and as she left it she had looked into the glass with a hurried glance, and had then rested for a moment, thinking that something should be done, that her hair might be smoothed, or a ribbon set straight, or the chain arranged under her brooch. A girl wished to look well before her lover, even when she means to refuse him. But her pause was but for an instant, and then she went on, having touched nothing. She shook her head and pressed her hands together, and went on quick and opened the door, almost with a little start. "Violet, this is very good of you," said Lord Chiltern, standing with his back to the fire, and not moving from the spot. "Laura has told me that you thought I would do as much as this for you, and therefore I have done it." "Thanks, dearest. It is the old story, Violet, and I am so bad at words." "I must have been bad at words too, as I have not been able to make you understand." "I think I have understood. You are always clear-spoken, and I, though I cannot talk, am not muddle-pated. I have understood. But while you are single there must be yet hope, unless indeed you will tell me that you have already given yourself to another man." "I have not done that." "Then how can I not hope? Violet, I would if I could tell you all my feelings plainly. Once, twice, thrice I have said to myself that I would think of you no more. I have tried to persuade myself that I am better single than married." "But I am not the only woman." "To me you are, absolutely, as though there were none other on the face of God's earth. I live much alone, but you are always with me. Should you marry any other man, it will be the same with me still. If you refuse me now, I shall go away and live wildly." "Oswald, what do you mean?" "I mean that I will go to some distant part of the world where I may be killed, or live a life of adventure. But I shall do so simply in despair. It will not be that I do not know how much better and greater should be the life at home of a man in my position." "Then do not talk of going." "I cannot stay. You will acknowledge, Violet, that I have never lied to you. I am thinking of you day and night. The more indifferent you show yourself to me, the more I love you. Violet, try to love me." He came up to her and took her by both her hands, and tears were in his eyes. "Say you will try to love me." "It is not that," said Violet, looking away, but still leaving her hands with him. "It is not what, dear?" "What you call trying." "It is that you do not wish to try?" "Oswald, you are so violent, so headstrong. I am afraid of you, as is everybody. Why have you not written to your father, as we have asked you?" "I write to him instantly, now, before I leave the room, and you shall take the letter to him. By heavens, you shall!" He had dropped her hands when she called him violent, but now he took them again, and still she permitted it. "I had postponed it only till I had spoken to you once again." "No, Lord Chiltern, I will not dictate to you." "But will you love me?" She paused and looked down, having even now not withdrawn her hands from him. But I do not think he knew how much he had gained. "You used to love me a little," he said. "Indeed, indeed I did. And now is it all changed now?" "No," she said, retreating from him. "How is it then? Violet, speak to me honestly. Will you be my wife?" She did not answer him, and he stood for a moment looking at her. Then he rushed at her, and seizing her in his arms, kissed her all over, her forehead, her lips, her cheeks, then both her hands, and then her lips again. "By God, she is my own!" he said. Then he went back to the rug before the fire, and stood there with his back turned to her. Violet, when she found herself thus deserted, retreated to a sofa, and sat herself down. She had no negative to produce now in answer to the violent assertion which he pronounced as to his own success. It was true. She had doubted, and still doubted. But now she must doubt no longer. Of one thing she was quite sure. She could love him. As things had now gone, she would make him quite happy with assurances on that subject. As to that other question, that fearful question whether or not she could trust him, on that matter she had better at present say nothing, and think as little perhaps as might be. She had taken the jump, and therefore why should she not be gracious to him? But how was she to be gracious to a lover who stood there with his back turned to her? After the interval of a minute or two he remembered himself, and turned round. Seeing her seated, he approached her, and went down on both knees close at her feet. Then he took her hands again for the third time, and looked up into her eyes. "Oswald, you on your knees!" "I would not bend to a princess," he said, "to ask for half her throne, but I will kneel here all day, if you will let me, in thanks for the gift of your love. I never kneeled to beg for it." "This is the man who cannot make speeches." "I think I could talk now by the hour, with you for a listener." "Oh, but I must talk too." "What will you say to me?" "Nothing while you are kneeling. It is not natural that you should kneel. You are like Samson with his locks shorn, or Hercules with a distaff." "Is that better?" he said, as he got up and put his arm round her waist. "You are in earnest?" she asked. "In earnest. I hardly thought that that would be doubted. Do you not believe me?" "I do believe you. And you will be good?" "Ah, I do not know that." "Try, and I will love you so dearly. Nay, I do love you dearly. I do. I do." "Say it again." "I will say it 50 times, till your ears are weary with it." And she did say it to him, after her own fashion, 50 times. "This is a great change," he said, getting up after a while and walking about the room. "But a change for the better, is it not, Oswald?" "So much for the better that I hardly know myself in my new joy. But, Violet, we'll have no delay, will we? No shilly-shallying. What's the use of waiting, now that it's settled?" "None in the least, Lord Chiltern. Let us say this day 12-month. "You are laughing at me, Violet." "Remember, sir, that the first thing you have to do is to write to your father." He instantly went to the writing-table and took up paper and pen. "Come along," he said. "You are to dictate it." But this she refused to do, telling him that he must write his letter to his father out of his own head and out of his own heart. "I cannot write it," he said, throwing down the pen. "My blood is in such a tumult that I cannot steady my hand." "You must not be so tumultuous, Oswald, or I shall have to live in a whirlwind." "Oh, I shall shake down. I shall become as steady as an old stager. I'll go as quiet in harness by and by as though I had been broken to it by a 4-year-old. I wonder whether Laura could not write this letter." "I think you should write it yourself, Oswald." "If you bid me, I will." "Bid you, indeed! As if it was for me to bid you. Do you not know that in these new troubles you are undertaking you will have to bid me in everything, and that I shall be bound to do your bidding? Does it not seem to be dreadful? My wonder is that any girl can ever accept any man." "But you have accepted me now." "Yes, indeed." "And you repent?" "No, indeed, and I will try to do your biddings, but you must not be rough to me and outrageous and fierce. Will you, Oswald?" "I will not at any rate be like Kennedy is with poor Laura." "No, that is not your nature." "I will do my best, dearest, and you may at any rate be sure of this, that I will love you always. So much good of myself, if it be good, I can say." "It is very good," she answered, "the best of all good words. And now I must go, and as you are leaving Loughlinter, I will say good-bye. When am I to have the honour and felicity of beholding your lordship again?" "Say a nice word to me before I am off, Violet." I love you better than all the world beside, and I mean to be your wife some day. Are not those 20 nice words?" He would not prolong his stay at Loughlinter, though he was asked to do so both by Violet and his sister, and though, as he confessed himself, he had no special business elsewhere. "It is no use mincing the matter. I don't like Kennedy, and I don't like being in his house," he said to Violet. And then he promised that there should be a party got up at Saulsby before the winter was over. His plan was to stop that night at Carlisle and write to his father from thence. "Your blood perhaps won't be so tumultuous at Carlisle," said Violet. He shook his head and went on with his plans. He would then go on to London and down to Willingford, and there wait for his father's answer. "There's no reason why I should lose more of the hunting than necessary." "Pray don't lose a day for me," said Violet. As soon as he heard from his father, he would do his father's bidding. "You will go to Saulsby," said Violet. "You can hunt at Saulsby, you know." "I will go to Jericho if you ask me, and you will have to go with me." "I thought we were going to go to Belgium," said Violet. "And so that is settled at last," said Violet to Laura that night. "I hope you do not regret it." "On the contrary, I am as happy as the moments are long." "My fine girl!" "I am happy because I love him. I have always loved him. You've known that." "Indeed, no." "But I have, after my fashion. I am not tumultuous, as he calls himself. Since he began to make eyes at me when he was 19... "Fancy Oswald making eyes!" "Oh, he did, and mouths too. But from the beginning, when I was a child, I have known that he was dangerous, and I have thought that he would pass on and forget me after a while, and I could have lived without him. Nay, there have been moments when I thought I could learn to love someone else." "Poor Phineas, for instance." "We will mention no names. Mr. Appledom, perhaps more likely. He has been my most constant lover, and then he would be so safe. Your brother, Laura, is dangerous. He is like the bad ice in the parks where they stick up the poles. He's had a pole stuck upon him ever since he was a boy." "Yes, give a dog a bad name and hang him." "Remember that I do not love him a bit the less on that— oh, dash blast it. Remember that I do not love him a bit the less on that account, perhaps the better. A sense of danger does not make me unhappy, though the threatened evil may be fatal. I have entered myself for my forlorn hope, and I mean to stick to it. Now I must go and write to his worship. Only think, I never wrote a love letter yet." Nothing more should be said about Miss Effingham's first love letter, which was, no doubt, creditable to her head and heart. But there were 2 other letters sent by the same post from Loughlinter, which shall be submitted to the reader, as they will assist the telling of the story. One was from Lady Laura Kennedy to her friend Phineas Finn, and the other from Violet to her aunt, Lady Baldock. No letter was written to Lord Brentford, as it was thought desirable that he should receive the first intimation of what had been done from his son. Respecting the letter to Phineas, which shall be first given, Lady Laura thought it right to say a word to her husband. He had been, of course, told of the engagement, and had replied that he could have wished that the arrangement could have been made elsewhere than at his house, knowing as he did that Lady Baldock would not approve of it. To this Lady Laura had made no reply, and Mr. Kennedy had condescended to congratulate the bride-elect. When Lady Laura's letter to Phineas was completed, she took care to put it into the letter-box in the presence of her husband. "I have written to Mr. Finn," she said, "to tell him of this marriage." "Why was it necessary that he should be told?" "I think it was due to him from certain circumstances." "I wonder whether there was any truth in what everybody was saying about their fighting a duel?" asked Mr. Kennedy. His wife made no answer, and then he continued, "You told me of your own knowledge that it was untrue." "Not of my own knowledge, Robert." "Yes, of your own knowledge." Then Mr. Kennedy walked away, and was certain that his wife had deceived him about the duel. There had been a duel, and she had known it, and yet she had told him that the report was a ridiculous fabrication. He never forgot anything. He remembered at this moment the words of the falsehood and the look of her face as she told it. He had believed her implicitly. but he would never believe her again. He was one of those men who, in spite of their experience of the world, of their experience of their own lives, imagine that lips that have once lied can never tell the truth. Lady Laura's letter to Phineas was as follows. Loughlinter, December the 28th, 1860. My dear friend, Violet Effingham is here, and Oswald has just left us. It is possible that you may see him as he passes through London. But at any rate I think it best to let you know immediately that she has accepted him, at last. If there be any pang in this to you, be sure that I will grieve for you. You will not wish me to say that I regret that which was the dearest wish of my heart before I knew you. Lately, indeed, I have been torn in two ways. You will understand what I mean, and I believe I need say nothing more, except this, that it shall be among my prayers that you may obtain all things that may tend to make you happy, honourable, and of high esteem. Your most sincere friend, Laura Kennedy. Even though her husband should read the letter, there was nothing in that of which she need be ashamed. But he did not read the letter. He simply speculated as to its contents, and inquired within himself whether it would not be for the welfare of the world in general, and for the welfare of himself in particular, that husbands should demand to read their wives' letters. And this was Violet's letter to her aunt. My dear aunt, the thing has come at last, and all of your troubles will be soon over. For I do believe that all your troubles have come from your unfortunate niece. At last I am going to be married, and thus take myself off your hands. Lord Chiltern has just been here, and I have accepted him. I am afraid you hardly think so well of Lord Chiltern as I do, but then, perhaps, you have not known him so long. You do know, however, that there has been some differences between him and his father. I think I may take upon myself to say that now, upon his engagement, this will be settled. I have the inexpressible pleasure of feeling sure that Lord Brentford will welcome me as his daughter-in-law. Tell the news to Augusta with my best love. I will write to her in a day or two. I hope my cousin Gustavus will condescend to give me away. Of course, there is nothing fixed about time, but I should say, perhaps, in 9 years. Your affectionate niece, Violet Effingham. Loughlinter, Friday. What does she mean about 9 years? Said Lady Baldock in her wrath. She is joking, said the mild Augusta. I believe she would joke if I were going to be bedded, said Lady Baldock. End of chapter 52. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapters 53 and 54 of Phineas Finn, the Irish Member. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Phineas Finn, the Irish Member, by Anthony Trollope. Chapters 53 and 54. Chapter 53, showing how Phineas bore the blow. When Phineas received Lady Laura Kennedy's letter, he was sitting in his gorgeous apartment in the Colonial Office. It was gorgeous in comparison with the very dingy room at Mr. Lowe's, to which he had been accustomed in his early days, and somewhat gorgeous also as compared with the lodgings he had so long inhabited in Mr. Bunce's house. The room was large and square, and looked out from 3 windows onto St. James's Park. There were in it 2 very comfortable armchairs and a comfortable sofa, and the office table at which he sat was of old mahogany, shining brightly, and seemed to be fitted up with every possible appliance for official comfort. This stood near one of the windows, so that he could sit and look down upon the park, and there was a large round table covered with books and newspapers, and the walls of the room were bright with maps of all the colonies. And there was one very interesting map, but not very bright, showing the American colonies as they used to be. And there was a little inner closet in which he could brush his hair and wash his hands, and in the room adjoining there sat, or ought to have sat, for he was often absent, vexing the mind of Phineas, the Earl's nephew, his private secretary, and it was all very gorgeous. Often as he looked round upon it, thinking of his old bedroom at Killaloe, of his little garrets at Trinity, of the dingy chambers in Lincoln's Inn, he would tell himself that it was very gorgeous. He would wonder that anything so grand had fallen to his lot. The letter from Scotland was brought to him in the afternoon, having reached London by some day mail from Glasgow. He was sitting at his desk with a heap of papers before him, referring to a contemplated railway from Halifax, in Nova Scotia, to the foot of the Rocky Mountains. It had become his business to get up the subject, and then discuss with his principal, Lord Cantrip, the expediency of advising the government to lend a company 5 million of money in order that this railway might be made. It was a big subject, and the contemplation of it gratified him. It required that he should look forward to great events, and exercise the wisdom of a statesman. What was the chance of these colonies being swallowed up by those other regions, once colonies, of which the map that hung in the corner told so eloquent a tale? And if so, would the 5 million ever be repaid? And if not swallowed up, were the colonies worth so great an adventure of national money? Could they repay it? Would they do so? Should they be made to do so? Mr. Lowe, who was now a Q.C. and in Parliament, would not have greater subject than this before him, even if he should come to be Solicitor General. Lord Cantrip had specially asked him to get up this matter, and he was getting it up sedulously. Once in 9 years the harbour of Halifax was blocked up by ice. He had just jotted down the fact, which was material, when Lady Laura's letter was brought to him. He read it, and putting it down by his side very gently, went back to his maps, as though the thing would not so trouble his mind as to disturb his work. He absolutely wrote, automatically, certain words of a note about the harbour after he had received the information. A horse will gallop for some scores of yards after his back has been broken, before he knows of his great ruin, and so it was with Phineas Finn. His back was broken, but, nevertheless, he galloped for a yard or two. Closed in 1860–61 for 13 days. Then he began to be aware that his back was broken, and that the writing of any more notes about the ice in Halifax harbour was for the present out of the question. I think it best to let you know immediately that she has accepted him. These were the words which he read the oftenest. Then it was all over. The game was played out, and all his victories were as nothing to him. He sat for an hour in his gorgeous room, thinking of it, and various were the answers which he gave during the time to various messages, but he would see nobody. As for the colonies, he did not care if they revolted tomorrow. He would have parted with every colony belonging to Great Britain to have gotten the hand of Violet Effingham for himself. Now at this moment, he told himself with oaths that he had never loved anyone but Violet Effingham. There had been so much to make such a marriage desirable. I should wrong my hero deeply were I to say that the weight of his sorrow was occasioned by the fact that he had lost an heiress. He would never have thought of looking for Violet Effingham had he not first learned to love her. But as the idea opened itself out to him, everything had seemed to be so suitable. Had Miss Effingham become his wife, the mouths of the Lowes and of the Bunces would have been stopped altogether. Mr. Bunk would have come to his house as his familiar guest, and he would have been connected with half a score of peers. A seat in Parliament would be simply his proper place, and even under-secretaryships of state might soon come to be below him. He was playing a great game, but hitherto he had played it with so much success, with such wonderful luck, that it had seemed to him that all things were within his reach. Nothing more had been wanting to him than Violet's hand for his own comfort, and Violet's fortune to support his position, and these two had almost seemed to be within his grasp. His goddess had indeed refused him, but not with disdain. Even Lady Laura had talked of his marriage as not improbable. All the world, almost, had heard of the duel, and all the world had smiled and seemed to think that in the real fight Phineas Finn would be the victor, that the lucky pistol was in his hands. It had never occurred to anyone to suppose, as far as he could see, that he was presuming at all, or pushing himself out of his own sphere, in asking Violet Effingham to be his wife. No, he would trust his luck, would persevere, and would succeed. Such had been his resolution on that very morning, and now there had come this letter to dash him to the ground. There were moments in which he declared to himself that he would not believe the letter. Not that there was any moment in which there was in his mind the slightest spark of real hope, but he would tell himself that he would still persevere. Violet might have been driven to accept that violent man by violent influence, or it might be that she had not in truth accepted him, that Chiltern had simply so asserted. Or, even if it were so, did women never change their minds? The manly thing would be to persevere to the end. Had he not before been successful, when success seemed to be as far from him? But he could buoy himself up with no real hope. Even when these ideas were present to his mind, he knew well, at those very moments, that his back was broken. Someone had come in and lighted the candles and drawn down the blinds while he was sitting there, and now, as he looked at his watch, he found that it was past 5 o'clock. He was engaged to dine with Madame Max Goesler at 8, and in his agony he half resolved that he would send an excuse. Madame Max would be full of wrath, as she was very particular about her little dinner parties, but what did he care now about the wrath of Madame Max Goesler? And yet only this morning he had been congratulating himself, among his other successes, upon her favour, and had laughed inwardly at his own falseness, his falseness to Violet Effingham, as he did so. He had said something to himself jocosely about lovers' perjuries, the remembrance of which was now very bitter to him. He took up a sheet of notepaper and scrawled an excuse to Madame Goesler. News from the country, he said, made it impossible that he should go out tonight. But he did not send the note. At about 5:30 he opened the door of his private secretary's room, and found the young man fast asleep, with a cigar in his mouth. "Hello, Charles," he said. "All right." Charles Standish was a first cousin of Lady Laura's, and, having been in the office before Phineas had joined it, and being a great favourite with his cousin, had, of course, become the Under-Secretary's private secretary. "I'm all here," said Charles Standish, getting up and shaking himself. "I'm going. Just tie up those papers exactly as they are. I shall be here early tomorrow, but I shan't want you before 12. Good night, Charles." "Ta-ta," said his private secretary, who was very fond of his master, but not very respectful, unless upon express occasions. Then Phineas went out and walked across the park. But as he went, he became quite aware that his back was broken. It was not the less broken because he sang to himself little songs to prove to himself that it was whole and sound. It was broken, and it seemed to him now that he never could become an Atlas again, to bear the weight of the world upon his shoulders. What did anything signify? All that he had done had been part of a game which he had been playing throughout, and now he had been beaten in his game. He absolutely ignored his old passion for Lady Laura as though it had never been, and regarded himself as a model of constancy, as a man who had loved, not wisely perhaps, but much too well, and who must now therefore suffer a living death. He hated Parliament, he hated the Colonial Office, he hated his friend Mr. Monk, and he especially hated Madame Max Goesler. As to Lord Chiltern, he believed that Lord Chiltern had obtained his object by violence. He would see to that. Yes, let the consequences be what they might, he would see to that. He went up by the Duke of York's column, and as he passed the Athenaeum he saw his chief, Lord Cantrip, standing under the portico talking to a bishop. He would have gone on unnoticed had it been possible,
but Lord Cantrip came down to him at once. "I've put your name down here," said his lordship. "What's the use?" said Phineas, who was profoundly indifferent at this moment to all the clubs in London. "It can't do any harm, you know. You'll come up in time, and if you should get into the ministry, they'll let you in at once." "Ministry!" ejaculated Phineas. But Lord Cantrip took the tone of voice as simply suggestive of humility, and suspected nothing of that profound indifference to all ministers and ministerial honours which Phineas had intended to express. "By the by," said Lord Cantrip, putting his arm through that of the Under-Secretary, "I want to speak to you about the guarantees. We shall be in the devil's own mess, you know." And so the Secretary of State went on about the Rocky Mountain Railroad, and Phineas strove hard to bear his burden with his broken back. He was obliged to say something about the guarantees, and the railway, and the frozen harbour, and something especially about the difficulties which would be found, not in the measures themselves, but in the natural pugnacity of the opposition. In the fabrication of the garments for the national wear, the great thing is to produce garments that shall, as far as possible, defy hole-picking. It may be, and sometimes is the case, that garments so fabricated will be good also for wear. Lord Cantrip, at the present moment, was very anxious and very ingenious in the stopping of holes, and he thought that perhaps his Under-Secretary was too much prone to the indulgence of large philanthropical views without sufficient thought of the hole-pickers. But on this occasion, by the time that he reached Brooks's, he had been enabled to convince his Under-Secretary, and though he had always thought well of his Under-Secretary, he thought better of him now than ever he had done. Phineas during the whole time had been meditating what he could do to Lord Chiltern when they two should meet. Could he take him by the throat and smite him? "I happen to know that Broderick is working as hard at the matter as we are," said Lord Cantrip, stopping opposite to the club. "He moved for papers, you know, at the end of last session." Now Mr. Broderick was a gentleman in the House looking for promotion in a Conservative government, and of course would oppose any measure that could be brought forward by the Cantrip-Finn colonial administration. Then Lord Cantrip slipped into the club, and Phineas went on alone. A spark of his old ambition with reference to Brooks's was the first thing to make him forget his misery for a moment. He had asked Lord Brentford to put his name down, and was not sure whether it had been done. The threat of Mr. Broderick's opposition had been of no use towards the strengthening of his broken back, but the sight of Lord Cantrip hurrying in at the coveted door did do something. "A man can't cut his throat or blow his brains out," he said to himself. "After all, he must go on and do his work, for hearts will break, yet brokenly live on." Thereupon he went home, and after sitting for an hour over his own fire, and looking wistfully at a little treasure which he had, a treasure obtained by some slight fraud at Saulsby, and which he now chucked into the fire, and then instantly again pulled out of it, soiled but unscorched, he dressed himself for dinner, and went out to Madame Max Goesler's. Upon the whole, he was glad that he had not sent the note of excuse. A man must live, even though his heart be broken, and living he must dine. Madame Max Goesler was fond of giving little dinners at this period of the year, before London was crowded, and when her guests might probably not be called away by subsequent social arrangements. Her number seldom exceeded 6 or 8, and she always spoke of these entertainments as being of the humblest kind. She sent out no big cards. She preferred to catch her people as though by chance, when that was possible. "Dear Mr. Jones, Mr. Smith is coming to tell me about some sherry on Tuesday. Will you come and tell me too? I dare say you know as much about it." And then there was a studious absence of parade. The dishes were not very numerous. The bill of fare was simply written out once for the mistress, and so circulated round the table. Not a word about the things to be eaten or the things to be drunk was ever spoken at the table, or at least no such word was ever spoken by Madame Goesler. But nevertheless
they who knew anything about dinners were aware that Madame Goesler gave very good dinners indeed. Phineas Finn was beginning to flatter himself that he knew something about dinners, and had been heard to assert that the soups at the cottage in Park Lane were not to be beaten in London. But he cared for no soup to-day, as he slowly made his way up Madame Goesler's staircase. There had been one difficulty in the way of Madame Goesler's dinner parties, which had required some patience and great ingenuity in its management. She must either have ladies, or she must not have them. There was a great allurement in the latter alternative, but she knew well that if she gave way to it, all prospect of general society would for her be closed, and for ever. This had been in the early days of her widowhood in Park Lane. She cared but little for women's society, but she knew well that the society of gentlemen without women would not be that which she desired. She knew also that she might as effectually crush herself and all her aspirations by bringing to her house indifferent women, women lacking something either in character or in position or in talent, as by having none at all. Thus there had been a great difficulty, and sometimes she had thought that the thing could not be done at all. "These English are so stiff, so hard, so heavy," and yet she would not have cared to succeed elsewhere than among the English. By degrees, however, the thing was done. Her prudence equalled her wit, and even suspicious people had come to acknowledge that they could not put their fingers on anything wrong. When Lady Glencora Palliser had once dined at the cottage in Park Lane, Madame Max Goesler had told herself that henceforth she did not care what the suspicious people said, since that the Duke of Omnium had almost promised that he would come. If she could only entertain the Duke of Omnium, she would have done everything. But there was no Duke of Omnium there tonight. At this time the Duke of Omnium was, of course, not in London, but Lord Fawn was there, and our old friend Laurence Fitzgibbon, who had resigned his place at the Colonial Office, and there were Mr. and Mrs. Bonteen. They, with our hero, made up the party. No one doubted for a moment to what source Mr. Bonteen owed his dinner. Mrs. Bonteen was good-looking, could talk, was sufficiently proper, and all that kind of thing, and did as well as any other woman at this time of year to keep Madame Max Goesler in countenance. There was never any sitting after dinner at the cottage, or I should rather say there was never any sitting after Madame Goesler went, so that the two ladies could not weary each other by being alone together. Mrs. Bonteen understood quite well that she was not required there to talk to her hostess, and was as willing as any woman to make herself agreeable to the gentlemen she might meet at Madame Goesler's table. And thus Mr. and Mrs. Bonteen not unfrequently dined in Park Lane. "Now, we have only to wait for that horrible man, Mr. Fitzgibbon," said Madame Max Goesler, as she welcomed Phineas. "He is always late." "What a blow for me," said Phineas. "No, you are always in good time. But there is a limit beyond which good time ends and being shamefully late at once begins. Ah, but here he is." And then, as Laurence Fitzgibbon entered the room, Madame Goesler rang the bell for dinner. Phineas found himself placed between his hostess and Mr. Bonteen, and Lord Fawn was on the other side of Madame Goesler. They were hardly seated at the table before some one stated it as a fact that Lord Brentford and his son were reconciled. Now Phineas knew, or thought that he knew, that this could not as yet be the case, and indeed such was not the case, though the father had already received the son's letter. But Phineas did not choose to say anything at present about Lord Chiltern. "How odd it is," said Madame Goesler, "how often you English fathers quarrel with your sons." "How often we English sons quarrel with our fathers, rather," said Lord Fawn, who was known for the respect he had always paid to the fifth commandment. "It all comes from entail and primogeniture and old-fashioned English prejudices of that kind," said Madame Goesler. "Lord Chiltern is a friend of yours, Mr. Finn, I think." "They're both friends of mine," said Phineas. "Ah, yes, but you
You and Lord Chiltern once did something odd together. There was a little mystery, was there not?" "It is a very little of a mystery now," said Fitzgibbon. "It was about a lady, was it not?" said Mrs. Bonteen, affecting to whisper to her neighbour. "I am not at liberty to say anything on the subject," said Fitzgibbon, "but I've no doubt Phineas will tell you." "I don't believe this about Lord Brentford," said Mr. Bonteen. "I happen to know that Chiltern was down at Loughlinter 3 days ago, and that he passed through London yesterday on his way to the place where he hunts. The Earl is at Saulsby. He would have gone to Saulsby if it were true." "It all depends upon whether Miss Effingham will accept him," said Mrs. Bonteen, looking over at Phineas as she spoke. As there were 2 of Violet Effingham's suitors at the table, the subject was becoming disagreeably personal, and the more so as every one of the party knew or surmised something of the facts of the case. The cause of the duel at Blankenberg had become almost as public as the duel, and Lord Fawn's courtship had not been altogether hidden from the public eye. He on the present occasion might probably be able to carry himself better than Phineas, even presuming him to be equally eager in his love, for he knew nothing of the fatal truth. But he was unable to hear Mrs. Bonteen's statement with indifference, and showed his concern in the matter by his reply. "Any lady will be much to be pitied," he said, "who does that. Chiltern is the last man in the world to whom I would wish to trust the happiness of a woman for whom I cared." "Chiltern is a very good fellow," said Laurence Fitzgibbon. "Just a little wild," said Mrs. Bonteen. "And never had a shilling in his pocket in his life," said her husband. "I regard him as simply a madman," said Lord Fawn. "I do so wish I knew him," said Madame Max Goesler. "I am fond of madmen, and men who haven't shillings, and who are a little wild. Could you not bring him here, Mr. Finn?" Phineas did not know what to say, or how to open his mouth without showing his deep concern. "I shall be happy to ask him if you wish it," he replied, as though the question had been put to him in earnest. "But I do not see so much of Lord Chiltern as I used to do." "You do not believe that Violet Effingham will accept him?" asked Mrs. Bonteen. He paused a moment before he spoke, and then made his answer in a deep, solemn voice, with a seriousness which he was unable to repress. "She has accepted him," he said. "Do you mean that you know it?" said Madame Goesler. "Yes, I mean that I know it." Had anybody told him beforehand that he would openly make this declaration at Madame Goesler's table, he would have said that of all things it was the most impossible. He would have declared that nothing would have induced him to speak of Violet Effingham in his existing frame of mind, and that he would have had his tongue cut out before he spoke of her as the promised bride of his rival. And now he had declared the whole truth of his own wretchedness and discomfiture. He was well aware that all of them there knew why he had fought the duel at Blankenberg, all, that is, except perhaps Lord Fawn, and he felt as he made the statement as to Lord Chiltern that he blushed up to his forehead, and that his voice was strange, and that he was telling the tale of his own disgrace. But when the direct question had been asked him, he had been unable to refrain from answering it directly. He had thought of turning it off with some jest or affectation of drollery, but had failed. At the moment he had been unable not to speak the truth. "I don't believe a word of it," said Lord Fawn, who also forgot himself. "I do believe it, if Mr. Finn says so," said Mrs. Bonteen, who rather liked the confusion she had caused. "But who could have told you, Finn?" asked Mr. Bonteen. "His sister, Lady Laura, told me so," said Phineas. "Then it must be true," said Madame Goesler. "It is quite impossible," said Lord Fawn. "I think I may say that I know it is impossible. If it were so, it would be a most shameful arrangement. Every shilling she has in the world would be swallowed up." Now, Lord Fawn, in making his proposals,
had been magnanimous in his offers as to settlements and pecuniary provisions generally. For some minutes after that, Phineas did not speak another word, and the conversation generally was not so brisk and bright as it was expected to be at Madame Goesler's. Madame Max Goesler herself thoroughly understood our hero's position, and felt for him. She would have encouraged no questionings about Violet Effingham had she thought that they would have led to such a result, and now she exerted herself to turn the minds of her guests to other subjects. At last she succeeded, and after a while, too, Phineas himself was able to talk. He drank 2 or 3 glasses of wine and dashed away into politics, taking the earliest opportunity in his power of contradicting Lord Fawn very plainly on 1 or 2 matters. Laurence Fitzgibbon was, of course, of opinion that the ministry could not stay in long. Since he had left the government, the ministers had made wonderful mistakes, and he spoke of them quite as an enemy might speak. "And yet, Fitz," said Mr. Bonteen, "you used to be so staunch a supporter." "I've seen the error of my way, I can assure you," said Laurence. "I always observe," said Madame Max Goesler, "that when any of you gentlemen resign, which you usually do on some very trivial matter, the resigning gentleman becomes of all foes the bitterest. Somebody goes on very well with his friends, agreeing most cordially about everything, till he finds that his public virtue cannot swallow some little detail, and then he resigns. Or someone, perhaps, on the other side has attacked him, and in the melee he's hurt, and so he resigns. But when he has resigned, and made his parting speech full of love and gratitude, I know well, after that, where to look for the bitterest hostility to his late friends. Yes, I'm beginning to understand the way in which politics were done in England." All this was rather severe upon Laurence Fitzgibbon, but he was a man of the world, and bore it better than Phineas had borne his defeat. The dinner, taken altogether, was not a success, and so Madame Goesler understood. Lord Fawn, after he had been contradicted by Phineas, hardly opened his mouth. Phineas himself talked rather too much and rather too loudly, and Mrs. Bonteen, who was well enough inclined to flatter Lord Fawn, contradicted him. "I made a mistake," said Madame Goesler afterwards, "in having 4 members of Parliament who all of them were or had been in office. I never will have 2 men in office together again." This she said to Mrs. Bonteen. "My dear Madame Max," said Mrs. Bonteen, "your resolution ought to be that you will never again have 2 claimants for the same young lady." In the drawing-room upstairs, Madame Goesler managed to be alone for 3 minutes with Phineas Finn. "And it is as you say, my friend?" she asked. Her voice was plaintive and soft, and there was a look of real sympathy in her eyes. Phineas almost felt that if they two had been quite alone, he could have told her everything and have wept at her feet. "Yes," he said, "it is so. I never doubted it when you had declared it. May I venture to say that I wish it had been otherwise? It's too late now, Madame Goesler. A man, of course, is a fool to show that he has any feelings in such a matter. The fact is, I heard it just before I came here, and had made up my mind to send you an excuse. I wish I had now. Do not say that, Mr. Finn. I've made such an ass of myself. In my estimation, you have done yourself honour. But, if I may venture to give you counsel, do not speak of this affair again as though you had been personally concerned in it. In the world nowadays, the only thing disgraceful is to admit a failure. And I have failed. But you need not admit it, Mr. Finn. I know I ought not to say as much to you. I rather am deeply indebted to you. I'll go now, Madame Goesler, as I do not wish to leave the house with Lord Fawn. But you will come and see me soon." Then Phineas promised that he would come soon, and felt as he made the promise that he would have an opportunity of talking over his love with his new friend, at any rate without fresh shame as to his failure. Laurence Fitzgibbon went away with Phineas, and Mr. Bonteen, having sent his wife away by herself, walked off towards the clubs with Lord Fawn. He was very anxious to have a few words with Lord Fawn. Lord Fawn had evidently been annoyed by Phineas, and Mr. Bonteen did not at all love the young Under-Secretary. "That fellow has become the most consummate puppy I ever met," said he, as he linked himself on to the Lord. "Monk and one or two others among them have contrived to spoil him altogether." "I don't believe a word of what he said about Lord Chiltern," said Lord Fawn. "About his marriage with Miss Effingham?" "It would be such an abominable shame to sacrifice the girl," said Lord Fawn. "Only think of it. Everything is gone. The man is a drunkard, and I don't believe he is any more reconciled to his father than you are. Lady Laura Kennedy must have had some object in saying so." "Perhaps an invention of Finn's altogether," said Mr. Bonteen. "Those Irish fellows are just the men for that kind of thing." "A man, you know, so violent that nobody can hold him," said Lord Fawn, thinking of Chiltern. "And so absurdly conceited," said Mr. Bonteen, thinking of Phineas. "A man who has never done anything with all his advantages in the world, and never will." "He won't hold his place long," said Mr. Bonteen. "Whom do you mean?" "Phineas Finn." "Oh, Mr. Finn. I was talking of Lord Chiltern. I believe Finn to be a very good sort of a fellow, and he's undoubtedly clever. They say Cantrip likes him amazingly. He'll do very well. But I don't believe a word of this about Lord Chiltern." Then Mr. Bonteen felt himself to be snubbed, and soon afterwards left Lord Fawn alone. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54. Consolation. On the day following Madame Goesler's dinner party, Phineas, though he was early at his office, was not able to do much work, still feeling that as regarded the realities of the world, his back was broken. He might, no doubt, go on learning, and, after a time, might be able to exert himself in a perhaps useful, but altogether uninteresting kind of way, doing his work simply because it was there to be done, as the carter or the tailor does his, and from the same cause, knowing that a man must have bread to live. But as for ambition, and the idea of doing good, and the love of work for work's sake, as for the elastic springs of delicious and beneficent labour, all that was over for him. He would have worked from day till night, and from night till day, and from month till month throughout the year, to have secured for Violet Effingham the assurance that her husband's position was worthy of her own. But now he had no motive for such work as this. As long as he took the public pay, he would earn it, and that was all. On the next day things were a little better with him. He received a note in the morning from Lord Cantrip, saying that they too were to see the Prime Minister that evening, in order that the whole question of the railway to the Rocky Mountains might be understood, and Phineas was driven to his work. Before the time of the meeting came, he had once more lost his own identity in great ideas of colonial welfare, and had planned and peopled a mighty region on the Red River, which should have no sympathy with American democracy. When he waited upon Mr. Gresham in the afternoon, he said nothing about the mighty region. Indeed, he left it to Lord Cantrip to explain most of the proposed arrangements, speaking only a word or two here and there as occasion required. But he was aware that he had so far recovered as to be able to save himself from losing ground during the interview. "He's about the first Irishman we've had that has been worth his salt," said Mr. Gresham to his colleague afterwards. "That other Irishman was a terrible fellow," said Lord Cantrip, shaking his head. On the fourth day after his sorrow had befallen him, Phineas went again to the cottage in Park Lane, and in order that he might not be balked in his search for sympathy, he wrote a line to Madame Goesler to ask if she would be at home. "I'll be at home from 5 to 6, and alone. M.M.G." That was the answer from Marie Max Goesler, and Phineas was of course at the cottage a few minutes after 5. It is not, I think, surprising that a man, when he wants sympathy in such a calamity as that which had now befallen Phineas Finn, should seek it from a woman. Women sympathize most effectually with men, as men do with women. But it is perhaps a little odd that a man, when he wants consolation because his heart has been broken, always likes to receive it from a pretty woman. One would be disposed to think that at such a moment he would be profoundly indifferent to such a matter, that no delight could come to him from female beauty, and that all he would want would be the softness of a simply sympathetic soul. But he generally wants a soft hand as well, and an eye that can be bright behind the mutual tear, and lips that shall be young and fresh as they express their concern for his sorrow. All these things were added to Phineas when he went to Madame Goesler in his grief. "I am so glad to see you," said Madame Max. "You are very good-natured to let me come." "No, but it is so good of you to trust me. But I was sure you would come after what took place the other night. I saw that you were pained, and I was so sorry for it." "I made such a fool of myself." "Not at all. And I thought that you were right to tell them when the question had been asked. If the thing was not to be kept a secret, it was better to speak it out. You will get over it quicker in that way than in any other. I have never seen the young lord myself. Oh, there is nothing amiss about him. As to what Lord Fawn said, the half of it is simply exaggeration, and the other half is misunderstood. In this country it is so much to be a lord," said Madame Goesler. Phineas thought a moment of that matter before he replied. All the Standish family had been very good to him, and Violet Effingham had been very good. It was not the fault of any of them that he was now wretched and back-broken. He had meditated much on this, and had resolved that he would not even think evil of them. "I do not in my heart believe that that has had anything to do with it," he said. "But it has, my friend, always. I do not know your Violet Effingham." "She is not mine." "Well, I do not know this Violet that is not yours. I have met her, and did not specially admire her. But then the tastes of men and women about beauty are never the same. But I know she is one that always lives with lords and countesses. A girl who always lived with countesses feels it to be hard to settle down as a plain mistress." "She has had plenty of choice among all sorts of men. It was not the title. She would not have accepted Chiltern unless she had... But what's the use of talking of it?" "They had known each other long?" "Oh, yes, as children. And the Earl desired it of all things." "Ah, then he arranged it." "Not exactly. Nobody could arrange anything for Chiltern, nor, as far as that goes, for Miss Effingham. They arranged it themselves, I fancy." "You had asked her?" "Yes, twice, and she had refused him more than twice. I have nothing for which to blame her, but yet I had thought... "She is a jilt, then?" "No, I will not let you say that of her. She is no jilt. But I think she has been strangely ignorant of her own mind. What is the use of talking of it, Madame Goesler?" "None. Only sometimes it is better to speak a word than to keep one's sorrow to oneself." "So it is. And there is not one in the world to whom I can speak such a word, except yourself. Is not that odd? I have sisters, but they have never heard of Miss Effingham, and would be quite indifferent." "Perhaps they have some other favourites." "Ah, well, that does not matter. And my best friend here in London is Lord Chiltern's own sister." "She knew of your attachment?" "Oh, yes." "And she told you of Miss Effingham's engagement? Was she glad of it?" "She has always desired the marriage, and yet I think she would have been satisfied had it been otherwise. But of course her heart must be with her brother. I need not have troubled myself to go to Blankenberg after all." "It was for the best, perhaps. Everybody says you behaved so well."
I could not but go, as things were then. What if you had shot him? There would have been an end of everything. You would never have seen me after that. Indeed, I should have shot myself next, feeling that there was nothing else left for me to do. Ah, you English are so peculiar. But I suppose it is best not to shoot a man. And, Mr. Finn, there are other ladies in the world prettier than Miss Violet Effingham. No, of course you will not admit that now. Just at this moment and for a month or two she is peerless, and you will feel yourself to be of all men the most unfortunate. But you have the ball at your feet. I know no one so young who has got the ball at his feet so well. I call it nothing to have the ball at your feet if you are born with it there. It is so easy to be a lord if your father is one before you, and so easy to marry a pretty girl if you can make her a countess. But to make yourself a lord, or to be as good as a lord when nothing has been born to you, that I call very much. And there are women, and pretty women too, Mr. Finn, who have spirit enough to understand this, and to think that the man, after all, is more important than the lord. Then she sang the old well-worn verse of the Scotch song with wonderful spirit, and with a clearness of voice and knowledge of music for which he had hitherto never given her credit. A prince can mak a belted knight, a marquis duke and a' that, but an honest man's aboon his might, get faith him on a fa that. I did not know that you sung, Madam Goesler. Only now and then when something specially requires it, and I am very fond of Scotch songs. I will sing to you now if you like it. Then she sang the whole song, A man's a man for a' that. She said as she finished, even though he cannot get the special bit of painted Eve's flesh for which his heart has had a craving. Then she sang again. There are maidens in Scotland more lovely by far, who would gladly be bride to the young Lochinvar. But young Lochinvar got his bride, said Phineas. Take the spirit of the lines, Mr. Finn, which is true, and not the tale as it is told, which is probably false. I often think that Jock of Hazeldene and young Lochinvar too probably live to repent their bargains. We will hope that Lord Chiltern may not do so. I am sure he never will. That is all right. And as for you, do you for a while think of your politics and your speeches and your colonies rather than of your love. You are at home there, and no Lord Chiltern can rob you of your success. And if you are down in the mouth, come to me and I will sing you a Scotch song. And, look you, the next time I ask you to dinner I will promise you that Mrs. Bonteen shall not be here. Goodbye. She gave him her hand, which was very soft, and left it for a moment in his, and he was consoled. Madame Goesler, when she was alone, threw herself onto her chair and began to think of things. In these days she would often ask herself what in truth was the object of her ambition and the aim of her life. Now at this moment she had in her hand a note from the Duke of Omnium. The Duke had allowed himself to say something about a photograph, which had justified her in writing to him, or which she had taken for such justification. And the Duke had replied, he would not, he said, lose the opportunity of waiting upon her in person, which the presentation of the little gift might afford him. It would be a great success to have the Duke of Omnium at her house. But to what would the success reach? What was her definite object? Or had she any? In what way could she make herself happy? She could not say that she was happy yet. The hours with her were too long, and the days too many. The Duke of Omnium should come if he would,
and she was quite resolved as to this, that if the Duke did come, she would not be afraid of him. Heavens and earth! What would be the feelings of such a woman as her, were the world to greet her some fine morning as Duchess of Omnium? And she made up her mind very resolutely on one subject. Should the Duke give her any opportunity, she would take a very short time in letting him know what was the extent of her ambition. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Phineas Finn, the Irish Member. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Phineas Finn, the Irish Member, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 55. Lord Chiltern at Saulsby. Lord Chiltern did exactly as he said he would do. He wrote to his father as he passed through Carlisle, and at once went on to his hunting at Willingford. But his letter was very stiff and ungainly, and it may be doubted whether Miss Effingham was not wrong in refusing the offer which he had made to her as to the dictation of it. He began his letter, "My Lord," and did not much improve the style as he went on with it. The reader may as well see the whole letter. Railway Hotel, Carlisle, December 27, 186 . My Lord, I am now on my way from Loughlinter to London, and write this letter to you in compliance with a promise made by me to my sister and to Miss Effingham. I have asked Violet to be my wife, and she has accepted me, and they think that you will be pleased to hear that this has been done. I shall be, of course, obliged if you will instruct Mr. Edwards to let me know what you would propose to do in regards to settlements. Laura thinks that you will wish to see both Violet and myself at Saulsby. For myself, I can only say that, should you desire me to come, I will do so on receiving your assurance that I shall be treated neither with fatted calves nor with reproaches. I am not aware that I have deserved either. I am, my lord, yours affect, Chiltern. P.S. My address will be The Bull, Willingford. That last word, in which he half declared himself to be joined in affectionate relations to his father, caused him a world of trouble. But he could find no term for expressing, without a circumlocution which was disagreeable to him, exactly that position of feeling towards his father which really belonged to him. He would have written, "Yours with affection," or "Yours with deadly enmity," or "Yours with respect," or "Yours with most profound indifference," exactly in accordance with the state of his father's mind, if he had only known what was that state. He was afraid of going beyond his father in any offer of reconciliation, and was firmly fixed in his resolution that he would never be either repentant or submissive in regard to the past. If his father had wishes for the future, he would comply with them, if he could do so without unreasonable inconvenience, but he would not give way a single point as to things done and gone. If his father should choose to make any reference to them, his father must prepare for battle. The Earl was, of course, disgusted by the pertinacious obstinacy of his son's letter, and for an hour or two swore to himself that he would not answer it. But it is natural that the father should yearn for the son, while the son's feeling for the father is of a very much weaker nature. Here, at any rate, was that engagement made which he had ever desired, and his son had made a step, though it was so very unsatisfactory a step, towards reconciliation. When the old man read the letter a second time, he skipped that reference to fatted calves, which had been so peculiarly distasteful to him, and before the evening had passed, he had answered his son as follows. Saulsby, December 29, 186 . My dear Chiltern, I have received your letter, and am truly delighted to hear that dear Violet has accepted you as her husband. Her fortune will be very material to you, but she herself is better than any fortune. You have long known my opinion of her. I shall be proud to welcome her as a daughter to my house. I shall, of course, write to her immediately, and will endeavour to settle some early day for her coming here. When I have done so, I will write to you again, and can only say that I will endeavour to make Saulsby comfortable to you. Your affectionate father, Brentford. Richards, the groom, is still here. You had perhaps better write to him direct about your horses. By the middle of February, arrangements had all been made, and Violet met her lover at his father's house. She in the meantime had been with her aunt, and had undergone a good deal of mild, unceasing persecution. "My dear Violet," said her aunt to her on her arrival at Baddingham, speaking with a solemnity that ought to have been terrible to the young lady, "I do not know what to say to you." "Say how do you do, aunt," said Violet. "I mean about this engagement," said Lady Baldock, with an increase of awe-inspiring severity in her voice. "Say nothing about it at all, if you don't like it," said Violet. "How can I say nothing about it? How can I be silent? Or how am I to congratulate you?" "The least said, perhaps the soonest mended," and Violet smiled as she spoke. "That is very well, and if I had no duty to perform, I would be silent. But, Violet, you have been left in my charge. If I see you shipwrecked in life, I shall ever tell myself that the fault has been partly mine." "Nay, aunt, that would be quite unnecessary. I will always admit that you did everything in your power to make me run straight, as the sporting men say." "Sporting men? Oh, Violet!" "And you know, aunt, I still hope that I shall be found to have kept on the right side of the posts. You will find that poor Lord Chiltern is not so black as he is painted." "But why take anybody that is black at all?" "I like a little shade in the picture, aunt." "Look at Lord Fawn." "I have looked at him." "A young nobleman beginning a career of useful official life that will end in— there's no knowing what it may end in." "I dare say not, but it never could have begun or ended in my being Lady Fawn." "And Mr. Appledom?" "Poor Mr. Appledom! I do like Mr. Appledom, but you see, aunt, I like Lord Chiltern so much better. A young woman will go by her feelings." "And yet you refused him 12 times." "I never counted the times, aunt, but not quite so many as that." The same thing was repeated over and over again during the month that Miss Effingham remained at Baddingham. But Lady Baldock had no power of interfering, and Violet bore her persecution bravely. Her future husband was generally spoken of as "that violent young man," and hints were thrown out as to the personal injuries to which his wife might be possibly subjected. But the threatened bride only laughed, and spoke of these coming dangers as part of the general lot of married women. "I dare say, if the truth were known, my uncle Baldock did not always keep his temper," she said once. Now the truth was, as Violet well knew, that my uncle Baldock had been dumb as a sheep before the shearers in the hands of his wife, and had never been known to do anything improper by those who had been most intimate with him, even in his earlier days. "Your uncle Baldock, miss," said the outraged aunt, "was a nobleman as different in his manner of life from Lord Chiltern as chalk from cheese." "But then comes the question, which is the cheese?" said Violet. Lady Baldock would not argue the question any further, but stalked out of the room. Lady Laura Kennedy met them at Saulsby, having had something of a battle with her husband before she left her home to do so. When she told him of her desire to assist at this reconciliation between her father and brother, he replied by pointing out that her first duty was at Loughlinter, and before the interview was ended had come to express an opinion that that duty, was very much neglected. She in the meantime had declared that she would go to Saulsby, or that she would explain to her father that she was forbidden by her husband to do so. "And I also forbid any such communication," said Mr. Kennedy, in answer to which Lady Laura told him that there were some marital commands which she should not consider it to be her duty to obey. When matters had come to this pass, it may be conceived that both Mr. Kennedy and his wife were very unhappy. She had almost resolved that she would take steps to enable her to live apart from her husband, and he had begun to consider what course he would pursue if such steps were taken. The wife was subject to her husband by the laws both of God and man, and Mr. Kennedy was one who thought much of such laws. In the meantime, Lady Laura carried her point and went to Saulsby, leaving her husband to go up to London and begin the session by himself. Lady Laura and Violet were both at Saulsby before Lord Chiltern arrived, and many were the consultations which were held between them as to the best mode in which things might be arranged. Violet was of the opinion that there had better be no arrangement, that Lord Chiltern should be allowed to come in and take his father's hand and sit down to dinner, and that so things should fall into their places. Lady Laura was rather in favour of some scene, but the interview had taken place before either of them were able to say a word. Lord Chiltern, on his arrival, had gone immediately to his father, taking the Earl very much by surprise, and had come off best in the encounter. "My lord," said he, walking up to his father with his hand out, "I am very glad to come back to Saulsby." He had written to his sister to say that he would be at Saulsby on that day, but had named no hour. He now appeared between 10 and 11 in the morning, and his father had as yet made no preparation for him, had arranged no appropriate words. He had walked in at the front door and had asked for the Earl. The Earl was in his own morning room, a gloomy room, full of dark books and darker furniture, and thither Lord Chiltern had at once gone. The two women still were sitting together over the fire in the breakfast-room, and knew nothing of his arrival. "Oswald," said his father, "I hardly expected you so early." "I have come early. I came across country and slept at Birmingham. I suppose Violet is here?" "Yes, she is here. And Laura, he'll be very glad to see you. So am I." And the father took the son's hand for the second time. "Thank you, sir," said Lord Chiltern, looking his father full in the face. "I've been very much pleased by this engagement," continued the Earl. "What do you think I must be, then?" said the son, laughing. "I have been at it, you know, off and on, ever so many years, and have sometimes thought I was quite a fool not to get it out of my head. But I couldn't get it out of my head, and now she talks as though it were she who had been in love with me all the time." "Perhaps she was," said the father. "I don't believe it in the least. She may be a little so now." "I hope you mean that she always shall be so." "I shan't be the worst husband in the world, I hope, and I am quite sure I shan't be the best. I will go and see her now. I suppose I shall find her somewhere in the house. I thought it best to see you first." "Stop half a moment, Oswald," said the Earl. And then Lord Brentford did make something of a shambling speech, in which he expressed a hope that they two might for the future live together on friendly terms, forgetting the past. He ought to have been prepared for the occasion, and the speech was poor and shambling, but I think that it was more useful than it might have been, had it been uttered roundly and with that paternal and almost majestic effect which he would have achieved had he been thoroughly prepared. But the roundness and the majesty would have gone against the grain with his son, and there would have been a danger of some outbreak. As it was, Lord Chiltern smiled, and muttered some words about things being all right, and then made his way out of the room. "That's a great deal better than I had hoped," he said to himself, "and it has all come from my going in without being announced." But there was still a fear upon him that his father even yet might prepare a speech, and speak it, to the great peril of their mutual comfort. His meeting with Violet was, of course, pleasant enough. Now that she had succumbed and had told herself and had told him that she loved him, she did not scruple to be as generous as a maiden should be who has acknowledged herself to be conquered, and has rendered herself to the conqueror. She would walk with him and ride with him, and take a lively interest in the performances of all his horses, and listen to hunting stories as long as he chose to tell them. In all this she was so good and so loving that Lady Laura was more than once tempted to throw in her teeth her old, often repeated assertions that she was not prone to be in love, that it was not her nature to feel any ardent affection for a man, and that, therefore, she would probably remain unmarried. "You begrudge me my little bits of pleasure," Violet said, in answer to one such attack. "No, but it is so odd to see you, of all women, become so love-lorn." "I am not love-lorn," said Violet, "but I like the freedom of telling him everything, and of hearing everything from him, and of having him for my own best friend. He might go away for 12 months, and I should not be unhappy, believing as I do that he would be true to me." All of which set Lady Laura thinking whether her friend had not been wiser than she had been. She had never known anything of that sort of friendship with her husband, which already seemed to be quite established between these two. In her misery one day, Lady Laura told the whole story of her own unhappiness to her brother, saying nothing of Phineas Finn, thinking nothing of him as she told her story, but speaking more strongly, perhaps, than she should have done, of the terrible dreariness of her life at Loughlinter, and of her inability to induce her husband to alter it for her sake. "Do you mean that he ill-treats you?" said the brother, with a scowl on his face, which seemed to indicate that he would like no task better than that of resenting such ill-treatment. "He does not beat me, if you mean that." "Is he cruel to you? Does he use harsh language?" "He never said a word in his life either to me or, as I believe, to any other human being that he would think himself bound to regret." "What is it, then?" "He simply chooses to have his own way, and his way cannot be my way. He is hard and dry and just and dispassionate, and he wishes me to be the same. That is all." "I tell you fairly, Laura, as far as I am concerned, I never could speak to him. He is antipathetic to me. But then I am not his wife." "I am, and I suppose I must bear it." "Have you spoken to my father?" "No." "Or to Violet?" "Yes." "And what does she say?" "What can she say? She has nothing to say, nor have you. Nor, if I am driven to leave him, can I make the world understand why I do so. To be simply miserable as I am is nothing to the world." "I can never understand why you married him." "Do not be cruel to me, Oswald." "Cruel? I will stick by you in any way that you wish. If you think well of it, I will go off to Loughlinter tomorrow and tell him that you will never return to him. And if you are not safe from him here at Saulsby, you shall go abroad with us. I am sure Violet would not object. I will not be cruel to you." But in truth, neither of Lady Laura's counsellors was able to give her advice that could serve her. She felt that she could not leave her husband without other cause than now existed, although she felt also that to go back to him was to go back to utter wretchedness. And when she saw Violet and her brother together, there came to her dreams of what might have been her own happiness had she kept herself free from those terrible bonds in which she was now held a prisoner. She could not get out of her heart the remembrance of that young man who would have been her lover, if she would have let him, of whose love for herself she had been aware before she had handed herself over as a bale of goods to her unloved, unloving husband. She had married Mr. Kennedy because she was afraid that otherwise she might find herself forced to own that she loved that other man who was then a nobody. Almost nobody. It was not Mr. Kennedy's money that had bought her. This woman in regard to money had shown herself to be as generous as the sun. but in marrying Mr. Kennedy she had maintained herself in her high position among the first of her own people, among the first socially, and among the first politically. But had she married Phineas, had she become Lady Laura Finn, there would have been a great descent. She could not have entertained the leading men of her party. She would not have been on a level with the wives and daughters of cabinet ministers. She might indeed have remained unmarried, but she knew that had she done so, had she so resolved, that which she called her fancy would have been too strong for her. She would not have remained unmarried. At that time it was her fate to be either Lady Laura Kennedy or Lady Laura Finn, and she had chosen to be Lady Laura Kennedy. To neither Violet Effingham nor to her brother could she tell one half of the sorrow which afflicted her. "I shall go back to Loughlinter," she said to her brother. "Do not, unless you wish it," he answered. "I do not wish it, but I shall do it. Mr. Kennedy is in London now, and has been there since Parliament met, but he will be in Scotland again in March, and I will go and meet him there. I told him that I would do so when I left." "But you will go up to London?" "I suppose so. I must do as he tells me, of course. What I mean is, I will try it for another year." "If it does not succeed, come to us." "I cannot say what I will do. I would die if I knew how. Never be a tyrant, Oswald, or at any rate not a cold tyrant. And remember this, there is no tyranny to a woman like telling her of her duty. Talk of beating a woman. Beating might often be a mercy." Lord Chiltern remained 10 days at Saulsby, and at last did not get away without a few unpleasant words with his father, or without a few words that were almost unpleasant with his mistress. On his first arrival he had told his sister that he should go on a certain day, and some intimation to this effect had probably been conveyed to the Earl. But when his son told him one evening that the post-chaise had been ordered for 7 o'clock the next morning, he felt that his son was ungracious and abrupt. There were many things still to be said, and indeed there had been no speech of any account made at all as yet. "That is very sudden," said the Earl. "I thought Laura had told you." "She has not told me a word lately. She may have said something before you came here. What is there to hurry you?" "I thought 10 days would be as long as you would care to have me here, and as I said that I would be back by the 1st, I would rather not change my plans." "You are going to hunt?" "Yes, I shall hunt till the end of March." "You might have hunted here, Oswald." But the son made no sign of changing his plans, and the father, seeing that he would not change them, became solemn and severe. There were a few words which he must say to his son, something of a speech that he must make, so he led the way into the room with the dark books and the dark furniture, and pointed to a great deep arm-chair for his son's accommodation. But as he did not sit down himself, neither did Lord Chiltern. Lord Chiltern understood very well how great is the advantage of a standing orator over a sitting recipient of his oratory, and that advantage he would not give to his father. "I had hoped to have an opportunity of saying a few words to you about the future," said the Earl. "I think we shall be married in July," said Lord Chiltern. "So I have heard, but after that. Now I do not want to interfere, Oswald, and of course the less so because Violet's money will to a great degree restore the inroads which have been made upon the property. It will more than restore them altogether. Not if her estate be settled on a second son, Oswald, and I hear from Lady Baldock that that is the wish of her relations. She shall have her own way as she ought. What that way is, I do not know. I have not even asked about it. She asked me, and I told her to speak to you. Of course I should wish it to go with the family property. Of course that would be best. She shall have her own way as far as I am concerned."
But it is not about that, Oswald, that I would speak. What are your plans of life when you are married? Plans of life? Yes, plans of life. I suppose you have some plans. I suppose you mean to apply yourself to some useful occupation. I don't know, really, sir, that I am of much use for any purpose. Lord Chiltern laughed as he said this, but did not laugh pleasantly. You would not be a drone in the hive always. As far as I can see, sir, we who call ourselves lords generally are drones. I deny it, said the Earl, becoming quite energetic as he defended his order. I deny it utterly. I know no class of men who do work more useful or more honest. Am I a drone? Have I been so from my youth upwards? I have always worked, either in the one house or in the other, and those of my fellows with whom I have been most intimate have worked also. The same career is open to you. You mean politics? Of course I mean politics. I don't care for politics. I see no difference in parties. But you should care for politics, and you should see a difference in parties. It is your duty to do so. My wish is that you should go into Parliament. I can't do that, sir. And why not? In the first place, sir, you have not got a seat to offer me. You have managed matters among you in such a way that poor little Loughton has been swallowed up. If I were to canvass the electors of Smotherham, I don't think that many would look very sweet on me. There is the county, Oswald. And whom am I to turn out? I should spend £4,000 or £5,000 and have nothing but vexation in return for it. I had rather not begin that game, and indeed I am too old for Parliament. I did not take it up early enough to believe in it. All this made the Earl very angry, and from these things they went on to worse things. When questioned again as to the future, Lord Chiltern scowled, and at last declared that it was his idea to live abroad in the summer for his wife's recreation, and somewhere down in the shires during the winter for his own. He would admit of no purpose higher than recreation, and when his father again talked to him of a nobleman's duty, he said that he knew of no other special duty than that of not exceeding his income. Then his father made a longer speech than before, and at the end of it Lord Chiltern simply wished him good night. It's getting late, and I've promised to see Violet before I go to bed. Good-bye. Then he was off, and Lord Brentford was left there, standing with his back to the fire. After that Lord Chiltern had a discussion with Violet, which lasted nearly half the night, and during the discussion she told him more than once that he was wrong. "Such as I am, you must take me or leave me," he said in anger. "Nay, there is no choice now," she answered. "I have taken you, and I will stick by you, whether you are right or wrong. But when I think you wrong, I shall say so." He swore to her, as he pressed her to his heart, that she was the finest, grandest, sweetest woman that ever the world had produced. But still there was present on his palate, when he left her, the bitter taste of her reprimand. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 56. What the people in Marylebone thought. Phineas Finn, when the session began, was still hard at work upon his Canada Bill, and in his work found some relief for his broken back. He went into the matter with all his energy, and before the debate came on, knew much more about the 7,000 inhabitants of some hundreds of thousands of square miles at the back of Canada than he did of the people of London, or of County Clare. And he found some consolation also in the good nature of Madame Goesler, whose drawing-room was always open to him. He could talk freely now to Madame Goesler about Violet, and had even ventured to tell her that once, in old days, he had thought of loving Lady Laura Standish. He spoke of those days as being very old, and then he perhaps said some word to her about dear little Mary Flood Jones. I think that there was not much in his career of which he did not say something to Madame Goesler, and that he received from her a good deal of excellent advice and encouragement in the direction of his political ambition. "A man should work," she said, "and you do work. A woman can only look on and admire and long. What is there that I can do? I can learn to care for these Canadians just because you care for them. If it was the beavers that you told me of, I should have to care for the beavers." Then Phineas of course told her that such sympathy from her was all and all to him. But the reader must not on this account suppose that he was untrue in his love to Violet Effingham. His back was altogether broken by his fall, and he was quite aware that such was the fact. Not as yet, at least, had come to him any remotest idea that a cure was possible. Early in March he heard that Lady Laura was up in town, and of course he was bound to go to her. The information was given to him by Mr. Kennedy himself, who told him that he had been to Scotland to fetch her. In these days there was an acknowledged friendship between these two, but there was no intimacy. Indeed, Mr. Kennedy was a man who was hardly intimate with any other man. With Phineas he now and then exchanged a few words in the lobby of the house, and when they chanced to meet each other they met as friends. Mr. Kennedy had no strong wish to see again in his house the man respecting whom he had ventured to caution his wife. But he was thoughtful, and thinking over it all he found it better to ask him there. No one must know that there was any reason why Phineas should not come to his house, especially as all the world knew that Phineas had protected him from the garrotters. "Lady Laura is in town now," he said. "You must go and see her before long." Phineas, of course, promised that he would go. In these days Phineas was beginning to be aware that he had enemies, though he could not understand why anybody should be his enemy now that Violet Effingham had decided against him. There was poor Laurence Fitzgibbon, indeed, whom he had superseded at the Colonial Office, but Laurence Fitzgibbon, to give merit where merit was due, felt no animosity against him at all. "You're welcome, me boy, you're welcome, as far as yourself goes. But as for the party, bedad, it's rotten to the core, and won't stand another session. Mind, it's I who tell you so." And the poor idle Irishman, in so speaking, spoke the truth as well as he knew it. But the Rattlers and the Bonteens were Finn's bitter foes, and did not scruple to let him know that such was the case. Barrington Erle had scruples on the subject, and in a certain mildly apologetic way still spoke well of the young man, whom he had himself first introduced into political life only 4 years since. But there was no earnestness or cordiality in Barrington Erle's manner, and Phineas knew that his first staunch friend could no longer be regarded as a pillar of support. But there was a set of men, quite as influential, so Phineas thought, as the busy politicians of the club, who were very friendly to him. These were men generally of high position, of steady character, hard workers, who thought quite as much of what a man did in his office as what he said in the House. Lords Cantrip, Thrift, and Fawn were of this class, and they were all very courteous to Phineas. Envious men began to say of him that he cared little now for any one of the party who had not a handle to his name, and that he preferred to live with lords and lordlings. This was hard upon him, as the great political ambition of his life was to call Mr. Monk his friend, and he would sooner have acted with Mr. Monk than with any other man in the Cabinet. But though Mr. Monk had not deserted him, there had come to be little of late in common between the two. His life was becoming that of a parliamentary official rather than that of a politician, whereas, though Mr. Monk was in office, his public life was purely political. Mr. Monk had great ideas of his own which he intended to hold, whether by holding them he might remain in office or be forced out of office, and he was indifferent as to the direction which things in this respect might take with him. But Phineas, who had achieved his declared object in getting into place, felt that he was almost constrained to adopt the views of others, let them be what they might. Men spoke to him as though his parliamentary career were wholly at the disposal of the government, as though he were like a proxy in Mr. Gresham's pocket, with this difference, that when directed to get up and speak on a subject he was bound to do so. This annoyed him, and he complained to Mr. Monk, but Mr. Monk only shrugged his shoulders and told him that he must make his choice. He soon discovered Mr. Monk's meaning. If you choose to make Parliament a profession, as you have chosen, you can have no right even to think of independence. If the country finds you out when you are in Parliament, and then invites you to office, of course the thing is different. But the latter is a slow career, and probably would not have suited you. That was the meaning of what Mr. Monk said to him. After all, these official and parliamentary honours were greater when seen at a distance than he found them to be now that he possessed them. Mr. Lowe worked 10 hours a day, and could rarely call a day his own. But after all, with all this work, Mr. Lowe was less of a slave and more independent than was he, Phineas Finn, Under Secretary of State, the friend of Cabinet Ministers, and Member of Parliament since his 25th year. He began to dislike the House, and to think it a bore to sit on the Treasury bench, he, who a few years since had regarded Parliament as the British heaven on earth, and who, since he had been in Parliament, had looked at that bench with longing, envious eyes. Laurence Fitzgibbon, who seemed to have as much to eat and drink as ever, and a bed also to lie on, could come and go in the House as he pleased, since his resignation. And there was a new trouble coming. The Reform Bill for England had passed, but now there was to be another Reform Bill for Ireland. Let them pass what bill they might, this would not render necessary a new Irish election till the entire House should be dissolved. But he feared that he would be called upon to vote for the abolition of his own borough, and for other points almost equally distasteful to him. He knew that he would not be consulted, but would be called upon to vote, and perhaps to speak, and was certain that if he did so, there would be war between him and his constituents. Lord Tulla had already communicated to him his ideas that, for certain excellent reasons, Loughshane ought to be spared. But this evil was, he hoped, a distant one. It was generally thought that, as the English Reform Bill had been passed last year, and as the Irish Bill, if carried, could not be immediately operative, the doing of the thing might probably be postponed to the next session. When he first saw Lady Laura, he was struck by the great change in her look and manner. She seemed to him to be old and worn, and he judged her to be wretched, as she was. She had written to him to say that she would be at her father's house on such and such a morning, and he had gone to her there. "It is of no use your coming to Grosvenor Place," she said. "I see nobody there, and the house is like a prison." Later in the interview she told him not to come and dine there, even though Mr. Kennedy should ask him. "And why not?" he demanded. Because everything would be stiff and cold and uncomfortable. I suppose you do not wish to make your way into a lady's house if she asks you not." There was a sort of smile on her face as she said this, but he could perceive that it was a very bitter smile. "You can easily excuse yourself." "Yes, I can excuse myself." "Then do so. If you are particularly anxious to dine with Mr. Kennedy, you can easily do so at your club." In the tone of her voice and the words she used, she hardly attempted to conceal her dislike of her husband. "And now tell me about Miss Effingham," he said. "There is nothing for me to tell." "Yes, there is, much to tell. You need not spare me. I do not pretend to deny to you that I have been hit hard, so hard that I have been nearly knocked down. But it will not hurt me now to hear of it all. Did she always love him?" "I cannot say. I think she did, after her own fashion." "I sometimes think women would be less cruel," he said, "if they knew how great is the anguish they can cause." "Has she been cruel to you?" "I have nothing to complain of. But if she loved Chiltern, why did she not tell him so at once? And why—" "This is complaining, Mr. Finn." "I will not complain. I would not even think of it if I could help it. Are they to be married soon?" "In July, so they now say." "And where will they live?" "Ah, no one can tell. I do not think that they agree as yet as to that. But if she has a strong wish, Oswald will yield to it. He was always generous." "I would not even have had a wish, except to have her with me." There was a pause for a moment, and then Lady Laura answered him with a touch of scorn in her voice, and with some scorn too in her eye. "That is all very well, Mr. Finn, but the season will not be over before there is some one else." "There you wrong me." "They tell me that you are already at Madame Goesler's feet." "Madame Goesler!" "What matters who it is, as long as she is young and pretty, and has the interest attached to her of something more than ordinary position? When men tell me of the cruelty of women, I think that no woman can be really cruel because no man is capable of suffering. A woman, if she is thrown aside, does suffer." "Do you mean to tell me, then, that I am indifferent to Miss Effingham?" When he thus spoke, I wonder whether he had forgotten that he had ever declared to this very woman to whom he was speaking a passion for herself. "Psha!" "It suits you, Lady Laura, to be harsh to me, but you are not speaking your thoughts." Then she lost all control of herself, and poured out to him the real truth that was in her. "And whose thoughts did you speak when you and I were on the braes of Loughlinter? Am I wrong in saying that change is easy to you, or have I grown to be so old that you can talk to me as though those faraway follies ought to be forgotten? Was it so long ago? Talk of love! I tell you, sir, that your heart is one in which love can have no durable hold. Violet Effingham! There may be a dozen Violets after her, and you will be none the worse." Then she walked away from him to the window, and he stood still, dumb, on the spot that he had occupied. "You had better go now," she said, "and forget what has passed between us. I know that you are a gentleman, and that you will forget it." The strong idea of his mind when he heard all this was the injustice of her attack, of the attack as coming from her, who had all but openly acknowledged that she had married a man whom she had not loved because it suited her to escape from a man whom she did love. She was reproaching him now for his fickleness in having ventured to set his heart upon another woman, when she herself had been so much worse than fickle, so profoundly false. And yet he could not defend himself by accusing her. What would she have had of him? What would she have proposed to him, had he questioned her as to his future when they were together on the braes of Loughlinter? Would she not have bid him to find some one else whom he could love? Would she then have suggested to him the propriety of nursing his love for herself, for her who was about to become another man's wife, for her after she should have become another man's wife? And yet, because he had not done so, and because she had made herself wretched by marrying a man whom she did not love, she reproached him? He could not tell her of all this, so he fell back for his defence on words which had passed between them since the day when they had met on the braes. "Lady Laura," he said, "it is only a month or two since you spoke to me as though you wished that Violet Effingham might be my wife." "I never wished it. I never said that I wished it. There are moments in which we try to give a child any brick on the chimney top for which it may whimper." Then there was another silence, which she was the first to break. "You had better go," she said. "I know that I have committed myself, and of course I would rather be alone." "And what would you wish that I should do?" "Do?" she said. "What you do can be nothing to me." "Must we be strangers, you and I, because there was a time in which we were almost more than friends?" "I have spoken nothing about myself, sir, only as I have been drawn to do so by your pretence of being lovesick. You can do nothing for me, nothing, nothing. What is it possible that you should do for me? You are not my father or my brother." It is not to be supposed that she wanted him to fall at her feet. It is to be supposed that, had he done so, her reproaches would have been hot and heavy on him. But yet it almost seemed to him as though he had no other alternative. No, he was not her father or her brother, nor could he be her husband. And at this very moment, as she knew, his heart was sore with love for another woman. And yet he hardly knew how not to throw himself at her feet, and swear that he would return now and for ever to his old passion, hopeless, sinful, degraded as it would be. "I wish it were possible for me to do something," he said, drawing near to her. "There is nothing to be done," she said, clasping her hands together. "For me, nothing. I have before me no escape, no hope, no prospect of relief, no place of consolation. You have everything before you. You complain of a wound. You have at least shown that such wounds with you are capable of cure. You cannot but feel that when I hear your wailings I must be impatient. You had better leave me now, if you please." "And are we to be no longer friends?" he asked. "As far as friendship can go without intercourse, I shall always be your friend." Then he went, and as he walked down to his office, so intent was he on that which had just passed, that he hardly saw the people as he met them, or was aware of the streets through which his way led him. There had been something in the latter words, which Lady Laura had spoken, that had made him feel almost unconsciously that the injustice of her reproaches was not so great as he had at first felt it to be, and that she had some cause for her scorn. If her case was such as she had so plainly described it, what was his plight as compared with hers? He had lost his Violet, and was in pain. There must be much of suffering before him. But though Violet were lost, the world was not all blank before his eyes. He had not told himself, even in his dreariest moments, that there was before him no escape, no hope, no prospect of relief, no place of consolation. And then he began to think whether this must in truth be the case with Lady Laura. What if Mr. Kennedy were to die? What in such case as that would he do? In 10 or perhaps in 5 years' time, might it not be possible for him to go through the ceremony of falling upon his knees, with stiffened joints indeed, but still with something left of the ardour of his old love, of his oldest love of all? As he was thinking of this, he was brought up short in his walk, as he was entering the Green Park beneath the Duke's figure, by Laurence Fitzgibbon. "How dare you not be in your office at such an hour as this, Finn, me boy? Or at least not in the House? Or serving your masters after some fashion?" said the late Under-Secretary. "So I am. I've been on a message to Marylebone, to find what the people there think about the Canadas." "And what do they think about the Canadas in Marylebone?" "Not one man in 1,000 cares whether the Canadians prosper or fail to prosper. They care that Canada should not go to the States, because, though they don't love the Canadians, they do hate the Americans. That's about the feeling in Marylebone. And it's astonishing how like the Maryleboners are to the rest of the world." "Dear me, what a fellow you are for an Under-Secretary. You've heard the news about little Violet." "What news?" "She has quarrelled with Chiltern, you know." "Who says so?" "Never mind who says so, but they tell me it's true. Take an old friend's advice, and strike while the iron's hot." Phineas did not believe what he had heard. But though he did not believe it, still the tidings set his heart beating. He would have believed it less, perhaps, had he known that Laurence had just received the news from Mrs. Bonteen. End of chapter 56. Recording by Laura Koskinen. Chapter 57 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 57. The Top Brick of the Chimney. Madame Max Goesler was a lady who knew that in fighting the battles which fell to her lot, in arranging the social difficulties which she found in her way, in doing the work of the world which came to her share, very much more care was necessary, and care too about things apparently trifling, than was demanded by the affairs of people in general. And this was not the case so much on account of any special disadvantage under which she laboured, as because she was ambitious of doing the very uttermost with those advantages which she possessed. Her own birth had not been high, and that of her husband, we may perhaps say, had been very low. He had been old when she had married him, and she had had little power of making any progress till he had left her a widow. Then she found herself possessed of money, certainly, of wit, as she believed, and of a something in her personal appearance which, as she plainly told herself, she might perhaps palm off upon the world as beauty. She was a woman who did not flatter herself, who did not strongly believe in herself, who could even bring herself to wonder that men and women in high position should condescend to notice such a one as her. With all her ambition, there was a something of genuine humility about her, and with all the hardness she had learned, there was a touch of womanly softness which would sometimes obtrude itself upon her heart. When she found a woman really kind to her, she would be very kind in return. And though she prized wealth, and knew that her money was her only rock of strength, she could be lavish with it, as though it were dirt. But she was highly ambitious, and she played her game with great skill and great caution. Her doors were not open to all callers, were shut even to some who find but few doors closed against them, were shut occasionally to those whom she most specially wished to see within them. She knew how to allure by denying, and to make the gift rich by delaying it. We are told by the Latin proverb that he who gives quickly gives twice. But I say that she who gives quickly seldom gives more than half. When in the early spring the Duke of Omnium first knocked at Madame Max Goesler's door, he was informed that she was not at home. The Duke felt very cross as he handed his card out of his dark green brougham, on the panel of which there was no blazon to tell the owner's rank. He was very cross. She had told him that she was always at home between 4 and 6 on a Thursday. He had condescended to remember the information, and had acted upon it. And now she was not at home. She was not at home, though he had come on a Thursday, at the very hour she had named to him. Any duke would have been cross, but the Duke of Omnium was particularly cross. No, he certainly would give himself no further trouble by going to the cottage in Park Lane. And yet Madame Max Goesler had been in her own drawing-room while the Duke was handing out his card from the brougham below. On the next morning there came to him a note from the cottage. Such a pretty note! So penitent, so full of remorse, and which was better still, so laden with disappointment, that he forgave her. My dear Duke, I hardly know how to apologize to you after having told you that I am always at home on Thursdays, and I was at home yesterday when you called, but I was unwell, and I had told the servant to deny me, not thinking how much I might be losing. Indeed, indeed, I would not have given way to a silly headache had I thought that your Grace would have been here. I suppose that now I must not even hope for the photograph. Yours penitently, Marie M.G. The note-paper was very pretty note-paper, hardly scented, and yet conveying a sense of something sweet, and the monogram was small and new, and fantastic without being grotesque, and the writing was of that sort which the Duke, having much experience, had learned to like, and there was something in the signature which pleased him. So he wrote a reply. Dear Madame Max Goesler, I will call again next Thursday, or, if prevented, will let you know. Yours faithfully, O. When the green brougham drew up at the door of the cottage on the next Thursday, Madame Goesler was at home, and had no headache. She was not at all penitent now. She had probably studied the subject, and had resolved that penitence was more alluring in a letter than when acted in person. She received her guest with perfect ease, and apologized for the injury done to him in the preceding week with much self-complacency. I was so sorry when I got your card, she said, and yet I am so glad now that you were refused. If you were ill, said the Duke, it was better. I was horribly ill, to tell the truth, as pale as a death's head, and without a word to say for myself. I was fit to see no one. Then, of course, you were right. But it flashed upon me immediately that I had named a day, and that you had been kind enough to remember it. But I did not think you came to London till the March winds were over. The March winds blow everywhere in this wretched island, Madame Goesler, and there is no escaping them. Youth may prevail against them, but on me they are so potent that I think they will succeed in driving me out of my country. I doubt whether an old man should ever live in England if he can help it. The Duke certainly was an old man, if a man turned of 70 be old, and he was a man too who did not bear his years with hearty strength. He moved slowly, and turned his limbs, when he did turn them, as though the joints were stiff in their sockets. But there was nevertheless about him a dignity of demeanour, a majesty of person, and an upright carriage, which did not leave an idea of old age as the first impress on the minds of those who encountered the Duke of Omnium. He was tall and moved without a stoop, and though he moved slowly, he had learned to seem so to do because it was the proper kind of movement for one so high up in the world as himself. And perhaps his tailor did something for him. He had not been long under Madame Max Goesler's eyes before she perceived that his tailor had done a good deal for him. When he alluded to his own age and to her youth, she said some pleasant little word as to the difference between oak trees and currant bushes. And by that time she was seated comfortably on her sofa, and the Duke was on a chair before her, just as might have been any man who was not a duke. After a little time the photograph was brought forth from his Grace's pocket. That bringing out and giving of photographs, with the demand for counter-photographs, is the most absurd practice of the day. I don't think I look very nice, do I? Oh, yes, very nice, but a little too old, and certainly you haven't got those spots all over your forehead. These are the remarks which on such occasions are the most common. It may be said that to give a photograph or to take a photograph, without the utterance of some words which would be felt by a bystander to be absurd, is almost an impossibility. At this moment there was no bystander, and therefore the Duke and the lady had no need for caution. Words were spoken that were very absurd. Madame Goesler protested that the Duke's photograph was more to her than the photographs of all the world beside, and the Duke declared that he would carry the lady's picture next to his heart, I am afraid he said, for ever and ever. Then he took her hand and pressed it, and was conscious that for a man over 70 years of age, he did that kind of thing very well. You will come and dine with me, Duke, she said, when he began to talk of going. I never dine out. That is just the reason you should dine with me. You shall meet nobody you do not wish to meet. I would so much rather see you in this way, I would indeed. I do dine out occasionally, but it is at big formal parties, which I cannot escape without giving offence. And you cannot escape my little not formal party without giving offence. She looked into his face as she spoke, and he knew that she meant it. And he looked into hers, and thought that her eyes were brighter than any he was in the habit of seeing in these latter days. Name your own day, Duke. Will a Sunday suit you? If I must come. You must come. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled more and more, and her colour went and came, and she shook her curls till they emitted through the air the same soft feeling of a perfume that her note had produced. Then her foot peeped out from beneath the black and yellow drapery of her dress, and the Duke saw that it was perfect, and she put out her finger and touched his arm as she spoke. Her hand was very fair, and her fingers were bright with rich gems. To men such as the Duke, a hand, to be quite fair, should be bright with rich gems. You must come, she said, not imploring him now, but commanding him. Then I will come, he answered, and a certain Sunday was fixed. The arranging of the guests was a little difficulty, till Madame Goesler begged the Duke to bring with him Lady Glencora Palliser, his nephew's wife. This at last he agreed to do. As the wife of his nephew and heir, Lady Glencora was to the Duke all that a woman could be. She was everything that was proper as to her own conduct, and not obtrusive as to his. She did not bore him, and yet she was attentive. Although in her husband's house she was a fierce politician, in his house she was simply an attractive woman. Ah, she is very clever, the Duke once said. She adapts herself. If she were to go from any one place to any other, she would be at home in both. And the movement of his Grace's hand as he spoke seemed to indicate the widest possible sphere for travelling and the widest possible scope for adaptation. The dinner was arranged and went off very pleasantly. Madame Goesler's eyes were not quite so bright as they were during that morning visit, nor did she touch her guest's arm in a manner so alluring. She was very quiet, allowing her guests to do most of the talking. But the dinner and the flowers and the wine were excellent, and the whole thing was so quiet that the Duke liked it. "And now you must come and dine with me," the Duke said as he took his leave. "A command to that effect will be one which I certainly shall not disobey," whispered Madame Goesler. "I am afraid he is going to get fond of that woman." These words were spoken early on the following morning by Lady Glencora to her husband, Mr. Palliser. "He is always getting fond of some woman, and he will to the end," said Mr. Palliser. "But this Madame Max Goesler is very clever." "So they tell me. I have generally thought that my uncle likes talking to a fool the best." "Every man likes a clever woman the best," said Lady Glencora, "if the clever woman only knows how to use her cleverness." "I'm sure I hope he'll be amused," said Mr. Palliser innocently. "A little amusement is all that he cares for now." "Suppose you were told some day that he was going to be married," said Lady Glencora. "My uncle married?" "Why not he as well as another?" "And to Madame Goesler?" "If he be ever married, it will be to some such woman." "There is not a man in all England who thinks more of his own position than my uncle," said Mr. Palliser, somewhat proudly, almost with a touch of anger. "That is all very well, Plantagenet, and true enough in a kind of way. But a child will sacrifice all that it has for the top brick of the chimney, and old men sometimes become children. You would not like to be told some morning that there was a little Lord Silverbridge in the world?" Now the eldest son of the Duke of Omnium, when the Duke of Omnium had a son, was called the Earl of Silverbridge, and Mr. Palliser, when this question was asked him, became very pale. Mr. Palliser knew well how thoroughly the cunning of the serpent was joined to the purity of the dove in the person of his wife, and he was sure that there was cause for fear when she hinted at danger. "Perhaps you had better keep your eye upon him," he said to his wife. "And upon her," said Lady Glencora. When Madame Goesler dined at the Duke's house in St. James's Square there was a large party, and Lady Glencora knew that there was no need for apprehension then. Indeed, Madame Goesler was no more than any other guest, and the Duke hardly spoke to her. There was a duchess there, the Duchess of St. Bungay, and old Lady Hartletop, who was a dowager marchioness, an old lady who pestered the Duke very sorely. And Madame Max Goesler received her reward, and knew that she was receiving it, in being asked to meet these people. Would not all these names, including her own, be blazoned to the world in the columns of the next day's Morning Post? There was no absolute danger here, as Lady Glencora knew, and Lady Glencora, who was tolerant and begrudged nothing to Madame Max except the one thing, was quite willing to meet the lady at such a grand affair as this. But the Duke, even should he become ever so childish a child in his old age, still would have that plain green brougham at his command, and could go anywhere in that at any hour in the day. And then Madame Goesler was so manifestly a clever woman. A Duchess of Omnium might be said to fill, in the estimation, at any rate, of English people, the highest position in the world short of royalty. And the reader will remember that Lady Glencora intended to be a Duchess of Omnium herself, unless some very unexpected event should intrude itself. She intended also that her little boy, her fair-haired, curly-pated, bold-faced little boy, should be Earl of Silverbridge when the sand of the old man should have run itself out. Heavens, what a blow it would be, should some little wizen-cheeked, half-monkey baby, with black brows and yellow skin, be brought forward and shown to her some day as the heir! What a blow to herself! And what a blow to all England! "We can't prevent it if he chooses to do it," said her husband, who had his budget to bring forward that very night, and who in truth cared more for his budget than he did for his heirship at that moment. "But we must prevent it," said Lady Glencora. "If I stick to him by the tail of his coat, I'll prevent it." At the time when she thus spoke, the dark green brougham had been twice again brought up at the door in Park Lane, and the brougham was standing there a third time. It was May now, the latter end of May, and the park opposite was beautiful with green things, and the air was soft and balmy, as it will be sometimes even in May, and the flowers in the balcony were full of perfume, and the charm of London, what London can be to the rich, was at its height. The Duke was sitting in Madame Goesler's drawing-room, at some distance from her, for she had retreated. The Duke had a habit of taking her hand, which she never would permit for above a few seconds. At such times she would show no anger, but would retreat. "Marie," said the Duke, "you will go abroad when the summer is over?" As an old man he had taken the privilege of calling her Marie, and she had not forbidden it. "Yes, probably, to Vienna. I have property in Vienna, you know, which must be looked after." "Do not mind Vienna this year. Come to Italy." "What, in summer, Duke?" "The lakes are charming in August. I have a villa on Como which is empty now, and I think I shall go there. If you do not know the Italian lakes, I shall be so happy to show them to you." "I know them well, my lord. When I was young, I was on the Maggiore almost alone. Some day I will tell you a history of what I was in those days." "You shall tell it me there." "No, my lord, I fear not. I have no villa there." "Will you not accept the loan of mine? It shall be all your own while you use it." "My own? To deny the right of entrance to its owner?" "If it so pleases you." "It would not please me. It would so far from please me that I will never put myself in a position that might make it possible for me to require to do so. No, Duke, it behooves me to live in houses of my own. Women of whom more is known can afford to be your guests." "Marie, I would have no other guest than you." "It cannot be so, Duke." "And why not?" "Why not? Am I to be put to the blush by being made to answer such a question as that? Because the world would say that the Duke of Omnium had a new mistress, and that Madame Goesler was the woman. Do you think that I would be any man's mistress, even yours? Or do you believe that for the sake of the softness of a summer evening on an Italian lake, I would give cause to the tongues of the women here to say that I was such a thing? You would have me lose all that I have gained by steady years of sober work, for the sake of a week or two of dalliance such as that? No, Duke, not for your dukedom." How his Grace might have got through his difficulty had they been left alone cannot be told, for at this moment the door was opened, and Lady Glencora Palliser was announced. End of chapter 57. Recording by Laura Koskinen.
58 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 58. Rara Avis in Terris. "Come and see the country and judge for yourself," said Phineas. "I should like nothing better," said Mr. Monk. "It has often seemed to me that men in Parliament know less about Ireland than they do of the interior of Africa," said Phineas. "It is seldom that we know anything accurately on any subject that we have not made matter of careful study," said Mr. Monk, "and very often do not do so even then. We are very apt to think that we men and women understand one another, but most probably you know nothing even of the modes of thought of the man who lives next door to you." "I suppose not. There are general laws current in the world as to morality. Thou shalt not steal, for instance. That has necessarily been current as a law through all nations. But the first man you meet in the street will have ideas about theft so different from yours, that, if you knew them as you know your own, you would say that this law and yours were not even founded on the same principle. It is compatible with this man's honesty to cheat you in a matter of horseflesh, with that man's in a traffic of railway shares, with that other man's as to a woman's fortune, with a fourth anything that may be done for a seat in Parliament, while the fifth man, who stands high among us, and who implores his God every Sunday to write that law on his heart, spends every hour of his daily toil in a system of fraud, and is regarded as a pattern of the national commerce." Mr. Monk and Phineas were dining together at Mr. Monk's house, and the elder politician of the two, in this little speech, had recurred to certain matters which had already been discussed between them. Mr. Monk was becoming somewhat sick of his place in the cabinet, though he had not as yet whispered a word of his sickness to any living ears, and he had begun to pine for the lost freedom of a seat below the gangway. He had been discussing political honesty with Phineas, and hence had come the sermon of which I have ventured to reproduce the concluding denunciations. Phineas was fond of such discussions, and fond of holding them with Mr. Monk, in this matter fluttering like a moth round a candle. He would not perceive that as he had made up his mind to be a servant of the public in Parliament, he must abandon all idea of independent action, and unless he did so, he could be neither successful as regarded himself, or useful to the public to whom he served. Could a man be honest in Parliament, and yet abandon all idea of independence? When he put such questions to Mr. Monk, he did not get a direct answer, and indeed the question was never put directly. But the teaching which he received was ever of a nature to make him uneasy. It was always to this effect: "You've taken up the trade now, and seem to be fit for success in it. You'd better give up thinking about its special honesty." And yet Mr. Monk would on occasion preach to him such a sermon as that which he had just uttered. Perhaps there is no question more difficult to a man's mind than that of expediency or inexpediency of scruples in political life. Whether would a candidate for office be more liable to rejection from a leader because he was known to be scrupulous, or because he was known to be the reverse? "But putting aside the fourth commandment and all the theories, you will come to Ireland?" said Phineas. "I should be delighted." "I don't live in a castle, you know." "I thought everybody did live in a castle in Ireland," said Mr. Monk. "They seemed to do when I was there 20 years ago, but for myself I prefer a cottage." This trip to Ireland had been proposed in consequence of certain ideas respecting tenant right which Mr. Monk was beginning to adopt, and as to which the minds of politicians were becoming moved. It had been all very well to put down Fenianism and ribandman and repeal, and everything that had been put down in Ireland in the way of rebellion for the last 75 years. England and Ireland had been apparently joined together by laws of nature so fixed that even politicians liberal as was Mr. Monk, liberal as was Mr. Turnbull, could not trust themselves to think that disunion could be for the good of the Irish. They had taught themselves that it certainly could not be good for the English, but if it was incumbent on England to force upon Ireland the maintenance of the Union for her own sake and for England's sake, because England could not afford independence established so close against her own ribs, it was at any rate necessary to England's character that the bride thus bound in a compulsory wedlock should be endowed with all the best privileges that a wife can enjoy. Let her at least not be a kept mistress. Let it be bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh, if we are to live together in the married state. Between husband and wife, a warm word now and then matters but little, if there be a thoroughly good understanding at bottom. But let there be that good understanding at bottom. What about this Protestant Church, and what about this tenant right? Mr. Monk had been asking himself these questions for some time past. In regard to the Church, he had long made up his mind that the establishment in Ireland was a crying sin. A man had married a woman whom he knew to be of a religion different from his own, and then insisted that his wife should say that she believed those things which he knew very well that she did not believe. But, as Mr. Monk well knew, the subject of the Protestant endowments in Ireland was so difficult that it would require almost more than human wisdom to adjust it. It was one of those matters which almost seemed to require the interposition of some higher power, the coming of some apparently chance event, to clear away the evil, as a fire comes and pestilential allies are removed, as a famine comes and men are driven from want and ignorance and dirt to seek new homes and new thoughts across the broad waters, as a war comes and slavery is banished from the face of the earth. But in regard to tenant right, to some arrangement by which a tenant in Ireland might be at least encouraged to lay out what little capital he might have in labour or money without being at once called upon to pay rent for that outlay which was his own, as well as for the land which was not his own, Mr. Monk thought that it was possible that if a man would look hard enough he might perhaps be able to see his way as to that. He had spoken to two of his colleagues on the subject, the two men in the Cabinet whom he believed to be the most thoroughly honest in their ideas as public servants, the Duke and Mr. Gresham. There was so much to be done, and then so little was known upon the subject. "I will endeavour to study it," said Mr. Monk. "If you can see your way, do," said Mr. Gresham. "But, of course, we cannot bind ourselves." "I should be glad to see it named in the Queen's speech at the beginning of the next session," said Mr. Monk. "That is a long way off as yet," said Mr. Gresham, laughing. "Who will be in then, and who will be out?" So the matter was disposed of at the time, but Mr. Monk did not abandon his idea. He rather felt himself the more bound to cling to it because he received so little encouragement. What was a seat in the Cabinet to him that he should on that account omit a duty? He had not taken up politics as a trade. He had sat far behind the Treasury bench, or below the gangway, for many a year, without owing any man a shilling, and could afford to do so again. But it was different with Phineas Finn, as Mr. Monk himself understood, and, understanding this, he felt himself bound to caution his young friend. But it may be a question whether his cautions did not do more harm than good. "I should be delighted," he said, "to go over with you in August, but I do not think that if I were you I would take up this matter." "And why not? You don't want to fight the battle single-handed." "No, I desire no such glory, and would wish to have no better lieutenant than you. But you have a subject of which you are really fond, which you are beginning to understand, and in regard to which you can make yourself useful." You mean this Canada business?" "Yes, and that will grow to other matters as regards the colonies. There is nothing so important to a public man as that he should have his own subject, the thing which he understands, and in respect of which he can make himself really useful." "Then there comes a change." "Yes, and a man who has half learned how to have a ship built without waste is sent into opposition, and is then brought back to look after regiments, or perhaps has to take up that beautiful subject, a study of the career of India. But nevertheless, if you have a subject, stick to it, at any rate as long as it will stick to you." "But," said Phineas, "if a man takes up his own subject independent of the government, no man can drive him from it." "And how often does he do anything? Look at the annual motions which come forward in the hands of private men, Maynooth and the ballot, for instance. It is becoming more and more apparent every day that all legislation must be carried by the government, and must be carried in obedience to the expressed wish of the people. The truest democracy that ever had a chance of living is that which we are now establishing in Great Britain." "Then leave tenant right to the people in the Cabinet. Why should you take it up?" Mr. Monk paused a moment or two before he replied. "If I choose to run amok, there is no reason why you should follow me. I am old, and you are young. I want nothing from politics as a profession, and you do. Moreover, you have a congenial subject where you are, and need not disturb yourself. For myself, I tell you, in confidence, that I cannot speak so comfortably of my own position." "We will go and see, at any rate," said Phineas. "Yes," said Mr. Monk, "we will go and see." And thus, in the month of May, it was settled between them that as soon as the session should be over, and the incidental work of his office should allow Phineas to pack up and be off, they two should start together for Ireland. Phineas felt rather proud as he wrote to his father and asked permission to bring home with him a cabinet minister as a visitor. At this time the reputation of Phineas at Killaloe, as well as in the minds of the Killaloans generally, as in those of the inhabitants of the paternal house, stood very high indeed. How could a father think that a son had done badly when before he was 30 years of age he was earning £2,000 a year? And how could a father not think well of a son who has absolutely paid back certain moneys into the paternal coffers? The moneys so repaid had not been much, but the repayment of any such money at Killaloe had been regarded as little short of miraculous. The news of Mr. Monk's coming flew about the town, about the county, about the diocese, and all people began to say all good things about the old doctor's only son. Mrs. Finn had long since been quite sure that a real black swan had been sent forth out of her nest, and the sisters Finn, for some time past, had felt in all social gatherings they stood quite on a different footing than formerly because of their brother. They were asked about in the county, and 2 of them had been staying only last Easter with the Maloneys of Poldoody. How should a father and a mother and sisters not be grateful to such a son, to such a brother, to such a veritable black swan out of the nest? And as for dear little Mary Flood Jones, her eyes became suffused with tears as in her solitude she thought how much out of her reach this swan was flying. And yet she took joy in his swanhood, and swore that she would love him still, that she would love him always. Might he bring home with him to Killaloe Mr. Monk, the cabinet minister? Of course he might. When Mrs. Finn first heard of this august arrival, she felt as though she would like to expend herself in entertaining, though but an hour, the whole cabinet. Phineas, during the spring, had of course met Mr. Kennedy frequently in and about the house, and had become aware that Lady Laura's husband, from time to time, made little overtures of civility to him, taking him now and again by the buttonhole, walking home with him as far as their joint paths allowed, and asking him once or twice to come and dine in Grosvenor Place. These little advances towards a repetition of the old friendship Phineas would have avoided altogether, had it been possible. The invitation to Mr. Kennedy's house he did refuse, feeling himself positively bound to do so by Lady Laura's command, let the consequences be what they might. When he did refuse, Mr. Kennedy would assume a look of displeasure and leave him, and Phineas would hope that the work was done. Then there would come another encounter, and the invitation would be repeated. At last, about the middle of May, there came another note. "Dear Finn, will you dine with us on Wednesday the 28th? I give you a long notice because you seem to have so many appointments. Yours always, Robert Kennedy." He had no alternative. He must refuse, even though double the notice had been given. He could only think that Mr. Kennedy was a very obtuse man, and one who would not take a hint, and hope that he might succeed at last. So he wrote an answer not intended to be conciliatory. "My dear Kennedy, I am sorry to say that I am engaged on the 28th. Yours always, Phineas Finn." At this period he did his best to keep out of Mr. Kennedy's way, and would be very cunning in his manoeuvres that they should not be alone together. It was difficult, as they sat on the same bench in the house, and consequently saw each other almost every day of their lives. Nevertheless, he thought that with a little cunning he might prevail, especially as he was not unwilling to give so much of offence as might assist his own object. But when Mr. Kennedy called upon him at his office the day after he had written the above note, he had no means of escape. "I am sorry you cannot come to us on the 28th, Mr. Kennedy said as soon as he was seated. Phineas was taken so much by surprise that all his cunning failed him. "Well, yes," said he, I was very sorry indeed. "It seems to me, Finn, that you have had some reason for avoiding me of late. I do not know that I have done anything to offend you." "Nothing on earth," said Phineas. "I am wrong, then, in supposing that anything beyond mere chance has prevented you from coming to my house?" Phineas felt that he was in a terrible difficulty, and he felt also that he was being rather ill-used in being thus cross-examined as to his reasons for not going to a gentleman's dinner. He thought that a man ought to be allowed to choose where he would go and where he would not go, and that questions such as these were very uncommon. Mr. Kennedy was sitting opposite to him, looking more grave and more sour than usual, and now his own countenance also became a little solemn. It was impossible that he should use Lady Laura's name, and yet he must, in some way, let his persecuting friend know that no further invitation would be of any use, that there was something beyond mere chance in his not going to Grosvenor Place. But how was he to do this? The difficulty was so great that he could not see his way out of it. So he sat silent, with a solemn face. Mr. Kennedy then asked him another question which made the difficulty 10 times greater. "Has my wife asked you not to come to our house?" It was necessary now that he should make a rush and get out of his trouble in some way. To tell you the truth, Kennedy, I don't think she wants to see me there." "That does not answer my question. Has she asked you not to come?" "She said that which left on my mind an impression that she would sooner that I did not come." "What did she say?" "How can I answer such a question as that, Kennedy? Is it fair to ask it?" "Quite fair, I think." "I think it quite unfair, and I must decline to answer it. I cannot imagine what you expect to gain by cross-questioning me in this way. Of course, no man likes to go to a house if he does not believe that everybody there will make him welcome." "You and Lady Laura used to be great friends." "I hope we are not enemies now, but things will occur that cause friendships to grow cool." "Have you quarrelled with her father?" "With Lord Brentford? No." "Or with her brother, since the duel, I mean?" "Upon my word and honour, I cannot stand this, and I will not. I have not as yet quarrelled with anybody, but I must quarrel with you if you go on in this way. It is quite unusual that a man should be put through his facings after such a fashion, and I must beg that there may be an end of it." "Then I must ask Lady Laura." "You can say what you like to your wife, of course. I cannot hinder you." Upon that, Mr. Kennedy formally shook hands with him in token that there was no positive breach between them, as two nations may still maintain their alliance, though they have made up their minds to hate each other and fought each other at every turn, and took his leave. Phineas, as he sat at his window looking out into the park and thinking of what had passed, could not but reflect that, disagreeable as Mr. Kennedy had been to him, he would probably make himself much more disagreeable to his wife. And for himself, he thought that he had got out of the scrape very well by the exhibition of a little mock anger. End of chapter 58. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 59 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 59. The Earl's Wrath. The reader may remember that a rumour had been conveyed to Phineas, a rumour indeed which reached him from a source which he regarded as very untrustworthy, that Violet Effingham had quarrelled with her lover. He would probably have paid no attention to the rumour, beyond that which necessarily attached itself to any tidings as to a matter so full of interest to him, had it not been repeated to him in another quarter. "A bird has told me that your Violet Effingham has broken with her lover," Madame Goesler said to him one day. "What bird?" he asked. "That I cannot tell you, but this I will confess to you, that these birds which tell us news are seldom very credible, and are often not very creditable. You must take a bird's word for what it may be worth. It is said that they have quarrelled. I dare say, if the truth were known, they are billing and cooing in each other's arms at this moment." Phineas did not like to be told of their billing and cooing, did not like to be told even of their quarrelling. Though they were to quarrel, it would do him no good. He would rather that nobody should mention their names to him, so that his back, which had been so utterly broken, might in process of time get itself cured. From what he knew of Violet, he thought it very improbable that, even were she to quarrel with her one lover, she would at once throw herself into the arms of another. And he did feel, too, that there would be some meanness in taking her, were she willing to be so taken. But nevertheless, these rumours, coming to him in this way from different sources, almost made it incumbent on him to find out the truth. He began to think that his broken back was not cured, that perhaps, after all, it was not in the way of being cured. And was it not possible that there might be explanations? Then he went to work and built castles in the air, so constructed as to admit of the possibility of Violet Effingham becoming his wife. This had been in April, and at that time all that he knew of Violet was that she was not yet in London. And he thought that he knew the same as to Lord Chiltern. The Earl had told him that Chiltern was not in town, nor expected him in town as yet, and in saying so had seemed to express displeasure against his son. Phineas had met Lady Baldock at some house which he frequented, and had been quite surprised to find himself graciously received by the old woman. She had said not a word of Violet, but had spoken of Lord Chiltern, mentioning his name in bitter wrath. "But he is a friend of mine," said Phineas, smiling. "A friend indeed! Mr. Finn, I know what sort of a friend. I don't believe that you are his friend. I am afraid he is not worthy of having any friend." Phineas did not quite understand from this that Lady Baldock was signifying to him that, badly as she had thought of him as a suitor for her niece, she would have preferred him, especially now when people were beginning to speak well of him, to that terrible young man, who from his youth upwards had been to her a cause of fear and trembling. Of course, it was desirable that Violet should marry an elder son and a peer's heir. All that kind of thing, in Lady Baldock's eyes, was most desirable, but nevertheless anything was better than Lord Chiltern. If Violet would not take Mr. Appledom or Lord Fawn, in heaven's name let her take this young man, who was kind, worthy, and steady, who was civilized in his manners, and would no doubt be amenable in regard to settlements. Lady Baldock had so far fallen in the world that she would have considered to make a bargain with her niece, almost any bargain, so long as Lord Chiltern was excluded. Phineas did not quite understand all this, but when Lady Baldock asked him to come to Berkeley Square, he perceived that help was being proffered to him where he certainly had not looked for help. He was frequently with Lord Brentford, who talked to him constantly on matters connected with his parliamentary life. After having been the intimate friend of the daughter and of the son, it now seemed to be his lot to be the intimate friend of the father. The Earl had constantly discussed with him his arrangements with his son, and had lately expressed himself as only half satisfied with such reconciliation as had taken place. And Phineas could perceive that from day to day the Earl was less and less satisfied. He would complain bitterly of his son, complain of his silence, complain of his not coming to London, complain of his conduct to Violet, complain of his idle indifference to anything like proper occupation. But he had never as yet said a word to show that there had been any quarrel between Violet and her lover, and Phineas had felt that he could not ask the question. "Mr. Finn," said the Earl to him one morning, as soon as he entered the room, "I have just heard a story which has almost seemed to me to be incredible." The nobleman's manner was very stern, and the fact that he called his young friend Mr. Finn showed at once that something was wrong. "What is it you have heard, my lord?" said Phineas. "That you and Chiltern went over last year to Belgium and fought a duel there." Now it must have been the case that in the set among which they all lived, Lord Brentford and his son and daughter and Phineas Finn, the old lord was the only man who had not heard of the duel before this. It had even penetrated to the dull ears of Mr. Kennedy, reminding him as he did so that his wife had told him a lie. But it was the fact that no rumour of the duel had reached the Earl till this morning. "It is true," said Phineas. "I have never been so much shocked in my life, never. I had no idea that you had any thought of aspiring to the hand of Miss Effingham." The Lord's voice as he said this was very stern. "As I aspired in vain, and as Chiltern has been successful, that need not now be made a reproach against me. I do not know what to think of it, Mr. Finn. I am so very much surprised that I hardly know what to say. I must declare my opinion at once that you behaved very badly." "I do not know how much you know, my lord, and how much you do not know, and the circumstances of the little affair do not permit me to be explicit about them, but as you expressed your opinion so openly, you must allow me to express mine, and to say that, as far as I can judge of my own actions, I did not behave badly at all." "Do you intend to defend duelling, sir?" "No. If you mean to tell me that a duel is of itself sinful, I have nothing to say. I suppose it is. My defence of myself merely goes to the manner in which this duel was fought, and the fact that I fought it with your son." "I cannot conceive how you can have come into my house as my guest, and stood upon my interests for my borough, when you at the time were doing your very best to interpose yourself between Chiltern and the lady whom you so well knew I wished to become his wife." Phineas was aware that the Earl must have been very much moved indeed when he thus permitted himself to speak of his borough. He said nothing now, however, though the Earl paused. And then the angry lord went on. "I must say that there was something almost approaching to duplicity in such conduct. If I were to defend myself by evidence, Lord Brentford, I should have to go back to exact dates, and dates not of facts which I could verify, but dates as to my feelings which could not be verified, and that would be useless. I can only say that I believe I know what the honour and truth of a gentleman demand, even to the verge of self-sacrifice, and that I have done nothing that ought to place my character as a gentleman in jeopardy. If you will ask your son, I think he will tell you the same." "I have asked him. It was he who told me of the duel." "When did he tell you, my lord?" "Just now, this morning." Thus Phineas learned that Lord Chiltern was at this moment in the house, or at least in London. "And did he complain of my conduct?" "I complain of it, sir. I complain of it very bitterly. I placed the greatest confidence in you, especially in regard to my son's affairs, and you deceived me." The Earl was very angry, and was more angry from the fact that this young man who had defended him, to whom he had given such vital assistance when assistance was needed, had used that assistance to its utmost before his sin was found out. Had Phineas still been sitting for Loughton, so that the Earl could have said to him, "You are now bound to retreat from this borough because you have offended me, your patron," I think that he would have forgiven the offender, and allowed him to remain in his seat. There would have been a scene, and the Earl would have been pacified. But now the offender was beyond his reach altogether, having used the borough as a most convenient stepping-stone over his difficulties, and for having so used it just at the time when he was committing this sin. There was a good fortune about Phineas which added greatly to the lord's wrath. And then, to tell the truth, he had not that rich consolation for which Phineas gave him credit. Lord Chiltern had told him that morning that the engagement between him and Violet was at an end. "You have so preached to her, my lord, about my duties," the son had said to his father, "that she finds herself obliged to give me your sermons at second hand, till I can bear them no longer." But of this Phineas knew nothing as yet. The Earl, however, was so imprudent in his anger that before this interview was over he had told the whole story. "Yes, you deceived me," he continued, "and I can never trust you again." "Was it for me, my lord, to tell you of that which would have increased your anger against your own son? When he wanted me to fight, was I to come like a sneak at school and tell you the story? I know what you would have thought of me had I done so. And when it was over, was I to come and tell you then? Think what you yourself would have done when you were young, and you may be quite sure that I did the same. What have I gained? He has got all that he wanted, and you have also got all that you wanted, and I've helped you both. Lord Brentford, I can put my hand on my heart and say that I have been honest to you." "I have got nothing that I wanted," said the Earl in his despair. "Lord Chiltern and Miss Effingham will be man and wife." "No, they will not. He has quarrelled with her. He is obstinate that she will not bear with him." Then it was all true, even though the rumours had reached him through Laurence Fitzgibbon and Madam Max Goesler. "At any rate, my lord, that has not been my fault," he said after a moment's hesitation. The Earl was walking up and down the room, angry with himself at his own mistake in having told the story, and not knowing what further to say to his visitor. He had been in the habit of talking so freely to Phineas about his son that he could hardly resist the temptation of doing so still. Yet it was impossible that he could swallow his anger and continue in the same strain. "My lord," said Phineas after a while, "I can assure you that I grieve that you should be grieved. I have received so much undeserved favour from your family that I owe you a debt which I can never pay. I am sorry that you should be angry with me now, but I hope that a time may come when you will think less severely of my conduct." He was about to leave the room when the Earl stopped him. "Will you give me your word," said the Earl, "that you will think no more of Miss Effingham?" Phineas stood silent, considering how he might answer this proposal, resolving that nothing should bring him to such a pledge as that suggested, while there was yet a ledge for hope to stand on. "Say that, Mr. Finn, and I will forgive everything." "I cannot acknowledge that I have done anything to be forgiven." "Say that," repeated the Earl, "and everything shall be forgotten." "There need be no cause for alarm, my lord," said Phineas. "You may be sure that Miss Effingham will not think of me." "Will you give me your word?" "No, my lord, certainly not. You have no right to ask it, and the pursuit is open to me as to any other man who may choose to follow it. I have hardly a vestige of a hope of success. It is barely possible that I should succeed. But if it be true that Miss Effingham is disengaged, I shall endeavour to find an opportunity of urging my suit. I would give up everything that I have, my seat in Parliament, all the ambition of my life, for the barest chance of success. When she accepted your son, I desisted, of course. I have now heard, from more sources than one, that she, or he, or both of them, have changed their minds. If this be so, I am free to try again." The Earl stood opposite to him, scowling at him, but said nothing. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, sir." "I am afraid it must be good-bye for some long days to come." "Good morning, sir." And the Earl, as he spoke, rang the bell. Then Phineas took up his hat and departed. As he walked away, his mind filled itself gradually with various ideas, all springing from the words which Lord Brentford had spoken. What account had Lord Chiltern given to his father of the duel? Here was a man very sensitive as to the good opinion of others, and in spite of his bold assertion of his own knowledge of what became a gentleman, was beyond measure solicitous that others should acknowledge his claim at any rate to that title. He thought that he had been generous to Lord Chiltern, and as he went back in his memory over almost every word that had been spoken in the interview that had just passed, he fancied that he was able to collect evidence that his antagonist at Blankenberg had not spoken ill of him. As to the charge of deceit which the Earl had made against him, he told himself that the Earl had made it in anger. He would not even think hardly of the Earl who had been so good a friend to him, but he believed in his heart that the Earl had made the accusation out of his wrath, and not out of his judgment. "He cannot think that I have been false to him," Phineas said to himself. But it was very sad to him that he should have to quarrel with all of the family of the Standishes, as he could not but feel that it was they who had put him on his feet. It seemed as though he were never to see Lady Laura again except when they chanced to meet in company, on which occasions he simply bowed to her. Now the Earl had almost turned him out of his house, and though there had been to a certain extent a reconciliation between him and Lord Chiltern, he in those days never saw the friend who once put him up upon Brainbreaker, and now that Violet Effingham was again free, how was it possible to avoid some renewal of enmity between them? He would, however, endeavour to see Lord Chiltern at once. And then he thought of Violet again free, of Violet as again a possible wife for himself, of Violet to whom he might address himself at any rate without any scruple as to his own unworthiness. Everybody concerned, and many who were not concerned at all, were aware that he had been among her lovers, and he thought that he could perceive that those who interested themselves on the subject had regarded him as the only horse in the race likely to run with success against Lord Chiltern. She herself had received his offers without scorn, and had always treated him as though he were a favoured friend, though not favoured as a lover. And now even Lady Baldock was smiling upon him and asking him to her house, as though the red-faced porter in the hall in Berkeley Square had never been ordered to refuse him a moment's admission inside the doors. He had been very humble in speaking of his own hopes to the Earl, but surely there might be a chance. What if, after all, the little strain which he had had in his back was to be cured after such a fashion as this? When he got to his lodgings, he found a card from Lady Baldock, informing him that Lady Baldock would be at home on a certain night, and that there would be music. He could not go to Lady Baldock's on the night named, as it would be necessary that he should be in the house, nor did he much care to go there, as Violet Effingham was not in town. But he would call and explain, and endeavour to curry favour that way. He at once wrote a note to Lord Chiltern, which he addressed to Portman Square. "As you are in town, can we not meet? Come and dine with me at the club on Saturday." That was the note. After a few days he received the following answer, dated from the Bull at Willingford. Why on earth should Chiltern be staying at the Bull at Willingford in May? Friday. Dear Phineas, I can't dine with you, because I'm down here looking after the cripples and writing a sporting novel. They tell me I ought to do something, so I'm going to do that. I hope you don't think I turned informer against you in telling the Earl of our pleasant little meeting on the sands. It had become necessary, and you are too much of a man to care much for any truth being told. He was terribly angry both with me and with you, but the fact is he is so blindly unreasonable that one cannot regard his anger. I endeavoured to tell the story truly, and so told it certainly should not have injured you in his estimation, but it did. Very sorry, old fellow, and I hope you'll get over it. It's a good deal more important to me than to you. There was not a word about Violet, but then it was hardly to be expected that there should be words about Violet. It was not likely that a man should write to his rival of his own failure. But yet there was a flavour of Violet in the letter which would not have been there, so Phineas thought, if the writer had been despondent. The pleasant little meeting on the sands had been convened altogether in respect of Violet, and the telling of the story to the Earl must have arisen from discussions about Violet. Lord Chiltern must have told his father that Phineas was his rival. Could the rejected suitor have written on such a subject in such a strain to such a correspondent, if he believed his own rejection to be certain? But then Lord Chiltern was not like anybody else in the world, and it was impossible to judge of him by one's experience of the motives of others. Shortly afterwards Phineas did call in Berkeley Square, and was shown up at once into Lady Baldock's drawing-room. The whole aspect of the porter's countenance was changed towards him, and from this too he gathered good auguries. This had surprised him, but his surprise was far greater when, on entering the room, he found Violet Effingham there, alone. A little fresh colour came to her face as she greeted him, though it cannot be said that she blushed. She behaved herself admirably, not endeavouring to conceal some little emotion at thus meeting him, but betraying none that was injurious to her composure. "I am so glad to see you, Mr. Finn," she said. "My aunt has just left me, and will be back directly." He was by no means her equal in his management of himself on the occasion, but perhaps it may be acknowledged that his position was the more difficult of the two. He had not seen her since her engagement had been proclaimed to the world, and now he had heard from a source which was not to be doubted that it had been broken off. Of course, there was nothing to be said on that matter. He could not have congratulated her in the one case, nor could he either congratulate her or condole with her on the other. And yet he did not know how to speak to her, as though no such events had occurred. I did not know that you were in town," he said. "I only came yesterday. I have been, you know, at Rome with the Effinghams. And since that I have been... But indeed I have been such a vagrant that I cannot tell you of all my comings and goings. And you? You are hard at work." "Oh, yes, always." "That is right. I wish I could be something, if it were only a stick-in-waiting or a doorkeeper. It's so good to be something." Was it some such teaching as this that had jarred against Lord Chiltern's susceptibilities, and had seemed to him to be a repetition of his father's sermons? "A man should try to be something," said Phineas. "And a woman must be content to be nothing, unless Mr. Mill can pull us through. And now tell me, have you seen Lady Laura?" "Not lately." "Nor Mr. Kennedy?" "I sometimes see him in the house." The visit to the Colonial Office of which the reader had been made aware had not at that time as yet been made. "I am sorry for all that," she said, upon which Phineas smiled and shook his head. "I am very sorry that there should be a quarrel between you two." "There is no quarrel." "I used to think that you and he might do so much for each other. That is, of course, if you could make a friend of him." "He is a man of whom it is very hard to make a friend," said Phineas, feeling that he was dishonest to Mr. Kennedy in saying so, but thinking that such dishonesty was justified by what he owed to Lady Laura. "Yes, he is hard, and what I call ungenial. We won't say anything about him, will we? Have you seen much of the Earl?" This she asked, as though such a question had no reference whatever to Lord Chiltern. "Oh dear, alas, alas!" "You have not quarrelled with him too?" "He has quarrelled with me. He has heard, Miss Effingham, of what happened last year, and he thinks that I was wrong." "Of course you were wrong, Mr. Finn." "Very likely. To him I chose to defend myself, but I certainly shall not do so to you. At any rate, you did not think it necessary to quarrel with me." "I ought to have done so. I wonder why my aunt does not come." Then she rang the bell. "Now I have told you all about myself," said he, "you should tell me something of yourself." "About me? I am like the knife-grinder who had no story to tell, none at least to be told. We have all no doubt got our own little stories, interesting enough to ourselves." "But your story, Miss Effingham," he said, "is of such intense interest to me." At that moment, luckily, Lady Baldock came into the room, and Phineas was saved from the necessity of making a declaration at a moment which would have been most inopportune. Lady Baldock was exceedingly gracious to him, bidding Violet use her influence to persuade him to come to the gathering. "Persuade him to desert his work to come and hear some fiddlers?" said Miss Effingham. "Indeed I shall not, aunt. Who can tell but what the colonies might suffer from it through centuries, and that such a lapse of duty might drive a province or two into the arms of our mortal enemies?" "Her Moll is coming," said Lady Baldock, "and so is Signor Scrooby and Pajinx, who they say is the greatest man living on the Flageolet. Have you ever heard Pajinx, Mr. Finn?" Phineas never had heard Pajinx. "And as for Her Moll, there is nothing equal to him, this year at least." Lady Baldock had taken up music this season, but all her enthusiasm was unable to shake the conscientious zeal of the young Under-Secretary of State. At such a gathering he would have been unable to say a word in private to Violet Effingham. End of chapter 59. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 60 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 60. Madame Goesler's Politics. It may be remembered that when Lady Glencora Palliser was shown into Madame Goesler's room, Madame Goesler had just explained somewhat forcibly to the Duke of Omnium her reasons for refusing the loan of his Grace's villa at Como. She had told the Duke in so many words that she did not mean to give the world an opportunity of maligning her, and it would then have been left to the Duke to decide whether any other arrangements might have been made for taking Madame Goesler to Como, had he not been interrupted. That he was very anxious to take her was certain. The green brougham had already been often enough at the door in Park Lane to make his Grace feel that Madame Goesler's company was very desirable, was perhaps of all things left for his enjoyment the one thing the most desirable. Lady Glencora had spoken to her husband of children crying for the top brick of the chimney. Now it had come to this, that in the eyes of the Duke of Omnium, Marie Max Goesler was the top brick of the chimney. She had more wit for him than other women, more of that sort of wit which he was capable of enjoying. She had a beauty which he had learned to think more alluring than other beauty. He was sick of fair faces and fat arms and free necks. Madame Goesler's eyes sparkled as other eyes did not sparkle, and there was something of the vagueness of mystery in the very blackness and gloss and abundance of her hair, as though her beauty was the beauty of some world which he had not yet known, and there was a quickness and yet a grace of motion about her which was quite new to him. The ladies upon whom the Duke had of late most often smiled had been somewhat slow, perhaps almost heavy, though no doubt graceful withal. In his early youth he remembered to have seen, somewhere in Greece, such a houri as was this Madame Goesler. The houri in that case had run off with the captain of a Russian vessel engaged in the tallow trade, but not the less was there left on his Grace's mind some dreamy memory of charms which had impressed him very strongly when he was simply a young Mr. Palliser, and had had at his command not so convenient a mode of sudden abduction as the Russian captain's tallow ship. Pressed hard by such circumstances as these, there is no knowing how the Duke might have got out of his difficulties had not Lady Glencora appeared upon the scene. Since the future little Lord Silverbridge had been born, the Duke had been very constant in his worship of Lady Glencora, and as from year to year a little brother was added, thus making the family very strong and stable, his acts of worship had increased. But with his worship there had come of late something almost of dread, something almost of obedience, which had made those who were immediately about the Duke declare that his Grace was a good deal changed. For hitherto, whatever may have been the Duke's weaknesses, he certainly had known no master. His heir, Plantagenet Palliser, had been always subject to him. His other relations had been kept at such a distance as hardly to be more than recognized, and though his Grace no doubt had had his intimacies, they who had been intimate with him had either never tried to obtain ascendancy, or had failed. Lady Glencora, whether with or without a struggle, had succeeded, and people about the Duke said that the Duke was much changed. Mr. Fothergill, who was his Grace's man of business, and who was not a favourite with Lady Glencora, said that he was very much changed indeed. Finding his Grace so much changed, Mr. Fothergill had made a little attempt at dictation himself, but had receded with fingers very much scorched in the attempt. It was indeed possible that the Duke was becoming in the slightest degree weary of Lady Glencora's thraldom, and that he thought that Madame Max Goesler might be more tender with him. Madame Max Goesler, however, intended to be tender only on one condition. When Lady Glencora entered the room, Madame Goesler received her beautifully. "How lucky that you should have come just when his Grace is here," she said. "I saw my uncle's carriage, and of course I knew it," said Lady Glencora. "Then the favour is to him," said Madame Goesler, smiling. "No, indeed, I was coming. If my word is to be doubted in that point, I must insist on having the servant up. I must, certainly. I told him to drive to this door as far back as Grosvenor Street. Did I not, Planty?" Planty was the little Lord Silverbridge as was to be, if nothing unfortunate intervened, who was now sitting on his granduncle's knee. "Do said to the little house in Park Lane," said the boy. "Yes, because I forgot the number." "And it is the smallest house in Park Lane, so the evidence is complete," said Madame Goesler. Lady Glencora had not cared much for evidence to convince Madame Goesler, but she had not wished her uncle to think that he was watched and hunted down. It might be necessary that he should know that he was watched, but things had not come to that as yet. "How is Plantagenet?" asked the Duke. "Answer for papa," said Lady Glencora to her child. "Papa is very well, but he almost never comes home." "He is working for his country," said the Duke. "Your papa is a busy, useful man, and can't afford time to play with a little boy as I can." "But papa is not a duke." "He will be some day, and that probably before long, my boy. He will be a duke quite as soon as he wants to be a duke. He likes the House of Commons better than the strawberry leaves, I fancy. There is not a man in England less in a hurry than he is." "No, indeed," said Lady Glencora. "How nice that is," said Madame Goesler. "And I ain't in a hurry either, am I, mamma?" said the little future Lord Silverbridge. "You are a wicked little monkey," said his grand uncle, kissing him. At this moment Lady Glencora was, no doubt, thinking how necessary it was that she should be careful to see that things did turn out in the manner proposed, so that people who had waited should not be disappointed. And the Duke was perhaps thinking that he was not absolutely bound to his nephew by any law of God or man. And Madame Max Goesler, I wonder whether her thoughts were injurious to the prospects of that handsome, bold-faced little boy. Lady Glencora rose to take her leave first. It was not for her to show any anxiety to force the Duke out of the lady's presence. If the Duke were resolved to make a fool of himself, nothing that she could do would prevent it. But she thought that this little inspection might possibly be of service, and that her uncle's ardour would be cooled by the interruption to which he had been subjected. So she went, and immediately afterwards the Duke followed her. The interruption had, at any rate, saved him on that occasion from making the highest bid for the pleasure of Madame Goesler's company at Como. The Duke went down with the little boy in his hand, so that there was not an opportunity for a single word of interest between the gentleman and the lady. Madame Goesler, when she was alone, seated herself on her sofa, tucking her feet up under her as though she were seated somewhere in the East, pushed her ringlets back roughly from her face, and then placed her two hands to her sides, so that her thumbs rested lightly on her girdle. When alone, with something weighty on her mind, she would sit in this form for the hour together, resolving, or trying to resolve, what should be her conduct. She did few things without much thinking, and though she walked very boldly, she walked warily. She often told herself that such success as she had achieved could not have been achieved without much caution. And yet she was ever discontented with herself, telling herself that all that she had done was nothing, or worse than nothing. What was it all? To have a duke, and to have lords dining with her, to dine with lords or with a duke itself, if life were dull with her, and the hours hung heavy. Life with her was dull, and the hours did hang heavy. And what if she caught this old man, and became herself a duchess, caught him by means of his weakness, to the inexpressible dismay of all those who were bound to him by ties of blood? Would that make her life happier, or her hours less tedious? That prospect of a life on the Italian lakes, with an old man tied to her side, was not so charming in her eyes as it was in those of the Duke. Were she to succeed, and to be blazoned forth to the world as Duchess of Omnium, what would she have gained? She perfectly understood the motive of Lady Glencora's visit, and thought that she would, at any rate, gain something in the very triumph of baffling the manoeuvres of so clever a woman. Let Lady Glencora throw her aegis before the Duke, and it would be something to carry off his Grace from beneath the protection of so thick a shield. The very flavour of the contest was pleasing to Madame Goesler. But the victory gained, what then would remain to her? Money she had already. Position, too, she had of her own. She was free as air, and should it suit her at any time to go off to some lake of Como, in society that would personally be more agreeable to her than that of the Duke of Omnium, there was nothing to hinder her for a moment. And then came a smile over her face, but the saddest smile, as she thought of one with whom it might be pleasant to look at the colour of Italian skies, and feel the softness of Italian breezes. In feigning to like to do this with an old man, in acting the raptures of love on behalf of a worn-out duke, who at the best would scarce believe in her acting, there would not be much delight for her. She had never yet known what it was to have anything of the pleasure of love. She had grown, as she often told herself, to be a hard, cautious, selfish, successful woman, without any interference or assistance from such pleasure. Might there not be yet time left for her to try it without selfishness, with an absolute devotion of self, if only she could find the right companion? There was one who might be such a companion, but the Duke of Omnium certainly could not be such a one. But to be Duchess of Omnium! After all, success in this world is everything, is at any rate the only thing the pleasure of which will endure. There was the name of many a woman written in a black list within Madame Goesler's breast, written there because of scorn, because of rejected overtures, because of deep social injury, and Madame Goesler told herself often that it would be a pleasure to her to use the list, and to be revenged on those who had ill-used and scornfully treated her. She did not readily forgive those who had injured her. As Duchess of Omnium, she thought that probably she might use that list with efficacy. Lady Glencora had treated her well, and she had no such feeling against Lady Glencora. As Duchess of Omnium, she would accept Lady Glencora as her dearest friend, if Lady Glencora would admit it. But if it should be necessary that there should be a little duel between them, as to which of them should take the Duke in hand, the duel must of course be fought. In a matter so important, one woman would of course expect no false sentiment from another. She and Lady Glencora would understand each other, and no doubt respect each other. I have said that she would sit there resolving or trying to resolve. There is nothing in the world so difficult as that task of making up one's mind. Who is there that has not longed that the power and privilege of selection among alternatives should be taken away from him in some important crisis of his life, and that his conduct should be arranged for him, either this way or that, by some divine power if it were possible, by some patriarchal power in the absence of divinity, or by chance even, if nothing better than chance could be found to do it? But no one dares to cast the die and to go honestly by the hazard. There must be the actual necessity of obeying the die, before even the die can be of any use. As it was, when Madame Goesler had sat there for an hour, till her legs were tired beneath her, she had not resolved. It must be as her impulse should direct her when the important moment came. There was not a soul on earth to whom she could go for counsel, and when she asked herself for counsel, the counsel would not come. 2 days afterwards the Duke called again. He would come generally on a Thursday, early, so that he might be there before other visitors, and he had already quite learned that when he was there other visitors would probably be refused admittance. How Lady Glencora had made her way in, telling the servant that her uncle was there, he had not understood. That visit had been made on the Thursday, but now he came on the Saturday, having, I regret to say, sent down some early fruit from his own hothouses, or from Covent Garden, with a little note on the previous day. The grapes might have been pretty well, but the note was injudicious. There were 3 lines about the grapes, as to which there was some special history, the vine having been brought from the garden of some villa in which some ill-used queen had lived and died. And then there was a postscript in 1 line to say that the Duke would call on the following morning. I do not think that he had meant to add this when he began his note, but then children, who want the top brick, want it so badly, and cry for it so perversely. Of course Madame Goesler was at home, but even then she had not made up her mind. She had made up her mind only to this, that he should be made to speak plainly, and that she would take time for her reply. Not even with such a gem as the Duke's coronet before her eyes would she jump at it. Where there was so much doubt, there need at least be no impatience. You ran away the other day, Duke, because you could not resist the charm of that little boy, she said, laughing. He is a dear little boy, but it was not that, he answered. Then what was it? Your niece carried you off in a whirlwind. She was come and gone, taking you with her in half a minute. She had disturbed me when I was thinking of something, said the Duke. Things shouldn't be thought of, not so deeply as that. Madame Goesler was playing with a bunch of his grapes now, eating 1 or 2 from a small china plate, which had stood upon the table, and he thought that he had never seen a woman so graceful and yet so natural. Will you not eat your own grapes with me? They are delicious, flavoured with the poor queen's sorrows. He shook his head, knowing that it did not suit his gastric juices to have to deal with fruit eaten at odd times. Never think, Duke. I am convinced that it does no good. It simply means doubting, and doubt always leads to error. The safest way in the world is to do nothing. I believe so, said the Duke. Much the safest. But if you have not sufficient command over yourself to enable you to sit in repose, always quiet, never committing yourself to the chance of any danger, then take a leap in the dark, or rather many leaps. A stumbling horse regains his footing by persevering in his onward course. As for moving cautiously, that I detest. And yet one must think, for instance, whether one will succeed or not. Take that for granted always. Remember, I do not recommend motion at all. Repose is my idea of life, repose and grapes. The Duke sat for a while silent, taking his repose as far as the outer man was concerned, looking at his top brick of the chimney, as from time to time she ate one of his grapes. Probably she did not eat above 6 of them altogether, but he thought that the grapes must have been made for the woman, she was so pretty in the eating of them. But it was necessary that he should speak at last. Have you been thinking of coming to Como? He said. I told you that I never think. But I want an answer to my proposition. I thought I had answered your Grace on that question." Then she put down the grapes, and moved herself on her chair, so that she sat with her face turned away from him. "But a request to a lady may be made twice." "Oh, yes, and I am grateful, knowing how far it is from your intention to do me any harm. And I am somewhat ashamed of my warmth on the other day. But still there can be but one answer. There are delights which a woman must deny herself, let them be ever so delightful." "I had thought," the Duke began, and then he stopped himself. "Your Grace was saying that you thought?" "Marie, a man at my age does not like to be denied." "What man likes to be denied anything by a woman at any age? A woman who denies anything is called cruel at once, even though it be her very soul." She had turned round upon him now, and was leaning forward towards him from her chair, so that he could touch her if he put out his hand. He put out his hand and touched her. "Marie," he said, "will you deny me if I ask?" "Nay, my lord, how shall I say? There is many a trifle I would deny you. There is many a great gift I would give you willingly." "But the greatest gift of all?" "My lord, if you have anything to say, you must say it plainly. There never was a woman worse than I am at the reading of riddles." "Could you endure to live in the quietude of an Italian lake with an old man?" Now he touched her again, and had taken her hand. "No, my lord, nor with a young one, for all my days. But I do not know that age would guide me." Then the Duke rose, and made his proposition in form. "Marie, you know that I love you. Why it is that I, at my age, should feel so sore a love, I cannot say." "So sore a love?" "So sore if it be not gratified. Marie, I ask you to be my wife." "Duke of Omnium, this from you?" "Yes, from me. My coronet is at your feet. If you will allow me to raise it, I will place it on your brow." Then she went away from him, and seated herself at a distance. After a moment or two he followed her, and stood with his arm upon her shoulder. "You will give me an answer, Marie?" "You cannot have thought of this, my lord." "Nay, I have thought of it much." "And your friends?" "My dear, I may venture to please myself in this, as in everything. Will you not answer me?" "Certainly not on the spur of the moment, my lord. Think how high is the position you offer me, and how immense is the change you propose to me. Allow me 2 days, and I will answer you by letter. I am so fluttered now that I must leave you." Then he came to her, took her hand, kissed her brow, and opened the door for her. End of chapter 60. Recording by Laura Koskinen. Chapter 61 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 61. Another Duel. It happened that there were at this time certain matters of business to be settled between the Duke of Omnium and his nephew, Mr. Palliser, respecting which the latter called upon his uncle on the morning after the Duke had committed himself by his offer. Mr. Palliser had come by appointment, made with Mr. Fothergill, the Duke's man of business, and had expected to meet Mr. Fothergill. Mr. Fothergill, however, was not with the Duke, and the uncle told the nephew that the business had been postponed. Then Mr. Palliser asked some question as to the reason of such postponement, not meaning much by his question, and the Duke, after a moment's hesitation, answered him, meaning very much by his answer. "The truth is, Plantagenet, that it is possible that I may marry, and if so, this arrangement would not suit me." "Are you going to be married?" asked the astonished nephew. "It is not exactly that, but it is possible that I may do so. Since I proposed this matter to Fothergill, I have been thinking over it, and I have changed my mind. It will make but little difference to you, and after all you are a far richer man than I am." "I am not thinking of the money, Duke," said Plantagenet Palliser. "Of what then were you thinking?" "Simply of what you told me. I do not in the least mean to interfere." "I hope not, Plantagenet." "But I could not hear such a statement from you without some surprise. Whatever you do, I hope will tend to make you happy." So much passed between the uncle and the nephew, and what the uncle told to the nephew of course told to his wife. "He was with her again yesterday," said Lady Glencora, "for more than an hour, and he had been half the morning dressing himself before he went to her." "He is not engaged to her, or he would have told me," said Plantagenet Palliser. "I think he would, but there is no knowing. At the present moment I have only one doubt, whether to act upon him or upon her." "I do not see that you can do good by going to either." "Well, we will see. If she be the woman I take her to be, I think I could do something with her. I have never supposed her to be a bad woman, never. I will think of it." Then Lady Glencora left her husband, and did not consult him afterwards as to the course she would pursue. He had his budget to manage, and his speeches to make. The little affair of the Duke and Madame Goesler she thought it best to take into her own hands without any assistance from him. "What a fool I was," she said to herself, "to have her down there when the Duke was at Matching." Madame Goesler, when she was left alone, felt that now indeed she must make up her mind. She had asked for 2 days. The intervening day was a Sunday, and on the Monday she must send her answer. She might doubt at any rate for this one night, the Saturday night, and sit playing, as it were, with the coronet of a duchess in her lap. She had been born the daughter of a small country attorney, and now a duke had asked her to be his wife, and a duke who was acknowledged to stand above other dukes. Nothing, at any rate, could rob her of that satisfaction. Whatever resolution she might form at last, she had, by her own resources, reached a point of success, in remembering which there would always be a keen gratification. It would be much to be Duchess of Omnium, but it would be something also to have refused to be a Duchess of Omnium. During that evening, that night, and the next morning, she remained playing with the coronet in her lap. She would not go to church. What good could any sermon do her while that bauble was dangling before her eyes? After church time, about 2 o'clock, Phineas Finn came to her. Just at this period Phineas would come to her often, sometimes full of a new decision to forget Violet Effingham altogether, at others minded to continue his siege let the hope of success be ever so small. He had now heard that Violet and Lord Chiltern had in truth quarrelled, and was of course anxious to be advised to continue the siege. When he first came in and spoke a word or two in which there was no reference to Violet Effingham, there came upon Madame Goesler a strong wish to decide at once that she would play no longer with the coronet, that the gem was not worth the cost she would be called upon to pay for it. There was something in the world better for her than the coronet, if only it might be had. But within 10 minutes he had told her the whole tale about Lord Chiltern, and how he had seen Violet at Lady Baldock's, and how there might yet be hope for him. What would she advise him to do? "Go home, Mr. Finn," she said, "and write a sonnet to her eyebrow. See if that will have any effect." "Ah, well, it is natural that you should laugh at me, but somehow I did not expect it from you." "Do not be angry with me. What I mean is that such little things seem to influence this Violet of yours." "Do they? I have not found that they do so." "If she had loved Lord Chiltern, she would not have quarrelled with him for a few words. If she had loved you, she would not have accepted Lord Chiltern. If she loves neither of you, she should say so. I am losing my respect for her." "Do not say that, Madame Goesler. I respect her as strongly as I love her." Then Madame Goesler almost made up her mind that she would have the coronet. There was a substance about the coronet that would not elude her grasp. Late that afternoon, while she was still hesitating, there came another caller to the cottage in Park Lane. She was still hesitating, feeling that she had as yet another night before her. Should she be Duchess of Omnium or not? All that she wished to be she could not be, but to be Duchess of Omnium was within her reach. Then she began to ask herself various questions. Would the Queen refuse to accept her in her new rank? Refuse? How could any queen refuse to accept her? She had not done aught amiss in life. There was no slur on her name, no stain on her character. What though her father had been a small attorney, and her first husband a Jew banker? She had broken no law of God or man, had been accused of breaking no law, which breaking or which accusation need stand in the way of her being as good a duchess as any other woman. She was sitting, thinking of this, almost angry with herself at the awe with which the proposed rank inspired her, when Lady Glencora was announced to her. "Madame Goesler," said Lady Glencora, "I am very glad to find you." "And I more than equally so to be found," said Madame Goesler, smiling with all her grace. "My uncle has been with you since I saw you last?" "Oh, yes, more than once, if I remember right. He was here yesterday, at any rate." "He comes often to you, then?" "Not so often as I would wish, Lady Glencora. The Duke is one of my dearest friends." "It has been a quick friendship?" "Yes, a quick friendship," said Madame Goesler. Then there was a pause for some moments which Madame Goesler was determined that she would not break. It was clear to her now on what ground Lady Glencora had come to her, and she was fully minded that if she could bear the full light of the god himself in all his glory, she would not allow herself to be scorched by any reflected heat coming from the god's niece. She thought she could endure anything that Lady Glencora might say, but she would wait and hear what might be said. "I think, Madame Goesler, that I had better hurry on to my subject at once," said Lady Glencora, almost hesitating as she spoke, and feeling that the colour was rushing up to her cheeks and covering her brow. "Of course, what I have to say will be disagreeable. Of course I shall offend you. And yet I do not mean it." "I shall be offended at nothing, Lady Glencora, unless I think that you mean to offend me." "I protest that I do not. You have seen my little boy?" "Yes, indeed, the sweetest child. God never gave me anything half so precious as that." "He is the Duke's heir." "So I understand." "For myself, by my honour as a woman, I care nothing. I am rich, and have all that the world can give me. For my husband, in this matter, I care nothing. His career he will make for himself, and it will depend on no title." "Why all this to me, Lady Glencora? What have I to do with your husband's titles?" "Much, if it be true that there is an idea of marriage between you and the Duke of Omnium." "Psha!" said Madame Goesler, with all the scorn of which she was mistress. "It is untrue, then?" asked Lady Glencora. "No, it is not untrue. There is an idea of such a marriage." "And are you engaged to him?" "No, I am not engaged to him." "Has he asked you?" "Lady Glencora, I really must say that such a cross-questioning from one lady to another is very unusual. I have promised not to be offended, unless I thought that you wished to offend me. But do not drive me too far." "Madame Goesler, if you will tell me that I am mistaken, I will beg your pardon, and offer to you the most sincere friendship which one woman can give another." "Lady Glencora, I can tell you nothing of the kind." "Then it is to be so? And have you thought what you would gain?" "I have thought much of what I should gain, and something also of what I should lose." "You have money?" "Yes, indeed, plenty, for wants so moderate as mine." "And position?" "Well, yes, a sort of position. Not such as yours, Lady Glencora, that if it be not born to a woman, can only come to her from a husband. She cannot win it for herself." "You are free as air, going where you like, and doing what you like." "Too free, sometimes," said Madame Goesler. "And what will you gain by changing all this simply for a title?" "But for such a title, Lady Glencora, it may be little to you to be Duchess of Omnium, but think what it must be to me." "And for this you will not hesitate to rob him of all his friends, to embitter his future life, to degrade him among his peers." "Degrade him? Who dares say that I shall degrade him? He will exalt me, but I shall no whit degrade him. You forget yourself, Lady Glencora." "Ask any one. It is not that I despise you. If I did, would I offer you my hand in friendship? But an old man, over 70, carrying the weight and burden of such rank as his, will degrade himself in the eyes of his fellows if he marries a young woman without rank, let her be ever so clever, ever so beautiful. A Duke of Omnium may not do as he pleases, as may another man." "It may be well, Lady Glencora, for other dukes, and for the daughters and heirs and cousins of other dukes, that his Grace should try that question. I will, if you wish it, argue this matter with you on many points, but I will not allow you to say that I should degrade any man whom I might marry. My name is as unstained as your own." "I meant nothing of that," said Lady Glencora. "For him, I certainly would not willingly injure him. Who wishes to injure a friend? And, in truth, I have so little to gain, that the temptation to do him an injury, if I thought it one, is not strong. For your little boy, Lady Glencora, I think your fears are premature." As she said this, there came a smile over her face, which threatened to break from control and almost become laughter. "But, if you will allow me to say so, my mind will not be turned against this marriage half so strongly by any arguments you can use as by those which I can adduce myself. You have nearly driven me into it by telling me I should degrade his house. It is almost incumbent on me to prove that you are wrong. But you had better leave me to settle the matter in my own bosom. You had indeed." After a while, Lady Glencora did leave her, to settle the matter within her own bosom, having no other alternative. End of chapter 61. Recording by Laura Koskinen. Chapter 62 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, contact LibriVox.org. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 62. The Letter that was sent to Brighton. Monday morning came, and Madame Goesler had as yet written no answer to the Duke of Omnium. Had not Lady Glencora gone to Park Lane on the Sunday afternoon, I think the letter would have been written on that day. But whatever may have been the effect of Lady Glencora's visit, it so far disturbed Madame Goesler as to keep her from her writing table. There was yet another night for thought, and then the letter should be written on the Monday morning. When Lady Glencora left Madame Goesler, she went at once to the Duke's house. It was her custom to see her husband's uncle on a Sunday, and she would most frequently find him just at this hour, before he went upstairs to dress for dinner. She usually took her boy with her, but on this occasion she went alone. She had tried what she could do with Madame Goesler, and she found that she had failed. She must now make her attempt upon the Duke. But the Duke, perhaps anticipating some attack of the kind, had fled. "Where is his Grace, Barker?" said Lady Glencora to the porter. "We do not know, your ladyship. His Grace went away yesterday evening with nobody but Lapoule." Lapoule was the Duke's French valet. Lady Glencora could only return home and consider in her own mind what batteries might yet be brought to bear upon the Duke towards stopping the marriage, even after the engagement should have been made, if it were to be made. Lady Glencora felt that such batteries might still be brought up as would not improbably have an effect on a proud, weak old man. If all other resources failed, royalty in some of its branches might be induced to make a request, and every august relation in the peerage should interfere. The Duke, no doubt, might persevere and marry whom he pleased, if he were strong enough. But it requires much personal strength, that standing alone against the well-armed batteries of all one's friends. Lady Glencora had once tried such a battle on her own behalf, and had failed. She had wished to be imprudent when she was young, but her friends had been too strong for her. She had been reduced, and kept in order, and made to run in a groove, and was now, when she sat looking at her little boy with his bold face, almost inclined to think that the world was right, and that grooves were best. But if she had been controlled when she was young, so ought the Duke to be controlled now that he was old. It is all very well for a man or woman to boast that he, or she, may do what he likes with his own, or with her own, but there are circumstances in which such self-action is ruinous to so many that coercion from the outside becomes absolutely needed. Nobody had felt the injustice of such coercion when applied to herself more sharply than had Lady Glencora. But she had lived to acknowledge that such coercion might be proper, and was now prepared to use it in any shape in which it might be made available. It was all very well for Madame Goesler to laugh and exclaim, "Psha!" when Lady Glencora declared her real trouble. But should it ever come to pass that a black-browed baby with a yellow skin should be shown to the world as Lord Silverbridge, Lady Glencora knew that her peace of mind would be gone forever. She had begun the world desiring one thing, and had missed it. She had suffered much, and had then reconciled herself to other hopes. If those other hopes were also to be cut away from her, the world would not be worth a pinch of snuff to her. The Duke had fled, and she could do nothing to-day, but to-morrow she would begin with her batteries. And she herself had done the mischief. She had invited this woman down to Matching. Heaven and earth! That such a man as the Duke should be such a fool! The widow of a Jew banker! He, the Duke of Omnium! And thus to cut away from himself, for the rest of his life, all honour, all peace of mind, all the grace of a noble end to a career which, if not very noble in itself, had received the praise of nobility. And to do this for a thin, black-browed, yellow-visaged woman with ringlets and devil's eyes, and a beard on her upper lip, a Jewess, a creature of whose habits of life and manners of thought they all were absolutely ignorant, who drank, possibly, who might have been a forger, for what anyone knew, an adventuress, who had found her way into society by her art and perseverance, and who did not even pretend to have a relation in the world. That such a one should have influence enough to intrude herself into the house of Omnium, and blot the scutcheon, and, what was worst of all, perhaps be the mother of future dukes. Lady Glencora, in her anger, was very unjust to Madame Goesler, thinking all evil of her, accusing her in her mind of every crime, denying her all charm, all beauty. Had the Duke forgotten himself and his position for the sake of some fair girl with a pink complexion and grey eyes, and smooth hair, and a father, Lady Glencora thought that she would have forgiven it better. It might be that Madame Goesler would win her way to the coronet, but when she came to put it on, she should find that there were sharp thorns inside the lining of it. Not a woman worth the knowing in all London should speak to her, nor a man either of those men with whom a Duchess of Omnium would wish to hold converse. She should find her husband rated as a doting fool, and herself rated as a scheming female adventuress. And it should go hard with Lady Glencora if the Duke were not separated from his new Duchess before the end of the first year. In her anger, Lady Glencora was very unjust. The Duke, when he left his house without telling his household whither he was going, did send his address to the top brick of the chimney. His note, which was delivered at Madame Goesler's house late on the Sunday evening, was as follows: "I am to have your answer on Monday. I shall be at Brighton. Send it by a private messenger to the Bedford Hotel there. I need not tell you with what expectation, with what hope, with what fear I shall await it. O." Poor old man! He had run through all the pleasures of life too quickly, and had not much left with which to amuse himself. At length he had set his eyes on a top brick, and being tired of everything else, wanted it very sorely. Poor old man! How should it do him any good, even if he got it? Madame Goesler, when she received the note, sat with it in her hand, thinking of his great want. And he would be tired of his new plaything after a month, she said to herself. But she had given herself to the next morning, and she would not make up her mind that night. She would sleep once more with the coronet of a duchess within her reach. She did do so, and woke in the morning with her mind absolutely in doubt. When she walked down to breakfast, all doubt was at an end. The time had come when it was necessary that she should resolve, and while her maid was brushing her hair for her, she did make her resolution. "What a thing it is to be a great lady," said the maid, who may probably have reflected that the Duke of Omnium did not come here so often for nothing. "What do you mean by that, Lotta?" "The women I know, madam, talk so much of their countesses and ladyships and duchesses. I would never rest till I had a title in this country, if I were a lady, and rich and beautiful." "And can the countesses and the ladyships and the duchesses do as they please?" "Ah, madam, I know not that." "But I know. That will do, Lotta. Now leave me." Then Madame Goesler had made up her mind, but I do not know whether that doubt as to having her own way had much to do with it. As the wife of an old man she would probably have had much of her own way. Immediately after breakfast she wrote her answer to the Duke, which was as follows: Park Lane, Monday. My dear Duke of Omnium, I find so great a difficulty in expressing myself to your Grace in a written letter, that since you left me I have never ceased to wish that I had been less nervous, less doubting, and less foolish when you were present with me here in my room. I might then have said in one word what will take so many awkward words to explain. Great as is the honour you propose to confer on me, rich as is the gift you offer me, I cannot accept it. I cannot be your Grace's wife. I may almost say that I knew it was so when you parted from me, but the surprise of the situation took away from me a part of my judgment, and made me unable to answer you as I should have done. My lord, the truth is that I am not fit to be the wife of the Duke of Omnium. I should injure you, and though I should raise myself in name, I should injure myself in character. But you must not think, because I say this, that there is any reason why I should not be an honest man's wife. There is none. I have nothing on my conscience which I could not tell you or to another man, nothing that I need fear to tell to all the world. Indeed, my lord, there is nothing to tell but this, that I am not fitted by birth and position to be the wife of the Duke of Omnium. You would have to blush for me, and that no man shall ever have to do on my account. I will own that I have been ambitious, too ambitious, and have been pleased to think that one so exalted as you are, one whose high position is so rife in the eyes of all men, should have taken pleasure in my company. I will confess to a foolish woman's silly vanity in having wished to be known to be the friend of the Duke of Omnium. I am like the other moths that flutter near the light and have their wings burned. But I am wiser than they in this, that having been scorched, I know that I must keep my distance. You will easily believe that a woman such as I am does not refuse to ride in a carriage with your Grace's arms on the panels without a regret. I am no philosopher. I do not pretend to despise the rich things of the world, or the high things. According to my way of thinking, a woman ought to wish to be Duchess of Omnium. but she ought to wish also to be able to carry her coronet with a proper grace. As Madame Goesler I can live, even among my superiors, at my ease. As your Grace's wife, I should be easy no longer, nor would your Grace. You will think perhaps that what I write is heartless, that I speak altogether of your rank, and not at all of the affection you have shown me, or of that which I might possibly bear towards you. I think that when the first flush of passion is over in early youth, men and women should strive to regulate their love, as they do their other desires, by their reason. I could love your Grace fondly as your wife, if I thought it well for your Grace or for myself that we should be man and wife. As I think it would be ill for both of us, I will restrain that feeling, and remember your Grace ever with the purest feeling of true friendship. Before I close this letter, I must utter a word of gratitude. In the kind of life which I have led as a widow, a life which has been very isolated as regards true fellowship, it has been my greatest effort to obtain the good opinion of those among whom I have attempted to make my way. I may perhaps own to you now that I have had many difficulties. A woman who is alone in the world is ever regarded with suspicion. In this country a woman with a foreign name, with means derived from foreign sources, with a foreign history, is specially suspected. I have striven to live that down, and I have succeeded. But in my wildest dreams I never dreamed of such success as this, that the Duke of Omnium should think me the worthiest of the worthy. You may be sure that I am not ungrateful, that I never will be ungrateful, and I trust it will not derogate from your opinion of my worth, that I have known what was due to your Grace's Highness. I have the honour to be, my Lord Duke, your most obliged and faithful servant, Marie Max Goesler. How many unmarried women in England are there would do the same? She said to herself as she folded the paper and put it into an envelope and sealed the cover. The moment that the letter was completed she sent it off, as she was directed to send it, so that there might be no possibility of repentance and subsequent hesitation. She had at last made up her mind, and she would stand by the making. She knew that there would come moments in which she would deeply regret the opportunity that she had lost, the chance of greatness that she had flung away from her. But so would she have often regretted it also, had she accepted the greatness. Her position was one in which there must be regret, let her decision have been what it might. But she had decided, and the thing was done. She would still be free, Marie Max Goesler, unless in abandoning her freedom she would obtain something that she might in truth prefer to it. When the letter was gone, she sat disconsolate, at the window of an upstairs room in which she had written, thinking much of the coronet, much of the name, much of the rank, much of that position in society which she had flattered herself she might have won for herself as Duchess of Omnium, by her beauty, her grace, and her wit. It had not been simply her ambition to be a duchess, without further aim or object. She had fancied that she might have been such a duchess as there is never another, so that her fame might have been great throughout Europe, as a woman charming at all points. And she would have had friends then, real friends, and would not have lived alone as it was now her fate to do. And she would have loved her ducal husband, old though he was, and stiff with pomp and ceremony. she would have loved him, and done her best to add something of brightness to his life. It was indeed true that there was one whom she loved better, but of what avail was it to love a man who, when he came to her, would speak to her of nothing but of the charms which he found in another woman? She had been sitting thus at her window, with a book in her hand at which she never looked, gazing over the park, which was now beautiful with its May verdure, when on a sudden a thought struck her. Lady Glencora Palliser had come to her, trying to enlist her sympathy for the little heir, behaving, indeed, not very well, as Madame Goesler had thought, but still with an earnest purpose which was in itself good. She would write to Lady Glencora and put her out of her misery. Perhaps there was some feeling of triumph in her mind as she returned to the desk from which her epistle had been sent to the Duke, not of that triumph which would have found its gratification in boasting of the offer that had been made to her, but arising from a feeling that she could now show the proud mother of the bold-faced boy that though she would not pledge herself to any woman as to what she might do or not do, she was nevertheless capable of resisting such a temptation as would have been irresistible to many. Of the Duke's offer to her she would have spoken to no human being, had not this woman shown that the Duke's purpose was known at least to her, and now, in her letter, she would write no plain word of that offer. She would not state in words intelligible to any one who might read that the Duke had offered her his hand and his coronet, but she would write so that Lady Glencora should understand her, and she would be careful that there should be no word in the letter to make Lady Glencora think that she supposed herself to be unfit for the rank offered to her. She had been very humble in what she had written to the Duke, but she would not be at all humble in what she was about to write to the mother of the bold-faced boy. And this was the letter when it was written. My dear Lady Glencora, I venture to send you a line to put you out of your misery, for you were very miserable when you were so good as to come here yesterday. Your dear little boy is safe from me, and what is more to the purpose, so are you and your husband, and your uncle, whom, in truth, I love. You asked me a downright question, which I did not then choose to answer by a downright answer. The downright answer was not at that time due to you. It has since been given, and as I like you too well to wish you to be in torment, I send you a line to say that I shall never be in the way of you or your boy. And now, dear Lady Glencora, one word more. Should it ever again appear to you to be necessary to use your zeal for the protection of your husband or your child, do not endeavour to dissuade a woman by trying to make her think that she, by her alliance, would bring degradation into any house or to any man. If there could have been an argument powerful with me to make me do that which you wished to prevent, it was the argument which you used. But my own comfort, and the happiness of another person whom I value almost as much as myself, were too important to be sacrificed even to a woman's revenge. I take mine by writing to you and telling you that I am better and more rational and wiser than you took me to be. If, after this, you choose to be on good terms with me, I shall be happy to be your friend. I shall want no further revenge. You owe me some little apology, but whether you make it or not, I will be contented, and will never do more than ask whether your darling's prospects are still safe. There are more women than one in the world, you know, and you must not consider yourself to be out of the wood because you have escaped from a single danger. If there arise another, come to me, and we will consult together. Dear Lady Glencora, yours always sincerely, Marie M.G. There was a thing or two besides which she longed to say, laughing as she thought of them, but she refrained, and her letter, when finished, was as it is given above. On the day following, Lady Glencora was again in Park Lane. When she first read Madame Goesler's letter, she felt herself to be annoyed and angry, but her anger was with herself rather than with her correspondent. Ever since her last interview with the woman whom she had feared, she had been conscious of having been indiscreet. All her feelings had been too violent, and it might well have been that she should have driven this woman to do the very thing that she was so anxious to avoid. "You owe me some little apology," Madame Goesler had said. It was true, and she would apologize. Undue pride was not a part of Lady Glencora's character. Indeed, there was not enough of pride in her composition. She had been quite ready to hate this woman, and to fight her on every point as long as the danger existed. But she was equally willing to take the woman to her heart now that the danger was over. Apologize? Of course she would apologize, and she would make a friend of the woman if the woman wished it. But she would not have the woman and the Duke get matching together again, lest, after all, there might be a mistake. She did not show Madame Goesler's letter to her husband, or tell him anything of the relief she had received. He had cared but little for the danger, thinking more of his budget than of the danger, and would be sufficiently at his ease if he heard no more rumours of his uncle's marriage. Lady Glencora went to Park Lane early on the Tuesday morning, but she did not take her boy with her. She understood that Madame Goesler might perhaps indulge in a little gentle raillery at the child's expense, and the mother felt that this might be borne the more easily if the child were not present. "I have come to thank you for your letter, Madame Goesler," said Lady Glencora before she sat down. "Oh, come ye in peace here, or come ye in war, or to dance at our bridal?" said Madame Goesler, standing up from her chair and laughing as she sang the lines. "Certainly not to dance at your bridal," said Lady Glencora. "Alas, no. You have forbidden the banns too effectually for that, and I sit here wearing the willow all alone. Why shouldn't I be allowed to get married as well as another woman, I wonder? I think you have been very hard upon me among you. But sit down, Lady Glencora. At any rate you come in peace." "Certainly in peace, and with much admiration, and a great deal of love and affection, and all that kind of thing, if you will only accept it." "I shall be too proud, Lady Glencora, for the Duke's sake, if for no other reason." "And I have to make my apology." "It was made as soon as your carriage stopped at my door with friendly wheels. Of course I understand. I can know how terrible it all was to you, even though the dear little Plantagenet might not have been in much danger. Fancy what it would be to disturb the career of a Plantagenet. I am far too well read in history, I can assure you." "I said a word for which I am sorry, and which I should not have said." "Never mind the word. After all, it was a true word. I do not hesitate to say so now myself, though I will allow no other woman to say it, and no man either. I should have degraded him, and disgraced him." Madame Goesler now had dropped the bantering tone, which she had assumed, and was speaking in sober earnest. I, for myself, have nothing about me of which I am ashamed. I have no history to hide, no story to be brought to light to my discredit. But I have not been so born, or so placed by circumstances, as make me fit to be the wife of the Duke of Omnium. I should not have been happy, you know. You want nothing, dear Madame Goesler. You have all that society can give you. I do not know about that. I have much given to me by society, but there are many things that I want. A bright-faced little boy, for instance, to go about with me in my carriage. Why did you not bring him, Lady Glencora? I came out in my penitential sheet, and when one goes in that guise, one goes alone. I had half a mind to walk. You will bring him soon? Oh, yes. He was very anxious to know the other day who was the beautiful lady with the black hair. You did not tell him that the beautiful lady with the black hair was a possible aunt, was a possible... But we will not think any more of things so horrible. I told him nothing of my fears, you may be sure. Some day, when I am a very old woman, and when his father is quite an old duke, and when he has a dozen little boys and girls of his own, you will tell him the story. Then he will reflect what a madman his great-uncle must have been, to have thought of making a duchess out of such a wizened old woman as that. They parted the best of friends, but Lady Glencora was still of opinion that if the lady and the duke were to be brought together at Matching, or elsewhere, there might still be danger. End of chapter 62. Recording by Laura Koskinen.
Chapter 63 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 63. Showing how the Duke stood his ground. Mr. Lowe, the barrister, who had given so many lectures to our friend Phineas Finn, lectures that ought to have been useful, was now himself in the House of Commons, having reached it in the legitimate course of his profession. At a certain point of his career, supposing his career to have been sufficiently prosperous, it becomes natural to a barrister to stand for some constituency, and natural for him also to form his politics at that period of his life with a view to his further advancement, looking, as he does so, carefully at the age and standing of the various candidates for high legal office. When a man has worked as Mr. Lowe had worked, he begins to regard the bench wistfully, and to calculate the profits of a 2 years' run in the Attorney-Generalship. It is the way of the profession, and thus a proper and sufficient number of real barristers finds its way into the House. Mr. Lowe had been angry with Phineas because he, being a barrister, had climbed into it after another fashion, having taken up politics, not in the proper way as an assistance to his great profession, but as a profession in itself. Mr. Lowe had been quite sure that his pupil had been wrong in this, and that the error would at last show itself, to his pupil's cost. And Mrs. Lowe had been more sure than Mr. Lowe, having not unnaturally been jealous that a young whipper-snapper of a pupil, as she had once called Phineas, should become a Parliament man before her husband, who had worked his way up gallantly in the usual course. She would not give away a jot even now, not even when she heard that Phineas was going to marry this and that heiress. For at this period of his life such rumours were afloat about him, originating probably in his hopes as to Violet Effingham, and his intimacy with Madame Goesler. "Oh, heiresses," said Mrs. Lowe. "I don't believe in heiresses' money till I see it. 300 or 400 a year is a great fortune for a woman, but it don't go far in keeping a house in London." and when a woman has got a little money, she generally knows how to spend it. He has begun at the wrong end, and they who do that never get themselves right at the last." At this time Phineas had become somewhat of a fine gentleman, which made Mrs. Lowe the more angry with him. He showed himself willing enough to go to Mrs. Lowe's house, but when there he seemed to her to give himself airs. I think that she was unjust to him, and that it was natural that he should not bear himself beneath her remarks exactly as he had done when he was nobody. He had certainly been very successful. He was always listened to in the house, and rarely spoke except on subjects which belonged to him or had been allotted to him as part of his business. He lived quite at his ease with people of the highest rank, and those of his own mode of life who disliked him did so simply because they regarded with envy his too rapid rise. He rode upon a pretty horse in the park, and was careful in his dress, and had about him an air of comfortable wealth which Mrs. Lowe thought he had not earned. When her husband told her of his sufficient salary, she would shake her head and express her opinion that a good time was coming, by which she perhaps meant to imply a belief that a time was coming in which her husband would have a salary much better than that now enjoyed by Phineas, and much more likely to be permanent. The Radicals were not to have office for ever, and when they were gone, what then? "I don't suppose he saves a shilling," said Mrs. Lowe. "How can he, keeping a horse in the park, and hunting down in the country, and living with lords? I shouldn't wonder if he isn't found to be over head and ears in debt when things come to be looked into." Mrs. Lowe was fond of an assured prosperity of money in the funds, and was proud to think that her husband lived in a house of his own. £19 10s ground rent to the Portman estate is what we pay, Mr. Bunce, she once said to that gallant Radical, and that comes of beginning at the right end. Mr. Lowe had nothing when he began the world, and I had just what made us decent the day we married. But he began at the right end, and let things go as they may, he can't get a fall. Mr. Bunce and Mrs. Lowe, though they differed much in politics, sympathised in reference to Phineas. "I never believes, ma'am, in nobody doing any good by getting a place," said Mr. Bunce. "Of course, I don't mean judges and them like, which must be, but when a young man has ever so much a year for sitting in a big room down at Whitehall and reading a newspaper with his feet up on a chair, I don't think it's honest, whether he's a Parliament man or whether he ain't." Whence Mr. Bunce had got his notions as to the way in which officials at Whitehall pass their time, I cannot say, but his notions are very common notions. The British world at large is slow to believe that the great British housekeeper keeps no more cats than what kill mice. Mr. Lowe, who was now frequently in the habit of seeing Phineas at the house, had somewhat changed his opinions, and was not so eager in condemning Phineas as was his wife. He had begun to think that perhaps Phineas had shown some knowledge of his own aptitudes in the career which he had sought, and was aware, at any rate, that his late pupil was somebody in the House of Commons. A man will almost always respect him whom those around him respect, and will generally look up to one who is evidently above himself in his own daily avocation. Now Phineas was certainly above Mr. Lowe in parliamentary reputation. He sat on a front bench. He knew the leaders of parties. He was at home amidst the forms of the House. He enjoyed something of the prestige of government power, and he walked about familiarly with the sons of dukes and the brothers of earls, in a manner which had its effect even on Mr. Lowe. Seeing these things, Mr. Lowe could not maintain his old opinion as stoutly as did his wife. It was almost a privilege to Mr. Lowe to be intimate with Phineas Finn. How, then, could he look down upon him? He was surprised, therefore, one day, when Phineas discussed the matter with him fully. Phineas had asked him what would be his chance of success if, even now, he were to give up politics and take to the bar as the means of earning his livelihood. "You would have uphill work at first, as a matter of course," said Mr. Lowe. "But it might be done, I suppose. To have been in office would not be fatal to me?" "No, not fatal. Nothing of the kind need be fatal. Men have succeeded and have sat on the bench afterwards who did not begin till they were past 40. You would have to live down a prejudice created against yourself. That's all. The attorneys do not like barristers who are anything else but barristers." "The attorneys are very arbitrary, I know," said Phineas. "Yes, and there would be this against you. that it is so difficult for a man to go back to the verdure and malleability of pupildom who has once escaped from the necessary humility of its conditions. You will find it difficult to sit and wait for business in a vice-chancellor's court, after having had vice-chancellors, or men as big as vice-chancellors, to wait upon you. I do not think much of that. But others would think of it, and you would find that there were difficulties. But you are not thinking of it in earnest. Yes, in earnest. Why so? I should have thought that every day had removed you further and further from any such idea. The ground I'm on at present is so slippery. Well, yes, I can understand that, but yet it is less slippery than it used to be. Ha! You do not exactly see. What if I were to lose my seat? You are safe at least for the next 4 years, I should say. No one can tell. And suppose I took it into my head to differ from the government? You must not do that. You put yourself into a boat with these men, and you must remain in the boat. I should have thought all that was easy to you. It's not so easy as it seems. The very necessity of sitting still in the boat is in itself irksome, very irksome. And then there comes some crisis in which a man cannot sit still. Is there any such crisis at hand now? I cannot say that, but I am beginning to find that sitting still is very disagreeable to me. When I hear those fellows below having their own way and saying just what they like, it makes me furious. There's Robson. He tried office for a couple of years and has broken away, and now, by George, there is no man they think so much of as they do of Robson. He's twice the man he was when he sat on the Treasury bench. He is a man of fortune, is he not? I suppose so. Of course he is, because he lives. He never earns anything. His wife had money. My dear Finn, that makes all the difference. When a man has means of his own, he can please himself. Do you marry a wife with money, and then you may kick up your heels and do as you like about the Colonial Office. When a man hasn't money, of course he must fit himself into the circumstances of a profession, though his profession may require him to be dishonest. I did not say that. But I say it, my dear Lowe. A man who is ready to vote black-white because somebody tells him is dishonest. Never mind, old fellow, I shall pull through, I dare say. Don't go and tell your wife all this, or she'll be harder upon me than ever when she sees me. After that, Mr. Lowe began to think that his wife's judgment in this matter had been better than his own. Robson could do as he liked because he had married a woman with money. Phineas told himself that the game was also open to him. He, too, might marry money. Violet Effingham had money, quite enough to make him independent were he married to her. And Madame Goesler had money, plenty of money. And an idea had begun to creep upon him that Madame Goesler would take him were he to offer himself. But he would sooner go back to the bar as the lowest pupil, sooner clean boots for barristers, so he told himself, than marry a woman simply because she had money, than marry any other woman as long as there was a chance that Violet might be one. But it was very desirable that she should know whether Violet might be one or not. It was now July, and everybody would be gone in another month. Before August would be over, he was to start for Ireland with Mr. Monk, and he knew that words would be spoken in Ireland which might make it indispensable for him to be, at any rate, able to throw up his office. In these days he became more anxious than he used to be about Miss Effingham's fortune. He had never spoken as yet to Lord Brentford since the day on which the Earl had quarrelled with him, nor had he ever been at the house in Portman Square. Lady Laura he met occasionally, and had always spoken to her. She was gracious to him, but there had been no renewal of their intimacy. Rumours had reached him that things were going badly with her and her husband, but when men repeated such rumours in his presence, he said little or nothing on the subject. It was not for him, at any rate, to speak of Lady Laura's unhappiness. Lord Chiltern he had seen once or twice during the last month, and they had met cordially as friends. Of course, he could ask no question from Lord Chiltern as to Violet, but he did learn that his friend had again patched up some reconciliation with his father. "He has quarrelled with me, you know," said Phineas. "I'm very sorry, but what could I do? As things went, I was obliged to tell him." "Do not suppose for a moment that I am blaming you. It is no doubt much better that he should know it all." "And it cannot make much difference to you, I should say." "One doesn't like to quarrel with those who have been kind to one," said Phineas. But it isn't your doing. He'll come right about again after a time. When I get my own affairs settled, you may be sure I'll do my best to bring him round. But what's the reason you never see Laura now?" "What's the reason that everything goes awry?" said Phineas bitterly. "When I mentioned your name to Kennedy the other day, he looked as black as thunder. But is it not odd that anyone should quarrel with him? I can't stand him. Do you know, I sometimes think that Laura will have to give it up. Then there will be another mess in the family." This was all very well as coming from Lord Chiltern, but there was no word about Violet, and Phineas did not know how to get a word from anyone. Lady Laura could have told him everything, but he could not go to Lady Laura. He did go to Lady Baldock's house as often as he thought he could with propriety, and occasionally he saw Violet. But he could do no more than see her, and the days and weeks were passing by, and the time was coming in which he would have to go away and be with her no more. The end of the season, which was always to other men, to other working men, such as our hero, a period of pleasurable anticipation, to him was a time of sadness, in which he felt that he was not exactly like to, or even equal to, the men with whom he lived in London. In the old days in which he was allowed to go to Loughlinter or to Saulsby, when all men and women were going to their Loughlinters and their Saulsbys, it was very well with him, but there was something melancholy to him in his yearly journey to Ireland. He loved his father and mother and sisters as well do other men, but there was a falling off in the manner of his life which made him feel that he had been in some sort of his own element in London. He would like to have shot grouse at Loughlinter, or pheasants at Saulsby, or to have hunted down at Willingford, or better still, to have made love to Violet Effingham wherever Violet Effingham might have placed herself. But all this was closed to him now, and there would be nothing for him but to remain at Killaloe, or to return to his work in Downing Street from August to February. Mr. Monk, indeed, was going with him for a few weeks, but even this association did not make up for that sort of society which he would have preferred. The session went on very quietly. The question of the Irish Reform Bill was postponed till the next year, which was a great thing gained. He carried his bill about the Canada Railway, with sundry other small bills appertaining to it, through the House in a manner which redounded infinitely to his credit. There was just enough of opposition to give a zest to the work, and to make the affair conspicuous among the affairs of the year. As his chief was in the other House, the work fell altogether to his hands, so that he came to be conspicuous among under-secretaries. It was only when he said a word to any leaders of his party about other matters, about Irish tenant right, for instance, which was beginning to loom very large, that he found himself to be snubbed. But there was no room for action this year in reference to Irish tenant right, and therefore any deep consideration of that discomfort might be legitimately postponed. If he did by chance open his mouth on the subject to Mr. Monk, even Mr. Monk discouraged him. In the early days of July, when the weather was very hot, and people were beginning to complain of the Thames, and members were becoming thirsty after grouse, and the remaining days of parliamentary work were being counted up, there came to him news that was soon known throughout the fashionable world, that the Duke of Omnium was going to give a garden party at a certain villa residence on the banks of the Thames above Richmond. It was to be such a garden party as had never been seen before, and it would be the more remarkable because the Duke had never been known to do such a thing. The villa was called the Horns, and had indeed been given by the Duke to Lady Glencora on her marriage. But the party was to be the Duke's party, and the Horns, with all its gardens, conservatories, lawns, shrubberies, paddocks, boathouses, and boats, was to be made bright and beautiful for the occasion. Scores of workmen were about the place through the first 3 weeks of July. The world at large did not at all know why the Duke was doing so unwonted a thing, why he should undertake so new a trouble. But Lady Glencora knew, and Madame Goesler shrewdly guessed the riddle. When Madame Goesler's unexpected refusal had reached his Grace, he felt that he must either accept the lady's refusal, or persevere. After a day's consideration he resolved that he would accept it. The top brick of the chimney was very desirable, but perhaps it might be well that he should endeavour to live without it. Then, accepting this refusal, he must either stand his ground and bear the blow, or he must run away to that villa at Como or elsewhere. The running away seemed to him at first to be the better, or at least the more pleasant course, but at last he determined that he would stand his ground and bear the blow. Therefore he gave his garden party at the Horns. Who was to be invited? Before the first week in July was over, many a bosom in London was fluttering with anxiety on that subject. The Duke, in giving his short word of instruction to Lady Glencora, made her understand that he would wish her to be particular in her invitations. Her Royal Highness the Princess and His Royal Highness the Prince had both been so gracious as to say that they would honour his fate. The Duke himself had made out a short list with not more than a dozen names. Lady Glencora was employed to select the real crowd, the 500 out of the 10,000 who were to be blessed. On the Duke's own private list was the name of Madame Goesler. Lady Glencora understood it all. When Madame Goesler got her card, she thought that she understood it too, and she thought also that the Duke was behaving in a gallant way. There was, no doubt, much difficulty about the invitations, and a considerable amount of ill will was created, and they who considered themselves entitled to be asked and were not asked were full of wrath against their more fortunate friends, instead of being angry with the Duke or with Lady Glencora, who had neglected them. It was soon known that Lady Glencora was the real dispenser of the favours, and I fancy that her ladyship was tired of her task before it was completed. The party was to take place on Wednesday the 27th July, and before the day had come, men and women had become so hardy in the combat that personal applications were made with unflinching importunity, and letters were written to Lady Glencora putting forward this claim and that claim with a piteous clamour. "No, that is too bad," Lady Glencora said to her particular friend, Mrs. Grey, when a letter came from Mrs. Bonteen stating all that her husband had ever done towards supporting Mr. Palliser in Parliament, and all that he would do. "She shan't have it, even though she could put Plantagenet into a minority tomorrow." Mrs. Bonteen did not get a card, and when she heard that Phineas Finn had received one, her wrath against Phineas was very great. He was an Irish adventurer, and she regretted deeply that Mr. Bonteen had ever interested himself in bringing such an upstart forward in the world of politics. But as Mr. Bonteen never had done anything towards bringing Phineas forward, there was not much cause for regret on this head. Phineas, however, got his card, and, of course, accepted the invitation. The grounds were opened at 4. There was to be an early dinner out in tents at 5, and after dinner men and women were to walk about, or dance, or make love, or hay, as suited them. The haycocks, however, were ready prepared, while it was expected that they should bring the love with them. Phineas, knowing that he would meet Violet Effingham, took a great deal with him ready-made. For an hour and a half Lady Glencora kept her position in a saloon through which the guests passed to the grounds, and to every comer she imparted the information that the Duke was on the lawn. To every comer but one. To Madame Goesler she said no such word. "So glad to see you, my dear," she said, as she pressed her friend's hand. "If I am not killed by this work, I'll make you out again by and by." Then Madame Goesler passed on, and soon found herself amidst a throng of acquaintance. After a few minutes she saw the Duke seated in an armchair close to the river-bank, and she bravely went up to him and thanked him for the invitation. "The thanks are due to you for gracing our entertainment," said the Duke, rising to greet her. There were a dozen people standing round, and so the thing was done without difficulty. At that moment there came a notice that their Royal Highnesses were on the ground, and the Duke, of course, went off to meet them. There was not a word more spoken between the Duke and Madame Goesler on that afternoon. Phineas did not come till late, till 7, when the banquet was over. I think he was right in this, as the banqueting in tents loses its comfort almost more than it gains in romance. A small picnic may be very well, and the distance previously travelled may give to a dinner on the ground the seeming excuse of necessity. Frail human nature must be supported, and human nature, having gone so far in pursuit of the beautiful, is entitled to what best support the unaccustomed circumstances will allow. Therefore, out with the cold pies, out with the salads and the chickens and the champagne. Since no better may be, let us recruit human nature sitting upon this moss, and forget our discomforts in the glory of the verdure around us. And dear Mary, seeing that the cushion from the waggonette is small, and not wishing to accept the too generous offer that she should take it all for her own use, will admit a contact somewhat closer than the ordinary chairs of a dining-room render necessary. That in its way is very well, but I hold that a banquet on narrow tables in a tent is displeasing. Phineas strolled into the grounds when the tent was nearly empty, and when Lady Glencora, almost sinking beneath her exertions, was taking rest in an inner room. The Duke at this time was dining with their Royal Highnesses and 3 or 4 others, specially selected, very comfortably within doors. Out of doors the world had begun to dance, and the world was beginning to say that it would be much nicer to go and dance upon the boards inside as soon as possible. For though of all parties a garden party is the nicest, everybody is always anxious to get out of the garden as quick as may be. A few ardent lovers of suburban picturesque effect were sitting beneath the haycocks, and 4 forlorn damsels were vainly endeavouring to excite the sympathy of manly youth by playing croquet in a corner. I am not sure, however, that the lovers beneath the haycocks and the players at croquet were not actors hired by Lady Glencora for the occasion. Phineas had not been long on the lawn before he saw Lady Laura Kennedy. She was standing with another lady, and Barrington Erle was with them. "So, you've been successful," said Barrington, greeting him. "Successful in what?" "In what? In getting a ticket. I've had to promise 3 tide-waiterships and to give deep hints about a bishopric expected to be vacant before I got in. But what matters? Success pays for everything. My only trouble now is how I am to get back to London." Lady Laura shook hands with Phineas, and then as he was passing on, followed him for a step and whispered a word to him. "Mr. Finn," she said, "if you are not going back yet, come back to me presently. I have something to say to you. I shall not be far from the river, and shall stay here about an hour." Phineas said that he would, and then went on, not knowing exactly where he was going. He had one desire, to find Violet Effingham, but when he should find her he could not carry her off and sit with her beneath a haycock. End of chapter 63. Recording by Simon Evers.
Chapter 64 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Sage. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 64. The Horns. While looking for Violet Effingham, Phineas encountered Madame Goesler among a crowd of people who were watching the adventurous embarkation of certain daring spirits in a pleasure boat. There were watermen there in the Duke's livery ready to take such spirits down to Richmond or up to Teddington Lock, and many daring spirits did take such trips, to the great peril of muslins, ribbons, and starch, to the peril also of ornamental summer white garments, so that when the thing was over the boats were voted to have been a bore. "Are you going to venture?" said Phineas to the lady. "I should like it of all things, if I were not afraid for my clothes. Will you come?" "I was never very good on the water. I should be seasick to a certainty. They are going down beneath the bridge, too, and we should be splashed by the steamers. I don't think my courage is high enough." Thus Phineas excused himself, being still intent on prosecuting his search for Violet. "Then neither will I," said Madame Goesler. "One dash from a peccant oar would destroy the whole symmetry of my dress. Look, that green young lady has already been sprinkled." "But the blue young gentleman has been sprinkled also," said Phineas, "and they will be happy in a joint baptism." Then they strolled along the river path together and were soon alone. "You will be leaving town soon, Madame Goesler?" "Almost immediately." "And where do you go?"
"Oh, to Vienna. I am there for a couple of months every year, minding my business. I wonder whether you would know me if you saw me. Sometimes sitting on a stool in a counting-house, sometimes going about among old houses, settling what must be done to save them from tumbling down. I dress so differently at such times, and talk so differently, and look so much older that I almost fancy myself to be another person. Is it a great trouble to you?" "No, I rather like it. It makes me feel that I do something in the world." "Do you go alone?" "Quite alone. I take a German maid with me, and never speak a word to any one else on the journey." "That must be very bad," said Phineas. "Yes, it is the worst of it. But then I am so much accustomed to being alone. You see me in society, and in society only, and therefore naturally look upon me as one of a gregarious herd. But I am, in truth, an animal that feeds alone and lives alone. Take the hours of the year all through, and I am solitary during 4/5 of them." "And what do you intend to do?" "I go to Ireland." "Home to your own people. How nice! I have no people to go to. I have one sister who lives with her husband in Riga. She is my only relation, and I never see her." "But you have thousands of friends in England." "Yes, as you see them." And she turned and spread out her hands towards the crowded lawn which was behind them. "What are friends worth? What would they do for me?" "I do not know that the Duke would do much," said Phineas, laughing. Madame Goesler laughed also. "The Duke is not so bad," she said. "The Duke would do as much as any one else. I won't have the Duke abused." "He may be your particular friend, for what I know," said Phineas. "Ah, no. I have no particular friend, and were I to wish to choose one, I should think the Duke a little above me." "Oh, yes, and too stiff, and too old, and too pompous, and too cold, and too make-believe, and too gingerbread." "Mr. Finn!" "The Duke is all buckram, you know." "Then why do you come to his house?" "To see you, Madame Goesler." "Is that true, Mr. Finn?" "Yes, it is true in its way. One goes about to meet those whom one likes, not always for the pleasure of the host's society. I hope I am not wrong, because I go to houses at which I like neither the host nor the hostess." Phineas, as he said this, was thinking of Lady Baldock, to whom of late he had been exceedingly civil, but he certainly did not like Lady Baldock. "I think you have been too hard upon the Duke of Omnium. Do you know him well?" "Personally? Certainly not. Do you? Does anybody?" "I think he is a gracious gentleman," said Madame Goesler, "and though I cannot boast of knowing him well, I do not like to hear him called a buckram. I do not think he is a buckram. It is not very easy for a man in his position to live so as to please all people. He has to maintain the prestige of the highest aristocracy in Europe. Look at his nephew, who will be the next Duke, and who works as hard as any man in the country. Will he not maintain it better? What good did the present man ever do?" "You believe only in motion, Mr. Finn, and not at all in quiescence. An express train at full speed is grander to you than a mountain with heaps of snow. I own that to me there is something glorious in the dignity of a man too high to do anything. If only he knows how to carry the dignity with a proper grace, I think that there should be breasts made to carry stars." "Stars which they have never earned," said Phineas. "Ah, well, we will not fight about it. Go and earn your star, and I will say that it becomes you better than any glitter on the coat of the Duke of Omnium." This she said with an earnestness which he could not pretend not to notice or not to understand. I, too, may be able to see that express train is really greater than the mountain. Though, for your own life, you would prefer to sit and gaze upon the snowy peaks? No, that is not so. For myself, I would prefer to be of use somewhere, to someone, if it were possible. I strive sometimes, and I am sure successfully. Never mind. I hate to talk about myself. You and the Duke are fair subjects for conversation. You, as the express train, who will probably do your 60 miles an hour in safety, but may possibly go down a bank with a crash. Certainly I may, said Phineas. And the Duke, as the mountain, which is fixed in its stateliness, short of the power of some earthquake, which shall be grander and more terrible than any earthquake yet known. Here we are at his house again. I will go in and sit down for a while. If I leave you, Madame Goesler, I will say good-bye till next winter. I shall be in town again before Christmas, you know. You will come and see me? Of course I will. And then this love trouble, of course, will be over, one way or the other, will it not? Ah, who can say? Faint heart never won fair lady. But your heart is never faint. Farewell. Then he left her. Up to this moment he had not seen Violet, and yet he knew that she was to be there. She had herself told him that she was to accompany Lady Laura, whom he had already met. Lady Baldock had not been invited, and had expressed great animosity against the Duke in consequence. She had gone so far as to say that the Duke was a man at whose house a young lady, such as her niece, ought not to be seen. But Violet had laughed at this, and declared her intention of accepting the invitation. Go, she had said. Of course I shall go. I should have broken my heart if I could not have got there. Phineas, therefore, was sure that she must be in the place. He had kept his eyes ever on the alert, and yet he had not found her, and now he must keep his appointment with Lady Laura Kennedy. So he went down to the path by the river, and there he found her, seated close by the water's edge. Her cousin, Barrington Erle, was still with her, but as soon as Phineas joined them, Erle went away. I had told him, said Lady Laura, that I wished to speak to you, and he stayed with me till you came. There are worse men than Barrington, a great deal. I am sure of that. Are you and he still friends, Mr. Finn? I hope so. I do not see so much of him as I did when I had less to do. He says that you have got into altogether a different set. I don't know that. I've gone as circumstances have directed me, but I have certainly not intended to throw over so old and good a friend as Barrington Erle. No, he does not blame you. He tells me that you have found your way among what he calls the working men of the party, and he thinks you will do very well if you can only be patient enough. We all expected a different line from you, you know, more of words and less of deeds, if I may say so, more of liberal oratory and less of government action, but I do not doubt that you are right. I think that I have been wrong, said Phineas. I am becoming heartily sick of officialities. That comes from fickleness, about which Papa is so fond of quoting his Latin. The ox desires the saddle, the charger wants to plough. And which am I? Your career may combine the dignity of the one with the utility of the other. At any rate, you must not think of changing now. Have you seen Mr. Kennedy lately? She asked the question abruptly, showing that she was anxious to get to the matter respecting which she had summoned him to her side, and that all that she had said hitherto had been uttered, as it were, in preparation of that subject. Seen him? Yes, I see him daily, but we hardly do more than speak. Why not? Phineas stood for a moment in silence, hesitating. Why is it that he and you do not speak? How can I answer that question, Lady Laura? Do you know any reason? Sit down, or if you please, I will get up and walk with you. He tells me that you have chosen to quarrel with him, and that I have made you do so. He says that you have confessed to him that I have asked you to quarrel with him. He can hardly have said that. But he has said it, in so many words. Do you think that I would tell you such a story falsely? Is he here now? No, he is not here. He would not come. I came alone. Is not Miss Effingham with you? No, She is to come with my father later. She is here, no doubt, now. But answer my question, Mr. Finn. Unless you find that you cannot answer it, what was it that you did say to my husband?" "Nothing. Nothing to justify what he has told you." "Do you mean to say that he has spoken falsely?" "I mean to use no harsh word, but I think that Mr. Kennedy, when troubled in his spirit, looks at things gloomily and puts meaning upon words which they should not bear." "And what has troubled his spirit?" "You must know better than I can do, Lady Laura. I will tell you all that I can tell you. He invited me to his house, and I would not go because you had forbidden me. Then he asked me some questions about you. Did I refuse because of you, or of anything that you had said? If I remember right, I told him that I did fancy that you would not be glad to see me, and that therefore I would rather stay away. What was I to say?" "You should have said nothing." "Nothing with him would have been worse than what I did say. Remember that he asked me the question point blank, and that no reply would have been equal to an affirmation. I should have confessed that his suggestion was true. He could not then have twitted me with your words. If I have erred, Lady Laura, and brought any sorrow on you, I am indeed grieved. It is all sorrow. There is nothing but sorrow. I have made up my mind to leave him. Oh, Lady Laura, it is very bad, but not so bad, I think, as the life I am now leading. He has accused me. Of what do you think? He says that you are my lover. He did not say that. In those words, he said it in words which made me feel that I must part from him." "And how did you answer him?" "I would not answer him at all. If he had come to me like a man, not accusing me, but asking me, I would have told him everything. And what was there to tell? I should have broken my faith to you in speaking of that scene at Loughlinter. But women always tell such stories to their husbands, when their husbands are good to them, and true, and just, and it is well that they should be told. But to Mr. Kennedy I can tell nothing. He does not believe my word." "Not believe you, Lady Laura?" "No, because I did not blurt out to him all that story about your foolish duel, because I thought it best to keep my brother's secret as long as there was a secret to be kept. He told me that I had lied to him." "What? With that word?" "Yes, with that very word. He is not particular about his words when he thinks it necessary to express himself strongly, and he has told me since that because of that he could never believe me again. How is it possible that a woman should live with such a man?" But why did she come to him with this story, to him whom she had been accused of entertaining as a lover, to him who of all her friends was the last whom she should have chosen as the recipient for such a tale? Phineas, as he thought how he might best answer her, with what words he might try to comfort her, could not but ask himself this question. "The moment that the word was out of his mouth," she went on to say, "I resolved that I would tell you. The accusation is against you as it is against me, and is equally false to both. I have written him, and there is my letter." "But you will see him again?" "No, I will go to my father's house. I have already arranged it. Mr. Kennedy has my letter by this time, and I go from hence home with my father." "Do you wish that I should read the letter?" "Yes, certainly. I wish that you should read it. Should I ever meet him again, I shall tell him that you saw it." They were now standing close upon the river's bank, at a corner of the grounds, and though the voices of people sounded near to them, they were alone. Phineas had no alternative but to read the letter, which was as follows: "After what you have said to me, it is impossible that I should return to your house. I shall meet my father at the Duke of Omnium's, and have already asked him to give me an asylum. It is my wish to remain wherever he may be, either in town or in the country. Should I change my purpose in this, and change my residence, I will not fail to let you know where I go and what I propose to do. You, I think, must have forgotten that I was your wife, but I will never forget it. You have accused me of having a lover. You cannot have expected that I should continue to live with you after such an accusation. For myself, I cannot understand how any man can have brought himself to bring such a charge against his wife. Even had it been true, the accusation should not have been made by your mouth to my ears. That it is untrue, I believe you must be as well aware as I am myself. How intimate I was with Mr. Finn, and what were the limits of my intimacy with him, you knew before I married you. After our marriage I encouraged his friendship till I found that there was something in it that displeased you, and after learning that, I discouraged it. You have said that he is my lover, but you have probably not defined for yourself that word very clearly. You have felt yourself slighted because his name has been mentioned with praise, and your jealousy has been wounded because you have thought that I have regarded him as in some way superior to yourself. You have never really thought that he was my lover, that he spoke words to me which others might not hear, that he claimed from me aught that a wife may not give, that he received aught which a friend should not receive. The accusation has been a coward's accusation. I shall be at my father's tonight and tomorrow. I will get you to let my servant bring to me such things as are my own, my clothes, namely, and desk, and a few books. She will know what I want. I trust you may be happier without a wife than ever you have been with me. I have felt almost daily since we were married that you were a man who would have been happier without a wife than with one. Yours affectionately, Laura Kennedy. It is, at any rate, true, she said, when Phineas had read the letter. True? Doubtless it is true, said Phineas, except that I do not suppose he was ever really angry with me, or jealous, or anything of the sort, because I got on well. It seems absurd even to think of it. There is nothing too absurd for some men. I remember your telling me that he was weak, and poor, and unworthy. I remember your saying so when I first thought that he might become my husband. I wish I had believed you when you told me so. I should not have made such a shipwreck of myself as I have done. That is all I had to say to you. After what has passed between us, I did not choose that you should hear how I was separated from my husband from any lips but my own. I will go now and find Papa. Do not come with me. I prefer being alone. Then he was left standing by himself, looking down upon the river as it glided by. How would it have been with both of them if Lady Laura had accepted him 3 years ago, when she consented to join her lot with that of Mr. Kennedy, and had rejected him? As he stood, he heard the sound of music from the house, and remembered that he had come there with the one sole object of seeing Violet Effingham. He had known that he would meet Lady Laura, and it had been in his mind to break through the law of silence which she had imposed upon him, and once more to ask her to assist him, to implore her for the sake of their old friendship to tell him whether there might yet be for him any chance of success. But in the interview which had just taken place it had been impossible for him to speak a word of himself or of Violet. To her, in her great desolation, he could address himself on no other subject other than that of her own misery. But not the less when she was talking to him of her own sorrow, of her regret that she had not listened to him, when in years past he had spoken slightingly of Mr. Kennedy, was he thinking of Violet Effingham. Mr. Kennedy had certainly mistaken the signs of things when he had accused his wife by saying that Phineas was her lover. Phineas had soon got over that early feeling, and as far as he himself was concerned, had never regretted Lady Laura's marriage. He remained down by the water for a few minutes, giving Lady Laura time to escape, and then he wandered across the grounds towards the house. It was now about 9 o'clock, and though there were still many walking about the grounds, the crowd of people were in the rooms. The musicians were ranged out on a veranda, so that their music might have been available for dancing within or without. But the dancers had found the boards pleasanter than the lawn, and the Duke's garden party was becoming a mere ball, with privilege for the dancers to stroll about the lawn between the dances. And in this respect the fun was better than at a ball, that let the engagements made for partners be what they might, they could always be broken with ease. No lady felt herself bound to dance with a cavalier who was displeasing to her, and some gentlemen were left sadly in the lurch. Phineas felt himself to be very much in the lurch, even after he had discovered Violet Effingham standing up to dance with Lord Fawn. He bided his time patiently, and at last he found his opportunity. Would she dance with him? She declared that she intended to dance no more, and that she had promised to be ready to return home with Lord Brentford before 10 o'clock. "I have pledged myself not to be after 10, she said, laughing. Then she put her hand upon his arm, and they stepped out upon the terrace together. "Have you heard anything?" she asked him, almost in a whisper. "Yes," he said. "I have heard what you mean. I have heard it all." "Is it not dreadful?" "I fear it is the best thing she can do. She has never been happy with him." "But to be accused after that fashion by her husband," said Violet. "One can hardly believe it in these days, and of all women she is the last to deserve such accusation." "The very last," said Phineas, feeling that the subject was one upon which it was not easy for him to speak. "I cannot conceive to whom he can have alluded," said Violet. Then Phineas began to understand that Violet had not heard the whole story, but the difficulty of speaking was still very great. "It has been the result of an ungovernable temper," he said. "But a man does not usually strive to dishonour himself because he is in a rage, and this man is incapable of rage. He must be cursed with one of those dark, gloomy minds in which love always leads to jealousy. She will never return to him." "One cannot say. In many respects it would be better that she should," said Phineas. "She will never return to him," repeated Violet. "Never. Would you advise her to do so?" "How can I say? If one were called upon for advice, one would think so much more before one spoke." "I would not. Not for a minute." "What? To be accused of that? How are a man and a woman to live together after there have been such words between them?" "Poor Laura! What a terrible end to all her high hopes! Do you not grieve for her?" They were now at some distance from the house, and Phineas could not but feel that chance had been very good to him in giving him this opportunity. She was leaning on his arm, and they were alone, and she was speaking to him with all the familiarity of old friendship. "I wonder whether I may change the subject," said he, "and ask you a word about yourself." "What word?" she said sharply. "I have heard." "What have you heard?" "Simply this, that you are not now as you were 6 months ago. Your marriage was then fixed for June." "It has been unfixed since then," she said. "Yes, it has been unfixed. I know it. Miss Effingham, you will not be angry with me if I say that when I heard it was so, something of a hope, no, I must not call it a hope, something that longed to form itself into hope, returned to my breast, and from that hour to this has been the only subject on which I have cared to think." "Lord Chiltern is your friend, Mr. Finn?" "He is so, and I do not think that I have ever been untrue to my friendship for him. He says that no man has ever had a truer friend. He will swear to that in all companies, and I, when it was allowed to me to swear with him, swore it too. As his friend, let me tell you one thing which I would never tell to any other man, one thing which I know I may tell you in confidence. You are a gentleman, and will not break my confidence?" "I think I will not." "I know you will not, because you are a gentleman. I told Lord Chiltern in the autumn of last year that I loved him, and I did love him. I shall never have the same confession to make to another man. That he and I are not now, on those loving terms which once existed can make no difference in that. A woman cannot transfer her heart. There have been things which have made me feel that I was perhaps mistaken in saying that I would be his wife, but I said so, and cannot now give myself to another. Here is Lord Brentford, and we will join him." There was Lord Brentford with Lady Laura on his arm, very gloomy, resolving on what way he might be avenged on the man who had insulted his daughter. He took but little notice of Phineas as he resumed his charge of Miss Effingham, but the two ladies wished him good night. "Good night, Lady Laura," said Phineas, standing with his hat in his hand. "Good night, Miss Effingham." Then he was alone, quite alone. Would it not be well for him to go down to the bottom of the garden and fling himself into the quiet river, so that there might be an end of him? Or would it not be better still that he should create for himself some quiet river of life, away from London, away from politics, away from lords and titled ladies and fashionable squires and parties given by dukes, and the disappointments incident to a small man in attempting to make for himself a career among big men? There had frequently been in the mind of this young man an idea that there was something almost false in his own position, that his life was a pretense, and that he would ultimately be subject to that ruin which always comes sooner or later on things which are false. And now, as he wandered alone about Lady Glencora's gardens, this feeling was very strong within his bosom, and robbed him altogether of the honour and glory of having been one of the Duke of Omnium's guests. End of chapter 64. Recording by Bob Sage.
Chapter 65 of Phineas Finn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Phineas Finn by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 65. The Cabinet Minister at Killaloe. Phineas did not throw himself into the river from the Duke's garden, and was ready, in spite of Violet Effingham, to start for Ireland with Mr. Monk at the end of the first week in August. The close of that season in London certainly was not a happy period of his life. Violet had spoken to him after such a fashion that he could not bring himself not to believe her. She had given him no hint whether it was likely or unlikely that she and Lord Chiltern would be reconciled. But she had convinced him that he could not be allowed to take Lord Chiltern's place. "A woman cannot transfer her heart," she had said. Phineas was well aware that many women do transfer their hearts, but he had gone to this woman too soon after the wrench which her love had received. He had been too sudden with his proposal for a transfer, and the punishment for such ill judgment must be that success would now be impossible to him. And yet how could he have waited, feeling that Miss Effingham, if she were at all like other girls whom he had known, might have promised herself to some other lover before she would return within his reach in the succeeding spring. But she was not like some other girls. Ah, he knew that now, and repented him of his haste. But he was ready for Mr. Monk on the 7th of August, and they started together. Something less than 20 hours took them from London to Killaloe, and during 4 or 5 of those 20 hours Mr. Monk was unfitted for any conversation by the uncomfortable feelings incidental to the passage from Holyhead to Kingstown. Nevertheless, there was a great deal of conversation between them during the journey. Mr. Monk had almost made up his mind to leave the Cabinet. "It is sad to me to have to confess it," he said, "but the truth is that my old rival Turnbull is right. A man who begins his political life as I began mine
is not the man of whom a minister should be formed. I am inclined to think that ministers of government require as much education in their trade as shoemakers or tallow chandlers. I doubt whether you can make a good public servant of a man simply because he has got the ear of the House of Commons." "Then you mean to say," said Phineas, "that we are altogether wrong from beginning to end in our way of arranging these things?" "I do not say that at all. Look at the men who have been leading statesmen since our present mode of government was formed, from the days in which it was forming itself, say from Walpole down, and you will find that all who have been of real use had early training as public servants." "Are we never to get out of the old groove?" "Not if the groove is good," said Mr. Monk. "Those who have been efficient as ministers sucked in their efficacy with their mother's milk. Lord Brock did so, and Lord de Terrier, and Mr. Mildmay. They seated themselves in office chairs the moment they left college. Mr. Gresham was in office before he was 28. The Duke of St. Bungay was at work as a private secretary when he was 23. You, luckily for yourself, have done the same." "And regret it every hour of my life." "You have no cause for regret, but it is not so with me. If there be any man unfitted by his previous career for office, it is he who has become, or who has endeavoured to become, a popular politician, an exponent, if I may say so, of public opinion. As far as I can see, office is offered to such men with one view only, that of clipping their wings." "And of obtaining their help." "It is the same thing. Help from Turnbull would mean the withdrawal of all power of opposition from him. He could not give other help for any long term, as the very fact of his accepting power and patronage would take from him his popular leadership. The masses outside require to have their minister as the Queen has hers. But the same man cannot be minister to both. If the people's minister chooses to change his master, and to take the Queen's shilling, something of temporary relief may be gained by government in the fact that the other place will, for a time, be vacant. But there are candidates enough for such places, and the vacancy is not a vacancy long. Of course the Crown has this pull, that it pays wages, and the people do not." "I do not think that influenced you," said Phineas. "It did not influence me. To you I will make bold to state so much positively, though it would be foolish perhaps to do so to others. I did not go for the shilling, though I am so poor a man that the shilling is more to me than it would be to almost any man in the house. I took the shilling, much doubting, but guided in my part by this, that I was ashamed of being afraid to take it. They told me, Mr. Mildmay and the Duke, that I could earn it to the benefit of the country. I have not earned it, and the country has not been benefited, unless it be for the good of the country that my voice in the House should be silenced. If I believe that, I ought to hold my tongue without taking a salary for holding it. I have made a mistake, my friend. Such mistakes made at my time of life cannot be wholly rectified, but being convinced of my error, I must do the best in my power to put myself right again." There was a bitterness in all this to Phineas himself, of which he could not but make plaint to his companion. "The truth is," he said, "that a man in office must be a slave, and that slavery is distasteful." "There I think you are wrong. If you mean that you cannot do joint work with other men altogether after your own fashion, the same may be said of all work. If you had stuck to the bar, You must have pleaded your causes in conformity with instructions from the attorneys. I should have been guided by my own lights in advising those attorneys. I cannot see that you suffer anything that ought to go against the grain with you. You are beginning young, and it is your first adopted career. With me it is otherwise. If by my telling you this I shall have led you astray, I shall regret my openness with you. Could I begin again, I would willingly begin as you began. It was a great day in Killaloe, that on which Mr. Monk arrived with Phineas at the doctor's house. In London, perhaps, a bishop inspires more awe than a cabinet minister. In Killaloe, where a bishop might be seen walking about every day, the mitred dignitary of the church, though much loved, was thought of, I fear, but lightly. Whereas a cabinet minister coming to stay in the house of a townsman was a thing to be wondered at, to be talked about, to be afraid of, to be a fruitful source of conversation for a year to come. There were many in Killaloe, especially among the elder ladies, who had shaken their heads and expressed the saddest doubts when young Phineas Finn had first become a Parliament man. And though by degrees they had been half brought around, having been driven to acknowledge that he had been wonderfully successful as a Parliament man, still they had continued to shake their heads among themselves, and to fear something in the future, until he appeared at his old home leading a cabinet minister by the hand. There was such assurance in this that even old Mrs. Callaghan at the brewery gave way and began to say all manner of good things, and to praise the doctor's luck in that he had a son gifted with parts so excellent. There was a great desire to see the cabinet minister in the flesh, to be with him when he ate and drank, to watch the gait and countenance of the man, and to drink water from this fountain of state lore which had been so wonderfully brought among them by their young townsman. Mrs. Finn was aware that it behoved her to be chary of her invitations, but the lady from the brewery had said such good things of Mrs. Finn's black swan that she carried her point, and was invited to meet the cabinet minister at dinner on the day after his arrival. Mrs. Flood Jones and her daughter were invited also to be of the party. When Phineas had been last at Killaloe, Mrs. Flood Jones, as the reader may remember, had remained with her daughter at Floodborough, feeling it to be her duty to keep her daughter away from the danger of an unrequited attachment. But it seemed that her purpose was changed now, or that she no longer feared the danger, for both Mary and her mother were now again living in Killaloe, and Mary was at the doctor's house as much as ever. A day or two before the coming of the god and the demigod to the little town, Barbara Finn and her friend had thus come to understand each other as they walked along the Shannon side. "I am sure, my dear, that he is engaged to nobody," said Barbara Finn. "And I am sure, my dear," said Mary, "that I do not care whether he is or is not." "What do you mean, Mary?" "I mean what I say. Why should I care? 5 years ago I had a foolish dream, and now I am awake again. Think how old I have got to be." "Yes, you are 23. What has that to do with it?" "It has this to do with it, that I am old enough to know better. Mamma and I quite understand each other. She used to be angry with him, but she has got over all that foolishness now. It always made me so vexed, the idea of being angry with a man because, one can't talk about it, it is so foolish. But that is all over now." "Do you mean to say you don't care for him, Mary? Do you remember what you used to swear to me less than 2 years ago?" "I remember it all very well, and I remember what a goose I was. As for caring for him, of course I do, because he is your brother, and because I have known him all my life. But if he were to be married tomorrow, you would see that it would make no difference to me." Barbara Finn walked on for a couple of minutes in silence before she replied. "Mary," she said at last, "I don't believe a word of it." "Very well. Then all that I shall ask of you is, that we may not talk about him any more. Mamma believes it, and that is enough for me." Nevertheless, they did talk about Phineas during the whole of that day, and very often talked about him afterwards, as long as Mary remained at Killaloe. There was a large dinner party at the doctor's on the day after Mr. Monk's arrival. The bishop was not there, though he was on terms sufficiently friendly with the doctor's family to have been invited on so grand an occasion. But he was not there because Mrs. Finn was determined that she would be taken out to dinner by a cabinet minister in the face of all her friends. She was aware that had the bishop been there, she must have taken the bishop's arm. And though there would have been glory in that, the other glory was more to her taste. It was the first time in her life that she had ever seen a cabinet minister, and I think she was a little disappointed at finding him so like other middle-aged gentlemen. She had hoped that Mr. Monk would have assumed something of the dignity of his position, but he assumed nothing. Now the bishop, though he was a very mild man, did assume something by the very facts of his apron and knee-breeches. "I am sure, sir, it is very good of you to come and put up with our humble way of living," said Mrs. Finn to her guest, as they sat down at the table. And yet she had resolved that she would not make any speech of the kind, that she would condescend to no apology, that she would bear herself as though a cabinet minister dined with her at least once a year. But when the moment came, she broke down and made this apology with almost abject meekness, and then hated herself because she had done so. "My dear madam," said Mr. Monk, "I live myself so much like a hermit that your house is a palace of luxury to me." Then he felt that he had made a foolish speech, and he also hated himself. He found it very difficult to talk to his hostess upon any subject, until by chance he mentioned his young friend Phineas. Then her tongue was unloosed. "Your son, madam," he said, "is going with me to Limerick and back to Dublin. It is a shame, I know, taking him so soon away from home, but I should not know how to get on without him." "Oh, Mr. Monk, it is such a blessing for him, and such an honour for us, that you should be so good to him." Then the mother spoke out all her past fears and all her present hopes, and acknowledged the great glory which it was to her to have a son sitting in Parliament, holding an office with a stately name and a great salary, and blessed with the friendship of such a man as Mr. Monk. After that Mr. Monk got on better with her. "I don't know any young man," said he, "in whose career I have taken so strong an interest." "He was always good," said Mrs. Finn, with a tear forcing itself into the corner of each eye. "I am his mother, and of course I ought not to say so, not in this way, but it is true, Mr. Monk." And then the poor lady was obliged to raise her handkerchief and wipe away the drops. Phineas on this occasion had taken out to dinner the mother of his devoted Mary, Mrs. Flood Jones. "What a pleasure it must be to the doctor and Mrs. Finn to see you come back in this way," said Mrs. Flood Jones. "With all my bones unbroken?" said he, laughing. "Yes, with all your bones unbroken. You know, Phineas, when we first heard that you were to sit in Parliament, we were afraid that you might break a rib or two, since you choose to talk about the breaking of bones." "Yes, I know. Everybody thought I should come to grief, but nobody felt so sure of it as I did myself." but you have not come to grief. I am not out of the wood yet, you know, Mrs. Flood Jones. There is plenty of possibility for grief in my way still. As far as I can understand it, you are out of the wood. All that your friends here want to see now is that you should marry some nice English girl, with a little money if possible. Rumours have reached us, you know." "Rumours always lie," said Phineas. "Sometimes they do, of course. But I am not going to ask any indiscreet questions. But that is what we all hope. Mary was saying only the other day that if you were once married we should all feel quite safe about you. And you know we all take the most lively interest in your welfare. It is not every day that a man from County Clare gets on as you have done, and therefore we are bound to think of you." Thus Mrs. Flood Jones signified to Phineas Finn that she had forgiven him the thoughtlessness of his early youth, even though there had been something of treachery in that thoughtlessness to her own daughter, and showed him also that whatever Mary's feelings might have been once, they were not now of a nature to trouble her. "Of course you will marry," said Mrs. Flood Jones. "I should think very likely not," said Phineas, who perhaps looked farther into the mind of the lady than the lady intended. "Oh, do," said the lady. "Every man should marry as soon as he can, and especially a man in your position." When the ladies met together in the drawing-room after dinner, it was impossible but that they should discuss Mr. Monk. There was Mrs. Callaghan from the brewery there, and old Lady Blood of Bloodstone, who on ordinary occasions would hardly admit that she was on dining-out terms with any one in Killaloe except the bishop, but who had found it impossible to decline to meet a cabinet minister. And there was Mrs. Stackpoole from 6 Mile Town, and a far-away cousin of the Finns, who hated Lady Blood with a true provincial hatred. "I don't see anything particularly uncommon in him, after all," said Lady Blood. "I think he is very nice indeed," said Mrs. Flood Jones. "So very quiet, my dear, and just like other people," said Mrs. Callaghan, meaning to pronounce a strong eulogium on the cabinet minister. "Very like other people indeed," said Lady Blood. "And what would you expect, Lady Blood?" said Mrs. Stackpoole. "Men and women in London walk upon 2 legs, just as they do in Ennis." Now Lady Blood herself had been born and bred in Ennis, whereas Mrs. Stackpoole had come from Limerick, which is a much more considerable town, and therefore there was a satire in this allusion to the habits of the men of Ennis, which Lady Blood understood thoroughly. "My dear Mrs. Stackpoole, I know how the people walk in London quite as well as you do." Lady Blood had once passed 3 months in London while Sir Patrick had been alive, whereas Mrs. Stackpoole had never done more than visit the metropolis for a day or 2. "Oh, no doubt," said Mrs. Stackpoole, "but I never can understand what it is that people expect. I suppose Mr. Monk ought to have come with his stars on the breast of his coat, to have pleased Lady Blood." "My dear Mrs. Stackpoole, cabinet ministers don't have stars," said Lady Blood. "I never said they did," said Mrs. Stackpoole. "He is so nice and gentle to talk to," said Mrs. Finn. "You may say what you will, but men who are high up do very often give themselves airs. Now I must say that this friend of my son's does not do anything of that kind." "Not the least," said Mrs. Callaghan. "Quite the contrary," said Mrs. Stackpoole. "I dare say he is a wonderful man," said Lady Blood. "All I say is, that I didn't hear anything wonderful come out of his mouth. And as for people in Ennis walking on 2 legs, I have seen donkeys in Limerick doing just the same thing." Now it was well known that Mrs. Stackpoole had 2 sons living in Limerick, as to neither of whom was it expected that he would set the Shannon on fire. After this little speech there was no further mention of Mr. Monk, as it became necessary that all the good nature of Mrs. Finn, and all the tact of Mrs. Flood Jones, and all the energy of Mrs. Callaghan should be used to prevent the raging of an internecine battle between Mrs. Stackpoole and Lady Blood. End of chapter 65.